and every year the Criminal Investigation Brigade will have to settle for someone's training ground. In the course of the morning, Yi Xiao had consumed less than 100 rounds of ammunition in total. Looking at his red and swollen right hand, and glancing at Go Shang and Lao Li, who were both on the verge of bursting into laughter, he knew he was young. Gun practice is not his kind of practice. It looks like the recoil of a pistol shot isn't too great, but that concussive force can build up and hurt your hand just as much. When he walked out of the training ground, Yi Xiao couldn't lift his entire right arm. Can you believe that after only 100 rounds of pistol ammunition? Let's just say that it's not bull to move hundreds or thousands of rounds to on a movie. Hands can even shatter for you. When he returned to the Criminal Investigation Brigade, Yi Xiao's red and swollen right hand magically recovered. Glancing at the little finger that had been restored to his left hand after the splint had been removed, his mind began to grow fuzzy. This body's recovery is horrible. It's a bit unlike a human. Suddenly, shouting from outside the brigade. What's the situation? Yi Xiao curiously walked to the entrance of the brigade. Seeing two dry police officers were holding a middle-aged man who was like a madman on the ground. Help me. I want to call the police. I want to call the police, my brother, my parents. It's all fake. It's all fake. Yi Xiao, how fresh. I can't believe you called the police to report that your brothers and parents are fake. Yi Xiao felt that there was something wrong with the other party's mental state. The middle-aged man was brought into the brig. Let's not worry about whether or not this guy is crazy. The rules of the police are that if someone reports a crime, they have to answer it. Yi Xiao had nothing to do and listened to the dry police giving the middle-aged man a statement with a learning attitude. Name: Bao Jiahong. Age: 21. The officer in charge of the transcript was confused. Yi Xiao, who was watching from the side, was also confused. They looked at the face of the middle-aged man in front of them, and the other party had to be at least 40 or so years old. You actually told us you were 21? Yi Xiao, who had returned to her senses, looked at the middle-aged man as if he was looking at a psychopath. Sure enough, the man's mental state is questionable, maybe even his IQ. Since he's a psycho, there's nothing to learn. Yi Xiao was just about to leave, but then this Bao Jiahong suddenly shouted, "Save me. Please save me. I suspect that all of my family members are fake. Really, they are all fake. My brother wants to secretly kill me. My parents are also calling me a bastard behind my back. As well as I called the police, and the police came to my house, but I realized that the police and them are in cahoots, and it seems like they are going to do something to me." Yi Xiao paused and narrowed her eyes. The man spoke in a panicked manner, but was articulate, logical, clear and not upside down. Brother is going to kill him on the sly. Parents calling him a bastard behind his back. And the police have been to his house. These three messages are interesting, if not delusional. So that means his family shouldn't be very nice to him on a regular basis. One more thing. He called the police. Identity card number, speak out. The case officer opened his mouth to inquire. Bao Jiahong quickly said his ID number. Good memory? Yi Xiao stared at Bao Jiahong, looking into the other's eyes. Instead of seeing madness except for panic, it was clear. This should never be the eyes of a crazy, mentally ill person. That is to say, Yi Xiao's heart jumped. Is it true what the other guy said? Here's the problem. He's clearly a middle-aged man. Why do you have to say you're 21? Clam. The dry police responsible for questioning the transcript searched the computer in front of him, laughed, and looked at Bao Jiahong with a strange expression. It has been checked in the database, and there is indeed your ID number on it. Bao Jiahong, clearly already 41 years old, the city people, oops, really have a history of mental illness. Okay, you wait here honestly. I notify your family to pick you up. Psycho? Yi Xiao's expression was stunned. What's going on? Is it really mental? Ding. Extra legal fanatic system quest issued. Mission option 1. Solve the mystery before you. Reward? I'm a sharpshooter. Mission option 2. Ignore the suspicion in front of you. Reward? I'm a little. Please make a choice by the host. The reward will be issued immediately after the choice is made. ING. System. Your mom's dead. Yi Xiao rolled her eyes fiercely. Anyone want to be a little? No, I just want to be the marksman. Option 1. Shasta. Countless firearms knowledge into the brain. Countless real-world experiences were incorporated into the body. That kind of integration was like a kind of branding that was imprinted in Yi Xiao's bone marrow. It gave him the illusion that if he was given a gun, no matter what it was, All of them are able to make a shot, a bullet. Good magic. Yi Xiao was shocked. He knew the feeling wouldn't just be a feeling, as in, I'm going to hit 10. When the system gives this ability, Yi Xiao can really fight 10. I'm not sick. I'm not mentally ill. I'm healthy. I'm really healthy. Bao Jiahong shouted excitedly and stood up. He yelled and screamed, and as the officer in charge of questioning was about to use coercion, Yi Xiao spoke up. Let me ask. Chapter 88. 20 Years Stolen. Your name is Bao Jiahong, and you said you are 21 this year? Sitting in front of his desk, Yi Xiao looked odd and stared at the middle-aged uncle in front of him. Yes, I'm Bao Jiahong, and I'm 21 years old, all right. Bao Jiahong nodded, his expression quizzical. Don't I look young? Yi Xiao, we're police officers trained in diversion, and we can't laugh no matter how funny, unless we can't help it. How is this statement to be answered? May I suspect that you are teasing the police uncle? I think your mind is gradually How long has it been since you looked in the mirror? Yi Xiao took a deep breath. Why should I look in the mirror? Bao Jiahong wondered. Are you a ing asshole? Yi Xiao is looking to clinch. No, you don't want to. You promised Uncle Tu and the leaders that you would be a good boy. Taking another deep breath, Yi Xiao looked serious. I'm going to ask you one more time. Have you looked in the mirror lately? Bao Jiahong got confused and pondered for a long time. I haven't, looked in the mirror for a long time. Yi Xiao stared at the other party in a daze, looking into Bao Jiahong's eyes. It was finally determined that the other guy wasn't lying. Isn't that incredible? A person who actually hasn't looked in the mirror in a long time? Don't you have a mirror on your sink? Don't you have to squeeze your pimples, trim your nose hairs, or check your appearance for anything wrong on a regular basis? Without looking in the mirror, you should see some reflections that are reflecting your appearance, right? But the other side is not lying. Isn't that puzzling? What can be inferred from this? Bao Jiahong always thought he was 21, never looked at his old face, and had no idea he was already a middle-aged man. Can you believe it? Yi Xiao was skeptical that the other party was some kind of traveler like himself. Or maybe you've been abducted by aliens and woke up in a different place and realized you've been asleep for a century. Hold on. I'll read something first. Yi Xiao looked deeply at the blank-faced Bao Jiahong and turned her head to the computer on her desk. It has Bao Jiahong's personal information. Bao Jiahong, male, 41 years old, current address. Was examined for mental illness at the age of 21, with mild aggression, mild fear of crisis, and mild delusions of victimization. No mandatory hospitalization due to requests from relatives, picked up from the hospital by loved ones, watched by, within the next 20 years. Have not applied for a bank card, credit card, cell phone card. Have not opened a trading account through the online shopping platform. There is no record of online purchase of goods. Gaming adult real name authentication records. No, Yi Xiao couldn't look away, poured out a breath of cold air. Where has this dude been for the last 20 years of his life since he was 21? Had he been living the life of a savage? Is this scientific? Yi Xiao took out her cell phone and flipped the calendar over to Bao Jiahong's face, pointing to the date on it and said, September 16th, 2021, and your ID card shows that you were born in 1980, and this year you're already 41 years old. Bao Jiahong foolishly looked at the cell phone in front of him, froze for a long time, and asked a word that made Yi Xiao absolutely collapse. What is this? Yi Xiao? Now it was his turn to look at Bao Jiahong with some bewilderment. You don't even recognize a cell phone? Wait. Suppose, indeed, the other person has spent the last 20 years in some isolated place. Then there's a good chance he doesn't recognize today's cell phones. No, it still doesn't make sense. Doesn't even go online, watch TV, read newspapers or magazines. Looking at what the other guy was wearing, sportswear, normal clothes, normal hair trimmed, clean and unkempt, proved that the place where he lived would be a normal place. So it can't be some poor mountain valley where there's not even an electric light network. Can it? This makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. Unless... A cold aura flashed in Yi Xiao's eyes. Unless the Bao Jiahong in front of us has lost his memory or someone did it on purpose. If it's the former, it's dog-eared, but not incomprehensible. If the latter, why would Bao Jiahong's family and friends do this? It makes no sense at all, much less sense. This is simply to deliberately split Bao Jiahong out of this world, so that the other party has been living in the past. Is there any family member or friend who would treat Bao Jiahong so cruelly? Tell us how you found out your brother was going to kill you and how your parents were talking about you behind your back and you said you called the police. Please recall how you called the police. Yi Xiao tried her best to put a gentle smile on her face as she looked at the middle-aged uncle in front of her. This is a matter that goes back a month. Bao Jiahong recalled while slowly saying, that day I was taking a nap. Then I woke up from my nap and realized that there was someone beside me. I thought my brother was joking with me, and I started pretending to be asleep. But which knows that he actually took out a knife and waved it in front of me. I thought he was joking at first. I then realized that he had the knife on top of my neck, ready to stab up. The third day after I realized something was wrong, I pretended to be asleep once again. I wanted to see if my brother really wanted to stab me with a knife, and then he did take out the knife again. I got scared and I waited for my brother to leave and then tried to go to my parents and I wanted to tell them about it. As a result, I overheard my mom outside the kitchen talking to someone on the phone. She said that the little bastard has been having problems with his emotions lately, and that the little bastard's body has developed antibodies, and that drug is already going to lose its effect. And my mom asked, what about that person? I wondered at the time, could it be that drug I take every day? Yes, I'm not in the best of shape mentally, having been in a car accident resulting in brain damage, losing a small part of my memory. Every now and then I still get headaches and get cranky, so I have to take the medication. And then I found out that the little bastard my mom was talking about was actually me. Why did my brother have to kill me and my mom had to call me a little bastard? I really couldn't understand it. And then I ran out of the house. By the way, I hadn't stepped out of the house in a long time. How long exactly, even I forget. I saw my dad standing outside, looking at me coldly. He also had a good-sized shovel in his hand. I got scared and went back home. I called the police on my landline. The police came quickly, a middle-aged man, wearing civilian clothes, but no matter what I said he did not believe, but also let me pay attention to rest. But I sneaked a peek and saw that the police were actually very polite to my brother when they left, as if he was one of my brother's men. From that day on, my parents and my brother never let me out of the house again. My mom watched over me every day, my father didn't go to work and watched over me outside the house every day, and my brother, even though he went out to work every day, every time he came back to stay at night, he had to sleep in the same house with me. Even sometimes at night, I find him holding a knife as if he's going to make a move on me at any time. I'm really scared, and I suspect that they're not my relatives at all. And if they really are my relatives, why are they treating me like this? I started pretending that nothing had happened, deliberately letting their guard down, until yesterday when I finally found my chance and I escaped from that home. But how could it surprise me that it's actually a forest outside? My home is full of woods outside. It's nothing like the home I used to remember. I started running as hard as I could, and I ran for a long time and saw a van. I hid in the van. Because I was so tired, I fell asleep in the cargo hold of the van. When I woke up, it was by the driver. I realized that I had appeared within a city that was so weird. It was nothing like the city I remembered. There were so many things I hadn't seen before. The men and women were also dressed strangely, different from what I remembered wearing. I was worried that my brother and my parents would come looking for me. They would definitely come looking for me, so I looked for the police. I asked a passerby and asked them where the police were, and he told me about your place, and then I ran to report the incident. Said here, Bao Jiahong, with a face of excitement and panic, looked at Yi Xiao and shouted, "You must help me. You must help me figure out what's going on. Help me look at my parents, my brother. Why do they all seem to want to kill me? I really doubt that they are my relatives at all. If they were my relatives, why would they do this to me?" Yi Xiao was also looking at Bao Jiahong, staring into his eyes. When I went to the police academy, I looked at it through the classes of psychologists who taught the experience of recognizing whether or not a human being was lying. It's amazing that the other side still isn't lying. How is that possible? No, there's too much doubt. So in the past you never left the house, did you? Yi Xiao opened the question. Like, yes. Bao Jiahong thought for a moment. It seems like I haven't been out of the house since I got into that car accident, and I've been studying college courses on my own every day. But every time I take a pill I get sleepy, and when I wake up I'm tired and hungry. I'll keep studying. One strange thing I noticed is that my parents and brother seem to be aging fast. Every time I wake up they seem to get much older. It's a very strange feeling. Yi Xiao felt that the other party was talking about myths, but there was no evidence. You never realized that there is a change in your appearance now? Changes? What changes? Bao Jiahong looked puzzled and even reached out to touch his face. You're already 41 years old. Yi Xiao sighed. Comrade policeman, can you stop joking? Bao Jiahong was never convinced. Well, see for yourself. Yi Xiao picked up her cell phone and turned on the camera, pointing it at Bao Jiahong. Shasta. Bao Jiahong will not move, staring at the cell phone screen in a daze, looking at the screen of the familiar and strange face of the middle-aged man. Why? How can this be me? Why am I like this? I was in a car accident that year. I was 21, and it doesn't seem like much time has passed. Why I'm 41 years old and how it's possible? Is that impossible? Looking at Bao Jiahong, who was frozen like a statue in front of him, Yi Xiao narrowed his eyes. Could it be that there are other spiritual and fantastical events in this world besides himself, the traveler? No, it should be unlikely. If it's not a psychic fantasy event, how do you explain the Bao Jiahong in front of you? And what about those family members of his? Wait! Yi Xiao suddenly turned her head to the computer. He just hasn't finished reading Bao Jiahong's file. As Yi Xiao continued to look at the file, his eyes gradually widened and he gradually became a bit dumbfounded. 20 years ago, Bao Jiahong, as well as his family, had an accidental car accident that killed his parents on the spot and hospitalized his brother. Bao Jiahong himself was hospitalized with brain problems as a result of the crash. And then, picked up by relatives? No archival records have appeared since. Interesting. Yi Xiao hooked the corner of her mouth. 20 years ago, Bao Jiahong's parents had both died. And who are his parents now? There was also Bao Jiahong's brother who died in the hospital in the same year, 20 years ago. And who is Bao Jiahong's current brother? Interestingly, the relatives who picked up Bao Jiahong from the hospital that year actually left no contact information. And not even a contact address? The most important point. 20 years of one's life, that's not a short time. Bao Jiahong actually still thinks he's 21, not realizing that he's long since turned into a 41-year-old uncle. Where did 20 years of his life go? Why didn't even he realize this? It doesn't make any sense at all. If forced to explain, Yi Xiao's eyes lit up. Unless someone had deliberately used a certain way, utilized a certain method, to sneak 20 years of Bao Jiahong's life out of his hands. Yi Xiao remembered what Bao Jiahong had just said. Every time he wakes up his parents' brother gets a little older? Is this scientific? Do you sleep for years? So here's the question. What kind of way would that be? Could it be that turning Bao Jiahong into a vegetable? That's not possible. The average survival time of a vegetative person is less than 3 years. Survival for more than 10 years is rare. What else is there to do? This approach can still keep Bao Jiahong alive? Suddenly, Yi Xiao's brain flashed. Could it be hypnosis? Chapter 89. Is your guarantee serious? What the hell is going on here? Bao Jiahong held his head with both hands, a pained expression on his face, somewhat unable to accept this cruel reality. How the hell should I know? Yi Xiao mentally spat madly. Why don't you come with me? I'll turn you in to the state, slice and study you first, and let the researchers tell you the answer? Think about it, that's 20 years of life. It's gone from 21 to 41. A full 20 years gone. This is if you do it yourself. A wake-up 2 uncle and 2 aunts say no good. The little sister's children can play soy sauce. Bossy sister remarried. Gentle sister old. Dowdo married. Can't think about it. Yi Xiao felt that his brain was a bit overwhelmed, absorbing too much information, too mixed and too high-end. The problem was that the system mission had already been taken. People's systems send you all the rewards. According to the system's nature, if you don't complete this quest, you might not give any rewards in the future. So, you take a break. Yi Xiao knows that the matter in front of him slots. No, there are too many doubts. Ready to talk to the captains and see if the case can be taken. That's right, the entire brigade is now strictly forbidden to take cases against him. Surprise, surprise, surprise? Couldn't be helped. Everyone was scared of Yi Xiao. How long have you been a cop? Just tell me how many you've crippled. How many thugs have you killed? If you get into trouble again one day, maybe the top brass can level the CID. It's no joke. No one dares to let Yi Xiao touch the case now. They're all scared. Finding 2 dry police officers to watch Bao Jiahong, Yi Xiao went straight to the brigade commander's office. Chan Guodong, who was originally holding a cigarette and fiddling with the computer to read the case file, took a look at Yi Xiao's sullen face and walked into the office, and was startled, and his heart skipped a beat. There's no way not to be shocked. It wasn't that he was afraid of Yi Xiao as a person. It's the fear of the little guy's ability to screw up. On weekdays Yi Xiao was all smiles and harmless. But when the boy is sullen, it's probably not good. What's going to happen? You wouldn't dare think. It's ain't horrible. I said, little brother, you just killed 9 criminals. Things have just calmed down. We'll not come up with something else, right? I don't know why. Chen Guodong's heart at this moment actually gave birth to the idea of wanting to retire early and go home to bring up children. Having a henchman like Yi Xiao, one always felt that one day he would suddenly be scared out of his mind with a heart attack or something, and the person would be gone. What's wrong? Chen Guodong's expression was serious, his gaze sharp, his eyes sweeping and sweeping over Yi Xiao's body, still a little nervous. I discovered something. Yi Xiao looked heavy. Ah! Seeing this expression on Yi Xiao's face, Chen Guodong's heart made a sudden break, a little hairy, and asked stiffly, "What have you found out?" Yi Xiao told the story of what just happened to Bao Jiahong. Also put yourself out there. He suspected that this person, Bao Jiahong, might have been illegally detained, and used certain means to steal 20 years of Bao Jiahong's life. The only thing that could do that was the possibility of hypnosis that he could think of. That's right, hypnosis. This is a case study or a real case that happened abroad. The case went through a psychiatrist who used hypnosis to detain and control a wealthy man. Hypnosis is then used to mislead the rich man's concept of time. 5 years had passed and Rich always thought only one day had passed. Over the course of those 5 years, the psychiatrist transferred a great deal of wealth from the rich and powerful. But the tycoon's wealth was too great to be discovered by his lawyers, as well as suspected. It was only after the police were called that they were able to track down the psychiatrist. Saving the rich man before the psychiatrist is about to kill him. When analyzed carefully, this kind of thing is incredible. But the point is that the rich man is alone, no family or friends, no company, just a huge fortune, and stays home every day. The family's nannies and maids are paid off by psychiatrists to work in gangs. Lawyers are helping the wealthy manage their wealth. The psychiatrist transferred the property and was found to be much suspicious by him and turned his head to the police. Suppose the lawyer is a matter-of-fact personality. Then no one in the world would know about the crime. Fine thoughts. Phew! After listening to Yi Xiao's narration, Chen Guodong ruthlessly exhaled a long breath. Luckily, there were no cripples or dead people. Only a small case. Almost scared Dad to death. So, what do you think? Chen Guodong didn't think there was much of a problem with the case. The little guy has that free time, so let him play. It's better to keep Yi Xiao away from other cases lately, and calm down. And he felt that Yi Xiao was making a bit of a fuss. Just listening to Yi Xiao's words, with his experience as a police officer, he probably deduced that this Bao Jiahong has mental problems, and did not think that he was hypnotized. 20 years. What kind of psychiatrist has that kind of patience, that kind of time to specialize in hypnotizing someone? If this Bao Jiahong is rich or something profitable, it's quite possible. For a normal person, how idle are you to hypnotize someone for 20 years just to detain that person? Plus, there's one other big mystery. Is there really such a horrible hypnotist in this world? To be able to hypnotize a person for 20 years without even the hypnotized person himself noticing, so that the hypnotized person will live forever at the age of 21. Normal human thinking, maybe? I want to do some research, maybe I can help this Bao Jiahong. I feel that he is quite pitiful. Yi Xiao spoke in a deep voice. Let's not talk about whether this Bao Jiahong is mentally ill. It is indeed pathetic to simply say that a man has lost 20 years of his life. So regardless of whether there was a system task or not, Yi Xiao was also prepared to check it out. What's more, Uncle Tu said it yesterday. He has recently been banned from contacting any cases. Almost pointing at his nose and cursing. You kid now give me a damn to stop, and then cause trouble for our brigade. No one can protect you. The case at hand isn't technically a case, is it? Yi Xiao also knew that she had been too capable lately. So, lay low. I thought that Yi Xiao, was full of ambition and was determined to become a generation of pusher kings. He was also a hardened teenager who pissed 3 feet into the wind. Nay, the world is unpredictable, the reality is too cruel. And if he doesn't keep a low profile, Uncle Tu will beat him up. I was bored anyway, so I passed the time with this incident of Bao Jiahong. Okay. This case will be your responsibility, however. You have to let Go Shang and Lao Li follow you. Qian Guoxing thought about it. Or send 2 people to watch Yi Xiao insurance point, and sternly warned, cannot be in the suspect crippled or dead. Do you hear me? I hear you. Yi Xiao hastily puffed out her chest and raised her head, answering with her mouth full. I'll believe the hell out of you. Is your guarantee decent? Chun rolled his eyes. But there shouldn't be any problems with this case that doesn't count as a case, right? I think so. Chapter 90. Sun Thief. Quite good at playing. CID Brigade Cafeteria. Eat slowly. Looking at Bao Jiahong, who was wolfing down his food in front of him, Yi Xiao furiously rolled her eyes. The Brigade Cafeteria chef's handiwork. But he wouldn't eat in the big cafeteria if he had $10 in his pocket. This thought is shared by colleagues across the brigade. When Bao Jiahong finished eating, Yi Xiao was ready to take him to the hospital first to find a psychiatrist to take a look. First, we need to determine this guy's mental state. He could see that Bao Jiahong wasn't lying. But what if the other guy was mentally ill? Some mental illnesses can subconsciously mislead themselves, allowing the patient to present fiction as fact. If he himself thought it was true, even he believed it. Then there is no lying and no one else can see that he is lying. This is what mental illness is all about. Yi Xiao didn't want people to laugh at him for being played by a psychopath. It was better to defend one hand. Through a short period of contact, he still sensed that there shouldn't be much wrong with Bao Jiahong's mental condition. Everything behaves like normal. A little disheveled, unable to accept the fact that I'm 41 years old. My mind exploded a bit. This is normal. In Yi Xiao himself, he would have to explode mentally. When he took Bao Jiahong to the hospital, Go Shang and Li Ming both followed smilingly, as if they were traitors at Yi Xiao's door. Not to mention, these two did have a bit of Yi Xiao's henchman flavor now. From following Yi Xiao in just a few days, the two of them not only drank the soup, but also ate the meat, and their mouths were full of oil. Murdered and shredded, the two of them followed and mixed up a collective third-class merit. The clubhouse murder case is still open though. When the case is closed, they'll likewise be able to mix in some credit along the way. As Lemming himself used to say, following Yi Xiao around and drinking soup can hold you up. Face is bull. Benefits are real. Go Shang, the first hitter of the criminal investigation team, is not the most capable. Again, trying to understand this. It's also taking itself as a little brother, doing whatever Yi Xiao says. Go Shang felt that in comparison to Yi Xiao, his little kung fu was bull, and retreated to the second most capable fighter. As for what the first captain said about letting the two of them watch Yi Xiao's commands. Oh, who cares? If Yi Xiao gets violent, they can't beat him, they can't watch him, right? The people came to the city's people's hospital, registered, and came to the psychiatric psychological department. The doctor was startled to see 3 police officers with them and thought that Bao Jiahong was a prisoner. When the examination was done, the doctor's expression became odd, and asked some questions that Bao Jiahong and the others couldn't understand. When the final results came out, the doctor called Yi Xiao and the others aside and said seriously, I suspect that the patient may be suffering from Freyrig's delusional syndrome. 3 police officers? This doctor, are you a joke sent by a monkey? Yi Xiao was confused as hell. What the hell is Freyrig's delusional syndrome? It was only through the doctor's explanation that the 3 of them figured it out. Freyrig's delusional syndrome is a very rare, bizarre psychiatric disorder in the world. The case is this: if you delight in dealing with strangers on a daily basis and then accuse them of thinking they are masquerading as your beloved family and friends, and suspect that these people are following you around and have the potential to hurt you, then you're suffering from Freyrig's delusional syndrome. The patient will suspect that his friends and family have been replaced by strangers who are so well disguised that they look exactly like the people they've already dealt with all their lives. But when not sick, patients are perfectly normal, just like normal people. So, what did you use to analyze this and think that Bao Jiahong suffers from this disease? Yi Xiao had an egghead look on his face. Doctors have to act like they're high-end? I now have a thought to beat the hell out of you. I just asked the patient a lot of questions, and he kept emphasizing the fact that his loved ones were being replaced and superseded, which is the pathological manifestation of Freyrig's delusional syndrome. The doctor was talking very seriously, very seriously. So, Yi Xiao laughed. So if, say, Bao Jiahong's family or loved ones were indeed impersonated and replaced, do you still think he's suffering from Freyrig's delusional syndrome? Ah, this. The doctor was a little confused. Does this kind of thing happen? All of Bao's family members were confirmed dead 20 years ago. Yi Xiao sighed. If his parents and brother really appeared by his side, guess what would happen? In this world, are there ghosts? The doctor was dumbfounded and turned an old red face. Know that you misjudged the condition. Recheck it. Yishao could understand the doctor's feelings. After all, Bao Jiahong's thing was so unbelievable that it was hard to understand. Yes. Without saying a word, the doctor gave Bao Jiahong a reset examination and asked some more strange questions. Eventually, a conclusion was reached. Someone has hypnotized Bao Jiahong, using hypnotic mental suggestion and other means to mislead Bao's view of time. Holy. Sure enough. Then that means that Bao Jiahong's mental state is normal? Yishao asked in a deep voice. You can't say that either. The doctor thought for a moment. He still has some problems with his mental state. But it's also because his mental state is problematic and his mental heart state defense consciousness is weak that he's hypnotized and misled to achieve certain goals through means such as heart suggestion. Thanks. Yishao nodded his thanks and led Bao Jiahong straight to the laboratory. Why the lab? Because Bao Jiahong said that in the past he had taken a drug for mental treatment. But every time you take this medicine, the person will be sleepy and will go to sleep quickly. Yishao suspects that there is something wrong with this medicine and wants to check the body of Bao Jiahong. But I don't know if it's too late. After all, it's been over a day since Bao Jiahong said he fled his home. It's like a DUI. Generally, due to the body's metabolism, it only takes 24 hours for the blood alcohol level to completely return to normal. And after more than 24 hours, it is less accurate, although it can be tested. It's the same thing with things like medications sometimes. It's possible to go longer than how long it takes for the labs to come back. 2 hours later, after getting the professional lab results, Yishao looked at the lab sheet and fell into deep thought. Within Bao Jiahong's blood, sedative hypnotic drug-like ingredients were actually found. To put it bluntly, it's a sleeping pill and a powerful narcotic sleeping pill at that. Many people may not be aware that sleeping pills, which are taken by the general public, are state-controlled drugs. Usually without a certificate issued by the hospital, the public cannot even buy ordinary sleeping pills. Not to mention powerful narcotic sleeping pills. What made Yishao feel shocked was, after the lab tests, strong antibodies were also found on Bao Jiahong's body. What does that tell you? It means that Bao Jiahong has been taking this drug in the past for many years. The same can be stated. It's not even a treatment for mental illness medication, it's simply a sleeping pill. The moment she put down the lab sheet, Yishao's eyes flashed with a morose cold light. Son thief, you guys are pretty good at this. Chapter 91. Does your belly still hurt today? Yishao's expression was a bit cold, and there was a hint of anger in her heart. People know that it's the medicine that makes the difference. Don't take medication if you can help it, it's too damaging to your body. Things like sleeping pills are much more damaging to the nervous system as well as the body, not to mention narcotics. Definitely, Bao Jiahong can be said to be a bit of a miracle that he can still remain a normal person today. Why did Bao Jiahong mistake sleeping pills for medication for mental illness? The answer is obvious. Someone is misleading him about taking this drug for a long time. And the man doesn't even think of Bao Jiahong as a human being. This is woe to Bao Jiahong in death. It's a ing crime. Wait for the crowd to return to the CID brigade. Check. Yishao looked at Go Shang and Li Ming and spoke in a cold voice. First find the driver and the truck, then find Bao Jiahong's home for these 20 years. Yes. Go Shang and Li Ming nodded and went to look for clues. Trying to find the van that brought Bao Jiahong to the city was easy. As long as you determine where the driver put Bao Jiahong down, you can quickly lock the driver and the truck through the eye in the sky surveillance system on the street. But the police have to rest too. It's after 6 p.m. It's not convenient to investigate cases and stuff at night. There's no need to work overtime. The complexity of this case needs to be scrutinized and analyzed. Get off work first. Yishao said to Go Shang and Li Ming. Bao Jiahong will arrange the guest house first and have security watch over it. It's not like suspecting Bao Jiahong of anything. It just prevents the other person from going out, so to speak. Drove back to the villa. When she saw Gu Qingmai, Yishao couldn't help but think of white-haired sister and childhood friend Takagi-san, among many other images. But most of all, she is what she really looks like. Kind sister-in-law. Brother. Little Doubting darted in, with a catapult start, and rushed into Yishao's arms like a small rabbit. Did you have fun at the new kindergarten today? Holding Little Doubting in her arms, Yishao smiled and sat next to her gentle big sister. Gu Qingdao was still so knowledgeable. After ordering the maids to prepare the meal, she stood up and came behind Yishao, stretching out her slender hand to fall between her brother's neck and give him a massage. It can be fun. Daodu's little body leaned into her brother's arms and said petulantly, "We played a lot of games today, and the teacher was very nice." The child wouldn't lie. So Yi Xiao was relieved, and turned her head to look at Gu Qingmai. Don't get any of that posing 3 views stuff in the future. Have the driver pick up and drop off Daodu, and don't be in any accidents. Gentle sister is a bit simple-minded, and she must speak plainly with her in order for her to understand. Aha! Gu Qingdao obediently answered, those clear and charming peach blossom eyes as delicate as water. Where is it still a little mom, it is clearly a soft girl look. With such obedient girls, proper dominance and stalking is best. In exchange for the boss, I will directly stab her to death with a gun. Yi Xiao's heart laughs badly. Let's eat. Gu Qingdao raised her hand to pick up her daughter. Yi Xiao got up and went to the dining room. Gradually getting used to the current life, being waited on became natural. But something in his heart never changed, and Yi Xiao thought that was good. Mr. Ba also came back during the meal. There are always days in my daughter's house when she doesn't feel well, and it's against herself to work too hard. It was rare to have dinner with Gu Qingdan, so Yi Xiao couldn't help but want to pick a fight. Life is so boring, you have to know how to have fun. Does your belly still hurt today? Yi Xiao bad smile. A family does not talk about 2 families. Sister's pain is my pain. There's another meaning to this statement. How's your period? Gu Qingdan's originally still calm and stunning face was instantly shy and a bit annoyed as she glared at her smelly brother. You can't even plug your mouth for dinner. Hey! Provocation successful. Yi smile. I'm not concerned about it. Only people most distressed, Sister La. The rice in Gu Qingdan's mouth nearly spewed out. Doesn't it smell good to be a human being? The mother and daughter on the side cackled like little hens, looking at Yi Xiao as she molested Gu Qingdan. A faint warmth filled the villa. Now that's a family. Night. Lying on the bed, he looked at Gu Qingdan, who had washed up and walked out of the bathroom. The soft green silk lost its restraints and poured down like water. That stunning pink face could make all the flowers lose their color, and it also made Yi Xiao's eyes only have the beauty's charming smile. National colors. Hugs. Yi Xiao stretched out her hands and childlike pampered herself with Mr. Bully. What's the hurry? Gu Qingdan glared at her smelly brother. Who's in a hurry? Yi Xiao bristled. I'm in no hurry. You're not in a hurry. You're bursting at the seams. Gu Qingdan stifled her laughter and gave her brother a hygienic glare, but still walked over and stretched out her jade arms to gather Yi Xiao into her arms. Looking at his brother in his arms, who was acting like a suckling baby, Gu Qingdan's eyes were infinitely gentle, and her beautiful face showed the softness of a mother's name. To think that every time I went to bed I was wrapped in his arms before I went to sleep. When he woke up from his nap, he was straddling him instead. The corners of Gu Qingdan's mouth lifted slightly as she shook her head helplessly. This is not finding a man to rely on, it's obviously raising a good old son. Can't you rely on it? Neither. Thinking back to a few days ago, my brother beat up over 20 hooligans by himself. What man brings more security to a woman than he does? No more. Ah! With a cry, Gu Qingdan was carried to the bed by Yi Xiao. Startled, Bully pounded his fist on Stinky's brother's chest. It was a flat punch with double D's of force and speed. No threat at all. Yi Xiao hemmed and hawed and took the jade into his arms. Sleep! Gu Qingdan was surprised. Stinky brother has changed his nature and is actually tossing himself around without livestock today. There's a case that's quite a headache. Wrapping her arms around Mr. Ba, Yi Xiao frowned. Too many suspicions to sort out. Have to think about how to deal with it tomorrow. Aha! Gu Qingdan answered and lay in her brother's arms. Look at those handsome and sunny cheeks. At that serious contemplation, Gu Qingdao's beautiful eyes gradually became mesmerized. What's wrong with your period? So hungry for something? At this point Yi Xiao didn't even know. What started out as some kind of prey actually turned into a hunter a long time ago. And he himself had become a dish on the table. Just waiting for the hunter to get his knife and fork ready. He'll be a delicacy. Even knowing that, it was estimated that Yi Xiao would also lie down and want to be a cow for Lord Hegemony. Chapter 92. Who gave you the face? The morning sun pulled back the curtain. Another gorgeous, colorful morning descended upon the earth with freshness. Gu Qingdan opened her eyes, looking at her smelly brother sleeping soundly in her arms. Her showy face floated with tenderness. Kissing the handsome face, he rose with a sudden moon frown. Gritting her teeth, Gu Qingdan walked out of bed and glanced at her brother on the bed. Shaking his head, he then walked into the bathroom. Yi Xiao woke up with her big teeth bared and giggling, and the jade beside her was no longer there. The old man has finally grown up. So damn happy, wow. Right? But don't be a shot in the dark. I'll have to talk to Mr. Bully in the next few days and go get my license. Numbly getting up and washing up, Yishao changed her clothes and came to the hall. The boss's sister was eating breakfast, looking calm as if nothing had happened. The gentle sister, however, showed a red face, glared at her brother and rolled her eyes. What's the matter? You haven't offended Qing Mai, have you? Yishao was a bit uncertain. And where does he know? When Gu Qingdan limped down this morning. As a person who had been here before, Gu Qingdao had discovered something. Some heartache for my sister, and I blame my brother for being cruel. Look at what it has done to my sister. Breakfast ended on an eerie note. Yishao was still heartbroken for her bossy sister and let her rest at home for a day. On a rare occasion, Gu Qingdan nodded in agreement. Yishao's air of the head of the family came on, and when she went out, she took a six-parent step, and it was a smug one. By the time he got to the CID brigade, the corners of his mouth were turned up. It's been a soothing day. After changing clothes, Yishao called Go Shang and Li Ming. 3 days to the guest house to pick up Bao Jiahong. Straight to a freight company. Driver and van found. Bringing Bao Jiahong is for confirmation. The moment he saw the driver, Bao Jiahong pointed at him and exclaimed, "That's him." The driver almost pissed himself. It's not that he's mentally challenged. Facing 3 policemen and being pointed out that, "That's him. Are you afraid?" Fellow police officer, I didn't do anything. The driver's face was pale and horrified, and he was somewhat at a loss for words. Did I say what you did? Why are you so scared, little brother? Is something wrong? Yishao was too lazy to scare the driver and opened her mouth to inquire. Yesterday your van was carrying a man into the city. You still have an impression, right? So impressive. The driver recognized Bao Jiahong and quickly nodded. Yes, that's him. Right on the mark. Then things will be fine. Bao Jiahong escaped from his home when it was a wooded area outside, and ran for a long time before he found the van and ducked up to fall asleep. Wait until you ask the truck driver where he went to haul yesterday, the night before to be exact. The approximate location of that home of Bao Jiahong can be determined where it is. City D is a coastal city. It didn't occur to Yishao that the place where the driver had hauled the goods yesterday was actually an island. This island is a tourist viewpoint due to its connection to the land and its scenic beauty. Yesterday the driver was delivering drinks to a resort on an island. By the time the driver stopped yesterday to pull the location, Bao Jiahong also confirmed that it is indeed here. The driver left on his own. He didn't even need a ride from the police. What a nice guy. Yishao felt that there was definitely something going on with this one. Otherwise you wouldn't be so afraid of the police, would you? Checking the case now, waiting for a chance to play with the driver later. Under Bao Jiahong's guidance, the group walked into a wooded area and soon found a sea view villa area. There were 10 villas in total, each one luxurious. That's the one I ran away from. But I'm sure this house is definitely not my home. Bao Jiahong's face was angry and still a little flustered, pointing to a villa in doubt. But everything in the house seems to be like my past home. No, it's practically identical. I don't know why. The interior is exactly like your old house? Yishao narrowed her eyes. Not only detained Bao Jiahong. You even designed the interior of the house to look like Bao's past home. What are you doing? If there's any deep hatred, why don't you just kill Bao Jiahong? Why go through all this trouble? There's just too much doubt to make sense of it. It seems that the only way to learn the truth of the matter is to find the owner of this villa. Coming outside the villa, the courtyard gate was open. An elderly couple was sitting in the yard as if they were talking about something. That's them. They're my parents. No, not my parents. Bao Jiahong excitedly pointed at the elderly couple and spoke loudly. I'm not sure if they are my parents. The elderly couple were quiet and unperturbed in the face of 3 police officers. It's as if they knew the police would show up. Yishao raised the corners of his mouth, stepped in front of the old couple, and asked with a smile, "Good day to the 2 old people. They are all over 60 years old, and it is a traditional virtue to honor the elderly. Without determining if they've done something bad, it's important to be polite." "Hello, comrade policeman." The old man smiled and spoke. "Are you here to arrest us?" "Oops, you're very self-aware, old man, with the posture of an old CG, aren't you? Tell me, why do I want to arrest you?" Yishao looked at the other party with a smile. "Young man, we're older, so there's no need to play any mind games with us." The old woman opened her mouth at this time. Her expression was cold, And when she looked at Bao Jiahong, who was not far away, anger and hatred flickered within a pair of old eyes, and she opened her mouth coldly. If you're going to arrest us, just hurry up. Why the anger? Why the outrage? Yishao narrowed her eyes. Shouldn't it be Bao Jiahong who should be angry and resentful? Suddenly, a young man walked out of the villa, 26 or 27 years old, about 1.75 meters, with a red face, thick eyebrows, square face. A pair of gleaming eyes are coldly watching Bao Jiahong, ignoring the 3 police officers. And this is... Yishao gazed at the young man. He is... my brother. Bao Jiahong suddenly opened his mouth. 3 cops. A middle-aged man calling a young man brother? Isn't that creepy? Something even weirder came up. Are you worthy of being my brother? The youth's demeanor was cold and stern as he stared at Bao Jiahong dead in the face. I really should have been ruthless in the first place and let you die. What the? Yishao was happy. Are we cops that out of place? Talking about getting someone killed in front of us, you're just not taking us seriously. Cuff them first. Icy cold words sounded out of Yi Zhao's mouth. Go Sheng, who was as big as a bear, took out his handcuffs and stepped towards the youth. The youth didn't resist, but also cooperated and stretched out his hands, his expression calmly looking at Yi Zhao. I know the law. The crime of unlawful detention is at most sentenced to less than 3 years of fixed-term imprisonment, detention, and control. And we didn't use any violence against him. Even if we detain him for a longer period of time, it's only 3 years. Yishao sank his face. Is this well prepared? But do you realize that what you are doing is provoking our police and the law? 3 years? Hey. You are not using violence. Yishao laughed coldly. But you illegally use prohibited drugs on others. As long as it is identified that the drug caused injury to the detainee, it is 3 years to start, less than 7 years of imprisonment. If it is identified that the detainee has injury, it is 10 years to start. Come on, you continue to fade a show me? An old couple plus the youth, the 3 of them changed their faces drastically. This does not include the use of psychological hypnosis, etc., to jeopardize the intoxication of others. Yishao continued to speak. Psychological crimes are generally heavy sentences, with a minimum of 3 years as a starting point. You have detained others for 20 years, causing great trauma to the heart and spirit of the detainee. This is also a felony, at least 10 years to start with, and the 2 crimes are punished together with a minimum of 15 years, or even possibly life imprisonment. The faces of the old couple and the youth instantly went white. There was no longer any peace, and panic showed in his eyes. A bunch of criminals still trying to sell the law to the police? Yishao mocked. Who gave you the face? Do you deserve it? Chapter 93 Your Mom. System? The hall inside the villa. Yishao and Bao Jiahong sat on the sofa. The old couple and the youth sat on the other side. Go Sheng and Li Ming stood aside and coldly watched the family in front of them. Yes, they are indeed family. The names of the old couple are, respectively, Gu Junting and Hu Chuiying. The youth was their grandson Gu Jun. With today's technology only need face scanning, the other party's information all in front. Cannot be fake. At this point, Yishao was looking at his cell phone, the law enforcement system's big data personal archive, about the suspect in front of him. It was a crime committed by an old couple soon to be 70 years old, and it was somewhat of a headache for him. I guess when I bring it back to the brigade, the captain and the others will have a headache. But a crime is a crime. It won't be forgiven just because you're older. It's God's business to forgive bad people. Yi Zhao's profession is responsible for sending bad people to God. What else do you need the law for? This officer, would you like to hear a story before you arrest us? The old man Gu Junting looked at Yi Zhao and slowly spoke. Well, I for one actually enjoy not telling stories. Putting down the phone, Yi Zhao looked at the old man. It better be wonderful. Guaranteed wonderful. Gu Junting nodded. This story starts 20 years ago. 20 years ago, there was this family of 3 generations. The family was also a family of doctors. Both older couples are doctors, as are 2 younger couples. The young couple also had a young son and daughter. The daughter is 8 and the son is 7. This is a very happy family. But one day, the elderly couple was out visiting family and friends at their home. The family consisted of a young couple and 2 children. Night. A burglar came to the house and while rummaging through things, first woke up the young husband. As a result, this husband died when he hit the back of his head on the coffee table while wrestling with the thief. The sound of the fight woke his wife who came out to check. When she saw her husband dead, the wife angrily rushed at the thief and was stabbed to death. The two children then ran out as well and found both parents lying on the floor. The siblings were terrified. When the sister ran away with her brother to call for help, the thief went up to stop her and stabbed her. The 8-year-old sister also died. In the end, the thief actually spared his 7-year-old brother and fled. A week later, the suspect in this home invasion and murder was caught. But because this thief suffers from mental illness and intermittent amnesia, no criminal responsibility, not to pursue criminal responsibility, and because this thief also has no family, no relatives, cannot be compensated, more cannot be given to the victim's family to compensate, has not been due sanctions, and ultimately only locked up in the psychiatric hospital. Yi Xiao was in deep thought. The story reminded him of a certain classic movie based on a true story. Psychiatric homicide. The plot of the story is very similar to the plot of the movie. The murderer is a psychopath. However, the psychosis in the movie is feigned, and the mental illness within the story is real. Yi Xiao's pupils shrunk and his heart sank to the bottom. He knew the story wasn't a story, but instead was as real as the movie. It doesn't take much guessing to know the old couple in front of you. It's the same old family of 6 that was there 20 years ago. The young man in front of him would be the 7-year-old brother who survived 20 years ago. So who was the psycho back then? Yi Xiao slowly turned her head and looked at Bao Jiahong, whose face was a little white beside her. From the look on Bao Jiahong's face, I think he himself heard who the thief was in this story. No, this can't be. Bao Jiahong shouted out. How could I have killed someone? How could I be mentally ill? My mental state is obviously very healthy. There's no way I could have gone and become a thief. It definitely couldn't have been me. Yes. The youth Go Jun smiled coldly and opened his mouth. Then you remember 20 years ago, your family was also in a car accident. Your parents were both killed in the accident, and your brother was hospitalized. Wanting to save your brother required exorbitant surgical fees. Without money, your brother had to die. Do you still remember these things? Bao Jiahong stopped yelling and his whole body froze, his eyes blinking rapidly as he tried to remember, his hand still holding his head and shaking it, knocking it several times. In the end, he couldn't think of anything. No way, how could my parents be dead? And my brother too. Bao Jiahong didn't believe it and roared out angrily. They're not lying. Yi Xiao sighed. Your parents and your brother did die 20 years ago. There is no faking this. Every citizen's death is recorded in the domestic law enforcement system in its entirety. They are also marked out after death is determined and personal files are sealed. In order to prevent others from using the deceased's identity to do illegal things. It just made Yi Xiao not think. Bao Jiahong actually suffers from intermittent amnesia and is equally mentally ill. On the basis of these 2 points alone, even if he has killed someone, he can indeed constitute incapacity for criminal responsibility and not be held criminally liable. Mystery also finally unveiled why the Gu family will be imprisoned him for 20 years. Bao Jiahong was dumbfounded. What's going on? Why is that? Are the parents and the brother really dead? Suddenly, he was sitting on the couch with a disheveled look on his face. Stunned, he looked at Gu Jun in front of him and shouted incredulously, Then why? Don't you kill me? To be able to ask this proves that his intelligence and spirit are in a normal state. Kill you? The old woman Hu Chueying suddenly screamed. We hate to eat your flesh and drink your blood, but what's the use of just killing you? We want to know who that real murderer is. Hearing this, Yi Xiao's heart beat wildly. The real killer? What real murderer? Yi Xiao's brain turned quickly. Using his logical reasoning skills, he began to analyze the case from 20 years ago. Hypothetically, that home invasion murder back then was done by Bao Jiahong. So why did he do it? Because of the car accident. Because his parents died in the car accident. Brother is seriously ill and hospitalized. He needs money. For money, he became a thief and went to Ji's house to steal property? No. Why would he carry a knife if it was simply for money? Preventing criminal behavior from being exposed? No way. At that time, Bao Jiahong must have been just doing it for the money. And how could one even think of hurting someone, much less killing them? So there's no need to carry around a murder weapon at all. But he just brought the murder weapon. That is to say, he wasn't going to steal? Is it possible that his purpose is to run to kill? That's why Hu Chueying said what he said. No, it's not right. If the hypothesis is valid, Bao Jiahong is the murderer. What other real murderers are there? Unless... Yi Xiao's heart was shocked. Buying a murderer? Bao Jiahong is short of money for his brother's treatment, and someone knows that Bao Jiahong is short of money. So he was hired to kill the Gu family? Steep. Poof. Poof. The sound of two objects hitting the ground rang out. Go Shang and Li Ming, who were originally standing aside, lay on the ground as if they were in a deep sleep. Yi Xiao froze. He saw Bao Jiahong beside him, also collapsed on the sofa. Next moment, the three members of the Gu family were all looking at him coldly. Yi Xiao let out a bitter laugh. How could I forget about this? So what did he forget? Hypnosis. Yeah, how could one forget that the other person could hypnotize? The average person doesn't even understand how to guard against hypnosis. Is the old man going to be in the gutter? But now, my plug-in vendor seems to have run away. System, you can't die. I can't live without you. Ding. Extrajudicial fanatic system temporary quest issued. Mission option 1. Find the real culprit. Reward. You must always believe in the light. Mission option 2. Ignore the real killer. Reward. The Joker is myself. Please make a choice by the host. The reward will be issued immediately after the choice is made. Your mom. System? Option 1. Yi Xiao slowly collapsed. Chapter 94 The Persistent Gu Family. Yi Xiao realized for the first time. Turns out there's a magical ability in the real world. It's called hypnosis. Yes, this ability is truly amazing and very scary. In the face of this kind of ability, an ordinary person would not even have the room to resist if they were struck. Can you believe it? I remember when I used to go to the police academy. A classmate asked a psychiatrist, "Teacher, do you know hypnosis? Can you control a person?" The psychiatrist smiled and replied, "Yes, I can control you through hypnosis to immediately forget how stupid you are." Classmate, "I'm not stupid." Psychiatrist, "See, you forgot." This may seem like a jokey question and answer process. Classmates are really hypnotized. The student was then placed in 2 chairs by the teacher, completely relying on his upper body with his legs straddling the chair as if it were a piece of iron, suspended in the center. And the teacher called a classmate and sat on this hypnotized classmate. None of the hypnotized students' bodies will bend. Remember that psychiatrist teacher's brief statement to the participants in the room. Hypnotists, there are 3 levels. Heart counselor, hypnotherapist, master hypnotist. The teacher also admonished all the participants in that class. Mindfulness counselors can be completely ignored. If you encounter a being of the level of a hypnotherapist, and they commit a crime, there are still arrests that can be made when it comes to apprehending them. If they encountered a being of the level of a master hypnotist, they committed a crime. Then you, as police officers, had better take out your pistols at the first moment you encounter him and shoot them without hesitation. Otherwise, there is a good chance that he will take control of you and control you to shoot your fellow man. At that time, Yi Xiao still thought that this psychiatrist teacher was just making up nonsense and blowing awesome. This ing describes hypnosis like it's a divine skill. If it's really that powerful, wouldn't this ability be the same as a spell? Until this moment, Yi Xiao realized how terrible and stupid a person could be if they were ignorant. Yes, that stupid being is who he is now. Go Shang, Li Ming, Bao Jiahong, including himself, were hypnotized by the Gu family. It was also the first time he felt the fear of being dominated by hypnosis. Why? Yi Xiao looked at the 3 Gu family members in front of her in a daze. How did you guys do it? The body doesn't move, but the mouth can talk. Speech, language, environment, special props, mental suggestion. Gu Jun said some specialized stuff about hypnosis. I see. Although he couldn't understand it, it felt very high-end. Yi Xiao spat in his heart. Officer, don't you want to ask what we're going to do? The older man, Gu Junting, spoke. Will you guys say anything if I ask? Yi Xiao sneered. Of course, because the fact that you managed to bring Bao Jiahong here proves that you're good. Gu Junting smiled and opened his mouth. Am I so powerful? How do I not know myself? Yi Xiao muttered in his heart. We won't tell you yet. The old woman Hu Chuiying opened her mouth with a cold smile. What are you talking to me about? Yi Xiao rolled his eyes. No, he couldn't roll them now. At most he could only blink. He saw Gu Jun stand up and help Bao Jiahong upright on the sofa. What are you going to do? Yi Xiao's eyes grew cold. We don't have time. Gu Jun spoke coldly. Since the police have already approached us, we have to be quicker to find out from Bao Jiahong's mouth, the person who hired him back then. Did someone really hire Bao Jiahong to kill someone? Yi Xiao narrowed her eyes. Why don't you go through the police? Police? Ha! Gu Jun laughed coldly, as if he had heard the world's funniest joke. If the police are really that good, They haven't solved the case from 20 years ago to this day? No, not only did they not solve it, did you police manage the case back then? Yi Xiao was silent and sighed in her heart. Yes, the police are not infallible. The fact that there are still a number of old cases in the CID Brigade's archive room already says too much. Especially when there is no number in anyone's mind as to what the police were like 20 years ago. No wonder Ji's family said so. Yi Xiao spoke. Can you give me a chance? Perhaps I can help you find the real murderer. Do you take us for fools? Hu Chuiying was disdainful. After letting you move around freely, the first thing you're going to catch is us, right? What about trust between people? Yi Xiao looked at the old woman. I'm a police officer, and I can't even change your trust? Why should we trust you? Gu Junting spoke in a deep voice. Just by... Yi Xiao raised the corner of her mouth. Since you guys are cheating, don't blame me for opening up. You must always trust the light. Opens. What is light? Light is a person's hope. A hope that can act on the body. This was the ability given to Yi Xiao by the system, which could be used once a day. As for how it functions, it's all in your head when this ability is turned on. Yi Xiao also mentally greeted the immediate female relatives of the system. Is this system which gives an ability without even a manual sick? Shasta. The moment he opened his ability, Yi Xiao realized that his physical state seemed to become different in an instant. That feeling is like, believe in Chun, full of blood. That's right, at this moment Yi Xiao felt like his body was full of blood. Even the large amount of physical energy consumed by tossing the Overlord last night was all restored. So amazing! Yi Xiao was shocked and very surprised. Himself in the future in interacting with the Overlord. Well, I have a bold idea. Blah blah blah. It is advisable to hide this bold idea and get the matter at hand out of the way first. Just the fact that I can arrest you all at any time now, is that enough? Yi Xiao stood up and looked at the 3 dazed Go family members in front of him. He gave himself 99 points for this wave of pretense, and the difference of 1 point was that he felt a little awkward. But as long as we pretend it's not embarrassing, then it's a 100. Yi Xiao summarized his pretend operation while looking at the 3 Go family members. Want to try if I can do it? Go Jun is eager to try and catch Yi Xiao with a jab to the face. For this kind of scum, Yi Xiao didn't even need to turn on everyday real men. Having 1 to beat 10 is enough. Yi Xiao swung his arm and snapped Go Jun's wrist. With a shake of his arm, Go Jun's body flew out and smashed on the sofa amidst the old couple's cries of shock. Don't provoke me, understand? Yi Xiao pointed at Go Jun, who sat up from the sofa with a terrified look on his face, and said in a cold voice, if you guys try to use hypnosis on me again, or make dangerous moves on me, everyday real men. Opens. Shasta. Yi Xiao raised his thigh like a battle axe and violently chopped on the marble coffee table in front of him. Boom! The marble coffee table was split in 2 by a leg and scattered all over the floor. The 3 Go family members are pale and bloodless. 10 minutes later. That is to say, back then, you also found out about this suspicion? Yi Xiao looked at the 3 members of the Go family in front of him. What suspicion? 20 years ago, Bao Jiahong brought the murder weapon with him when he went to Ji's house. So he wasn't even going to steal, he was going to kill. But by the police who investigated the case that year, it was found after the theft, Bao Jiahong infuriated murder. That's right, my partner and I paid a private investigator to look into it all those years ago. Go Junting faced skeptical focus. He said that the police back then, in order to solve the case as soon as possible, did not even investigate the case itself, too many doubts, and pushed all the things to Bao Jiahong's body. What's more, back then, Bao Jiahong was still a psychopath, a loner, and not worried about overturning the case. How are you, how are I, how are we? As a police officer, Yi Xiao was a bit ashamed. It is true that the technological means in the era of 20 years ago were certainly not comparable to those of today, and it is also true that the phenomenon of groping for fish existed. But having said that, the man did kill Bao Jiahong, and it wasn't exactly groping, it just didn't dig deep enough. It is thought that the case of that year, 3 lives at once, the superiors gave too much pressure, so there is no detailed investigation, so Bao Jiahong pushed out. What's wrong with Bao Jiahong? It's not wrong at all, it's just a cheap shot at the man behind the curtain. If your hypnotic abilities are so powerful, why don't you use them on Bao Jiahong to find out? After asking this question, Yi Xiao wanted to slap herself. Isn't that ing bull? Do you think they've never used it? That's why they imprisoned Bao Jiahong for 20 years without killing him. You want to find the real killer on Bao Jiahong's body. don't you? One also has to admire the perseverance of the Gershon family. This kind of patience for up to 20 years is not something the average person can do. We tried. Hu Chuiying said in a hateful voice. Back then, Bao Jiahong also had a car accident and suffered brain damage, suffering from indirect amnesia, which also caused him to forget that memory. So what? Yi Zhao's expression suddenly became strange. To think that Bao Jiahong is now in the same mental state as a normal person. Ji's family, this has put Bao Jiahong's mental illness cured? I see you've thought of that too. Gujun coldly spoke. That's right. My grandfather and grandmother spent more than 10 years to cure Bao Jiahong's mental illness, and also tried many ways to try to restore Bao Jiahong's memories. Do you know why they did it? Why? When Bao Jiahong returns to normal, he will have to face the law. That's right, the law. The law can't do anything to you when you're mentally ill. But now that you're cured of your mental illness, don't you have to take responsibility for the mistakes you've made? No, the law has a statute of limitations. The statute of limitations refers to the period of time specified by law as the effective period of time within which a criminal can be held criminally liable. As long as the statute of limitations has not been exceeded, the criminal liability of the offender can still be pursued. So what's the recourse period for the case Bao Jiahong committed back then? 20 years, that's this year. Looking at the Gu family in front of him, Yi Xiao was somewhat impressed. He exclaimed in his heart at this maneuver of others. Chapter 95. There's no such thing as a pushover. Go Shang and Li Ming woke up and were at first bewildered. Then their faces changed and they instantly stood up from the ground. As old criminal detectives, at this time they were looking at the three Gu family members with a face of fear, as if they were looking at three demons and ghosts. They thought about what the Gershon family did to them before they passed out. Hypnosis is amazing, but it's definitely not as over the top as they think. As long as you don't go into the hypnotist's territory, don't look at the hypnotist's gestures and movements, and don't think about the hypnotist's words, the hypnotist can't do anything about you. But the thing is, people talk to each other and their brains are uncontrollably analyzing other people's words. So the best way to catch a hypnotist is to not give them a chance to mouth off. As soon as the hypnotist loses the opportunity to hypnotize you, then they are no different than the average person. Yi Xiao couldn't help but laugh as she looked at her two co-workers. Everyone is so survivalist, they're all reassuring teammates, and it's comforting to know that there's no thing to push and thing to do. If it was in the past, he would have thought, what's the matter, you guys want to have a ninjas? I have my cell phone all ready to go, so I can show it off to my friends right away. But right now, Yi Xiao couldn't smile in any way. A case that didn't seem to be a case was not expected to be so reversed. Bao Jiahong went from innocent to psychopathic murderer in a flash. The Gu family, who seemed to be harming people, do what they do just to go and find the real culprits of that year and avenge their families. With a plot like that, it felt more exciting than watching a suspenseful movie. Doubt and suspense abound. So what else is behind this chain of events? Was Bao Jiahong really hired to kill the Gu family back then? Assuming it is, then who wanted the Gu family dead 20 years ago? One last question. Yi Xiao looked at the three Gu family members in front of her with a suspicious expression. What method did you use to steal 20 years of Bao Jiahong's life? It was a question he had to unravel. Let a person always believe they are 21 for 20 years. This kind of thing is so unbelievable. Hypnosis, drugs, psychological suggestion. Gujun started that again. Speak human. Yi Xiao rolled her eyes. Simply put. The old couple glanced at each other, and Gujunting spoke with a bitter smile. We just utilized hypnosis to keep him in the vast majority of these 20 years in a thoughtless state, also known as the infantile state. Psychologically speaking, this state does not require to think about anything. But you can still command him to eat, drink, and address hygiene. It's a psychological suggestion technique. We usually utilized it in the past to treat mental illness. And it has also cured many psychiatric patients through this method. Yi Xiao, you call this ing easy? I doubt you're pretending. To be honest, he still didn't get it. After all, not being a psychiatrist or a professional hypnotist, it would be futile to talk to him. In a nutshell, it was the same couple that used some sort of hypnosis to keep Bao Jiahong in a state where his brain didn't have to think for most of the day. Without having to think, you certainly don't feel the sense of time, and you can still eat and drink like a normal person. Ji's family to go out to busy. If you directly give Bao Jiahong a pill a day to sleep, do not have to worry about anything. That's basically how Bao Jiahong came to be in these 20 years. But in recent years, Bao Jiahong's body has become increasingly resistant to drugs. the drugs gradually lose their effect. Sometimes when he falls asleep he wakes up, and when he wakes up with no mental cues he acts as normal. Let's say that in the last 2 days the medication has actually lost its effect. Originally, Ji's family thought that Bao Jiahong had fallen asleep after taking the medicine, not realizing that Bao Jiahong had noticed that something was wrong with him. By the time the Gu family realized it, it was too late. Luckily, the home landline phone is not external but internal. After Bao Jiahong called the police and was received by Gu Jun's men, and then Gu Jun had his men pretend to be police officers to fool Bao Jiahong. However, he was still discovered by Bao Jiahong and also gave birth to the heart of escape. Why don't you continue hypnotizing Bao Jiahong? Yi Xiao frowned. Because hypnosis reduces his ability to think, and because we've recently come up with a way to restore his memory, all can't use hypnosis on him anymore either. Hu Chuiying explained while saying excitedly, if this method succeeds, he will most likely recover the memory of that year. As long as he recovers his memories, we can find the real culprit behind the murder of my son and daughter-in-law and granddaughter back then. I didn't expect that Bao Jiahong would be so alert and suddenly escape. It's a good intention. Yi Xiao lamented that the Gu family was really persistent. But put your heart in the right place and change yourself to be a member of the Gu family. When a loved one is murdered, you should be obsessed with finding the real killer, right? Don't say 20 years. I will never in my ing life spare the murderers of my loved ones. Turning his head, he glanced at Bao Jiahong, who had fallen into a deep sleep after being hypnotized. What do we do now? To bring the 3 Gu family members and Bao Jiahong to the CID team? No. Yi Xiao also wanted to see whether the Gu family's approach could restore Bao Jiahong's memory or not. Bao Jiahong opened his eyes and sat up blankly. He looked first at the bed underneath him, then at the familiarity of everything around him, bewildered. Yourself, this is at home? But didn't I escape? I called the police at his police station. I remember coming with the cops to catch. Bao Jiahong suddenly clutched his head, which hurt. It's as if something is stopping the memories. The more I think about it, the more my head hurts. For a long time, taking a hard breath, Bao Jiahong raised his head once more, his eyes gradually becoming blank. He got up from the bed and walked out of the bedroom as he always did and walked to the bathroom to wash up. By the time he finished washing his face, Bao Jiahong felt in good spirits. The moment he stepped out of the bathroom, his eyes unconsciously went to a door. In the past, his parents and brother had warned him sternly, never walk into that one. And for the past few moments, Bao Jiahong had been very curious about what was really behind that door. That's how it is with humans. The more you don't let him do something, the more the inner rebel mind dictates what you want to do. Bao Jiahong's curiosity became intense, and somewhat unable to control himself, he took a step towards that door. Standing in front of the gate, his heart hesitated a bit as his expression kept changing. Eventually, his hand fell to the doorknob, between twists, slowly opening the door to this. Chapter 96. I did it all. Bao Jiahong saw the scene behind the door and froze. What's inside the door? It was a hall. The hall was well furnished, yet somewhat old and generally decorated, yet it gave a very cozy illusion of a home. Looking at this hall, Bao Jiahong froze for a long time. A hall that was clearly unfamiliar, but a wonderful feeling was born within. It was as if he had seen this hall before, as if he had done something within this hall. Ah! Bao Jiahong's head, inexplicably, hurt. He closed his eyes in some pain. Half a dozen times, when the headache slowed, he opened his eyes again and wandered into this hall. Bao Jiahong walked slowly, his eyes looking at everything in the hall very carefully. He froze when he looked over to the coffee table in front of the couch in the hall. A memory that inexplicably flashed by like a slideshow within his brain. In that memory, a man fell to. The back of the man's head smashed against the hard corner of the marble coffee table and he fell to the floor. Blood, springing from the back of the man's head, quickly stained the floor. Bao Jiahong looked back with a puzzled expression. Why does one have this memory? Shaking his head a bit, he continued to look down the rest of the hall. His gaze, again, fell to an aisle that looked suspiciously like a bedroom doorway. Suddenly, another memory surfaced in Bao Jiahong's mind. A woman rushes out of her bedroom, hissing and frantically rushing. Then the woman collapsed. Blood spurted out across the woman's abdomen, stained her body, stained the ground, closed behind. One after another, memory fragments surfaced within Bao Jiahong's brain. Couple kids showed up. They were screaming and crying as the girl took the boy's hand and ran for the door. It was as if someone was preventing them from escaping. The man who had stopped them tried to reach for the girl. But the man forgot that he was holding a knife in his hand. Knife blade stabbed into girl's neck when she went to pull her shoulder. The 6 or 7-year-old boy seemed stunned and would just stand there shivering. Shivering, and a hand holding a knife. Then the boy seemed to be listening to someone. The boy closed his eyes and stood there counting. Bao Jiahong once again snapped out of his daze and frowned. He didn't understand what was going on with these memories. Why did he or she see this memory scene? Shaking his head, Bao Jiahong walked over to the couch and sat down, trying to think about what was going on with these memory fragments. Suddenly, the television in the hall turned on automatically, startling Bao Jiahong. Ha ha ha. The TV monitor playing a clip. It was a family of 6, middle-aged, young, and 2 children. They were so happy and laughing. The subject of the picture: a girl is celebrating her birthday and the whole family is wishing the girl well. The moment you see the girl, Bao Jiahong was stunned. The girl's appearance overlapped with the woman within the memory fragment that had just flashed within his brain. Not only that, the young couple and the little boy were also exactly like the people within the memory clip. Next moment, the warmth of the image stood still. The scene inside the TV turned the color of blood. In a blood-red color, a young couple with grim expressions and a girl appeared in the picture. Their 3 pairs of cold eyes were staring straight ahead, as if from inside a television set, at the frozen Bao Jiahong. Why are you trying to kill us? The couple and the girl spoke together. Hearing these words, Bao Jiahong, the blood color on his face instantly disappeared, revealing a horrified expression as his entire face turned white. Why are you trying to kill us? The trio within the television set spoke again, like a wail from hell, more like a cry for their lives. Why are you trying to kill us? As a third hiss sounded from within the television set, Bao Jiahong suddenly jumped up, shouting under his breath, "No, it's not me. I don't want to kill you guys. I don't want to kill your..." Poof! In a panic, he fell to the ground. Maybe it's a coincidence. There was a thud. He hit his head on the coffee table. The hit wasn't very heavy, but it was as if Bao Jiahong had been immobilized. Sitting on the ground, the whole person seemed to have lost his soul. An image that flashed rapidly before him. A memory that flooded his mind. I don't know how much time has passed. Bao Jiahong has sobered up too much. Tears, from the moment he came to his senses, flowed down from within his eyes. Bao Jiahong remembered. He remembers everything. That day, school was on summer vacation. Bao Jiahong took a plane back to his hometown, where his parents and brother came to pick him up at the airport. The family laughed and rode in their father's car. Today is not just the day that Bao Jiahong comes home. Again, it's his birthday. But, right in the middle of the family's laughter, car accident appears. Wake up. Dad and mom are dead. Brother is also lying in a hospital bed. That moment, Bao Jiahong's world shattered. He feels abandoned by the whole world. The moment he was discharged from the hospital, Bao Jiahong was told that his brother's injuries were too severe because the hospital owed a huge amount of money in medical bills for the process of saving his brother's life. If he can't pay the high medical bills, the hospital will have to give up on his brother's treatment. Do hospitals die when they don't have the money? First of all, we have to understand that hospitals are not charitable organizations. There are too many patients who cannot afford to pay their bills, and if the hospitals had advanced all of them, they would have closed down a long time ago. The most realistic sentence. White angels also need to eat. Do you want white angels to cure you on a hungry stomach? Or to cure you even before they starve to death? Do you get sick and you run to the hospital and say, "You guys hurry up and treat me, I don't have any money, and if you don't treat me, you're just seeing death"? It's ing hooliganism. Don't laugh, this kind of rogue act and rogue idea is shared by many people. They always think of themselves and never consider the death or life of others, as if the whole world must listen to him, and if you don't do what he wants, then it's your fault. Bao Jiahong was not a rogue, nor did he have that kind of rogue idea. He couldn't let his brother die. It had been his only family. He had to keep his brother alive. No matter what, even if he has to sell his body, Bao Jiahong must let his brother live. But sadly, it was the year 2000, and no one in that era needed him to sell out at all. He sold the family home cheaply to go to his brother's doctor. But the money still wasn't enough because their house wasn't worth much at the time. Without money, my brother can't be cured, and if he drags on like this, he'll be hopeless. It was a day when he was desperate, crouching in the hospital corridors and crying in utter despair. A man in a hospital gown sat down beside him. That's a very pretty woman. Also a very gentle woman. She asked Bao Jiahong, "Do you want to save your brother's life?" Bao Jiahong nodded without hesitation and said, "I think, as long as I can save my brother, let me do anything." The woman smiled and said, "I can give you money, enough to save your brother's life and even advance your brother's medical bills right now. But you need to do one thing for me right now. As long as you make it, I will give you $1 million. The desperate Bao Jiahong agreed without hesitation. But what the woman was going to make him do scared him. The woman told him to go kill a doctor's entire family and exterminate the doctor's family. At the time, Bao Jiahong was stunned and asked the woman why. The woman's expression was no longer gentle, and a maddened scowl surfaced on that good-looking face. She said why. Originally the woman was a woman in labor, but during the birth, her baby died. She heard the whole story of the child's death with her own ears. Some people are born with drug resistance, especially the body's resistance to anesthesia. Normal measures of anesthetics for such people can anesthetize them as well though. However, because of the resistance to the drug, they can still be more or less sane in the operating room. C-sections were not as common in the 2000s as they are in 2021. Most women will first choose to have a normal labor. In the process of a woman giving birth to a child, there is a difficult labor. The woman is an unwed mother and lives out on her own. At that time, there was a difficult labor and a cesarean section was necessary. All surgeries are dangerous and require a family member's signature. At that moment in time, she had no family members around her at all, and no one to sign for her. She begged the attending doctor who delivered her baby and went down on his knees, begging him to save her baby, even if she died. But the doctor, because he didn't want to take the blame, just wouldn't agree, no matter how much the woman begged. It was such a delay, even though the hospital's leadership later sent word that the surgery was done. But the baby died anyway, and she heard the full story of its death. The woman's world completely collapsed. If it wasn't for one more thing she wanted to do, she will follow her children and leave this world with them. The thing is, she was going to make sure that doctor didn't die. She's going to exterminate this doctor's family full of people. The doctor who killed her baby was a member of the Greystoke family. That young husband, Bao Jiahong thought about it for a long time. He can promise a woman anything, even his life. But killing someone is something he doesn't dare or want to do. Even if he knew within his subconscious the woman's grief and knew that the doctor might have done something wrong. But he really had gone off the deep end. If he doesn't say yes, his brother will die. This night Bao Jiahong took the knife, took the address given by the woman, and came to Ji's house. He peeked open a room door. He saw a couple of 7 or 8-year-olds. He also saw the child's innocent and cute little face as he slept. Bao Jiahong realized he couldn't get down. He's not a bad guy. Bao Jiahong gave up the idea of killing, all disheveled and ready to leave. As a result, accidentally knocked over a trash can in the lobby, the man of the house came out, thinking he was a thief, and rushed over to try to arrest him. While fighting, the man was pushed away by Bao Jiahong and fell, hitting the back of his head on the coffee table. The mistress of the house came out, and, seeing her husband in a pool of blood, rushed up in a frenzy. Bao Jiahong panicked and stabbed his hostess. The children came out, crying for help to escape. Bao Jiahong went to stop it and accidentally injured the girl. It's all as if fate has an invisible hand that manipulates everything. Desperate, Bao Jiahong took the knife and looked at the poor little boy standing in front of him. He's really not a bad guy, he really isn't. He comforts the child and tells him to close his eyes, telling him that after he counts 100 and opens his eyes, his mom, dad and sister will be back. The moment the child closes his eyes, Bao Jiahong walked away with despair. He's going back to the hospital to find the woman. He hated that woman. He wanted to kill that woman. He wouldn't have done any of this without this woman. But just arrived at the hospital outside the hospital building. He saw a place where many people were gathered. He found someone jumping. The person who jumped was the same woman who told him to kill someone. In an instant, Bao Jiahong's spiritual world completely collapsed. Tonight's events, the death of his parents, his brother's illness, and the death of the woman in front of him were like the last straw that broke the camel's back, completely destroying his spiritual world. He went crazy and became a psychopath. Even this memory has been subconsciously sealed by him. Tears, like springs, gushed out of his eyes. Bao Jiahong sat on the ground and cried silently. I don't know when. There were already many people standing in front of him. 3 policemen and 3 more from the Gu family. He looked at the crowd in front of him, and a mid-weep smile appeared on his face. He told everything, word for word, in detail, cause and effect, to the crowd. When all was said and done, Bao Jiahong lowered his head. That's right. I killed the people, I did it all. Chapter 97. It's the world that's wrong. After hearing Bao Jiahong's words, the people in the location froze. Even a blind man could see this moment. Bao Jiahong didn't lie, and there's no need to lie. A man who knew he would be pushed to the executioner's block after saying those words. The fate that awaited him was sealed. What's the point of lying? Sorry. Poof. Bao Jiahong knelt down with tears in his eyes, kneeling in front of the 3 members of the Gu family, looking at Gu Jun, who was in a daze. I know it's useless to say I'm sorry, and I know that even if I die, I won't be able to make it up to you, but I still want to say, I'm sorry. He remembers everything. Even these 20 years come to mind. The person in front of him, who he used to call brother, was the little boy from back then. He didn't hate the Gershon family at all now for what they had done to him. Yes, he's got it all figured out. Gu Jun didn't bother to see Bao Jiahong. Even the old couple was in a daze. Why is that the truth of the matter? Yishao was in deep thought. Whose fault is it anyway? It's clear what happened. From a car accident. Bao Jiahong is desperate to save his last loved one. Ji's young husband, who is a doctor, is afraid to take responsibility for causing the woman's baby to die. As a rule, the young husband was not at fault, according to the rules and regulations of the hospital. The woman's child dies and she believes that her young husband killed her child. The death of the child led the woman to resent the world, and she was even more cruel to this doctor. Therefore, she wants to take revenge on the Gu family, and she wants the Gu family to not be allowed to die. She has lost even her last child and already wants to leave this world. Are women wrong? She found Bao Jiahong because she had heard about him and knew that he desperately needed money to save his brother. The woman took advantage of this and told Bao Jiahong to kill the Gu family. But Bao Jiahong went to Ji's house but couldn't get down. As a result of the accident, the young couple of the Gu family died, and the girl died. But the problem is that Bao Jiahong has given up trying to kill people, and then these accidents happen. Bao Jiahong really didn't want to kill anyone, or else he wouldn't have spared even that boy. Is he wrong? The Gu family imprisoned Bao Jiahong, who became mentally ill, for 20 years. To find the truth, to find the real killer, to avenge his family. It also cured Bao Jiahong's mental illness in the process. And now it's brought back Bao Jiahong's memory. The old Gu family and the Gu children from back in the day. Are they wrong? Yishao sighed and looked out the window to the sky. Jesus Christ, are you polite? Why are you doing this? You're making the old man's head spin with this maneuver. Yes, everyone is not wrong, but they all committed crimes. While people are sentient, the law is sometimes heartless. It is a truism of all time that wrongdoing should be duly punished. Some people always think that if they do something wrong, apologizing will be fine, and if others are aggressive again, it is the other person who doesn't know any better. The problem is that if apologizing works, what do we need laws for? What do we need rules for? What do we need police for? When Yishao brought the 3 Gu family members along with Bao Jiahong back to the Criminal Investigation Brigade, the 3 captains plus the instructor were all staring at Yishao in a daze. That look was like looking at a god. Even at this moment, their hearts were cursing. Why? Yishao has solved the case, or a 20-year shocking case, involving 3 lives of the buyer and murderer. Shouldn't they be happy? No, they're not happy. Even Yishao herself couldn't be happy. Even the eyes of the entire Criminal Investigation Brigade colleagues looking at Yishao were complicated. Because of this case, the police officers who investigated this case back then are going to be out of luck. Yes, the police officer who handled the murder of the 3 Gu family members back then will be in bad luck. Because 20 years ago, they didn't even get to the bottom of the case, and they all closed it hastily. That's a mistake, that's making a mistake, and even if it's a police officer making a mistake, there's no mercy. The outcome that awaits them is likewise already predetermined. All police officers who were in charge of this case back then, but who were involved in the investigation of this case, will be stripped of their clothes and held accountable. Here's the problem again. Find the truth about the case and let the case come to light. That's what the police are going to do. Even if, in this case, it involves peers. Is Yishao wrong? The sitting in front of the CID brigade. Yishao, who was smoking a cigarette, looked at the sky with a blank expression. He thought of a classic line from a cartoon. What's wrong is the world. Yishao was put on vacation. It's just a joy to be a cop and get a vacation. Yishao couldn't be happy, because he was forced to take a vacation. The leaders of the Criminal Investigation Brigade are afraid. The officers of the Criminal Investigation Brigade are afraid. They had already admired Yishao's ability to mess things up. Any random psychopath can turn a 20-year-old case on its head. By the way, there may be a couple of old peers, old-timers, to strip of their police uniforms. For a change, you're Yishao's leader. You're Yishao's coworker. I'm asking you if you're scared. Is your brain numb? 1 week's vacation, do whatever you want and stay out of trouble. If you make any more trouble, you're out of the CID, do you understand? Yi Huanyan looked complicated, stood at the door of the Criminal Investigation Brigade looking at his great-nephew, breathless admonition. Counting the second, uncle begged you. Okay? Really? Please don't do anything. Am I the one who's ing up? Yishao wanted to say something back, but her heart was weak. Some bosses are like that. When I saw a pretty girl coming to the company, I thought of secretly adopting her so that she wouldn't come to work in the future. Those kind of close female secretaries are not really safe because there are too many rumors. But pretty girls really smell good. Yishao found herself turning into the role of a female secretary. He also smells good, not to mention his crime-solving skills. But it's easy to get the bosses in trouble. That's why the bosses love and fear him. For this kind of behavior, Yishao was resistant. All I want is to work quietly in the courthouse. I don't really want to mess things up myself. Okay? But a lot of times, it's things that push you along. And when you're done, you realize there's no turning back. Yishao always believed in it. Doing good doesn't always pay off. But if you don't do good, you will be liquidated one day. When I think about my previous life, I met a fortune teller who said that I had clear bones and was a 1 in a million genius. Yishao thinks that he is a really high person. Otherwise, how can he find my specialness among all the people? Well, it must be. They're all jealous of me. Forget it. A vacation is a vacation. Just in time to spend some quality time with my sisters and Bean. Yishao was in a good mood too. Get in your own big red flag and head for the road home. Chapter 98, Yi Zhao's landscape. Inside the villa, pleasant music rang in Yi Zhao's ears. A small hand massaged his shoulder as well. Enjoying a sloppy joe while listening to a song with my eyes closed. It was so light that it felt like my bones were tingling. I wouldn't give a god for this kind of escapism. The thought of never having to worry about the mortgage and car loan and the astronomical bride price again in this life, not to mention having to go through all the pains of life. Yishao felt that the life of crossing over was still enjoyable. He failed to notice that the owner of the small hand's bright eyes that were filled with spring water were full of tenderness that was about to overflow. Brother, tell me a story. Being a little pendant, Daodu nowadays has a hobby besides eating, which is to make his brother tell stories. Yishao, the blissful enjoyment of it was suddenly wooded. Looking at the little Dojin in his arms, he felt that it was a little devil. Hurry up! Bean blinked her big eyes and prodded. Too many stories in my head. Yishao thought about it. Anderson fairy tale, Green fairy tale, Zhang Yuanjia fairy tale, chatty ghost stories. A moment actually do not know what to tell. Petting the little peahen's brain, he lowered his head and kissed the tender little face as he began to tell the story. In a certain world, there is a distant place. That place is called Europa. There lived a king and a queen. They longed for a child, so very sincerely prayed to the heavens. Soon after that, the queen did give birth to a lovely little princess. This girl's skin was white as snow, the cheeks as red as apples, hair black and silky, just like your highness, you so beautiful and lovely. Therefore, the king and queen named her Snow White. Daodu skimmed her little mouth with a disgusted little look. That's it? It's not as good as mommy's speech. Yishao cried and laughed. The corner of his mouth twitched. You know it very well, little old sister? Even 5-year-olds are so good now. It also reminded him of an internet bragging he had seen in the past. He said, this woman, no matter how old, anyway, fooling is good. Start by painting a big picture for them, looking ahead and giving enough benefits and promises. They'll just let you do whatever you want because of that unattainable pie. Wait until the future to find out it's a scam. The raw rice is already cooked. But that approach obviously doesn't work against a 5-year-old. Yishao had no choice but to look behind her and give a look of help. Don't make a scene. Gu Qingdao's beautiful eyes glared. Clearly a gentle mess, delicate beyond measure. But Daodu was just so afraid of her mother that her little body hastened to seek refuge in her brother's arms. Brother's thoughts don't work today, so I'll be sure to tell Big Baby a good story some other day. Okay? Yi Xiao decided to draw the big cake for the 5-year-old Dudown Moncler Pasher first, whether it can be completed before saying. Suddenly, Bully, who hadn't gone to work today, walked out of the second floor in her silk pajamas. Yi Xiao's eyes went straight. In his 2 lifetimes, of all the women he had seen, he found that only Gu Qingdan was able to handle the extravagant jewelry and clothing. The more flamboyant she is, the more attractive she is. It's like a lot of girls who are pretty when they're not dressed up, but once they're heavily made up, they look tacky. And Chief Bully is the kind of woman who looks better the more colorfully she dresses. Even in a nightgown, you can wear a phoenix robe. Back so early today? Gu Qingdan's beautiful eyes glanced at the villa's wall clock. 5 points? I remember from my brother's conversion, it seemed like I had to leave work after 6 o'clock every day. Chief Bao sat beside Yi Xiao, glanced at her elder sister who was serving her brother and giving him a massage, and skimmed her red lips. Just spoil him later on, raise him to be a grandpa, and you'll be exhausted to death by then. Heh! Gu Qingmai laughed out softly, still holding Yi Xiao's shoulders and neck, not caring about her sister's words. Hey, how do you talk? Yi Xiao refused to do it, holding the small hand of the boss huffed and puffed. Have you ever seen a grandpa as handsome as me? Have you ever seen a police officer as capable as me? Have I been such a gentle and considerate man? Well, indeed. Gu Qingdan nodded cooperatively and fainted. It's the first time I've seen a man who can blow like you. Ha ha. The little beaner in his arms, and the gentle big sister smiled. Yi Xiao's old face blushed. Then it dawned on me that it was awesome blowing too much and blowing himself into believing it. Only my sister is good at coaxing. Gu Qingdan stretched out her white hand and pinched Yi Xiao's cheek with a smile. If you want to lie to me, you're still early. You say that like it's true, so you're still being eaten up by me? Yi Xiao straightened her mouth. He felt that at this time, the boss of this to put aside in the previous life is the heroine in today's law. Of course, he had good news to announce today. I'm on vacation. Yi Xiao smiled and opened her mouth, saying to the 2 sisters who were momentarily stunned, We'll go out together tomorrow. I've thought it all out. Go to the biggest amusement park we have here, the Discovery Kingdom, and bring Dao with us? Gu Qingdao looked at her brother in infatuation, as if there was no room for anything else in her eyes. Gu Qingdan, on the other hand, her eyes blossomed with color as she looked at her smelly brother in front of her in surprise. This is the first time he's talked about taking them out, right? Wow, you get to go to Discovery Kingdom. Wow. Bean was the first to cheer, jumping up and down on the couch, happy as can be. Money isn't made in a day, and companies don't grow in a day. Yi Xiao reached over and wrapped Gu Qingdan in her arms. Take another day off. Tomorrow our family will have a good time. When he said, a family, he lifted his other hand and took the small hand on his shoulder. As a man, Yi Xiao naturally understands that a man's so-called persistence in front of a woman's gentleness is like window paper that breaks at the first poke. Unbeatable. His heart knows best what is in his own mind. In the future, he would walk into marriage with Gu Qingdan. But Gu Qingdao he wouldn't leave behind either. He would take care of mother and daughter for the rest of their lives if his gentle sister would let him. Take care of these 3 women, big and small, for life. Gu Qingdan, who was leaning against her brother's arms, tilted her head slightly. The light inside the villa shone on the side of her face, slightly haloed like jade, beautiful, while her eyes teasingly locked with Yi Xiao. Gu Qingdao, who was held in her jade hand. Her entire body seemed to glow with radiance. Her beautiful and clear face seemed to blossom like a hibiscus, and the kind of surprise that emanated from the depths of her heart poured out without any concealment. The 3 adults had soft smiles on their faces as they watched Dao happily spread out there. The corners of their mouths slowly curved up, enjoying the coziness that was theirs. There's no such thing as a spur-of-the-moment trip. We just need to find the scenery that we can't get enough of. Sufficient. Chapter 99. A man's dream, seal the wolf's dwelling. Night. After warming up, Yi Xiao embraced Gu Qingdan and looked at the moonlight outside the window together. It is getting closer and closer to the 15th of August, and the moon is getting fuller and fuller, like a night light hanging in the sky, bringing a touch of light, a touch of tenderness to the dark night. A poem comes to mind at this time. Yi Xiao spouted nonsense in a serious manner. What poem? Gu Qingdan, who was resting on her brother's chest, curled her pink lips, knowing that her brother was about to start acting up. The light of the moon before the bed is suspected to be frost on the ground. Raise your head to look at the moon, and lower your head to think of your hometown. Yi Xiao pushes her buttons and Li Bai gets on top. Before he could finish loading, hiss! Yi Xiao sucked in a breath of cool air and looked down at the bully who was biting him. Are you a dog? Make fun of me again and I'll bite you to death. Gu Qingdan winks and curls her red lips. Damn, this is a very seductive time for a bully. Yi Xiao thought that in her previous life, Ba was a proper nightclub queen. Of course, girls who love to hang out at nightclubs don't have bad pregnancy. But unfortunately, Bully doesn't like nightclubs. I don't know when we and Mr. Bully will have a child. It's so unreasonable, isn't it? Yi Xiao was furious. Could it be that Sister Qingdan doesn't see my good intentions? Good intentions? Gu Qingdan was stunned and puzzled. Sure. Let's say the first line of the poem. Yi Xiao pretended, coughed and cleared his voice. In front of the bed, bright moon, light? It means that in front of the bed, there is a bright moon girl, and she is probably very beautiful, very beautiful. Gu Qingdan looked at his brother with his jaw dropped and had another urge to bite something. Look at the second sentence. Suspiciously like frost on the ground. Yi Xiao laughed badly. It means that this girl's skin is white, like snow or frost. Gu Qingdan's entire body was bad, staring at Yi Xiao in a daze. Are you sure that's what Li Bai meant when he wrote this poem? Raise my head and look at the bright moon. It means I raise my head and look at the bright moon girl. Yi Xiao continued to run his mouth. Low thinking of hometown, that I want to think of far away in the hometown of home. There are still waiting for me to return home to the chaff of the wife, the baby waiting to be fed. Although the bright moon girl is beautiful and beautiful, then the autumn frost is also more white and good looking. But how can I covet the beauty of the day and thus greedy for a long time to have a good time, but forget about the home of the wife and children? Gu Qingdan was dumbfounded. Can it still be interpreted that way? This is clearly a famous poem by Li Bai with an extraordinary style. Actually parsed by Yi Xiao as so vulgar. Sure you are still a person? Aren't you afraid that someone else, Li Bai, will rise from his coffin and come to talk to you about life in the middle of the night? Returning to her senses, Gu Qingdan bit her lip in death. I'm really afraid I won't be able to hold back a laugh. This guy, he really is a badass. Can't you be decent all day? To this younger brother, the future man, Gu Qingdan is also helpless. Have you thought about the future? Life. Of course I thought about it. Cradling the beauty in his arms, Yi smiled. I have 3 greatest wishes in my life. What is it all about? Gu Qingdan was curious. First wish, to be a policeman or a soldier. A trace of regret flashed in Yi Xiao's eyes. It's a pity that I can only be a police officer in this life, and it's barely a fulfillment of my first wish. And then what? Gu Qingdan laughed lightly, drawing circles on her brother's chest with her slender fingers. Marry a stunning beauty. Yi Xiao's gaze was fiery as she looked at her sister in her arms. Almost there. Even though she had seen a lot of wind and waves, she was still complimented by her brother's stunning beauty, and her face blushed. Gu Qingdan was sweet in her heart and asked softly, what about the third one? Third. A wild brightness flashed in Yi Xiao's eyes. Be a man like Huazaiwei. Ah! Gu Qingdan's heart trembled. Even though she's not very good at history, she still remembers that Huadaizi only lived to be 23, right? Why? Does my sister not understand why I would want to be a man like that? Yi Xiao grinned, thinking that he was a short-lived man as he only lived to be 23 years old. But how many people know that Huazaiwei's short life was lived more wonderfully than any other man? He only used a few years to live out a pugnacious life that has been famous for thousands of years, and which is hard to describe even if it's on. Open. Gu Qingdan stared at his brother in a daze and asked in confusion, what kind of man is he? No, Huazaiwei, that's more than open. It's simply a VIP 999 level kryptonite player with NPC invincible attributes. Yi Xiao smiled. Originally, Huazaiwei's origin was very low. Right after he was born, his father didn't know where he went, and his mother was a maid who had a very low status back in those days. According to the normal novel formula, Huadaizi might have just finished his life from mediocrity. But no one expected, his Aunt Wei Zifu, all of a sudden became a queen. A golden phoenix flew out of the chicken nest. With such an aunt, Huazaiwei transformed into a royal relative. From then on, Huadaizi completed his first step in recharging his kryptonite. To say Han Wudi, this daughter-in-law, married absolutely worth. Empress Wei Zifu's own 2 nephews, one is a famous minister of the ages, one is a famous general of the ages, His own brother Wei Qing also became a great general of the Han dynasty. You just say this Empress Wei Zifu's dowry cow or not. Huadaisi grew up under such an aura of externalization until he was 18 years old. It was also the year he went on a campaign against the Xiongnu along with his uncle Wei Qing. Of course, Huadaisi was still a madman, unlike his uncle Wei Qing's composure. As long as you give him soldiers, no matter how many, one word. His first battle was to cross hundreds of miles of prairie with only 800 men, to crush several thousand men of the Xiongnu with 800 cavalry, beheading more than 2,000 men alone, and cutting down the grandfather of the Xiongnu monarch and capturing the uncle of the Xiongnu monarch. When such a great victory was transmitted back to the country, Liu Che, Emperor Wu of Han, was so excited that his tears fell, and he directly enthroned Huazizi, who was only 18 years old, as the Marquis of Champions, which straightened the eyes of Li Guang, who was standing next to him at the time. It wasn't long before Hua went on the warpath again, and that hanging open is just 2 words, awesome. On this journey, Huazizi was like a crackerjack, winning consecutive battles, beheading 40,000 enemies within a year, surrendering 100,000 Xiongnu men and women to the Han, and collecting all the land in the western part of the river. It was also this battle that brought the pugnacious Xiongnu people directly to tears. And this year, Huaziwei was only 20 years old. Think about what I was doing at 20 years old, not even graduated from the police academy, and you said that compared to others Huaziwei, if it is not that there is a historical records word on the top of this history, I really thought it was the hero of that web novel. This is not all. Shortly thereafter, Huaziwei once again expedition to the north of the desert, the army constant over tens of thousands of miles in the north of the desert, beheading 70,000 people, the army to the Wolf Jushu mountain, where held a ceremony of sacrifice to heaven to seal the ceremony. From then on, the sealing of Wolf Jushu became a supreme honor for all generations of military generals in later times. After this battle, Xiongnu was far away, no king quite in the south of the desert, completely crippled by Huadizi and Wei Qing. In the same year, Han Wudi set up the position of Grand Secretary, with General Wei Qing and Hussar General Huadizi as the same Grand Secretary, above the 3 dukes. This was the year when Huadizi was only 22 years old, and the champion Marquis used his short life to write the legend of the Han dynasty. Speaking of this, Yi Shao had a face of yearning. Which man wouldn't yearn for such a tough life? Seriously, sis, sometimes I really want to travel to that era in the past, gallop my horse, 10,000 armies in a battle, to seal the wolf. Is that boyish bravado? Gu Qingdan stared at her brother in a daze. Let the world burn with bravado, and let the fervor of youth be without regret. Yes, that's boys. Unfortunately, it was the wrong era for such a boy to be born, being childish and firmly tied to his hands and feet. If he could travel back in time to those feverish days, maybe you can really become a man like Huaziwei, right? But Gu Qingdan raised her pretty face, and like a queen, she leaned down and fiercely kissed Yi Zhao's lips. In this world, first accompany me to pour out tenderness. In the next life, I'll be with you in your fiery youth. Chapter 100. What's up, little brother? The next day, the couple woke up early. I can't get up early without waking up early, and Bean is wailing and clamoring early in the morning. The whole family is now one little grandparent. Hurry up and get ready to play. Wait for breakfast. The 3 adults took a child with them and got into the limousine driven by Wang Mang. A group of 5 headed to the playground. When we got to the playground, even though it was September, there was still a sea of people. The driver, Wang Mang, had the good sense not to follow. This made Yi Shao suffer carrying 2 bags and following behind the 3 big and small women. The 2 sisters, Gu Qingdan and Gu Qingdao, held Daodu's little hand. Because the 2 women are so beautiful, as eye-catchers, it attracted the attention of countless male livestock. But the sisters only had eyes for their brother. Everyone open play, like what Discovery Square, Legendary Castle, Enchanted Forest, Metal Factory, Mysterious Desert. Unfortunately, things like roller coasters and pirate ships are not for kids. The morning went on, obviously with 3 adults, but they were just as playful and crazy as the little peasants. Got the park restaurant for lunch and ordered a table full of goodies. Well, it's not very tasty and it's also expensive, so I barely ate a couple bites to pad my stomach. Otherwise, you won't have the energy to keep playing in the afternoon. Gu Qingdao was as busy as a little mother, serving 2 adults and a child. Gu Qingdan, who was the younger sister, didn't feel anything, and Daodu was even more used to it. Yi Shao realized that gentle sister was really taking care of him like a child. Although he was already an adult, this did not delay Gu Qingdao from serving him. Yi Xiao has heard a joke before. Some scum guy said to his girlfriend, "Your parents are good to you because you are their daughter, only I am good to you is the real love you love you." Although it was crooked reasoning, Yi Xiao felt that crooked reasoning was also reasoning. When Gu Qingdao was kind to him, she was being kind to him without any use or benefit mixed in. Though she was too honest, still simple and timid. A pretty vase. But this vase emptied herself to be nice to you. What would you do with a man with just a little bit of heart left? Yi Xiao thought that she and her gentle big sister were innocent. Well, a man and a woman are clean as long as the distance between them is not negative. But there is no hint of something going on between a man and a woman, and both parties know it in their hearts. Even the slowest of people slowly come around. Yi Xiao ate the shrimp peeled by her bossy sister and nibbled on the sweet corn handed to her by her gentle sister. He thinks he's gonna split his sides one day and rip his balls off because he's got two boats under his feet. Really, we don't like to be watched when we are doing some fun hobbies. Yi Xiao raised her head and looked to the side where a young man was looking wistfully at the Gu sisters. "What's the matter, little brother, you want to do something too?" To Yi Xiao's surprise, when the little old man saw him looking over, he gave him a vicious glare. "What the?" Yi Xiao was happy. "If you were in school, you would have just slapped me in the face, wouldn't you?" "No, the admonitions of Uncle Tu and the leaders are still ringing in our ears. Can't get into trouble. Besides, we're cops now. Be gentle with others, including bad people." "Well, I'm a gentle man." Yi Xiao stopped looking at the youngster and turned her head to the two women and said with a smile, "Someone has been staring at you guys for a long time and feels like coming over to ask for WeChat from you. Think anyone's like you?" Gu Qingdan smiled slightly, remembering the first time she met Yi Xiao. This guy just licked his face and asked for his WeChat. Who's going to like me when I'm the mother of a child? Gu Qingmai smiled softly, concentrating on wiping Daodu's mouth. "One by one, my sisters are better at pretending than I am." The corner of Yi Xiao's mouth twitched, saying that you two are beautiful like what? Don't you have any points in your heart? Then he inadvertently saw a little sister sitting next to the young man on the side. This bastard also dropped his hand on other people's little sister's thin waist in public. His hands and feet were not honest. This pussy knows how to play. No, 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 I'm being benevolent." Yi Xiao smiled and shook her head. It was good to be young. "Unlike me, I have a wife to raise, a baby to bring up, a sister to coax. We are already an adult. Children's games are no longer suitable for me." After dinner, the second daughter and Bean looked at him and waited for him to settle the bill. "Damn. It feels so bad to be treated like a big dog. Either you're whoring for nothing or I'm whoring for nothing. Retribution." Yi Xiao went to the checkout with tears in her eyes. When he came back, he saw the youngster sitting where he had just sat, talking playfully to the two women. Well, he's alone in saying that the bossy sister ignores him. The gentle sister hugged Daodu and looked at herself, again ignoring the youngster. While walking over, Yi Xiao happened to hear the young man ask Mr. Ba, "Who is he? Even I have to inquire? Are you trying to get me?" Yi Xiao smilingly came to the side of the small youth and looked down at the other party. "Do you have something to do? Who are you?" The youngsters were 7 defiant and 8 indignant, glaring and provoking Yi Xiao. Gu Qingdan smiled and watched the show, and winked. Gu Qingdao didn't worry this time, but instead, her face appeared compassionate. This mercy is for the youngsters. Her brother was too much of a fighter, and she felt that the young man could easily get beaten up if he picked another fight. The 5-year-old Daodu was ghostly, was staring with big eyes, his little face a little excited, as if he was expecting something. "It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is why are you talking to my woman?" Yi Xiao didn't get angry and still had a smiling face. "Your woman." The youngster froze and pointed at the Gu sisters. "Both of them?" "No, 3. Yi Xiao grinned and pointed at Daodu. "All 3 of them are mine. You have a problem with that?" The youngster was confused and looked at Yi Xiao, then turned his head to look at the Gu sisters. Noticed that neither of the 2 bubbly beauties denied it. The young man stood up and walked away silently. "Hey, this is your stuff, right?" Yi Xiao shouted at the young man and pointed to the 2 drinks on the table. "They didn't order this drink. I guess the young man served it to the Gu sisters and wanted to buy them a drink?" As if he hadn't heard him, the young man went to the next table and pulled the girl away. Yi Xiao frowned. If it was normal, they'd be a couple. Surely this girl must be pissed off when the guy runway goes next door to hit on another woman? Why was the little sister so quiet just now? Yi Xiao was a bit puzzled, and her eyes unintentionally swept the 2 drinks on the table. Suddenly, the expression changed. He found crystal powder around the rim of the disposable cup of the drink. It's so rare that you can't even notice it if you don't look closely. Is it something like sugar? Or maybe, lend me a pair of eyes. Opens. A sheen flickered within the eyes. It's not right. Yi Xiao's face sank. You guys wait for me here. These words were addressed to the Gu sisters. Under the stunned gaze of the sisters, Yi Xiao instantly rushed out of the fast food restaurant. When I came outside, my eyes were full of people, being open to lend me a pair of discerning eyes. Yi Xiao was still the first to find the youth. Without any hesitation, step away. Chapter 101. I'm innocent too. Don't go. Yi Xiao put her arm around the youth's shoulder. Looking for you to say something. What are you doing? When the youth realized that it was Yi Xiao, his face was furious and he raised his hand to push Yi Xiao. Isn't it good to be honest? Yi Xiao's hand landed on the youth's neck with a slight force. Ah! The youth's face instantly reddened. His mouth grew wide, and he bent over in pain. What are you doing? The girl on the side screamed and was just about to pull Yi Xiao. An open police officer's license lit up in front of the girl. Police! Yi Xiao spoke in a cold voice, looking at the girl. You guys come with me. Why are you out and about with a police officer's license? I've heard that the police officer's license thing can be discounted at the fairgrounds, even for nothing. Yi Xiao admits that he's a good and thrifty man. Life is not easy, so save what you can. I'm not just a name, am I? Seeing the police officer's license and hearing Yi Xiao report herself, the girl's face instantly changed drastically and turned to run. Even the youth who was restrained by Yi Xiao struggled and still wanted to attack Yi Xiao. Did I give you guys a hard time? Bang! Yi Xiao carried the youth's neck and smashed it directly onto the ground. The girl had just run out 2 steps before Yi Xiao grabbed her wrist and threw it back, smashing it against the youth's body. Gusts of shock resounded all around. After all, it's a playground with too many tourists. Yi Xiao had no choice but to light up his police officer's license again and waved it around. Police on the case! The panicked people quieted down quite a bit. Yi Xiao no longer cared about the surrounding onlookers, came to the youth and the girl's body, and once he reached out and clasped the back of their necks with both hands, he pulled them up with a force. There is a technique to taking people, and not letting suspects straighten up and just letting them walk bent over reduces the amount of resistance they put up. If they resist, they can also be the first to throw their hands and downward pressure to get them to lie down. This takedown technique is practical. When Yi Xiao escorted the 2 young men and women back to the fast food restaurant, the Gu sisters were confused. The eyes that looked at Yi Xiao were strange. Daodu exclaimed excitedly, "Brother caught the bad guys." Sure enough, the little boy had been expecting his pretty brother to beat up the bad guys for a long time. The Gu sisters had obviously misunderstood. Thought her brother was annoyed because the youngster had just accosted them. What's that look in your eyes? Yi Xiao rolled her eyes. There's something wrong with these two, and there's something wrong with the drinks just now. The Gu sisters' expressions changed color as they glanced at the drinks on the table. Gu Qingdan took out her cell phone and called Wang Mang. In less than 10 minutes, Wang Mang rushed into the fast food restaurant as if he was a tiger. His eyes were cold and stern, and he quickly came to the side of the Gu sisters, alerting the surroundings. Yi Xiao also put down her cell phone with a bitter smile on her face. Without any surprise, he was scolded by his second uncle, and asked him if he can get in trouble for going to an amusement park. Am I the one who wants to cause trouble? It's an ing thing that pisses me off. Have I really turned into a disaster-attracting body, blowing up everywhere I go? Yi Xiao was depressed. Playground security finally arrived. Seeing Yi Xiao's police officer's license, the security guards all displayed a strong desire to survive, and without any nonsense, they turned their heads and left. The CID brigade was a little slow in coming. The playground bit is a bit far from the CID. Yi Warinian led the group, followed by Go Shang and Li Ming. Yi Xiao noticed that his second uncle's face was very unpleasant and a bit abashed, evoking the psychological shadow of watching horror movies in his childhood, worrying that his second uncle would beat him up. What did I tell you yesterday? Yi Huanyan glared at his eldest nephew, and when he saw the Gu sisters, he put on the kindly face of an elder and nodded. The 2 sisters greeted Yi Huanyan, and even Daodu sweetly called out, "Hello, Grandpa." This grandpa almost knocked Yi Huanyan's soul out, and he stared at Daodu with a stupefied expression. This wouldn't be a great nephew, would it? Don't get me wrong, second uncle. That's Sister Qingmai's child. Well, Sister Qingmai's ex-husband's child. Yi Xiao hurriedly explained. So, Yi Huanyan's soul returned and exhaled. If the great-nephew has a child out of wedlock, the police don't have to do it. Yi Huanyan glared at Yi Xiao and looked to the young man and woman who were being guarded by Wang Meng on the side. When he saw Wang Meng, his eyes lit up, looked him up and down and asked offhandedly, "Soldier, retired." Wang Meng was also staring at Yi Huan. 546XX. Yi Huanyan said a number. 81XXX. Wang Meng said a number as well. The two raised their hands in a military salute. Yi Xiao, who saw the scene, was speechless. Do you guys want this? What about the code word? And where does he know? The numbers uttered by Yi Huan and Wang Meng were not code words. Rather, it was the code name of the unit they were in back then. Generally, air, sea, and land forces have a 5-digit code name. When a portion of the Army's B division was converted to an Armed Forces mobile unit, a 4-digit designation was used. What exactly is the situation? Yi Huanyan looked at his eldest nephew. Yi Xiao pointed to the 2 drinks on the table. There's a problem. Yi Huanyan walked over, bent down, and scrutinized the drink cup. When he also discovered the crystal powders, his face instantly changed. The next moment, his face sank. Not sure, but 8 or 9. How did you find out? Yi Huanyan looked at Yi Xiao with a sullen face. This guy was trying to hit on the sisters and came over with 2 drinks. And when he saw me come back, they left. And then I saw some powder on the drink cups that didn't look like sugar. Yi Xiao pointed at the pair of men and women who were crouching on the ground and didn't dare to raise their heads. As a result, when I went to them, one tried to run away and the other resisted. I knew there was a problem. That explanation makes sense. Yi Warinian was relieved in his heart. We'll have to call someone from the technical section to come and take a look. Almost should be. What is it? Poison. Why don't you bring back the people and the drinks? This involves a crime scene issue. It's not good to catch people dirty and leave them. The men from the technical section of the Criminal Investigation Brigade arrived soon after. Don't look at civilian jobs, people have transitions. Ice, with great purity. The dry police of the technical section had a huge change of color. Such a high purity is too rare, almost none in China. Yi Xiao and Yi Warinian's hearts, again, sank. Almost nothing in the country? That's foreign. They didn't doubt the words of this dry police officer. He was the one who dealt with drugs and was much more professional than them. It's like if you were confronted by a narc, would you ask someone the difference between white sugar and white flour? Such a toothless remark? Yi Huan, Go Shang, and Li Ming, 3 pairs of eyes looked at Yi Xiao in unison. Hey guys, don't look at me like that. I'm really out to hang out with my sisters. This has nothing to do with me. Yi Xiao swallowed her saliva. I came across it by chance. You guys must believe me. Okay, I'm a disaster magnet. I'll blow up everywhere I go. Humph. Yi Huan snorted coldly. We're taking over this case? Is there a problem? Sure, no problem. Yi Xiao wiped a handful of false sweat from her head. I'm still on vacation, I understand. Get it. Yi Huanyan glared at his great-nephew, and when he saw that the forensics were complete, he waved his hand, and the young man and woman and the drink cups were taken away. The CID brigade is also gone. Yi Xiao let out a long breath and looked at the Gu sisters, noticing that the 2 Gu sisters were looking at him with smiles on their faces. Hey, what kind of eyes are you guys looking at again? Yi Xiao rolled her eyes, not in a good mood. How come Uncle Tu and your co-workers seem to be so afraid of you taking over the case? Gu Qingdan's mouth was tipped with a smirk. Ah, this. Yi Xiao didn't know how to explain it. The people in the CID now are indeed very afraid of him taking over the case and messing things up. It's not my fault. Okay? I'm innocent too. Are we still playing? Gu Qingdao's smile grew more and more, and her eye waves were like a river of spring water, slowly rippling and full of brightness. Of course. Yi Xiao was going to say keep playing. But what if something else comes up? His own heart was a little bit fuzzy. Go! Gu Qingdan smiled like a flower and pulled Yi Xiao's hand. Daodu is still small, and she's tired from playing all morning. I'm not tired. Bean tried to fight back a little. When Gu Qingmai glared, little Doubting immediately wimped out, beeping his little mouth. I'm tired. The crowd left the playground and returned to the villa. Originally, Yi Xiao thought that the things that happened at the playground were handled by the team and that was the end of it. What do you know? It wasn't even 8 o'clock in the evening when Uncle Tu's phone call came. Come on, brigade. Yi Warinian's tone was a bit off. Second uncle, I'm on vacation. Yi Xiao swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Where is all this nonsense? Hurry up. Yi Huanyan hung up the phone. Yi Xiao looked toward the pair of sisters in the hall and let out a bitter smile. Gu Qingdan and Gu Qingdao had smiles of understanding on their faces. Go on, work is important. Gu Qingdan spoke softly. Be safe. Gu Qingdao was very understanding as she helped her brother bring his jacket, gently urging, pay attention to safety yet. No. Yi Xiao looked at her sister and then her younger sister, her heart warming. Drove away from the villa and headed straight for the CID brigade. Chapter 102. He's in a hurry. When he arrived at the Criminal Investigation Brigade, Yi Xiao was a bit puzzled. Because there weren't a lot of people working overtime on the team, that means that nothing major happened. So what's the point of calling him to the brigade? Go to the conference room. Yi Xiao vaguely guessed that it might be related to the incident at the playground. The conference room was filled with smoke and all 4 leaders were present. One had a serious expression, as if they were talking about something. Bringing cigarettes? When Yi Huanyan saw Yi Xiao, he opened his mouth and asked his great-nephew for cigarettes. No, uncle too, does your conscience really not hurt when you say that? These old geezers always like to woolgather the late bloomers and go overboard than white johns. Yi Xiao spat in his heart and hurriedly took out of his pocket the 2 boxes of cigars that Sister Qingdan had prepared for him before he left the house, and walked over with his ass in the air, placing the cigarettes in front of the 4 leaders. The instructors and captains laughed. The little guy knows his stuff. They all knew Yi Xiao had good cigarettes on him. On weekdays, they took care of Yi Xiao as if she were a junior. Smoking Yi Xiao's good cigarettes, they have no pressure at all. Yi Huaran and Chen Guodong each picked up a box, scattered a circle of cigarettes, and put the rest in his pocket. That natural movement saw the corners of Yi Xiao's mouth twitch. But what the hell are you doing calling me here in the middle of the night? Yi Xiao put on a confused expression and eyed the leaders. The playground case. Chen Guodong's face was suspicious when he opened his mouth and spat out his cigarette. What's your opinion? I have a gross opinion. Yi Xiao's heart and mind trembled. Her expression was innocent. This has nothing to do with me. He just literally happened to meet. No, it's nothing to do with you. The crowd laughed, and Yi Huanyan smiled and spoke. Then do you know the reason you were called here? Ah, this. Yi Xiao felt the contempt from the school bully. No, it was from the seniors. Look at you guys, you just have more experience than me, what's the big deal? As long as I don't make any mistakes, sooner or later I'll be an old detective. This kind of work, such as drug enforcement, is not under the control of our Criminal Investigation Brigade. As a matter of fact, we should transfer the case to the City Bureau. Yvonne explains. That's right. Law enforcement systems have their own subunits within them. Let's say the Criminal Investigation Brigade, the Criminal Investigation Brigade, the Narcotics Brigade, the SWAT Brigade. Generally, each manages its own stall. But there are some cases that everyone can manage, and some cases depend on specialization. Different specialties, different abilities, and different responsibilities. Yi Xiao's drug case found at the playground. The CID team can handle it. The case has also been cleared. The suspect spies on Beauty and tries to drug the Gu sisters, but is caught by Yi Xiao, who recognizes her. Here's the problem. The purity of the drug is too high, containing a high degree of myogenic Huan effect, suspected to be a new type of drug flowing into the country from abroad. The case has escalated a bit, and the source of the drugs definitely needs to be dug a little deeper. But it's true that this kind of work is not under the control of the Criminal Investigation Brigade, and needs to be transferred to the Municipal Bureau. Then it's investigated by the Narcotics Brigade or the Criminal Investigation Brigade. Here's the problem. The CID has not been doing much work lately and is not planning to hand over the case to try and get it in hand. It's a bit of a bad rule, but scaled well, you can minimize the impact of things and still break cases. Yi Xiao felt offended. What's the point of asking me to come here in the middle of the night if you want to take credit for solving the case? I don't know. I've got a family, 2 sisters and a kid to support, and I'm on vacation. Is this a good idea? You found this case. Yi Huanyan's gaze was different, smiling as he looked at his eldest nephew. So a few of us discussed it and let you continue to investigate. Do you amuse me? Yi Xiao was a bit confused and looked at her second uncle and then at the other leaders. Noticed several of the leaders smiling and squinting at him. Yi Xiao was shocked and realized that the 4 leaders seemed to be digging a hole. The mind wells up with the unreal feeling that the world is unreal and irrational. It's not very nice for one of you big leaders to play the little brother like this. Is it? Narcotics cases like this are clearly not under the control of our brigade, so if you want to cross the line, why do you want me to take the lead? It's fine if nothing happens, but if something happens, Do I have to be the little brother to fight the thunder? It was as if he was caught off guard by a joint backstab from the four leaders. Thinking about this, Yi Xiao felt his body like electricity traveling, and even uncontrollably trembled, goosebumps protruding from his neck and arms. No, I can't take this case. Several leaders, I'm a small man, and I haven't been exposed to this kind of case, so I'm a bit out of my depth. Yi Xiao put on a shameful look. Besides, this kind of case is not something that a small police officer like me can do. You guys look at it. Intelligent people don't need to make things too obvious to each other. It's good to know what's going on. You're small and weak? Chen Guodong smirked and said, Aren't you vain when you say that? Also, the brigade could have fought several mines for you, so aren't you going to contribute to the brigade? This. Playing the favor card with me? Yi Xiao was a little embarrassed. Technically, the leadership and the brigade did give him a lot of thunder. Not to mention the incident that killed 9 thugs. Without the captains carrying the load, one bad thing could happen, and he knew it in his heart. I think he was a good man who killed his way through 9 years of compulsory education. Only the older he got, the less interested he became in books. But you also know what it is to be a human being. If people are good to you, you have to be almost as good. Okay. Yi Xiao sighed in her heart and nodded. I'll take this job. Look at the embarrassment for you. The instructor smiled and spoke. As long as you can take the case. A few of us have discussed it and are ready to get you a first-class police officer. Hiss. Yi Xiao sucked in a breath of cool air and was dumbfounded. Are you guys crazy? How dare you? A first-class police officer? It was no wonder he was so shocked. To know that he only graduated from the police academy this year, to participate in the work to the Criminal Investigation Brigade internship, full of internship plus from the police, less than 2 months. At this price range, many people would be lucky to even make it as a trainee police officer, not to mention joining the ranks of the police force. Where's Yi Xiao? At 22 years old, not only has he already been transferred to a full-fledged police officer, he has also crossed the trainee stage and directly become a full-fledged police officer, becoming a grade 2 police constable sergeant. There aren't many examples of this in the country. Scary enough. Do you really think that 3 years and a red line is just for show? No more rules? How dare you guys talk about asking me for a first-class police rank? To be a first-class police officer at the age of 2, that's probably unique in the country. How dare you? Sure you're not crazy? Or is it that these leaders have been spoiled by us and seem to enjoy teetering on the edge of life and death and repeatedly jumping sideways? Seeing Yi Xiao with a shocked face, her face turned a little white. The captains and instructors looked at each other a few times and smiled. In the past, they thought that this little guy was not afraid of the sky. So he's afraid too? Look, he's in a hurry. He's in a hurry. Chapter 103, Hurt Each Other. Yi Xiao was indeed in a hurry. Having been a man for 2 lifetimes, he knew too well the truth that the wind would destroy the wood when the wood shows in the forest. The trees that rise above the forest are always the first to be blown down by the gale. People who stand out are prone to envy. It's human nature. Please, bean sacks, can I withdraw the promise I just made? Yi Xiao was grossed out. He kind of didn't want to take the case. Afraid of what? Yi Huanyan looked disdainful. With this amount of guts, how can you do great things in the future? Don't do that, okay? Do you really think I'm a child, and I'm taking the heat? Yi Xiao inwardly spat, but did not dare to show it on his face, did not dare to just with the second uncle. Knowing that Uncle too would not harm him, as a father would not push his children into the fire. So he couldn't figure out what a few leaders were going to do. Have you ever thought about the fact that you've solved too many cases since you came to our team? Chen Guodong asked seriously with a serious expression. Did I? How come I don't know myself? Yi Xiao thought about it. Kidnappings, human cases, body parts, homicides, and yesterday took down a 20-year-old murder for hire case. Think about it carefully. All of these are major cases, none of them minor. Know what that means? It represented that there were police officers who had worked all their lives who didn't necessarily have as many big cases as Yi Xiao had solved. It's no joke. Today's domestic security environment and crime rates are no longer what they used to be. The country, needless to say, refers to one city alone. Where are all the big cases? Really, if there are a lot of big crimes, the crime rate is climbing. Do you believe that the whole city could be controlled by you? A bad one would have to send out the armed police and military to start the city clearing out crime and fighting criminals. The unlucky ones will be the city's law enforcement system, which will be fully investigated and reorganized. Again, this is no joke. Of course, none of this had anything to do with Yi Xiao. Some of those cases he solved were from other cities from 20 years ago, and even older adult cases. The only case that counts as a first, a clubhouse murder case that the city transferred to the CID. There was also a kidnapping case that came up in time to meet the Goose sisters. Even so, Yi Xiao was involved in 5 major cases, and directly and indirectly solved these cases. If you were an ordinary police officer, you'd get a 2nd degree at the very least. If your superiors think highly of you, first-class honors are not out of the question. What does that mean? It's not even something that can be described as woodsy. You're a big tree that's grown too tall, too thick, too out of place. Can't even hide it anymore. Is it from above? Yi Xiao pondered for a long time, a little less certain within his heart, and asked for his inner thoughts. Shasta. The eyes of the 4 leaders present lit up at the same time, staring at the little one in bewilderment. They all sighed inwardly. It's a shame this little old man isn't in government. Why did you choose to be a cop? Indeed, it's from above, from the chief captain. Chan Guodong nodded. Nowadays, all walks of life have begun to implement rejuvenation, and our criminal investigation team is also prepared to set up a few typical examples. The chief captain and the branch chief both called me today and named you. Cautioned us to vigorously cultivate young people so that young people can participate more in case detection work. A few of us discussed it. Since you discovered the playground case, there's no need to hand it over, you'll continue to investigate it. It's up to you how far you can dig in the end. To put it bluntly, it's a mule or a horse to be walked. Walked well, your promotion title and promotion and so on 10 sure. Walk not good, will continue to give you the opportunity. But it's only 3 times, whether you can seize the opportunity or not, it all depends on yourself. To put it bluntly, from today onwards you cannot be in fear, feel free to boldly go to investigate the case. As long as you have the ability, the superiors will commend, will give you a promotion title and promotion 3 years and 4 years of red line, for you has no meaning, do you hear me? Got it? Yi Xiao was not a little cutie. How could she not understand the meaning of the first captain's words? In other words, no matter what cases are solved in the future, no one will card him as long as he gets credit, and no one will care about his age. The Provincial Criminal Investigation Department is going to use him as a model. It is also known as out of the blue. Everyone on the planet knows that it's easy to get killed when you're out of your element. Since you want that, you set an example, you take credit and will be rewarded. But whenever you make a mistake, that relative punishment is doubled. It's either awesome or there's never a third way. Yi Xiao cried. Isn't this just playing with yourself to hurt each other and just pace yourself? 1 step to heaven. Stop it. That kind of thing is too far away for me. It's hard to say if I'll ever reach that height in my lifetime. Yi Xiao took a deep breath and carefully looked at the 4 elders in front of her. If I say that I want to go through the separation procedures now, will the leaders beat me up? House leader? Whether they will or not, I don't know. Yi Warinian's expression was hideous as he gritted his teeth. It's been years since my big belt has smacked you, boy, hasn't it? It's getting a little horny. I knew it. Yi Xiao smiled, and his eyes changed, with blazing fire and aggression within them. Then do it. Just blew awesome with my own woman last night. Said he wanted to go and be a man like Huazaiwei. Now that the opportunity is there, do you dare to take it? What does a real man dare not do? Come on, hurt each other, who's afraid? Interrogation room. Yi Xiao, who pushed open the door, stepped in and looked at the young man handcuffed to the interrogation chair. The youngster no longer had the 7 disobedience and 8 indignation that he had shown during the day at the playground. With a pale face, shrinking like a quail on the interrogation chair, he was looking at Yi Xiao with small, frightened eyes. Aren't you great during the day? Yi Xiao looked at the youngster with a smile. Come on, let's see if you're good with me again. Youngster. How dare he be awesome now? It's pretty clear that before long, he's going to be a bit of a jailbird. It's okay not to talk. Yi Xiao sat on the chair behind the interrogations, picked up the transcript, casually swept a few eyes. He Yingji, 21 years old. The city people have been in custody for theft, provocation, drugs and other crimes, sentenced to probation, and have a record. This time, the use of drugs to drug the crime, its purpose is to want to take away the victim for, no, just this one, is 3 years to start. The youngster's face was as pale as paper and he was trembling. Scared. Yi Xiao grinned. Don't be anxious. There's more behind you. The source of the drug you used is a high-purity drug that is rarely seen in the country. Know what this represents? It represents that you have been targeted by us, and if you are involved in a bigger drug crime. It's very likely that you will no longer be able to walk into a cell in the future. The court of law will be your final destination, and eating a gun will be your final end. Chapter 104. Infiltrating the bad guys. Is Yi Xiao bluffing? Yes, he is bluffing. This Hyanji case can only be considered a minor case in itself. The case of 3 to 10 years of this kind of punishment, Yi Xiao could not even look at it. The source of the DU was the focus. If we don't scare them, how will the suspects be honest? No! He Ingji screamed in fear. I did not peddle DU. I did not. Those things are not mine. I bought some for my own use. You can't do this. You can't wrongly accuse me. Wronged you? Yi Xiao sank her face. Did I ask you to commit a crime? Or did I ask you to buy DU? Do you know that you are no longer simply dabbling in the dangers of mesmerizing Gen others? If you can't tell where the DU comes from, no one can save you. He Ingji shivered. Half a day. Panic appeared in his eyes. Hesitation appeared on his face. I don't dare to say it. They won't let me go if I say it. I will die. They will kill my whole family. Yi Xiao narrowed her eyes. Criminal gangs. It also involves the flow of new DU products into the city. It may still be a gang involved in violence. Interesting. You've got a head on your neck, not a ball to look at. Can't you use your head to think about why they're sneaking around committing crimes if they're that good? Yi Xiao sneered. Think we police are just for show? This? Hyanji hesitated. I'll give you a chance to tell me everything you know, such as how to contact the sellers, by what means to contact them, and the number of people in this group of DU traffickers, their regular places of activity, and the scope of their activities, all of which you will give an honest account of one by one. Yi Xiao spoke in a cold voice. Remember, if you don't want to take the blame for them and don't want to go to the execution ground, this is your last chance. It's not intimidation, it's psychological pressure. It is a common tactic used by police officers to interrogate suspects. The basically mentally challenged will be honest. It's clear that Hirinji is not very good mentally. He told what he knew, all of it. The city does have a group of DU traffickers that have recently emerged. They were headed by a man named Big Dragon. In the past, this Big Dragon was still a social big brother. But the last few years of crackdowns have long since gone into hiding. Her young Gil was also considered a social little old man. So of course he had heard of Brother Long's legendary life. They, the social loafers, like to converge on nightclubs, bars and clubs on a regular basis. Because of not learning, half a year ago once in the bar to play, Noah Big Dragon passed the little brother. One thing led to another, and became addicted to DU under the other's hookup. This ice dew that Hyuk Young Gil is smoking is different from the past. Not only is it addictive, but it can also cause Juan and me. A lot of little old society boys got a bad idea and used this ice dew to wreak havoc on some girls. There are many examples of success, and that's how even Hyuk Young Gil's current girlfriend got there. His girlfriend is addicted to DU and can't stay away from him, and she's not afraid to say anything when Hyuk Young Gil hits on other girls or whatever. Coincidentally, I saw the Gu sisters at the playground today. Hyuk Young Gil tries to make a move on the Gu sisters, but is put off by Yi Zhao's timely return. He did drug those 2 drinks. It is this new type of ice dew. After listening to the suspect's account, Yi Zhao's brain began a rapid analysis. A man named Dairon came into view. Secondly, this is the little brother of the Big Dragon, who is responsible for helping the Big Dragon to sell DU products. And, through the dictation of Hyanji, there were at least 20 or so of Big Dragon's men, each vicious and brutal, and they used to do things like threatening and intimidating and fighting in the past. In Yi Zhao's eyes, Big Dragon was just a big punk. Such people are usually not too rich. How can you get the goods without money? Vending DU is likewise a transaction, and no one will give you credit for it. Even if De Lung had money, he could only be considered a small trader, the kind of existence at the bottom of the chain of buying and selling DU products. Who are the owners of the Big Dragons? How are they traded, and what are the root causes? That's what Yi Xiao wanted to dig deeper into. Straight up arrests? Don't tease. This Big Dragon and those jerks are good to catch. But by arresting them, they will inevitably alert the police and their superiors will be on the scent. How is the case going to unfold? Yi Xiao came up with a good idea. Getting inside the bad guys. Undercover. This type of person is a spy who infiltrates the enemy and ambushes them as an inside man. Usually undercover agents are in a very dangerous situation. Undercover is also an alias for a police officer who is permanently embedded within a criminal organization. The same goes for special police officers set up to help solve tough cases, or big ones. Sometimes criminals have undercover agents in the police department, but very rarely. This kind of thing isn't in a movie, it's real. Because sometimes reality is better than the movies. A chance to redeem yourself. Want it? Yi Xiao looked at Hyuk Young-gil in front of her. Yes, of course. Hyuk Young-gil's eyes lit up and his face reddened with excitement. If you screw up your chance to redeem yourself. Yi Xiao grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. I promise, you'll never be able to walk out of your cell again in this lifetime. Hyuk Young-gil's excited face swished white, nodded his head deadpan. Pow, promise I won't mess it up. Captain's office. You're crazy. Chan Guodong looked at Yi Xiao, who was standing in front of him in a serious manner, and scolded loudly. I'm asking you to solve the case, not to play with your life. You can't catch a wolf by giving up a child. Yi Xiao laughed. Playing with life? Who plays with whose life? Chen didn't have anything to say. How ruthless is Yi Xiao? Doesn't he have any idea in his heart? Being surrounded by 12 knife-wielding thugs, all of whom can take out 9 and cripple 3 masters. Are you sure someone can play with his life? But what's the use of being able to fight when you're afraid of the unexpected? What if the criminal has a gun in his hand? It's not out of the question. You discuss it with old Yi. Chun shook his head. My second uncle is from the military, so there's no need to ask. He'll definitely say yes. This point of confidence Yi Xiao still had. Second uncle, that person has been upright all his life, bent on serving the country and the people, throwing his head and blood, and retaining the military's set of styles until now. You call this guy stupid, he's really stupid. But it is precisely because of the existence of such people. It's what makes people believe that there is something called justice in the world. Isn't that right? Have you decided? Chan Guodong looked complicated. What about your girlfriend? She? Gu Qingdan's figure appeared in Yi Xiao's mind. Then, Gu Qingdao's figure emerged. Yi Xiao smiled a warm smile. They'll support me too, right? Chapter 105. A real man has no fear. Inside the villa, Yi Xiao was naked and sitting on a bench. Gu Qingmai, whose beautiful eyes contained water mist, was holding an electric hairdresser and cutting Yi Xiao's hair. According to Yi Xiao's request, the head shape has to be hairy, otherwise it doesn't show how bad we are. Gu Qingdan sat on the sofa, looking at Yi Xiao with her beautiful eyebrows. The greatest fear is that the air will suddenly be quiet. The worst fear is that memories will roll over and ring. The most afraid of suddenly seeing you. Yi Xiao felt that the lyrics perfectly fit the two women's state of mind at this time. It's not like life and death. I'm just going on a case. Yi Xiao smiled and spoke. It might be a little dangerous, but the problem is that it's not like you guys don't know how powerful I am. He didn't hide what he was going to do from the two women. From the day I decided to spend my life with them, he just wasn't going to lie to these two silly girls. Of course, there can be good lies. You are awesome, Gu Qingdan said in a cold voice. In case the bad guys have guns, what's the use of you being able to fight? I have a gun too. Yi Xiao hemmed and hawed. I'm a cop. Indeed, he could have a gun now too. Because of the dangerous nature of this mission, the CID team granted him special permission to use the gun. But it's not a police gun. It's a gun seized by the CID brigade in the past to catch criminals. The same gun is on file. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary treatment. Humph. Gu Qingdan snorted coldly and turned her face aside. Brother, how about not being a cop? Gu Qingmai put down the hair clippers, her face full of worry, and the watery mist in her eyes thickened. I should have known better than to tell them. Simply two drags. But also knowing that they really cared enough about themselves to do so. The heart is more or less touched. Don't worry. Yi Xiao comforted Gu Qingmai. I'll try to come back soon. A few days or a week. For sure. That's a good lie. Really went undercover. And he didn't know how long it would take to get the case thoroughly investigated. Of course, he would certainly try to be as fast as possible. If you want to go for the modern-day version of Huajiqi, then you have to stick with it. Within the brain's memory, Uncle Tu once said this. Mercy is not in the hands of the military and goodness is not in the hands of the police. Good guys don't get to be cops. Because kindness is a ridiculous cowardice in the eyes of the evildoer. Yi Xiao is not a kind person, nor is he a coward. He's just following his heart, wanting to face all the strange crimes that lie ahead, criminals of all shapes and sizes. The quickest way to do this requires thinking like a bad guy and acting like a bad guy, because you have to rack your brain all the time on how to catch them. Fighting crime is now my mission. The villa door opened. Wang Mang walked in carrying a fashion bag. Big gold chains, small gold watches, personalized wear for little old socialites. One by one, they were placed in front of Yi Xiao, who had returned to the hall after taking a shower. Yi Xiao changed her clothes in front of everyone. I don't know why. Maybe it's too much good cheek, too much sunshine, too much positive image air. Yi Xiao changed into the standard dress of a social little old man and still couldn't wear the social little old man's aura. Am I not born to be a bad guy? Stand in front of the floor-to-ceiling mirror. Yi Xiao looked at herself in the mirror. How can this be? Ding! Extra legal fanatic system quest issued. Quest option 1. Go be evil. Reward? I'm a big bad. Mission option 2. Go be a monk. Reward? I'm a great abbot. Please make a choice by the host. The reward will be issued immediately after the choice is made. Yi Xiao. This wants to degree me into the empty door? Then what do I need this iron rod for? Say, are you up to something, system? With a trifecta of questions in her mind, Yi Xiao's teeth ached with hatred. He's in a mood where it's as if people can spot the roadside cameras watching them. There's nothing you can do about the bias, and you can't stone it away. Even if you're holding a rock, you can't always hit it. The system is just like that camera. Are you angry? Unfortunately, the system is every traveler's pretender. This is a big leg to hold on to and milk the benefits like crazy. Forget it. Still a kid. Leave it alone. Select 1. An inexplicable power merged into Yi Xiao's body. Yi Xiao blinked and his thoughts moved. Next moment, he realized his image in the mirror had changed. The face is still the same, the body is still the same. But the whole aura of the person became different in an instant. The originally handsome and sunny face hung with an indescribable openness and arrogance, and a provocative luster flashed within his eyes, and the corners of his mouth even carried a few points of mocking sneer. Physical temperament, moreover, exudes a 3-part gangster, 3-part evil, 3-part bandit. This transformation startled the Gu sisters and Wang Mang on the side. If it wasn't for the confirmation that the person in front of him was Yi Xiao, they would think that the Yi Xiao in front of them had been dropped. Not at first glance. Oh yeah, that's good, huh? Yi Xiao's eyes glowed as she looked at herself in the mirror. I didn't realize that the ability given by the system little old man, or very can be well. I'm the big bad, is a play ability, the ability to play the bad guy image. Can be used at any time and can be turned off at any time. Other than being able to pretend to be a bad guy, there's not much use for it in. However, it was a very practical ability for the current Yi Xiao. I'm leaving. With a thought, he closed I'm the big bad, and the sunny and handsome Yi Xiao returned once again, looking at the Gu sisters with a smile. The two women were silent. Stop it. Yi Xiao stepped over and hugged the boss sister, hugged the gentle sister, and Wang Meng is even. We're not fencing, we're a big man. Don't worry, as long as I don't make a fool of myself, no one in this world can take my life. Yi Xiao started blowing awesome to calm the hearts of the two girls. That's not blowing it either. We have to hang. There's still a way to get yourself killed. Shame on you for being a traveler. Isn't it? Are you worthy of being part of the army of travelers? What's more, we've grown up. Let's say, in his last life, when he was in the police academy, Yi Xiao knew a brother. According to that brother, he was a hotshot teenager back then, reporting to school with his suitcase. At that time, it was exactly noon, hungry. Out of the train station, brother saw the oncoming approach to a woman, asked him, "Eat fast food?" On that day, this brother stepped into a whole new realm of life. Him growing up, Yi Xiao felt that he was, right now, in this state. A real man should be fearless and courageous. Chapter 106. Tycoon as a vase. A few glances at the bar in front of him, and then at Hyanji beside him. Yi Xiao remembered a movie and television drama he had watched in his previous life, You Something Sinful. It's also about the life of an undercover junior cop. What impresses Yi Xiao most is that there is a sultry sister-in-law in this drama. What about us? Will you meet your sister-in-law? No, such things cannot be considered. Otherwise you'll get horseplay from the bully in the family. Know what you do? Yi Xiao was full of gangsterism, and opened his mouth with the accent of a little old man in society, squinting at Hyingji. If you want to die, I won't stop you. No, I won't die. Hyuk Young Gil swallowed. Whatever you say. At this point, he was in shock. It should be said that from the moment he saw Yi Xiao tonight, he was appalled. It also never occurred to me that a person could actually have two faces. The feeling is the same as when you see a police officer 1 foot and then realize that the other person is actually a hooligan. The contrast is unbelievable. Who am I? Yi Xiao asked. You are Yi, a spendthrift rich second generation, like girls, like ice skating, like to fight and brawl, because the family is rich, and the person is also wild, most like to be good and brave. Like reciting a book, Hyuk Young Gil told Yi Xiao's identity. Recently you've been sweeping up, and you're going to buy some goods to have a party of your own and get high. Not bad. Little old me has a good memory, very promising. Yi Xiaojun had a gangly smile on his face and patted He Yingji's shoulder. Go in first and have some fun. When you find that big dragon's little brother, you don't need me to teach you what to do next, right? Understood. He Yingji nodded and led Yi Xiao into the bar. TT Bar. One of the biggest bars in D-Town. This bar has a hipster decor and style. And often, celebrity stars are brought in to blow up the scene. Just walked into the bar for a moment. Then you feel the strong drum beat, the noisy crowd, the alluring and sexy women and the young and crazy men. Yi Xiao narrowed her eyes. In the glittering lights, the mesmerizing music, looking at the frenzied crowd in front of us, and those dancing, you can see that the majority of them are young people. Occasionally a few uncles and old aunts are allowed. Bar spending isn't cheap, 1,200 for a booth, 4,000 for a small bag, 8,000 for a large bag. Since he was pretending to be rich, Yi Xiao directly asked for a big bag. The so-called big package, the place is spacious, similar to the KTV kind of box. Half of the room is the kind of transparent glass. You can see everything in the bar, but also the best environmental perspective. There is a glass window with a lift-up feature on one side that opens to loud, ear-shattering music. Closing it again isolates the music outside, and the same DJ speaker equipment is available inside. Very expensive but good value for money, and it's stocked with regular drinks. If you want to drink something else, you have to spend money separately. Sitting on the sofa, Yi Xiao looked inside the bar through the glass wall. The air was filled with the smell of cigarettes and alcohol, and the music was turned up almost deafening. Both men and women were gyrating wildly on the dance floor. The gaudily dressed women were hip-hopping and mingling inside the men's pile. There are even some girls who use flirty language to tease boys who can't maneuver themselves. This is a depraved place. It's also a place to relax. But definitely not your favorite place. Yi Xiao skimmed his lips and shot a look to Hyuk Young Gil at the side. The little old man understood and walked out of the box. A short while later, a group of flamboyant girls were led back to the booth. Yi Xiao shot a glance at the group of girls. One was not too big. 18 years of age or older, 22 years of age or younger. All heavily made up, some with tattoos. Yi, feel free to play. They all know each other. Hyanji grinned and threw Yi Xiao a wink that all men understood. Ing wonder if you're trying to set me up? If I really play, I won't have to be a cop anymore. Yi Xiao ignored the girls and waved her hand. Get something. This. He Yingji smiled and spoke. Brother Yi. This place won't work. We have to go somewhere else to play. Aha. Yi Xiao nodded, and with a lift of his hand, he pushed away the girl who was sticking to the side. Get lost? What the are they? They dare to lean on Lao Zi's side? A mere woman. How dare she be so arrogant as to want to gluttonize my body? I can be a new-age human being who resolutely carries out the idea of equality between men and women. Ripping green tea won't be soft. The girl was startled. The other girls also looked at Yi Xiao with fear on their faces. Have to say, after turning on, I'm a big badass. Yi Xiao looks handsome in appearance. But it also gives the illusion of being gangly and a bit mean. Yi Xiao didn't care what they thought and pulled out her cell phone to make a call. 20 minutes or so later, a figure walked into the bar. It was a dumpy, stunning beauty. From the moment it appeared, it hit everyone in the bar. Can be called perfect body, but also in the black halter small dress under the background. The beauty of the wonderful in which, almost in an instant can ignite the bar in every man's heart of the fire, are unconsciously by her face on the proud, confident, uninhibited, flying and other colors attracted. Any normal man would immediately feel the desire to conquer her. The beauty took a glance from walking into the bar and then walked directly towards the large bag where Yi Xiao was. When he pushed open the door to see Yi Xiao, the beauty's cool, beautiful face and curved lips outlined a hint of softness. Come on! Yi Xiao laughed, with more sighs in her heart. How could it not have occurred to him that Gu Qingdan was actually so charming and attractive under this attire? Only a witch from hell could possess your heart-warming charm. Under the black halter dress, a pair of straight long legs stepped with lotus steps to Yi Xiao's face now. Like a wild black cat, Gu Qingdan sat on Yi Zhao's lap and leaned into his brother's arms. The girls on the sidelines were looking straight ahead. Those eyes glittered with jealousy. It's like a flock of sparrows being jealous of a colored phoenix. This is... Yingji also looked dumbfounded, having long since been mesmerized by Gu Qingdan's stunning beauty. She's... You call sister-in-law? Yi Zhao's inner self rose up with mischief, coldly glancing at Yingji. Move your dog's eyes a bit. In staring at my woman, the eyeballs will be gouged out for you. Actually, Yi Zhao was quite helpless. Originally, he hadn't intended to involve Gu Qingdan in this case. It's not like he's crazy. But the Gu sisters were uneasy. They didn't care what mission Yi Zhao was on. They just wanted to watch their brother and were worried that something would happen to Yi Zhao. How else can you say that if a woman is crazy, even ghosts are afraid? The two sisters discussed the matter of Gu Qingdan's company and let the assistant manage it first. She's going to pretend to be Yi Zhao's female companion and accompany him on his mission. The beauty of it was that it didn't let Yi Zhao have a chance to steal food. Yi Zhao was almost amused even then. I'm saying you two are not bolting. I'm there to fight criminals. I'm there to play with my life. But in the end, he was defeated by two pairs of infatuated and beautiful eyes. Heroes are not afraid of beauty. The ancients do not deceive me. But also warned Gu Qingdan that it was okay to follow, but only to be a vase and to hurry up if you were told to leave. Gu Qingdan agreed. That's right. Mr. Dangba is here to be a quiet vase. Now, she's the sister-in-law. Chapter 107. You're looking for death, aren't you? Sister-in-law? Hyuk Young Gil first froze. Then his expression changed. This pretty girl, she's not a cop too, is she? Holy, are all cops this good-looking nowadays? The beautiful eyes of Gu Qingdao Dust, who was sitting on Yi Zhao's lap, swept a glance at the surrounding girls. Skittish but instantly alert. When she looked at the group of girls, it was like seeing a herd of sows attempting to arch their family's cabbages. Chief Bully's eyes crystallized and sparkled as he proudly puffed out his chest, barely holding out the everyday size of his oldest sister. Yi Zhao, who realized this, laughed inwardly with a coo. It was only the huge pain in his waist that caused Yi Zhao to take several deep breaths in a row. No, I'm going to hold back. The little hand around her waist that was dying to pinch herself was the love that Buster had for her. After all, he's the one who's afraid to go to the bathroom after watching a horror movie and uses a pulse drink bottle if he can't hold it in. What's this pain? There is also a truth to be found in this. Women are careful. The prettier they are, the more careful they are. However, the flirtatiousness of Chief Buster's sister still amazed Yi Zhao. In fact, for many men, a proper framing is rather more attractive. Yoo-hoo, old buddy is here, huh? The door of the private room was pushed open, and a big, thick, and flowing bald youth walked in. Gunny, Hyunji, who was sitting quietly, stood up and looked at the youth who walked in to greet him. The youth only swept a glance at Hyunji before looking at Yi Zhao and Gu Qingdan in Yi Zhao's arms. He didn't come here to find Hyunji, but was lured here by the beauty. The moment Gu Qingdan walked into the bar just now, he stunned too many livestock. Why don't you say that the prettier the woman, the more of a curse she is? Countless men want to be the doorstep walker of such a woman, and don't think twice about trekking up and down the mountain. Little brother is a bit of a stranger. The bald youth cheerfully shifted his gaze from Gu Qingdan's body to Yi Zhao's face. Not long to come to this club to play, right? First time. Yi Zhao was also looking at the bald youth. The straight kind. Can't come. The bald young man froze. Talking so much? He didn't take offense and nodded with a smile. Of course you can. They can all come and play. I'm just visiting. The bald youth was named Guan Hao, nicknamed Cannon, the security chief of this bar. To put it bluntly, it's a spectator. People like them are very perceptive. What kind of people have no money? What kind of person has no power? What kind of person is not? They can see it almost instantly. The Yi Zhao in front of him gave Guan Hao a somewhat different, impenetrable feeling. The more such people, the more he dared not offend. So you're done reading? Yi Zhao said this. Finish watching, you guys have fun. Guan Hao nodded and turned his head away. Until he stepped out of the booth, his face sank. A little brother came along and asked in a low voice, Gunny, it's not the cops, is it? Strip your sister. Guan Hao rolled his eyes. I don't know whose brat it is. It should be a bad one to mess with. It's good that it's not a cop. The little brother wasn't angry and nodded with a smile. Places like bars play a bit of tricks from time to time, just in case the police come to your door. Guanjie went around from booth to booth, also worried that someone was playing with powder in the factory, which was absolutely not allowed. Today's modern times are not the past, and bars are making money in serious business. At the most, they would only hire some girls to pimp their customers, and they would never touch DU or anything else. Guanjie was just about to leave when he was greeted by a black-faced man of about 30 years of age. With a big waist, he was a head taller than the 6'8" Guanjie, a menacing aura and a scar by the side of his mouth. Oops, Black is here? Guanjie hurriedly nodded his head politely to the big man. So late today? Ah, prepare a private room for you? The black-faced man was called Old Black, a big gangster, the kind of person he couldn't afford to offend. Old Black's big brother Big Dragon, or D-City in the past famous Big Brother. No, just stopping by. The black-faced big man's eyes were indifferent. His gaze looked to the side of the private room, and through the glass wall, he narrowed his eyes when he saw He Yingji inside, and then his gaze fell back to Yi Xiao, and he asked with a smile. Who's that kid? He looks unfamiliar. The first time you come to play, you should have a little bit of family, and you talk a little bit. Guanjie smiled and spoke. However, young people, they are all spoiled at home. You're busy then. The big black-faced man smiled and spoke. Guanjie turned away. The black-faced big man glanced at the private room again, his gaze falling on Gu Qingdan's body, a hint of fire emerging in his eyes as he pushed open the door of the private room and walked in. Black! Seeing the big man with the black face, Hyuk Young-gil exclaimed out in shock. Why are you here? I was hoping to look for you tonight. Yeah, what do you want from me? The black-faced big man sat himself on the sofa next to Yi Xiao, picked up the wine glass on the coffee table and poured himself a glass of wine. Just want to. Halfway through his sentence, Hyunji waved his hand at the group of girls. Get out, all of you. The girls were obedient, and one by one they went away. It was only then that He Yingji accompanied a smiling face and said to the black-faced big man, This is not a little old brother of mine who wants to take some goods. Take the goods. The black-faced big man looked at Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao ignored him and was holding a cocktail to feed Gu Qingdan in her arms. What's your name, brother? The black-faced man put away the smile on his face and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. You're talking to me? Yi Xiao raised her head and glanced at the black-faced man. Before you ask me, are you going to tell me who you are first? Clam. The black-faced big man raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a sardonic smile. Quite impressive, ah. Boo. One foot stepped on the black-faced big man's face and stomped him right onto the couch. Yi Xiao, who was holding Gu Qingdan with one hand, first tenderly put the bossy sister aside, and only then looked at the black-faced big man with a dumbfounded look at his feet. You pretend with me your mother that, I know who you are, you run to me to pretend to be a bully, come on talk? After cursing, Yi Xiao's foot even stomped on the black-faced big man's face. The force is not great and the insults are extreme. On the side, Hyuk Young-gil had been stunned. I said, Mr. Policeman, we didn't come here to talk about this. Did we? Why do you say you're going to do it? Are you still a police officer? The black-faced big man came back to his senses. His eyes were red for a moment. You! He tried to struggle to get up. Results. Boo! Yi Xiao's foot stepped on his face again. This time the force was so great that it almost didn't step the black-faced big man's head inside the sofa. Why did Yi Xiao suddenly become so grumpy? Just now, he realized that this black-faced big man's palm was trying to land on Mr. Bully's leg while he was talking. Trying to touch my woman in front of me? You've got a death wish. Chapter 108 The Fish Takes the Hook. I'll you up. The black-faced big man's stature was there, and he violently struggled to get up. His red and swollen black face was hideous and terrifying as he rushed towards Yi Xiao. He Yingji didn't bother to look at the black-faced big man, nor did he look at Yi Xiao, but instead, he stared blankly at Gu Qingdan on the side. He realized that this police young lady was actually elegantly sitting on the side, cocking her mouth as if she was watching the show, not worried about Yi Xiao at all. Why? So Hyunji is confused. Aren't you even worried about your coworkers? He was still mistaking Gu Qingdan for a police officer. Most likely a policewoman. Boom! The black-faced man lay on the ground, staring blankly. Yi Xiao stood beside the black-faced big man with a cold expression, his waist slowly bending down, coldly looking at the black-faced big man's face. Not convinced. The big black-faced man looked back. That violent fall just now almost shattered his body. No, I serve your mom. The black-faced man roared. Unfortunately, it was only half shouted. Boo! Yi Zhao's foot stepped on his face and blood splattered. Suddenly, the door to the booth was vigorously backed away. Guan Hao ran in, followed by 2 minions. When he saw Brother Black being stepped on the ground, his face changed and his expression looked at Yi Zhao with an unkind expression. This little brother, don't re my field. A bottle of wine flew. Snap! The wine bottle shattered. It exploded in Guan Hao's face. On the count of 3, get out of my face. Yi Zhao coldly spoke. 1, 2. Don't do it. Guan Hao, whose face was covered in alcohol and blood, stopped his 2 little brothers and said to Yi Zhao with a smile, This way, this way. Gunny, what's the situation? Outside the booth, the 2 minions were a little angry. I don't understand why Big Brother is wimpy today. Do you 2 want to die? Guan Hao reached up and wiped the blood off his face, his expression serious as he looked at his 2 little brothers. The 2 minions were dumbfounded. What do you mean? Gun. Guan Hao took a deep breath. Just now when he threw the bottle, his top lifted up a bit. I saw that he had a gun at his waist. Hiss. The 2 juniors sucked in a breath of cool air, their faces instantly pale and bloodless. Nima, I can't believe there's a gun. To think that if the 2 of them had just rushed over, if the other party had really drawn their guns. The 2 minions instantly winced and their legs shivered a little. What now? One of the boys looked back and swallowed. Call the police? Report your mom. Guan Hao glared. In case this kid is a tough guy and shoots up the bar will surely have to close. Believe it or not, the boss can chop you up. So what now? The other minion asked, shivering. When out of sight, Guan Hao exhaled a long breath and glanced at the private room. Anyway, the music outside is very noisy, and other people can't see what's going on in the big bag, so let them work it out on their own, we can't control it. Just don't get killed. 2 minions. Wouldn't it? Inside the booth. Boo! Another kick. The black-faced hunk's nose collapsed and his brain buzzed. Convinced, Yi Zhao, who had retracted his foot, coldly looked at the black-faced big man on the ground. For half a second, there was no longer any grimace on the face of the black-faced man who had returned to his senses, and fear appeared in his eyes. He realized that the youth who was beating him was a madman. If he dares to push a line, maybe the other guy really dared to beat him to death. What? The big black-faced man opened his swollen mouth. Did you just try to touch my woman? Yi Zhao asked word for word. The dark-faced man was silent. Boo! Another foot in his face. Don't make me ask you twice. Yi Zhao spoke coldly. Isn't it? Yes. The black-faced man endured the severe pain and spoke quickly. Which hand? Yi Zhao asked knowingly. Right hand. The big black-faced man's heart was in shock. So, Yi Zhao crouched down and laid the black-faced man's right hand on the ground and stepped on it with his foot. Then he picked up a flask from a side coffee table. Instant round down. Boo! Click! The bottle popped. Ah! The black-faced man screamed out in misery. Taking a look at the bloodied hand, Yi Zhao nodded with satisfaction before looking at the screaming black-faced man and coldly spoke. Next time I won't be asking for your hand. I'll be asking for your life. 10 minutes later, the big black-faced man sat on the couch, shivering. His nose was collapsed, and blood was flowing in silky streams. His right bloody hand was being held by his left. Pop! Gu Qingdan opened the lighter and lit the cigarette around Yi Zhao's mouth, a soft smile on her softly pretty face. She's playing a vase now. Yi Zhao inhaled a cigarette and raised his hand. Gu Qingdan obediently picked up her handbag, took out a check from it, wrote a number, and tore it off. Yi Zhao took it and threw it to the black-faced man. The big black-faced man first shuddered at the prospect of a check being thrown. Waiting to find out it was a check, he picked it up and glanced at the numbers on it. The black-faced big man's entire body was dumbfounded. 100,000? Scram! Yi Zhao coldly spoke. The black-faced big man got up in a hurry and walked out of the private room. Police officer, why are you doing this? His face was white. Yingji looked at Yi Zhao as if he was looking at a thug. He is the henchman of DeLong. I used to take goods from him as well. What to do now? This is nothing like what was discussed at the beginning. He suspected he was being played by a police officer. Where is the promised trust between people? Luckily, the old man was even touched at the time because he said he could help reduce his sentence. Not a single punctuation mark of this guy's words can be trusted in the future. Plans don't change as fast as they should. Yi Xiao exhaled a smoke ring. It's quite a coincidence that this man actually sent himself to the door. However, he will come again. Why? Gu Qingdan leaned against Yi Xiao's body like a bird and asked curiously. Because he knows I'm a buyer, or a very solid and wealthy one. Yi Xiao grinned, seemingly explaining to Gu Qingdan, but actually speaking to He Yingji. First of all, He Yingji has already said that I'm going to take the goods. And the way I beat him up just now, none of it could have been done by a cop. Secondly, I just deliberately showed the gun at my waist. And then gave him a $100,000 check. When he cashes it tomorrow, he'll know that I'm really rich and take money for nothing. Sake is red in the face and money moves people. I got rid of the possibility of being a policeman and still so rich and still a buyer. Proves that I can eat the goods in large quantities. And there will be a little cutie in the world who can't live with money. As long as someone gives money, not to mention beaten, kneel down to eat and call daddy, there are also have to be people will do it. There are obviously a bunch of people who are going to peddle DU for money, so you think they'll let this opportunity go. Gu Qingdan and He Yingji both froze. A strange color emerged in the beautiful eyes of General Manager Ba, who looked at Yi Xiao, and all of a sudden, they brightened up, just like flowers competing with each other. Beautiful flowers. What a clever man, what a great calculation. Take human greed and count it to the bone. What would he have accomplished if he had gone into the business world one day? No, he said he wanted to be a man like Huazaiwei. Such men are destined to go through countless baptisms of blood and fire in their lives. A place like the mall doesn't even deserve him. Gu Qingdan's eyes became watery and turned into a real vase, soft as a bone as she leaned into Yi Xiao's arms. That's great. He's my man. What's the harm in being a vase and letting him shield me from the wind and rain? He Yingji stared at Yi Xiao in a daze, and it took him a long time to figure out what Gu Qingdan had figured out. After all, his IQ was completely incomparable to that of a financial bigwig like Gu Qingdan. But that didn't mean he was stupid. What's more, Yi Xiao's words had been so clear and thorough. When Hyuk Young Gil figured it out, the way he looked at Yi Xiao became different. Not looking at a thug in the eye, but more like looking at a demon. Man eating demons. Because he had already guessed the answer, the Black Brother gang would definitely appear again. What he also vaguely saw happen to Brother Black and Brother Long. With a jolt, Hyanji winced, because Yi Xiao was looking at him with a smirk. It's like a wolf looking at a rabbit. This wolf is like telling this rabbit, "Little rabbit, be good. Don't be naughty, or you will die a miserable death." Gu Qingdan is gone. She worried that she would be a drag and a burden to her brother. She believed that with Yi Xiao's intelligence and that terrifying force, there were no longer too many people in this world who could kill Yi Xiao. There is no longer any point in staying by Yi Xiao's side. The departure of Mr. Ba also let Yi Xiao breathe a sigh of relief. He wasn't worried about what danger he might be in until he did. What he was worried about was the danger that would arise if Gu Qingdan continued to stay. Protecting herself, Yi Xiao could do it, but protecting two people would be tough. Even the smartest woman has moments when she makes a fool of herself for a man. Women's feelings are always poetry, as long as the heart of spring. Often do not consider too many worldly rules, will only chase the heart. Like a moth to a flame with no regard for the consequences. Luckily, Sister Bully finally came to her senses. Night, a villa property in D-City. This is the CID brigade looking for the house. It was now Yi Xiao's home. He played a rich second generation, not even a set of villa that is still called what rich second generation. Thinking about tonight's experience, Yi Xiao knew her first step had been taken. The bait has been placed and you are just waiting for the fish to take the bait. Just be patient. Fishing is like that. You can't catch fish without patience. Then, he saw Hyuk Young Gil running in with gusto, shouting, "Brother Black just called me to say that we should find a place to meet, and that Brother Long will be coming too." Yi Xiao hooked up the corner of her mouth. Fish. Hooked. Chapter 109. I'm a big bad guy. The fish was hooked all right. But why are the fish hooked so fast, so early? It had only been 2 hours since the night's events at the bar, and it was 3 in the morning. It didn't make sense that Black should have gone to Big Dragon the next day after cashing the check. Should they show up only after they realize they are a rich buyer? This is completely out of character. Yi Xiao furrowed his eyebrows and reached out to touch his hairy head. From the time Gu Qingdao gave him a haircut, always unconsciously want to touch a few times. Feel excellent. Nope. Crooked building. What's going on in front of us? Why did this black and big dragon suddenly seek him out? For a master of logical reasoning. There was no way he was going to let himself get into such a passive situation. To see or not to see. Nonsense is not. 9 o'clock the next morning. Hotel, box. Some people say that morning drinkers are naive. Yishao didn't think there was anything wrong with that. When he saw the dozen or so little old socialites in the box, he thought they were all simpletons. A bunch of jerks with big bald heads, big tattoos, and all kinds of gold chains sitting together would bring no small amount of oppression to the average person. When that pair of eyes that are pretending to be fierce look at you, the mentally challenged will probably be scared and, fortunately, Yishao was not an ordinary person, and even looked at this group of social little old men and had the urge to laugh. If he wasn't pretending to be an undercover agent, but a police officer, damn it, he'd be raiding you all. You're all pretending to be big brothers with your dad here? The great dragon is indeed very dragon. Was sitting bare-chested in the main seat behind the round dining table, covered in dragon tattoos. A dragon on his chest, 2 dragons on his arms, and a dragon tattooed on his neck. Bald head, big eyes, fat and strong. The big gold chain on the neck is as thick as a finger, and the big face with horizontal meat smiles like a Maitreya Buddha. From what Hyanji said, this great dragon has 9 dragons on his body. 9 dragons? No, I can't laugh. Yishao stifled his laughter the moment he walked into the private room, ignoring the little social old man around him, his eyes looking straight at Big Dragon. He came to the table and sat down slowly, smiling and opened his mouth. Big Dragon, Hyuk Young Gil, who was following along, faced a dozen or so little old men of society and turned a little white with fear. Your mom. What can you call a big dragon? A little old socialite chimed in. Yishao turned his head, looked at the person who was drinking and cursing, and asked seriously, You just now cursed me? The originally handsome face became a little crazy, a little hideous, and a little evil. The eyes that looked at the other party were as chilling as a viper. Seeing Yi Zhao's appearance, the surrounding social little old men were startled. Inexplicably, he felt a sensation of morose coldness, as if the temperature inside the private room had suddenly dropped quite a bit. The social little old man who had just cursed had a huge change of color. His heart was a little hairy, and he didn't dare to say anything. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Yishao raised her hand and picked up the teacup on the table. Snap! Slammed in the face of this little old socialite. Everyone around them froze, frozen by Yi Zhao's arrogance. How dare you? Can't you see there are more than 10 of us? Question for you? Did you just curse me? Yishao narrowed her eyes, madness flashing in her eyes. The I'm a big badass ability given by the system is amazing. Miraculously, at this point Yi Zhao gave off the impression of being a raging lunatic. It's no longer bad, gangster, or evil, which can be described as such. Like a mob, it inspires fear to the core, the intimidation of the top of the food chain against the bottom. Those narrowed eyes were more like hiding a crazy flame, making people not dare to look at them. It exudes an aura of danger that makes people feel unconsciously intimidated to approach. Older brother, calm down. Little brother doesn't know any better. Big Dragon opened his mouth, breaking the depressing atmosphere, and grinning. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the little old socialites around him snapped back to their senses. For a moment just now, they were indeed startled. But now they have reacted. There's a dozen of them. They're scared less. Don't know any better? Yishao turned her head and looked straight into DeLong's eyes. They don't know any better? And you don't know any better? DeLong stopped laughing, slowly narrowed his eyes, and also began to look straight at Yishao. The surrounding social little old men also slowly stood up and coldly looked at Yishao. Yishao acted as if he didn't see it, his eyes gazing at the big dragon. The two stared at each other like this. The whole booth was a little frighteningly quiet and depressing. Yingji, who was standing beside Yishao, was about to pee in fear. In the midst of this oppressive atmosphere, suddenly, Lung. The door to the booth was pushed open and Black, with his face in a brace and his right hand wrapped in a plaster bandage, walked in. He was shocked when he felt the atmosphere in the private room. When he saw Yishao, a fierce light first flashed in his eyes, followed by joy. He had a bag in his hand and slowly walked over to the table, dropping it onto it. With a clatter, several wads of money scattered from within the bag. The atmosphere in the booth instantly changed again. A dozen greedy eyes fell on that money and wouldn't blink. DeLong rotated his eyes that were looking directly at Yishao and glanced at the money on the table. A hint of joy flashed in his eyes. As if changing his face, he looked at Yi Xiao again and opened his mouth smilingly. Older brother, I heard that you want to take the goods? Can't help it? Yi Xiao's expression remained unchanged as she enriched her inner drama in her heart. The skill of negotiation is to capture what the other party wants, and as long as there is a need, there is room for negotiation. That's what these people in front of me are like, willing to daydream even when they know there's little hope under great temptation. You did. Yi Xiao raised the corners of her mouth. I'm sure I do. The question is, how much can you ask for? Daron asked seriously. I want a ton. Do you have any? Yi Xiao laughed. A happy, rampant laugh. Big Dragon. He felt that the Yi Xiao in front of him was playing a trick on him. Before Big Dragon could open his mouth, Yi Xiao put away his smile and asked Big Dragon seriously, Are you kidding me? Or are you joking with me? Or are you not thinking straight? How can you talk to me in front of so many people? How do I know if there are cops in this room? Excuse me? Are you? Crowd. They've made absolutely sure of it. This Yi Xiao in front of him was not only a madman, but also a madman with a bit of intelligence. Yeah, who's to say there aren't cops in this booth? Yi Xiao nodded in her heart. That's right. Chapter 110. You can't trust what you say at the drinking table. The big dragon's name is Zhao Long. He certainly won't admit he's a. At this time, besides Yi Xiao and him, only Blackie and Hyuk Young Gil were sitting at the table in the private room. Zhao Long looked at Yi Xiao, who was eating the wine and food on the table with chopsticks in a reckless manner. That look is like looking at a psychopath. It was this that made his heart a little happier. He knew that those who liked powder, some of those who touched such things for years, were so stimulated and harmed their brains that gradually they were all as mentally ill. This also indirectly showed that Yi Xiao's psychotic-like doing was successful. It made Zhao Long a little less wary. But there were still doubts. That's for sure. It's hard to trust someone you don't know well without reservation. It's human nature. Don't treat people like cuties. Any criminal who can commit a crime and hasn't been caught by the police yet can't have a low IQ. What's little brother's name? Zhao Long smiled and spoke. Leaf, leaf clamor. Leaf of leaves. Clamor of arrogance. Yi Xiao picked up the wine glass and took a sip. A man's word in a drink is just as untrustworthy as his word in bed. It doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman you're drinking with. Absolutely no exceptions. In the past, Yi Xiao didn't believe it, but now he did. Too true. Elder brother Yi, let's talk now. Zhao Long laughed and asked, How much do you want? Don't talk. Yi Xiao interrupted the other party once again. If you want to talk, go to my house after dinner and talk. Zhao Lao was silent and exchanged a glance with the black brother on the side. The duo turned their heads to look at Hyuk Young Gil, who remained silent and ate with his head down. In the past, Hyuk Young Gil was a brat in their eyes. It's the casual in their eyes. There are two modes of coming out to play. One is packaged, and the other is casual. With casual customers, sellers will always be careful to know their roots. It's different with packages. Because the packages are golden, the sellers will love them as long as the other person is not a cop. The Golden Master, which stands for money, lots and lots of money. Yi is very rich, parents passed away early. Do not like to do his business, like to play. Hyungi began to recite, but Yi play big and love to party, the kind of party where a few men and a bunch of women want a lot of goods and don't care about money. Well, just rich. Zhao Long smiled and narrowed his eyes. Can you believe that? Even if you have more money, as long as you play with powder, you can play for you to lose your money. How much money is enough to lose your money? Unless, yes, woman is rich too. Hyuk Young Gil lowered his head and said, It's a big boss. Big boss? Zhao Long and Brother Black froze in confusion. Hyuk Young Gil took out his cell phone and flipped up a news story. Above is a photo of the president of a financial company, shaking hands with the president of another company in cooperation. Hyuk Young Gil handed his cell phone to Jo Ryung and, Black. Is she? Black exclaimed. Zhao Long's face appeared puzzled. Black hurriedly told the events of last night in more detail. He also pointed to the absolutely beautiful boss on the cell phone news and told Zhao Long. Last night, this female boss seemed like a vase, sitting obediently in Yi Xiao's arms. The check Yi Xiao gave him was written by this female boss. Nima. Zhao Long was stunned. The way he looked at Yi Xiao was as if he was looking at a god. $100 billion woman president is actually this kid's woman? You believe that? Zhao Long believed it, because Yi Xiao's appearance was not only tall and handsome, but he had a natural face of a soft eater. Yeah, little puppies. Isn't that the kind of man female bosses love? No wonder it's so rich. Itself is a rich second generation, or the female boss of the little white boy where care what money. Thinking about it made Zhao Long feel more at ease. Looking towards Yi Xiao who was eating, Zhao Long's eyes were not looking at the gold master, but at a mountain of gold. As long as he can hold this gold mountain, he will be rich later. Haha. I didn't expect little brother to be so bad with money. I'll make a friend out of you. Zhao Long was incomparably affectionate and got up to pour Yi Xiao a drink. You're not just trying to knock the bones out of me, but you're also trying to play with my intelligence in the process. Yi Xiao glanced at Zhao Long and mocked in his heart. It's a shame I'm not interested in a shrimp like you. I'm looking for real fish. A Rolls-Royce appeared outside the hotel. Yi Xiao, Zhao Long, He and Hyuk Young Gil got on the bus. Zhao Long's group of minions didn't follow. When the people arrived at the villa prepared by the Criminal Investigation Brigade, after sitting on the sofa, Yi Xiao coldly looked at Zhao Long. How much goods do you have? This depends on how much money you have. Clam. Yi Xiao skimmed her mouth and stood up. Follow me. Zhao Long and the others were uncertain, but they still got up and followed Yi Xiao to a room. When the door to the room was pushed open, aside from Yi Xiao, everyone present was dumbfounded for a moment. The room had few furnishings, just 2 large bookshelves. Instead of books, the top of the bookshelf is filled with stacks of money. Fill 2 bookshelves. Zhao Long and He, who had regained their senses, sucked in a breath of cold air. And even He Yingji looked dumbfounded. What's with all the money? How much money is on those 2 bookshelves? 1 billion. Yi Xiao lamented in his heart. The money was still borrowed by him from Mr. Ba. The Criminal Investigation Brigade doesn't have that kind of money. It was also impossible to come up with so much money for Yi Xiao to play with. But that doesn't stop him from having a rich girlfriend. Though the bossy sister said that the money doesn't have to be paid back. But one size fits all. When the case is over, the Criminal Investigation Brigade will have to return the money to the people in the original amount, not even a penny less. Cops have to follow the rules too. If they don't give it back, Yi Xiao will be the first to say no. Damn, this is the boss sister's money. In the future is also the old man's okay. There will be one advantage to having more money. Zhao Long and the others would never suspect Yi Xiao of being a cop again. Because no police officer or caseworker dares to play like that and can't afford to. Like it. Yi Xiao looked at Zhao Long and Hacker who were about to drool, and spoke in a breezy manner. If you like it, you two can go in by yourselves and take $100,000 each as a meet and greet gift for you. His heart was bleeding as he said this, and it hurt so much he couldn't breathe. Pretend to be $200,000 gone, who can carry it? But the old saying goes, you can't shed your daughter to catch a pervert. Take the money first to knock these little old society boys out. Just don't believe that seller can sit still. The old man put out such a big bait. You're too good not to come out and hang out with me? Chapter 111. Excited ants. Outside, a warehouse. A middle-aged man was holding a cell phone and looking at the group photo inside it. Yi Xiao, Zhao Long, and Blackie. The middle-aged man frowned, looking at Yi Xiao on the photo and muttered, "Why does it look a bit familiar? As if I've seen this person somewhere?" Well, he's right to feel familiar. Although Yi Xiao hadn't traveled to this world for a few days. But after 3 days on the air, it's been watched by millions of people.
Definitelia, nadflishkop.
One thing is quite certain, creatures like humans are forgetful creatures. Like who can remember a week ago what time they ate at lunch and what they ate? It's like walking down the street and seeing all kinds of people. Wouldn't bother to remember what they look like. Even the color of their clothes turn their heads and forget, is one thing. Of course, there are some people who, when you see them again for the second time, yet still impress you. Yi Xiao is this kind of person. Again, I have to say he was really lucky. Without the ability to say, I'm a big badass. It made him look like a different person. Maybe his identity has been revealed. The middle-aged man's wrinkled eyebrows gradually relaxed, waving away the doubts in his heart, and looking towards Zhao Long, who was standing respectfully in front of him. Very rich, and not taking money for granted. Zhao Long was a little excited. Not only did he give Blackie 100,000 yesterday, but today he gave Blackie and I 100,000 each as a meet and greet gift. Moreover, his woman is also the boss of a group. It should not be a cop. I think this kid is not very good at playing with powder and playing with his spirit like a crazy person. A normal person wouldn't have $100 million in cash at home, and definitely wouldn't wear a gun on his body to flaunt it. Guns? The middle-aged man was shocked. What kind of gun? It's not a police gun, Blackie, and I've seen it before with the cannon in the bar. I think it's a foreign gun, I don't quite recognize it. Zhao Long's face was a bit terrified. I don't know where I got it from. It feels like this maniac has a gun in his hand. Sooner or later something will happen. I don't care if something happens to him or not. The middle-aged man sneered. I only care about whether my goods can be sold or not. I'll find 2 brothers to test it out first. Still need to try? Zhao Long wondered. Isn't that too careful? I've survived this long because of that care. The middle-aged man looked at Zhao Long coldly, as if he was looking at a dullard, and spoke disdainfully. If you want to follow me for dinner in the future, you'll be honest and obedient. Got it, Ming. Zhao Long's face changed, and he hurriedly nodded with a smile. Do whatever you say. When Zhao Long left the warehouse, the middle-aged man frowned again. Why does this person feel a little familiar? Where on earth have I seen it before? The bed in the villa. Aren't you afraid of being recognized? My 10 million fan anchor. Gu Qingdan's eyes were half squinted like a cat's, resting in Yi Zhao's arms. Afraid of what? Yi Zhao wrapped her arms around General Manager Ba and let out a light laugh. People don't have that good of a memory, and now that my head shape has changed and my image has changed drastically, it's impossible for people who aren't familiar with me to recognize me. Gu Qingdan's beautiful eyes flashed slightly, skimmed her red lips, and didn't say anything. Yi Zhao quietly looked at the overlord in her arms. When she didn't speak, Gu Qingdan had a quiet beauty, like a begonia blooming alone under the moonlight. The moonlight from the window shone on her stunning face, and her eyes were hidden in the shadows cast by her eyelashes, both deep as the sea and as if they were the purest black gemstones, mesmerized by the beauty of the overlord. Yi Zhao didn't think there was anything wrong with coveting beauty. Shouldn't liking someone start with their face? Everyone who is willing to be whored out was an angel with broken wings in a previous life. Sister Boss is clearly not. Sister Gentle is. Thinking about my oldest sister? The sound of pleasant words rang in his ears. Yi Zhao, who was brainstorming about her gentle sister, unconsciously nodded her head and shamelessly said, want. When he finished, he felt something was wrong. Fruity. The beautiful face of the chief bastard in her arms was filled with murderous aura. Her eyes flashed with cold light, and biting her 2 rows of small silver teeth, she swung up her pink fist and smashed it on Yi Zhao's chest. Snap. Although his hands are not merciful, but this guy's skin is thick. The pink fist hit Yi Zhao's body but shocked his own raw pain. Simply cannot hit. Gu Qingdan's heart was so angry that it was hard to suppress, holding her, but thinking about another woman. This breath is not out, and it is really unpleasant. Simply opened the rosy cherry mouth, revealing 2 rows of chilly little white teeth, a bite on the stinky brother's shoulder. You're a real dog. Yi Zhao rolled her eyes. Women are just gross sometimes. If there is any conflict, let's fight it out with our swords. It's so easy. All this biting and pinching and sneaky tricks, and the man can't fight back. Do you know that, Sister Boss? You look like a whiny woman who can't control her husband who goes out for sex. After biting enough, Gu Qingdan's beautiful eyes were as cold as ice. Say, when you went to my sister's house, were you impure in your mind? The face of Mr. Bao, all missing the usual dignified and elegant style temperament. Written all over the, I'm not happy. The consequences are serious. I special what said before. Yi Zhao shook her head to deny it. Righteously, absolutely not. Believe you, damn it. Gu Qingdan laughed coldly, her phoenix eyes ghostly cold. Hopeless, what's the point of arguing with a woman who isn't going to be reasonable? Yi Zhao simply 2 hands, broken cans. Love what you want, we do not talk. Good men are easy to deceive, evil men are hard to get rid of, and women are even harder to get rid of, as the world has never been able to do. You just want to take advantage of our sisters, just like those horny men written in novels. Gu Qingdan didn't know what came to mind and subsided, gently resting on Yi Zhao's chest. What's the name of the novel you're reading? Borrowing one to talk? Yi Zhao laughed in her heart, but her eyes looked at Mr. Ba's legs and thought of a story. Once upon a time there was an ant who loved to play with his legs. But one day it saw a millipede. The ant exclaimed excitedly, Ouch, I groove. I can play with this leg for a year. The word is known to be a tone of voice that expresses the emotion of shock. What about Bean? Seeing that her smelly brother didn't say anything, Gu Qingdan softly whispered and asked again. Doesn't want to be her brother anymore. A look of love appeared on Yi Zhao's face. I want to be her father. Gu Qingdan's eyes instantly watered up, rippling with light in a pair of eyes that were as clear as spring water. Though not a word was said, it seemed to say 1,000 words. She understands that this man is like an eagle in the sky, with a strong chest and a strong heart, atop. Also a stinky brother. Chapter 112. Extra chicken legs for the evening. With a lingering fragrance in his arms, Gu Qingdan had drifted away. Yishao opened her eyes. A soft smile appeared on her face, and her mind couldn't help but think of Gu Qingdao again. Thoughts are like moonlight, though the moon is far away, the moonlight is very close. The Mid-Autumn Festival will be held tomorrow, right? I wish I could have a Mid-Autumn Festival dinner with my sisters and second uncles and aunts. Getting up and washing up, when he came to the hall, Yishao saw that Hyuk Young-gil had gotten up early and was sitting on the sofa playing with his cell phone. Never thought about getting a real job before? Yishao sat on the sofa and looked at Hyunji. Parents died early. No one cares. Got used to mixing. Hyuk Young-gil put down his cell phone. The implication of the words is like saying again, "Give me a chance, I want to be good." Yishao froze. To think that, in this life, I was an orphan myself. Lucky to have 2 uncles and 2 aunts of my own. Suppose not. Suppose it's not a traveler. Suppose it's still an orphan. Will it be like Hyunji? After thinking about it, Yishao shook her head. It won't. Often it's all about things changing people, and people can't change things. Little old society boys don't have to be bad guys, and cops don't have to be good guys. Some people you have to spend some time with before you know what they are. Like right now, 2 cops are actually knocking on the villa's door. The moment he opened the gate, Yishao looked puzzled and looked at them. The other man was wearing a police uniform with a police cap, and the epaulets on his shoulders all bore the rank of superintendent of police. Don't recognize it, and it's not from the CID. Looking for who? Yishao looked at the 2 policemen in their 30s in front of him. Your name is Yi Xiong? A police officer spoke in a cold voice. Yishao almost laughed. Surprisingly, it's a fake cop. Why are you so sure? There may be people in this world with the name Yi Clamor, but it is never Yishao. It was a name he'd only ever told Zhao Long only once. 2 cops came to his door and called him that name. You think that's funny? What is it if it's not a fake cop? The world in Yi Zhao's eyes seemed to stand still for a moment. My brain has a mind of its own. Turned on. Yi Zhao's mind spun at high speed, pushing and analyzing. Why are there 2 fake cops at the door? What is their purpose? Should it have something to do with Zhao Long? Was it sent by Zhao Long? Countless questions surfaced in Yi Zhao's brain. It was as if his brain was electrified, pheromones boiling, all sorts of flashes, many details tumbling through at this point, until, no, these 2 fake cops shouldn't be Zhao Long's men. A little old socialite like Zhao Long doesn't have the guts to have his men pretend to be cops. But the other party was definitely someone Zhao Long knew. What's this about impersonating a police officer? Testing. Someone is going to test him. What is the purpose? Let's see if he might be a cop. This guy, he should be the real big seller behind Zhao Long, right? How dare you impersonate a police officer? With a cold flash in his eyes, the stagnant world returned to normal. Yishao looked at the 2 fake police officers in front of him and nodded. Yes, it's me. Someone called the police about your illegal gun in the bar. The other named fake cop spoke in a cold voice. Come with us. Clam. A crazy smile appeared on Yi Zhao's face. In that case, then you guys come in first. I'll change my clothes. You'd better not play tricks. The 2 fake police officers sneered and followed behind Yishao into the villa. The moment the villa door had just closed, Yishao suddenly turned around. 2 palms landed on the heads of the 2 fake cops. Bang! Slamming the 2 heads together with both hands, Yishao smirked as he looked at the 2 fake police officers falling to the ground like 2 puddles of mud. This scene was just seen by Hyuk Young-gil, who walked out of the villa. Little old me was straight up confused and looked like he had been struck by lightning. What did he see? Saw a cop put down 2 other cops. You believe that? A coolness rose from his tailbone and went straight to his scalp. Hyunji let out a grunt and swallowed. What happened? The cops are imploding. He suspected that he feared he would die. Cause of death was seeing something he shouldn't have. What are you looking at? Get your ass back in the house. Yishao glared at Hyuk Young-gil. The little old man's 2 strands warred and hurriedly walked back to the villa. But in his heart, he was thinking, could Yishao be an undercover agent of the enemy who has penetrated the police? Yes, it must be like this. Then, will I be killed and silenced, will I? Hyuk Young-gil's scalp tingled with all sorts of brainstorming as he sat warily on the hall couch. Yishao also walked back to the villa, rummaged out a toolbox, took out a bundle of Tai's 2 towels and walked out again, tied up the hands and feet of the 2 fainted fake police officers, and blocked their mouths. After doing so, Yi Xiao realized that Hyuk Young Gil was looking at himself with a pale face and a horrified expression. Yi Xiao was a bit confused, thinking, "Why are you so afraid of me, little old brother?" With a twinkle in his eye, he knew what Hyunji was thinking and cried a little. Scare him? There are shovels in the backyard of the villa. Yi Xiao coldly looked at Hyunji. Go dig a hole 2 meters deep. Hyuk Young Gil's face went another shade of white and he ran out of the villa to the backyard in fear, grabbed a shovel and started digging a hole. Yi Xiao smiled and shook his head. I also wonder if brain damage is contagious. Walking to the compound and picking up a fake police officer with one hand, Yi Xiao also came to the backyard. The backyard is fenced, so no one outside can see what's going on inside. Throwing the 2 fake police on the ground, Yi Xiao picked up the water hose in the garden of the villa's backyard, turned on the faucet, and the water column splashed and poured on the faces and bodies of the 2 fake police. Woo-woo! The 2 fake police officers woke up and started to struggle. Because their mouths were blocked, they could only whimper and shout, and their faces looked at Yi Xiao, who had a fierce grin on his face, in horror. Don't scream or struggle. Yi Xiao dropped the hose and pointed at Hyuk Young Gil, who was digging a pit. See? That pit is for you too. Are the police great? That's right, I have a gun. You're unlucky to be investigating me. Don't worry, when I bury you, I guarantee that no one will know that you two are dead and won't find you. Woo! The 2 fake police officers struggled even more, shaking with fear, both with a pleading look in their eyes. Yi Xiao ignored them, smiled and took out a cigarette, lit it and took a puff, shouted at Hyunji, who was digging a pit not far away and sweating. Do a good job, add chicken legs at night. Your mom hi. Add a chicken leg. I don't want to be an accomplice to a murderer. Hyuk Young Gil cursed in his heart with a look of despair. Yi Xiao's words raised goosebumps on his skin. Every nerve was channeling signals of danger, of flight. He wanted to run away, but was afraid he wouldn't be able to. If you really want to run, how sure are you? 50-50? No, I don't want to be a 50-50 kind of guy. Yi Xiao wanted to laugh. At this moment, Hyuk Young Gil looked like he was dissatisfied with being forced into a marriage by his elders in his eyes. So damn amusing. If nothing else, a lot of people die in their heads. What the hell do you think you're doing? Do you look like you're about to die of fright? I'm sorry. It wasn't careless. I did it on purpose. Yi Xiao's heart, kukukuk up. Chapter 113. I haven't had enough fun yet. An hour passed. Hyunji sweats and the pit in the backyard of the villa gets bigger and bigger. Because it wasn't a transient digger, it only dug a big hole about half a meter deep. It's still a long way from the 2 meters deep, Yi Xiao said. This was also something Yi Xiao said casually to scare people. Is he really going to bury these 2 fake cops? No, he's doing it to someone. The villa has a compound. No one enters the villa. Who can see it? Heaven. From when the 2 fake cops came to the villa. From the time Yi Xiao realized something was wrong. He has turned on Lend Me Your Eyes. Also overheard something in the sky. Drones. Everyone on Earth knows that. Cameras are standard equipment on something like a drone. Every move in the villa was watched. That is to say, from the moment Yi Xiao faced these 2 fake police officers, all of his behavior was seen. Bad people are not to be feared, but bad people are to be feared for being cultured. When the bad guys get smart, play with their brains and tricks, they also put the police on the defensive. No. Did you get my permission to spy on me? Did I agree to this and you're looking at it openly? Yi Xiao was spitting out all sorts of things in her heart. The eyes never looked to the sky, but at the 2 fake police officers who were lying on the ground, about to die of fright. It's like 2 heads of state meeting. Be forewarned, schedule appointments, etc. Now that the notification and reservation have been completed, the other party is about to show up, right? Do you really want to see your men buried alive? The villa's doorbell rings. All right, stop digging. Yi Xiao shouted. Hyuk Young Gil was paralyzed on the floor, exhausted as a dead dog. Keep an eye on them. If they get away, I'll bury you. Doing a full set of theater. Yi Xiao's expression was cold and warning to Hyuk Young Gil and opened the door to go. Hyungi hurriedly stood up, carrying the shovel with trepidation. His eyes staring at the 2 fake police officers with dead eyes, and obediently pressed. No, he was terrified. This poor little old man. Elder brother Yi, I'm here. Outside the villa, Zhao Long was smilingly looking at Yi Xiao. Just him. Yo, if it isn't brother Lung. Yi Xiao blinked his eyes. A gangly smile surfaced at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were morose as he looked at Zhao Long. Something wrong. Don't invite me in for a seat. Zhao Long smiled and opened his mouth. Inconvenient, Yi Xiao said in a cold voice. Ah. The smile on Zhao Long's face dissipated and he said seriously, perhaps. There is some kind of misunderstanding between us. Misunderstanding? Yi Xiao narrowed her eyes. What misunderstanding? I never misunderstand with others, and I, for one, never hold a grudge, because I beat the dog brains out of my enemies on the spot. Zhao Long, the way he looked at Yi Xiao was very wrong, filled with vigilance against the alien, like he was looking at a psychopath. Not bad, in his eyes, Yi Xiao is the kind of psychopath who plays with powder and breaks his brain. Yi Xiao was satisfied with Zhao Long's eyes, believing that the other party was in awe and admiration, just like a mud-legged man entering the imperial city and being deeply shocked by the scene before him. There is a real misunderstanding between us. Zhao Long took a deep breath. Just now, 2 police officers came to you, right? How do you know? Yi Xiao laughed. There was no half-smile in his eyes, and a fierce light flashed, as if a lion on the grassland was gazing at a lame antelope, a very ferocious kind. Zhao Long was startled. He felt that Yi Xiao at this moment was the kind of thug who was ready to kill and exterminate when his secret was discovered. Don't get me wrong. Those 2 people are not police. They are Ming's men. Yi Xiao froze, pretending, and showed a puzzled face. What do you mean? They're both of Ming's men and want to test you. Zhao Long laughed. You also know, do with this line of work must be careful and cautious worry. Boo! A kick lands to the gut of Zhao Long. The terrifying force raised Zhao Long 2 to 3 meters away and fell to the ground. You! Yi Xiao had a grumpy look on his face, looking at Zhao Long lying on the ground and laughing. Grandson, you're quite good at this. You're playing with me, aren't you? Okay. I'll give you 1 afternoon to tell that Ming to come here. If he doesn't come, I'll bury those 2 people in the backyard. Now, you can get lost. Bang! Yi Xiao closed the door of the villa. His face, grumpy and hideous, did not reduce by half a point. Pretended not to know that the drone in the sky was still watching him, and went straight to the backyard of the villa. Waiting for the backyard, Yi Xiao snatched the shovel in the hands of Ji and came to the front of the 2 fake police officers with a sardonic smile. So it's a fake, ah? You fooling me, right? Phew. The shovel was swung high. Boo. A shovel slaps a fake cop in the leg. Ka-chow. The fake police officer's thigh was broken by a shovel. Along with the shovels was also slapped by Yi Xiao. At this point, the middle-aged man who was sitting in a car and saw this scene through a drone camera instantly tensed up. His heart beat wildly and his scalp went numb.
So hard, so hard.
It simply doesn't treat people like human beings. Okay, this guy is definitely not a cop. Cops can't do stuff like this. Unfortunately, the middle-aged man will never know. Someone who has done more atrocious things than just being a cop. The kind of scene that kills people like chickens, if he sees it, could scare him to death. Yi Xiao took a fake look at the shovel handle that broke off in his hand, leaving only a short handle, skimmed his mouth, and looked around for something. Ji, who saw the scene just now in its entirety, was so scared that his legs shivered, his bladder convulsed, and a wave of urination was about to be held back, almost peeing his pants in fear. Her young Gil was at a loss, staring blankly at Yi Xiao, who was crouching on the ground and picking at the floor tiles, somewhat skeptical of life. Is he indeed a police officer? Could it be that the Yi Xiao in police uniform that he saw in the Criminal Investigation Brigade was an illusion? The next moment, he really started to doubt life, because Yi Xiao picked up a floor tile from the ground and held it in his hand with a sardonic smile on his face. Stands up and walks toward the 2 fake cops. Boo! The floor tile slapped another fake cop in the knee, cracked this fake cop's leg. Treating criminals. Yi Xiao never knew what it was to be merciful. He again forgot the words of his second uncle and the leaders of the brigade. Maybe a small part of his ruthlessness is for show, but there's a big part of him that does just want to do that. Yi Xiao's ruthlessness, however, scared some people. Bang, bang, bang. There was a frantic tapping on the door, with the doorbell coming from the front door of the villa. Having already raised the floor tile in his hand high in the air, Yi Xiao skimmed his lips. Throwing the floor tiles aside with a wave of his arm, he slowly stood up. My fish, are you finally here? What a shame. I haven't had enough fun yet. Chapter 114, The Power of a Cigar. When you open the gate. Out of the corner of his eye, Yi Xiao realized that the drone in the sky was gone. When the door of the villa opened completely, there was a middle-aged man standing outside the door. The moment she saw this person, Yi Xiao thought of an idiom. You can't judge a book by its cover. When you see a gentle, middle-aged man, as if he were an academic professor, standing in front of you, can you associate him with a DU offender? Can you imagine that this person would be that big seller behind Xiaolong? Who are you looking for? Yi Xiao stared at the middle-aged man's face. Of course I'm here for you. The middle-aged man smiled slightly, giving people a feeling like bathing in the spring breeze. I-ing. Adjusty, your kind of smile is very popular in nightclubs, you know? Those young ladies and big sisters and old aunts love you just the way you are. Yi Xiao became a little jealous and had a great urge to scratch the other party's face. It's so dangerous. Fortunately, Sister Bully and Sister Gentle are not here. Do I know you? Yi Xiao tilted her head and squinted at the other party with provocative eyes, as if he was a bad guy and the other guy was a good guy. Brother Yi, don't be so grumpy. It's only through harmony that wealth is created. The middle-aged man's smile remained unchanged. Am I right? Business. Yi Xiao narrowed her eyes. You're looking for me to do business? Yeah, business. The middle-aged man put away the smile on his face and nodded with a serious expression. You want so many goods. Do you really think I'll be stupid enough to believe you're playing with yourself? And your tactics, do you really think I believe you are a rich second generation? Not to speak in the dark in front of a bright person, you want the goods to sell them as well, right? Yi Xiao's brain was instantly a bit on the spot. Wait. Let me run through my thoughts first. What's going on here? The other side. Is this a misunderstanding? In a flash, Yi Xiao drifted off. That's it. I asked Zhao Long to get the goods. I said I wanted a large quantity, and I jokingly said I wanted a ton. Then, Zhou Ryu took what I said in jest. Seriously? A ton? I'll rub it in. So why do they take it seriously? Because Zhao Long saw $1 billion inside the villa. Yes, it's all a misunderstanding. Because of his own joke, because of 100 million in cash. Let's not talk about a ton of nothing for a moment. With this much cargo, no one will have it. But one thing is for sure, the other guy misunderstood that he was going to take a large quantity. Push a little along this line of thought. Wouldn't a normal person, playing alone or with a few people, take too much at all? So, they thought I was a big dude dealer? Got it. Get in the house and talk. Yi Xiao hooked the corner of her mouth and stepped aside. The middle-aged man smiled, looked deeply at Yi Xiao, and stepped into the villa. Until he was about to walk into the villa's hall before, the middle-aged man's mouth twitched a bit, pointing to the villa's backyard. Give a face? How about releasing the people? Good point. The smile on Yi Xiao's face became even brighter, and her eyes were dead set on the middle-aged man's eyes. How about putting it on when we're done talking? The implication is clear. A good chat, anything, is not a good conversation. Those two in the backyard don't say release. Don't you go either. The middle-aged man was silent, staring at Yi Xiao in a daze. Half a dozen times, he nodded and walked into the hall. A madman indeed. A box of cigars lay on the coffee table. The cigars were brought to Yi Xiao by Beiji out of date last night, several of them all wrapped one by one. The middle-aged man's expression looked calm, but inwardly he was somewhat shocked as he looked at the entire process of cutting the cigar, roasting the cigar, and finally lighting it slowly across the street. Looking at the other party's familiarity with tasting cigars, shock passed through the middle-aged man's eyes. Why? Because he's a guy who also loves cigars and is still an introductory veteran player. Many don't. Playing with cigars is like playing with wine. Wine can be collected and so can cigars. Anyone who really knows what they're doing knows that cigars come in different grades and naturally have different prices. High-end prices go for thousands to tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands to millions. You heard right.
Millions. Euros.
The golden tobacco cigar, arguably the most expensive cigar in this world, costs up to 1 million euros a stick. For such a world-class cigar, the materials used to make it are extravagant. It is first irrigated with Fiji water and cultivated in the alpine soil of the Himalayas. Nourished by a 150,000 euro bottle of red wine, it is wrapped in gold leaf and encrusted with diamonds. Just watching the production process makes the average person's jaw drop in wonder. And now, the cigar that Yi Xiao smokes is a gold-smoked cigar. That's why the middle-aged man was shocked. Don't say shocked. He was on the verge of being shocked into skepticism by Yi Xiao's trench. Nima, what exactly is the youth in front of you? €1 million gold cigar, even if Papa Ma smokes it every day, he'll be broke, right? Little old me, what makes you so? In the face of such a little old man, let's ask you if you're confused. Now, the middle-aged man did not doubt for a moment that the other man was a policeman. Because even the police, a casework unit, can't afford to play with such a cigar with all their money. Even if the Yi Xiao in front of me has more doubts, because of this one cigar and vanished, he didn't suspect that the cigar Yi Xiao smoked was a fake? Stop it. With the price point of these cigars out there, even if you finish the fakes, who buys them? Most classically, gold tobacco cigars are each numbered, with the number set out in diamonds on the cigar box. The cigarette case is also made of 24K solid gold. The counterfeiters are no cuties either. These cigars are basically collector's items. Not many people will buy them, and you can't afford to make them at the exorbitant prices the average person pays. Let's say the middle-aged man in front of us, a certain turd is gulping down a cloud, completely unaware that he's smoking €1 million cigar. That's right, Yi Xiao didn't know. When Gu Qingdan arrived last night, he brought him several odd-looking cigars, the trenchant kind with trenchant packaging. He didn't think much of it. If he knew the real price of cigars, he probably wouldn't dare smoke them for fear of losing his life. But he didn't think that the missteps had completely disarmed the middle-aged man in front of him. At this time, even if someone pointed a gun at the middle-aged man's head and told him that Yi Xiao was a police officer, middle-aged people won't believe it either. And who would have thought that a cigar could be so powerful? Ye old brother, let's get right to the point. What kind of goods do you want to take? Which kind of goods, how many goods, and when do you want them? The middle-aged man forced down the shock in his heart, and his eyes stared at the cigar in Yi Xiao's hand. It's all negotiable. What kind of goods? How much is it? The fish one is going to catch is not going to be a shark, is it? Yi Xiao narrowed his eyes, staring into the middle-aged man's eyes, and suddenly shook his head. You can't make the call. Find someone who can. Chapter 115. It's going to be huge. Let the other side find the one who can make the call? Why did Yi Xiao say that? No, he wasn't asking the other guy to find the one who could make the call. Rather, it was this case that he suspected he was somewhat going to be unable to do. Got to contact the head of the Criminal Investigation Brigade. That's right. Yi Xiao suspects that the middle-aged man in front of him is likely to be a shark. What was the original plan for this case? Use Hyanggi to find He, and then use He to find Daolong Cho Ryung. Then through Xiaolong to find its behind-the-scenes seller, that is, the middle-aged man, in front of him to implement the arrest. This is a set of operations. People claw, the case is broken, the credit is taken, sitting and waiting for promotion, basically counted as a finished job. And now it's all messed up. How the do I know after moving my mouth? What about the fact that the case title is ing over the top? The words of the middle-aged man in front of him made Yi Xiao realize that the case might be a bit big. Why? What to take, what kind, how much, and when do you want it? Those were the middle-aged man's exact words. What kind of tone is that? And what's the bottom line? If the opponent isn't blowing awesome, then it's safe to say. This pusher has a large number of goods in his hands, and it is possible that there is a complete DU manufacturing industry chain, and it may be possible to find the DU manufacturing factory behind the middle-aged man by following the vine. Call out any case of this caliber, you know what it represents? Extraordinary cases. Yi Xiao was a bit grossed out. Assuming the case is really as he suspects, this would be more than 1 or 2 cops could solve. It is also possible that the small number of people in a case unit may not be enough. A bad one, the whole city council would have to be alarmed, so what armed police would have to make an appearance. It's no joke. Elder brother Yi, are you sure you're not joking with me? The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. What goods do you want that I can't make? Yes. Yi Xiao coldly looked at the middle-aged man. So, do you have number 4? The middle-aged man froze in silence. The relevant international anti-drug organizations, when analyzing the seriousness of the criminal activities of drug smuggling, have classified the world's drugs into 10 numbers according to the seriousness of the criminal activities of drug smuggling. Heroin is a form of DU and dominates the criminal smuggling of DU products worldwide. It also comes in at number 4, or DU number 4. Not only is this DU expensive, but there is one very scary thing about it. To date, there is no effective way to quit, and the relapse rate is extremely high, making it impossible to quit once addicted. Ice Du was a younger brother in front of it. Seeing the middle-aged man freeze, Yi Xiao's heart jumped. Couldn't be that he had lionized the other party, could it? Yes, It's true that I can't make the call. The middle-aged man took a deep breath. It's just that I don't know if elder brother Yi is interested in going somewhere with me in the next 2 days. To meet the person who can really make the decision? Do you take me for a fool? Yi Xiao smiled coldly. I'm going to your place? Do you want to die? Don't play tricks with me if you want to talk. Let the one who can make the decision come to me to talk. No way. The middle-aged man shook his head and thought again. Since everyone is uneasy, let's pick a place where everyone can feel at ease. Tell me about it. Yi Xiao looked at the middle-aged man warily for a moment and said indifferently, Don't play any tricks, or else, I don't mind leaving you here as well. The middle-aged man's pupils contracted for a moment. He could sense that Yi Xiao was not joking and nodded. Leave a contact information. Yi Xiao froze, and with a twinkle in her eye, Cell phones and all are not safe. Let's use chat software. One that won't be monitored. Yes. The middle-aged man nodded without hesitation and looked at Yi Xiao with a slightly odd look. It's like saying, You know little old me? Of course I get it. Just as Yi Xiao often felt that her IQ was comparable to Einstein's. But one has to admit that he's still a billion points short of professional scientists for a little thing like building an atomic bomb. He could still operate something like chat software. Then, Yi Xiao went back to her bedroom and took out a laptop. Skype is a tool. Chatting is just one of its functions. This software uses cloud-based encryption to keep information secure. After logging into his Skype account, Yi Xiao asked the middle-aged man, Do you have Skype? Yes. The middle-aged man nodded. Computer for me? Yi Xiao looked at the middle-aged man with eyes that were out of place. It's like someone trying to use your computer. First of all, never mind if it's a good friend or a relative, you're definitely going to resist it on the inside. After all, who doesn't have hundreds of gigs of wife on their hard drive? Luckily, the laptop is from the brigade and you don't have to worry about that. Yi Xiao pushed the laptop to the middle-aged man. 10 minutes later, at the gate of the villa. Leaf clamor. Xue Ming. Yi Xiao shook hands with the middle-aged man, very much like an underground party meeting an underground party. The two fake cops are carried away by Cho Ryung and Blackie, with Hyuk Young Gil keeping his head down on the sidelines. 3 days. Xue Ming's face couldn't see any expression. I will contact you within 3 days to discuss a place to meet. No problem. Yi Xiao nodded and replied faintly, Don't make me wait too long. I don't know how much longer I can stay in this city. Xue Ming was surprised. Elder brother Yi is not from this city? Don't you? Yi Xiao looked at Xue Ming with a smirk. Ha ha ha. For a split second, both of them laughed. Xue Ming smiled a gentle smile. Yi Xiao laughed uncontrollably. Bye. Xue Ming nodded and turned his head away. I'm sure I'll see you again. Yi Xiao smiled as she looked at Xue Ming's back, and a trace of coldness flashed in her eyes. Hyanji is incarcerated, because he won't be used for appearances anymore in the future. Yi Zhao's promise to her young Gil has been fulfilled. This time little old me helped a lot. When the day of sentencing will more or less reduce the sentence leniency. Criminal Investigation Brigade Conference Room. The 3 captains and the instructor all looked at the image on the projection cloth and looked at Yi Xiao. The parties are meeting on video. The crowd present had mixed feelings. Yi Zhao's expression was serious as he looked at everyone present through the video, and he also assumed the appearance of a junior. That's understandable, the big boys sit and point and have their men charge. But what does that have to do with me? I'm here to ask for backup now, thanks. Yes, it is indeed a request for backup. When Yi Xiao said all of his discoveries, especially the conversation with Xue Ming and his analysis of Xue Ming, the entire Criminal Investigation Brigade was shocked and shook a straw. What's the situation? Didn't I tell you to catch a DU dealer? How come there is a chain of DU trafficking and possibly a DU processing plant involved? Do you know how many criminals are needed to operate a chain of DU trafficking? Do you realize how many criminals are hidden in a DU factory? If it's true, are you aware of how many police forces would have to be mobilized to conduct a complete siege? Including Yi Huaran, Yi Zhao's second uncle. The instructors and captains had their brains buzzing. The look at Yi Xiao was also so incredible. They're tempted to ask, why is it that all the cases you come across are scary? Suppose Yi Zhao's guesses and analysis were confirmed. Then this is definitely a mega case. Know what a mega case is? Criminal cases in which the circumstances of the crime are particularly egregious, the consequences are particularly serious, or the amount of the crime is particularly large. In such cases, the investigation is almost always organized by the Ministry of Law Enforcement or a law enforcement agency of a province, autonomous region or municipality directly under the central government is designated as the main organization for joint investigations. Basically, the minimum level of investigation of such cases is a provincial case unit. To put it bluntly, at least they must be at the level of the Criminal Investigation Department or at the level of the Provincial Law Enforcement Department. 2 words. To the heavens. The leaders of the Criminal Investigation Brigade are going crazy. This kind of case, not to mention their Criminal Investigation Brigade, cannot eat. The City Council detachment couldn't eat it either. The General Headquarters needs to be notified immediately so that the General Headquarters can rule on it. If the chief thinks the shoulders are too small, I guess the Office of Law Enforcement will have to hand it over to the Department of Law Enforcement. As the captain of the Criminal Investigation Brigade, Chun Guodong almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. The way he looked at Yi Xiao now was exactly like looking at a god. Chun swore, when this incident is over, he'll apply for a transfer. Leave the CID brigade and find a place to retire. He's worried he'll have a heart attack if he lets Yi Xiao go on like this. Leaders, why don't you say something? Yi Xiao blinked within the video. How am I going to do that? Did I upset the leader in some way? The smart Yi Xiao didn't dwell on the topic. Never fight the leader, you'll only make a fool of yourself. From my experience in 2 lives, the leaders looked like they wanted to finish me off. They're so scary, so eager to seek refuge in the arms of a gentle big sister. Wait for the notice. Chun Guodong looked at the other captains and instructors for a few moments and spoke to Yi Xiao in a deep voice. Before the notice from the higher-ups is issued, you'd better not do anything. Understand? It's don't do anything. Count on me as the captain to beg you. Don't mess things up. Okay? Yi Xiao felt innocent. That's not what I thought it would be. I want Yulong pumping down deep trenches. It's not a stirrer that other people hate. It's hard. Chapter 116, The Law of the Weak and the Strong. In video, some things happen just happen. But as long as it is not dealt with, it sticks in the throat. As in the case at hand, Yi Xiao had a headache. Why can't criminals play nice with themselves? Why do you want to play so big? This is not the kind of pressure I should be under at my age, authority. I'm only 22 years old. Invite disaster body? Yi Xiao wanted to cry a little to express her sadness and grief, but the case had to go on. Lean back on the couch and savor this time since crossing over. Regretting the old ways of your past life? Regret it. Although the world affairs are chaotic and noisy, if you can retire only to stay a seat of leisure, idyllic pastoral, it is not bad. But man, what goes around comes around. If you don't live again, you can't afford the chance to cross over if you don't make a big splash once. Can you afford the chance to cross over? Yi Xiao is even less of a cutie. That mom-giving system of his own is not very present, though, a toolman. But every ability given is more or less related to the ability to be a cop. The name is quite extrajudicial. Assuming one isn't a cop, just saying that the things one has done in the meantime do resemble a thug. Anyone else would have been sent to jail in minutes for doubting their lives. So that's how extra-legal it is? Are you serious? Yi Xiao laughed and shook his head, taking out his cell phone and dialing the boss. What's wrong? Gu Qingdan asked softly. Don't come over for a few days, it'll be dangerous. Yi Xiao said smilingly. By the way, miss you. Only in passing? Gu Qingdan laughed lightly. You left your underwear behind when you left this morning. Yi Xiao laughed evilly. This is the underwear of Mr. Ba. If it was in the previous life, it would definitely be able to be listed on the internet and sold for a lot of silver. No, it's soft sister coins. Get out. Gu Qingdan was annoyed. Anything else? Nope. Yi Xiao stopped laughing. Mid-Autumn Festival. I may not be able to accompany you. It's okay then. Gu Qingdan whispered. As long as you're well, that's the greatest joy for us, understand? Aha. Taking the cell phone, Yi Xiao nodded his head, although he knew that the boss could not see. It's a friend who can give you a hand when it counts. The one who can help you a few times is a girlfriend who loves you. Ending the call, Yi Xiao hesitated for a moment and called her gentle sister. Sis, what's going on? Just got done giving Bean a bath. The soft words that belonged solely to Gu Qingdao came out. Want me? Yi Xiao asked seriously. Half a dozen shy words came. Think. Yi Xiao laughed. Sometimes I really envy the gentle and kind sister Qingmai. Being a simple-minded woman is not a blessing, because that's all there is in her world. That bit, including you, I'll try to get busy and get home soon, but not today. Yi Xiao smiled and said, when I get home, I'm going to eat the boiled fish that Sister Qingmai made with her own hands. Gu Qingdao softly answered, Dao Du. Misses you too. The simple sentence made Yi Zhao's gentle sister's appearance echo within her brain. The sensibility of a kind sister-in-law, the flirtatiousness of a mom friend, and the playfulness of a neighborly sister are inexplicably touching. Aha! Yi Zhao once again nodded heavily, although also knew that Sister Qingmai couldn't see it. Humanly, it's still worth it. Drones are once again present. Yi Zhao narrowed her eyes. Keep in mind that these things have a remote control distance. Civilian, industrial, police, military, divided into several concepts. Civilian long-range maneuvers won't work, suggesting that some people are watching him at close range. Doubtful? Shouldn't be. If he suspected it, Xue Ming wouldn't have come to see himself. It should be a mere surveillance. Never think too well of the bad guys, it's common sense. It's equally common sense that money doesn't come out of the woodwork. $100 million in the villa would be a huge temptation. Not many bad guys can resist that temptation. Yi Zhao knew that tonight should be a sleepless night. Gu Qingdan's driver, Wang Mang, walked into the villa's lobby and came to sit beside Yi Zhao. Sister Qingdao sent you? Looking at this retired, mysterious soldier, Yi Zhao raised the corner of her mouth. When he thought of the principle of secrecy that Wang Mang had told himself in the beginning, he couldn't help but wonder what kind of troop this Wang brother had stayed in before. Well, Mr. Gu is not at ease. Wang Mang looked at Yi Zhao. She said that you were too capable. Said that you shouldn't leave that $100 million in the villa to fish. It will be dangerous. But also knew it was useless to persuade you, so she had to let me come over to help you. Clam? Yi Zhao was happy. What else did it say? And a lot more. Wang Mang also grinned. General Manager Gu said that she knows you are the kind of cop that was born to be a cop, and sometimes she gets headaches because of your temperament. She also said that she told you that you should think 3 times, think of danger, think of retreat, and think of change. Before you do something, you should consider the consequences of this matter, understand the advantages and disadvantages, and then go to way do or do not do. If the rolling momentum is unstoppable, we must think about retreating and avoiding its sharp edges. Only to avoid the retreat, safe, and then have the opportunity to think about how to change the situation. Mr. Gu also laughed and said, You are stubborn with her, saying that you understand all these truths, but you don't care. Heh! Yi Zhao grinned. And, last sentence. Wang Mang is also laughing, Mr. Gu said. Heh! Crude rash. Ha 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 ha. Yi Zhao laughed out loud, tears coming out of her eyes as she laughed. Sure enough, it may not be the parents who know a man best. Instead, it's this man's pillow talk. Wang Mang was also laughing silently. He knew what Yi Zhao was laughing at, because sometimes women never realize that men have 2 hearts. One that is infested with the world and goes with the flow. The other one is always on fire and sticks to the bottom line. Mr. Gu probably doesn't know that with your ability I can't be of much help if I come. Wang Mang looked deeply at Yi Zhao and asked somewhat self-deprecatingly, Without using firearms, there should already be very few people in this world who can harm you. No, she knows. Yi Zhao put away her smile. Although she doesn't understand the fighting and killing of the man's world, she is after all a financial big shot who has seen too many storms. She can guess that I am in danger, and letting you come over means that she knows that I am in danger now. She likewise knows how good my kung fu is, and is worried that someone else is going to use a gun, which is why she asked you to come back and help me. Wang Mang narrowed his eyes. Can move a gun? If they come, sure. Yi Zhao sneered. Because they know I have a gun, or I deliberately showed it to them. To people like them, I don't have the strength or ability, so if I'm robbed or killed, it's deserved bad luck. If I have the strength and ability to make a fair cooperative deal. Walking the crooked path speaks of a law of the weak and the strong. So they will definitely come. Wang Mang's expression became suspicious and heavy. What do you need me to do? Tough, the tougher the better. Yi Zhao looked at Wang Mang with a smirk. This time, let me also admire what Brother Wang has learned from the army. Wang Mang was silent and shook his head again. Tactics in the army can't be used on ordinary people, that's the rule. Are you forgetting that they are not ordinary people, but criminals? Yi Zhao said seriously. Wang Mang froze, and his eyes gradually brightened. The smile on Yi Zhao's face also grew wider. Where is the army? A place where soldiers are trained. What's a soldier? The sharp objects of the state. Or you can call soldiers killing weapons. Chapter 117. The Devil Who Eats People. The dark night was silent and eerie. Outside, the fall wind was blowing lightly, with a hint of a wind chime, and every now and then you could hear the rustling of the leaves as the wind blew through the trees. It was midnight, and apart from the wind, apart from the rustling, it was terribly silent outside, as if the darkness was going to swallow everything. Yishao crossed his legs with a cigar in his mouth and played king with a tablet.
用他那菜的抠脚的游戏技术横行黄金分段，被敌方虐得又鲜又死，时不时口吐芬芳，问候一下敌人的女性直系亲属。
Suddenly, there was a shriek from outside that turned abruptly. Yishao continued to play the game, the corners of her lips slowly raised. Coming, outside the villa, Wang Mang let go of his hand, and a man, like a puddle of mud, fell to the ground. Looking at the earthen pistol in his hand, a piercing coldness appeared on his face as he slowly crouched down, like a panther foraging for food in the darkness of the night, blending into the shadows outside the villa. Where's old Five? One figure carefully jumped inside the villa compound's fence, and someone spoke in a low voice. I don't know, he came in alone first. Another one said with a pressed voice. We have 3 guns in our hands, and that little brat also has a gun in his hand, so be careful. After killing that little brat, quickly move the money inside the villa, a leader ordered. If Yishao was also here at this time, he would definitely be able to listen to who the person speaking was. Zhao Long. 6 men, cautiously approaching the villa in the darkness. They didn't realize that a dark shadow slowly appeared from behind them, stretching out its hand towards the one at the very back of the 6. Suddenly, one palm landed viciously and venomously on the man's mouth, while the screwdriver in the other hand stabbed into the man's soft spot. The body of the person who was attacked trembled, and his whole body went limp, and before he could fall, he was dragged into the darkness by the owner of those hands without making a single sound. Since the beginning, none of the 5 men in front of him had noticed another attrition of his companions. Together with the first old 5 who had entered the villa, they were missing another person. Zhao Long was a little nervous and carefully approached the villa's entry door. At the same time, he had already seen Yishao, who was playing a game with a tablet, in the villa's hall. That's right, he was ordered to kill Yishao tonight. Ming said that if he could kill Yishao, he would be given half of the $100 million in the villa. Money moves people. $50 million. For any person, this amount of money would be enough to enjoy for a lifetime, so how could they not be tempted? But Zhao Long hadn't given it a second thought. Why didn't Xue Ming come and get this money instead of having him come over? Zhao Long slowly arrived in front of the villa gate and took a deep breath. He had a gun in his hand, the one Ming had given him. 3 in all claymores. Not powerful enough, not enough firepower, but it can kill just as well as long as it's up close. Shasta! Zhao Long twisted open the door handle and rushed into the villa's hall, heading straight for Yishao. He failed to notice that none of the minions behind him had followed. No, it's not that his minions aren't keeping up. Rather, it was the moment Zhao Long rushed into the villa. A leopard-like figure appeared beside those 4 minions. A hand gripping a screwdriver carried a trail of stumps through the air, through the darkness. For consecutive stabs, all of which were accurately stabbed into a man's neck. The 4 men were holding their necks, unable to even shout, not even giving them a chance to resist. For more stabs in a row into their loins. Zhao Long's 4 minions slowly fell to the ground, but one hand was quick to catch a falling figure. Put them on the ground so they don't make a noise from falling. The entire kill was done in silence. That ferocity, that cruelty, that way of killing in silence would make any man tremble with fear. Wang Mang stood up, his face expressionless, and skimmed his mouth. He knew that this military assassination technique of his, compared to Yi Zhao's killing, was like a kindergarten-class child facing an adult with a machete in his hand. There was absolutely no comparison. If Yi Zhao were to do these things, I'm sure it would be cleaner than him, right? Why? Why did Yi Zhao have such horrible fighting skills? This was something Wang Meng could never figure out. Perhaps he'll never figure it out in his life. Between steps, the villa that Wang Mang walked into saw an odd scene. Yishao was holding a cigarette in his mouth and was fully focused on playing the game. It was as if he hadn't seen Zhao Long who had rushed in, and even better, he hadn't seen the gun that was about to fall on his head. The fingers of his hands flew like flies, maneuvering Garo to kill in all directions. No, not a big kill, but his game character Gala was chased in all directions and panicked. The enemy is too vicious to be human. Am I too good? No, it's definitely not me asking. There must be something wrong with the game design. Yes, that must be it. It was at this moment that the muzzle of the pistol landed on Yi Xiao's head. But Yi Xiao had already dropped the tablet and extended a finger. This finger was extended for a split second and inserted behind the trigger of the pistol, blocking a finger from hooking down the trigger. Ah! Zhao Long was dumbfounded, foolishly looking at Yi Xiao, who slowly raised his head and was looking at himself with a smile. Hey, what a coincidence. Staying up this late to get up and pee. Yi Xiao looked at Zhao Long with a smile. But, aren't you in the wrong place? This seems to be my home? Kill him. Zhao Long yelled in panic and ordered his little brother. When he turned his head, his entire body froze. Instead of seeing any minions, he found a man standing silently behind him, as if he were a statue. Where are my men? Zhao Long, whose brain was on the fritz, was somewhat unable to figure this out. In all seriousness, Zhao Long is a very cruel person. It's just that, in the past, his cruelty was mostly hidden beneath the facade. Returning to his senses, a fierce look appeared on his face. The pistol was unusable, and without hesitation, Zhao Long reached down to his waist. There's a sharp knife there that can kill just as well if it's pulled out. But the man who stood behind him like a statue moved. With a single movement, as if it was a violent tiger, it instantly came to him. Boo! A punch lands to the small of Zhao Long's back. The terrifying power accompanied by a huge pain caused Zhao Long to bend over, his stomach turning over. Too bad he couldn't spit it out, because there was a palm clasped around his neck, lifting his near 180-pound frame like a chickadee. Boom! Zhao Long was lying flat at Yi Xiao's feet. His entire body was smashed and dazed. His bones seemed to be falling apart at this moment. Yi Xiao didn't even look at Zhao Long. Instead, he was playing with the earthen pistol in his hand and spoke blandly under his breath. How many? 7 in total. Wang Mang said slowly as he stood by. How was it handled? Yi Xiao looked at Wang Mang curiously. Didn't lay a deadly hand on them. They shouldn't even be able to die if they are resuscitated in time within an hour. Wang Mang said lightly. Indeed, it doesn't matter if it's a stab in the neck or an injury like a soft spot. As long as the treatment is timely, people still can't die. Ha! Yi Xiao mockingly bristled. Wang Meng resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Heart cursed. Uing when I am Ua with a thug, out is to run to the human life. You have the identity of the police, kill the bad guys is natural. But I am now retired, just an ordinary person. If I kill people, this is not a death. Who sent you? Yi Xiao lowered his head and looked at Zhao Long, who was lying on the ground in front of him and slowly coming back to his senses, and asked with a smile. I'm going to you. Zhao Long drank in the curses, but didn't quite finish them. Bang! Guns roared. A bloody arrow emerged from Zhao Long's leg. Yi Xiao looked at the smoking pistol in his hand. Not smokeless gunpowder? Clay is clay and not very good. Ah! Zhao Long screamed out in misery and rolled on the ground holding his thighs. I'm going to ask you one more time who sent you. Yi Xiao smiled, looking at the screaming Zhao Long. I, shouted Zhao Long in horror. Bang! Guns exploded. Zhao Long's other thigh was hit by a bullet. Too slow to answer. I'm in a hurry. Yi Xiao's smile remained unchanged, and he shook off his hand that was a little numb from the shock. Standing up, he came to crouch in front of Zhao Long and inserted the barrel of his pistol into Zhao Long's mouth. The screams disappeared in an instant, and Zhao Long looked at Yi Xiao with a horrified face. Wang Mang, who was on the side, also looked at Yi Xiao with some numbness in his scalp. It was as if the two of them were looking at a smiling, devouring demon. Yi Xiao was still smiling, looking at Zhao Long underneath her. I'll ask you again, who sent you? Chapter 118, Coming Brother. Xue Ming. Yi Xiao did not have any surprises when he heard Zhao Long shout out the name in horror. When one's rewards are not proportional to the risks he takes, things are never as simple as they seem. I'll be damned if it's not that Xue Ming. It's like in the previous life, those who could get into the Chinese Academy of Sciences were definitely highly educated people, and there could be no such thing as a self-taught wild bachelor's degree. Anyone who can instruct a bad guy must be someone the bad guy knows, someone worse than the bad guy. However, this operation of Xue Ming's, Yi Xiaodus gave him a nod of approval. It's a classic case of creating an alibi, as well as a smokescreen and a way to test your strength. and then we'll deny it, right? The script kills, Yi Xiao smiled and hooked the trigger. Bang! Zhao Long stared at Yi Xiao in a daze. To his dying day, he couldn't figure out why he was dead. His eyes seemed to be asking, I've already told the mastermind, why do you still want to kill me? Because, you people don't just deal in duos, you go on killing people for greed, but it's your fault for coming to kill me. Yi Xiao smiled and spoke, by the way, I'm a police officer. Surprised or not? Zhao Long's eyes bulged and widened in disbelief as he took his last breath. Death is not an option. Wang Meng stood staring at Yi Xiao in a daze. He didn't need to look in the mirror to know that his face was now crumpled, collapsed, and jaw dropped. He wanted to ask Yi Xiao why she did it, but he couldn't open his mouth. Jingle bells. The cell phone rings. Orders from the top? Answering his cell phone, Yi Xiao dropped his gun with a serious expression. The chief captain took the job. Chen Guodong's voice was serious. This time also gives our criminal investigation brigade great power, and the higher-ups issued an order for the city bureau and detachment to fully cooperate with our criminal investigation brigade. The special police and armed police are on standby and can be mobilized immediately if necessary. And the chief captain asked me to give you a message. Huang Jun asked to give you a message. Yi Xiao has a mouth groove, do not know how to spit. False heart. Not. Is the heart asked. What words? Are you sure? Chen Guodong asked in a deep voice. If we feel unsure, we can directly launch an arrest operation. Be sure to ensure your own safety and do not make any unnecessary sacrifices. Yi Xiao froze. The chief captain's meaning was clear. The case is secondary, personal safety comes first. Big deal, check it out slowly later, but don't sacrifice. What's this? Is the chief captain worried that he'll be sacrificed? A phrase inexplicably came to him. If God has love, God is old, and the world is in a state of flux. How fortunate is it that this life crossing can meet people like Second Uncle, Chen Guodong, the brigade leaders, and the chief captain. As long as you're not doing anything against your will and are on the right path, they'll all be there to protect you and watch your back. One more than the other. No wonder when I used to read novels, those protagonists with backers always like to jump up and down, arrogant, all kinds of pretending and stepping on people, and the general public can't do anything about them. Because there are a bunch of dads out there protecting you and wiping your ass. It would be a lie to say I wasn't moved. Tell the chief captain for me, thanks. Yi Xiao took a deep breath. The case must continue. I will find a way to take it down. By the way, the villa can't stay. Tonight, Zhao Long brought someone to kill me for the $100 million in the villa. Can be said to be a test by Xue Ming to try my strength. Zhao Long I shot down. His 6 men need to be rescued in a hurry. Let the brigade send someone over to receive the scene. I'll pretend to hide out and continue to follow Xue Ming's line. Dead again? Chen Guoming's bitter laugh came out. All right, I'll send someone over. Be careful yourself next. As long as you find out that things are not right, hurry up and send out a signal. We'll support as fast as we can through the tracker on you. Ending the call, Yi Xiao smiled. You guys don't understand. I have too many secrets in me. Strength is my backbone. It's not that I'm putting down the people of this world. When I had the system, I can say this with confidence. Everyone here is trash. Wang Meng is gone. Yi Xiao didn't need to be protected, but she was worried about Ba's safety. The mall is like a battlefield. Enemies in the mall can sometimes be much more vicious than those in the world of ordinary people. A midnight stroll through the streets has a very bleak feel to it. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. People are celebrating the festival. I am alone in the cold wind. It is hell if I am not miserable. The moon isn't bright enough in the sky. Totally underlines my sense of sadness. The hotel slept overnight. Yi Xiao logged into Skype with his cell phone. A verification passed prompt appears. And someone sent him a message. I'm Xue Ming. Yi Xiao's heart jumped and she hooked up the corner of her mouth. What about the promised 3 days? Information dialog box. Yi Xiao. What's wrong, old brother Xue? See if I'm dead? Xue Ming. Ye old brother is joking. How could you die if you were so capable? Yi Xiao. I'm not dead, but I sent Zhao Long away. Are you a little happy? Xue Ming. Yi Xiao. Not talking? It's okay. Come on, I'll find you. Remember to buy a good coffin and hire a few blacks so that they can carry it for you when you have your funeral. Xue Ming, brother Yi, everything is negotiable. Yi Xiao. What the hell do you mean? Discuss? Why didn't you consult me when you sent someone to kill me? Xue Ming. This Is my place to do poorly, you want to deal with me should also be. However, ye old brother, I still say peace and harmony, in order to produce wealth. Yi Shao, huh? Come on, you teach me how to make peace. Tell you what, when I'm done with you, the two of us will have a discussion on how to make peace, huh? Sherman. 10%. Yi Shao? Xueming. 10% cheaper payment. Yi Shao. Xueming. We are all out to do business. I'll use this 10% of the purchase price to buy my life. What does he think? Yi Shao. Is your life worth 10% of the purchase price? Or is my life worth that much? Xueming. So what do you mean, ye oldie? Yi Shao, 20%. In the future I'll get all my goods 20% cheaper. If you don't agree, then you're waiting to die. Xueming. I can't make the decision, let's do it this way. Continue the topic just now. Our boss wants to see you. Yi Shao. Since everyone is uneasy, let's go to the pier. It's easy for me to run, and it's easy for you to run, how about it? Xueming. Okay, the dock. Where's the dock I choose? Yi Shao, yes, it can be, quickly, and now no one quasi nothing. Xueming. Older brother is very careful, ah. That's good. XX pier, we will see you in an hour? Yi Shao, good. Xueming. I'm not going to see you there. Yi Shao put down her cell phone and narrowed her eyes. Boss? What kind of boss? Why did you want to see me? This Xueming is also very interesting, actually took out 20% of the future goods to buy life. It seems that your status within this DU trafficking gang is not low. To think that Xueming actually said nothing about Zhaolong and the others. Tough enough. Your over-the-top gesture resembles me entering the time of the Magi. It's all dog eat dog anyway, and the death of anyone is a good thing to pat yourself on the back for. Thinking little, Yi Shao walked out of the hotel and drove an Audi to a certain pier. The car was prepared long ago by the Criminal Investigation Brigade and has a tracker on it. Even if you get caught, you can explain that it's normal to have a used car and put in a tracker or something. When he arrived at the pier, Yi Shao did not see Xueming. A message came through on his cell phone from Xueming, giving an address, a fishing harbor clubhouse. Yi Shao drove to the clubhouse. Arrived at the clubhouse, a waiter came and asked, "Is it Mr. Yi?" After Yi Shao nodded, the waiter led him to a private room. When I walked in, there were 3 men and 3 heavily made-up women sitting inside. 3 women who could tell just by looking at them that they were the out-and-out kind. 3 men among them was Xueming. Coming, old boy. Xueming got up with a smile. Well, here it comes. Yi Shao grinned, his thighs swinging and dancing. Boo! Xueming was jerked away by a kick and crashed into the wall of the private room. His body sliding down against the wall and paralyzed on the floor. Chapter 119. How do you know? Ignoring the people in the booth, not to mention the men's gasps and the women's screams. Elder brother Xue. I'm coming. In a fierce smile, Yi Shao walked over to Xueming, who was paralyzed on the ground and had not yet regained his senses. Xueming, who was in pain, came back to his senses and looked at Yi Shao in a daze. You. Boo. Yi Shao stepped on Xueming's face with a Jew and stomped his opponent. Bending down, he looked at Xueming, whose face was covered in blood at his feet. Do you really think I came here today to talk business? I came here today just to you, understand? Have to say, at this moment Yi Shao fit the image of a madman. Psychologically speaking, only crazy people have nothing to lose. A pistol was drawn from Yi Shao's waist. The safety turned on and stared at Xueming's head. Everyone in the booth was stunned by the hideous Yi Shao with that gun. Their brains couldn't help but conjure up one word. Thugs. Xueming, who was stepped on by Yi Shao, was even more scared out of his wits and hissed in terror. Boss, save me. Older brother. Even if you killed Xueming, is it interesting? Can't we all just sit down together and talk? It's not good to make money together? Yi Shao stopped hooking his finger on the trigger of his pistol, tilted his head, and looked at the person who spoke with a cold expression. His eyes were crazy, as if they were burning with flames, and scared the other man to the core. Making money? Yi Shao looked at the other party and raised the corners of his mouth, a sardonic smile appearing on the edge of his mouth. I'm interested when you say that. The other party was an old man, more than 50 and less than 60, wearing a black tang suit, very much so. But what attracted Yi Shao was the middle-aged man beside the old man who always kept silent and lowered his head. There's something wrong with the way this man just reacted. It's quiet. The others are gathered around him. Wherever you are, people who can get special are not ordinary people. In full view of everyone, Yi Shao put away his gun, raised his leg, and without even looking at Xueming, He walked to this middle-aged man and raised his finger to point at the woman beside the middle-aged man who was trembling in fear. Get out of the way. After the woman rolled and crawled to get out of the way, Yishao sat down on her butt and looked at the middle-aged man's face. What's your name? No need to be expensive. Just call me Gu Chengchen. The middle-aged man had a calm expression as he looked straight at Yishao. Good eyesight. What's the use of eyesight? Brains have to work. Yishao raised her head and pointed to her head, baring her teeth in a smile. Do you think so? Xue Ming stood up and took a napkin to wipe the blood off his face. A gaze of anger and unwillingness appeared in his eyes as he stared dead at Yishao. A fierce light flashed under Yishao's eyes. Click. A bottle of wine was cracked in his grip on the coffee table. Pest! Half a bottle of wine was stabbed into the dazed Xue Ming's stomach. Everyone's jaws dropped. Ah! Xue Ming screamed out in misery and fell down holding his stomach. Next time you look at me like that, I promise it won't be a bottle, it'll be a bullet. Yishao spoke calmly. Do you understand? Got it. Everyone understands. The people present realized that Yishao was a complete madman. A psychopath. 10 minutes later, Xue Ming was taken to the hospital. There were 3 men and 3 women sitting in the booth. Yishao leaned back on the sofa, squinted his eyes, and gulped down clouds with a cigar in his mouth. The middle-aged man and the old man looked at Yishao with complicated gazes. The 3 heavily made-up women continued to shiver. Gu Chengchen had mixed feelings. Originally, when Xue Ming said that Yishao was crazy and mentally ill, he didn't believe him. Now he believes. The Yishao in front of him was acting like that. Indeed, like those who play with powder too much, they are mentally stimulated and do things recklessly. At the same time, he could also see that Yishao's biggest flaw was to show off his bloodthirsty bravery and be a roller. It's like 2 people fighting. One of them suddenly went berserk and grabbed a slate and hit himself in the head. The other person would certainly be instinctively scornful and cautious because the other person is crazy. Either you just get him killed or you definitely can't afford to mess with him. Kill Yishao? No, this one is a packaged moneymaker with all the money in the world. Or a psychopath who can have $100 million in cash in his house. Gu Chengchen wanted to make money, and the other party had the strength to trade with him as an equal. Money is money, realistically speaking. But some people are always gifted and they think differently than normal people. The one that applies to ordinary people doesn't apply to them. I hear the old man wants number 4? Gu Chengchen spoke faintly. You did. Yishao had a cigarette in his mouth and squinted over. Yes, but not in stock. Gu Chengchen nodded. If it's ice you want, I have plenty of it here. Oh! Yishao revealed a look of great interest. I tried the one at Zhaolong's place. The purity is good. This kind of ice? Right? Gu Chengchen's eyelids fluttered. Ordinary people don't differentiate between ice, much less understand what purity is. The other guy is a connoisseur if he can say that. Sure enough, it's the gold master of pounding goods. Because of this, Gu Chengchen's eyes lit up. Ice this kind of goods, he can say, as much as he wants, and the cost is extremely low. As long as the other party could be interested in ice, he would be able to make a big fortune, and he wouldn't have to entertain the casual customers in the future, as long as he greeted Yishao, the pack house. There was one question he couldn't figure out. The other side of the channel? It's not selling well at all domestically because of the crackdown. Where is that party going to be sold? If the other party's path was wild, Gu Chengchen was willing to lower the price a bit and work with Yishao on this wild path. That way you'll be good. I'll be good. Everyone will be good. And we'll all get rich together. As for the question of whether the person in front of us could be a police officer.
Donte bezo ingenier funny.
The other side of the nerve, crazy, bloody, brutal, out of the hand to hurt people, want to kill people to do. Someone if he said he was a police officer, Gu Chengchen first spit that person face, go you bar. If all cops were like this, then I guess there wouldn't be any good guys left in the world. Yishao felt that she had pretended very well. Pretend to be crazy again, you're making it difficult for me. Fat tiger. From the other party's conversation with himself, he could sense that Gu Chengchen should not suspect his identity, which also made him relieved. So next is the topic. Tell me, how to sell it? Yishao asked with a smile. 200 a gram. Gu Chengchen revealed a hint of a smile. You tricked me? Yishao narrowed her eyes. I asked for the cost price, the price to sell me. Since it was elder brother Yi who opened his mouth. Gu Chengchen raised the corner of his mouth. How about 100? Hiss! Yishao sucked in a breath of cool air. This time he was genuinely surprised. Though what he did wasn't narcotics, it was criminal investigation. But also know that ice this how things in the market at least 200 to start, expensive if 300 and 500 can also be sold. 100 of these prices is a bargain. What does that mean? The take price on behalf of Guchengchen would definitely be lower. Who the hell is going to peddle to you without making more than double the price? Doesn't it smell good to sell rice? And you don't have to commit a crime. In that case, it's pretty much as one would infer. The goods were originally made by them. That's why they dare to sell it so cheap. As for the cost, it must be so low that you can't imagine it at all. Yishao looked straight at Gu Chengchun for half a second, grinned and stuck out his thumb. Older brother is good at this, his own formula? What's a square? Recipe as well as process. Older brother is smart too. Gu Chengchun smiled slightly. How are the shipments? Yishao asked smilingly. I can pay as much as you want as long as there's a way. Gu Chengchun's expression grew serious. Of course, it has to be cash money. I know the rules. Yishao nodded and looked at the old man. I wonder who this is? Old Yang. Help me watch the warehouse. Gu Chengchun said casually. Oh, so? Yishao suddenly turned her head and looked furiously at the heavily made-up woman sitting beside the old man. And who is this sister? As soon as his words left his mouth, Gu Chengchun and the old man's faces instantly changed dramatically. Ha! The heavily made-up woman's original expression of panic and fear disappeared and gave Yishao a flying eye. How did you see it? Your mom's high. There's not really a sister-in-law, is there? Yishao inwardly spat, his eyes gradually freezing. Sister, I'm not a very patient person. Chapter 120 I wanna rob. Yishao's words caused the thickly made-up woman's face to change, but she did not have any fear and her gaze was cold. Ha! Yishao was shocked and took a fine look at the other party. You're not afraid of me? The other guy had a nice face, a nice body, and a nice temperament. A few nice blends together give it a unique feel. It's wild, but this kind of wildness was different from Gu Qingdan. Gu Qingdan's wild is a queen, a royal sister, a boss. The woman in front of her, however, carried the kind of wildness that mature women provoke in men, appealing to little old me just entering society. The kind of woman who makes you say, Auntie, I don't want to make an effort. Sure enough, the sister-in-law persona. Why should I be afraid of you? The heavily made-up woman seemed to be disdainful, like a mocking smile. Shouldn't you be the one who's afraid of me? Speaking. The door to the private room was pushed open and 5 burly men walked in. A water of hairy inches, fierce expression, 3 people carrying machetes in their hands, 2 people carrying shotguns in their hands. The first moment he walked in, the muzzle of the shotgun was aimed at Yishao's head. You weren't so wild just now. The thickly made-up woman curled her red lips, her words teasing. Now are you afraid? Gu Chengchen and the old man on the side were looking at Yishao with a smirk. You came in here and gave us a hard time. Now it's our turn. Isn't it? Always being strongly pressed by Yishao, business was definitely impossible to talk about. No one likes to be a soft touch and be taken scared. Yishao looked at the thickly made-up woman with an expressionless face, and a fierce light flashed in her eyes. Are you sure you're asking me? Isn't it? The heavily made-up woman let out a pretentious, delicate laugh. I just look at you and want to see what it's like to have your head explode. Is that okay? 5 seconds. Yishao still had a calm expression and coldly looked at the woman. What? The heavily made-up woman froze. Not only did she freeze, but so did everyone else. Just in the moment they froze. Everyday real men. Opens. Without any preparation, Yishao's body surpassed the human limit in an instant. Everyday real men plus, I'm going to fight 10. Our 2 system-given abilities combined together has turned him into a murder weapon. Humanoid murder weapon. The moment almost everyone froze, Yishao instantly got up. The big man with a gun on the side didn't wait to return to his senses. Yishao had already pocketed the back of his head and grabbed his head and slammed it hard against the tabletop. Boom! The coffee table in the private room was smashed into 2 halves by the blow that Yishao pressed on the big man's head. The big man's head immediately turned into a blood gourd like countless sharp wooden thorns pierced into his face, and he unexpectedly fainted without even uttering a word. 1 second. The crowd returned to their senses. Boo! Yishao's thigh was already pumping on the fainting big man's waist. Under the terrifyingly strange force, this leg kicked the big man's body at a right angle from his waist, pulling it into a straight line in the air, crashing into the bodies of the other big men. directly smashing down 3 big men. 2 seconds. Black shadow flashed. Yi Xiao rushed to another big man with a gun with a stern wind. Reached out and grabbed the head of the other party as a knee bump. Bang. Only heard a clear sound of broken bones. The big man's face are dented by his impact. The whole person flew out. 3 seconds. Yi Xiao's figure appeared in front of the 2 big men who were just about to get up and clasp their heads with both hands. With a bang, the 2 heads collided and fell limply to the ground. For seconds, Yi Xiao raised his thigh and swung it like a battle axe, accompanied by a violent wind, and slashed down towards the last uninjured big man. Bang! Slashed at the big man's head. The big man immediately fell limply. 5 seconds. In 5 seconds, all 5 pugnacious men armed with shotguns and machetes lay motionless on the ground. Yi Xiao's fighting efficiency shocked the entire audience, stunned Gu Chengchen, stunned the old man, and even stunned the thickly made-up woman. It was only then that they realized what the so-called 5 seconds meant. Yi Xiao didn't look at them. Instead, he copied one of the shotguns on the ground in his hand and loaded it. Stepping in front of the heavily made-up woman, he put the muzzle of his gun to the woman's mouth. Here, open your mouth and take it. Yi Xiao laughed sardonically. If you don't contain it well, I will look at you and want to see what it looks like when your head bursts open. The latter half of the sentence was exactly what the heavily made-up woman had just said. Now hearing these words, the heavily made-up woman's face went pale and bloodless, and shivering. She opened her mouth and took a bite out of the barrel of the gun, her teeth chattering frantically as she bit down on the barrel of the gun and clicked it. That's a good boy. Yi Xiao stretched out his other hand, gently slapped the woman's face. Not painful, but very loud, extremely insulting. We are all so familiar. You have no pleasure in pretending. So what are you still pretending? Now is it not changing? The thickly made-up woman's mouth with the barrel of the gun continued to shiver as she looked at Yi Xiao in horror, not daring to say a single word. She didn't even dare to scream out, fearing that her head would explode with the hook of Yi Xiao's gun-wielding finger. Enough! Gu Chengchen spoke coldly. We are talking business now, not playing with a river dragon. Elder brother Yi, isn't that too much? You're telling me it's excessive? Yi Xiao laughed, a very nervous kind of laugh, turning his head to look at Gu Chengchen. First you let your men kill me, then you talk business with me when you can't, and then you pop up a woman to pretend to be with me when the business isn't finished, and now you're saying that I'm too much? The crowd was silent. I'll you over. Yi Xiao swung the shotgun in his hand as if he were swinging and dancing a stick. Boo! A shot to the mouth of Gu Chengchen. Blood, teeth, sprayed out of Gu Chengchen's mouth as he was smashed to lie on the ground. Then I'll show you what excessive is. Yi Xiao's face was crazy, waving the shotgun in his hand. Now all be ing honest with me. I want to rob? IC card, IP card. All tell me the password. One person $10 million. Can't get the money, I'll ing collapse with you all. Hit. Robbery. Everyone is stupid. The way he looked at Yi Xiao was as if he was looking at some kind of magical creature. They've seen people go dark before too. This is the first time I've seen someone rob a DU vendor. Are you sure you're not ing kidding me? Funny? Yi Xiao thought of a funny joke. The mouth says, it's still up to me to pretend. Panties say, where did you put me? Cigarettes say, shut up, both of you, and contain me. Steak said, you try sticking me again? Thinking of this, Yi Xiao grinned wildly. That's right, he's going to rob it. But it's not always the money that's being robbed. It can also be Du Pin. Chapter 121. A ton. Inside the limo, Gu Chengchen was driving the car, the old man was sitting in the passenger seat, the woman in heavy makeup was sitting in the back seat, and Yi Xiao was sitting beside her, playing with a pistol. The pistol was a revolver in the vernacular. The kind that can be filled with 5 bullets. The gun was seized by Yi Xiao from the old man's body. Gu Chengchen and the heavily made-up woman had no weapons on them. Yi Xiao poured out the bullets, took a bullet and filled it into the chamber, slid the palm of his hand quickly for a moment to rotate the wheel, and threw his hand in the rotation of the wheel, and with a click, the wheel and the body of the gun merged into one place. Guess how many shots I can fire to make a bullet? Yi Xiao bared her teeth and looked at the heavily made-up woman like a psychopath. The heavily made-up woman didn't dare to say anything, because there aren't many people in the world who would dare to pick up a crazy person. And now this madman actually raised the revolver to his temple. Click it. Hook takes a shot to the body. Hiss! The heavily made-up woman sucked in a breath of cold air. The old man sitting in the front row and Gu Chengchen equally sucked in a breath of cool air after seeing this scene through the rearview mirror. It's nuts. Why does Yi Xiao dare to play like this? Because he turned on the lend me a pair of eyes I guess bar. One can easily see where the chamber with the bullet is. So he's playing it cool, just deliberately scaring the people in the car. Click it. Yi Xiao hooked the trigger again. The other people in the car had their hairs standing on end. Gu Chengchen, who was driving, almost failed to stabilize the steering wheel and drove the car into a ditch. It's scary. It was the first time they had seen someone who would play with their own life. What is this if not a psychopath? They all regretted that they had to mess with this psycho. More than that, he regretted a little bit that he had called someone here to cause trouble instead of talking business. Unfortunately, the world doesn't sell pills of regret. Click it. Everyone's scalp went numb when Yi Xiao hooked the trigger for the third time. This maniac is so ruthless. Can't play with people at all. Don't want to die, or not get this nutcase worth a damn. They had better be honest and do what the other side tells them to do. It's the only way to survive. Gu Chengchen drove to the outskirts of D-City to a warehouse. A wise man never bets all his chips in one place. Here, this is where they hide the DU items, and it's also their storehouse. This was the first time Gu Chengchen had brought an outsider here. In the past, even if they had been arrested by the police, they would not have talked about this place even if they were beaten to death. Because if they don't say anything, they might have a chance to live and the police won't really shoot them. After all, police uncles are still very reasonable. Now, crazy people don't reason with them. Not honestly. As long as they dared to resist, then the end would hardly even have to be thought about. Is there anyone in this world who isn't afraid to die? Maybe there are, but it's definitely not them. As the car drove into a large compound and pulled up in front of the warehouse, Yi Xiao was the first to open the door and get out of the car, the revolver in his hand falling back to his head and ticking. Click it. Still no ringing. The few people who had just walked up outside the warehouse were confused when they saw this scene. What's the situation? Gu Chengchen, the old man, and the woman with thick makeup all stepped out of the car and looked at Yi Xiao with strange eyes. Fourth shot, right? Come on. Let's see how much you guys really have. Yi Xiao twirled the pistol with one finger and looked at Gu Chengchen with a smile. If it satisfies me, I won't rob you guys, to the point where we can talk about business. I have the money, I have the channels, it depends on how much goods you have. If you guys keep blowing awesome with me, I think you'll know what's gonna happen to you, right? Gu Chengchen glanced at the old man and the heavily made-up woman, and their eyes all lit up. So it's not really about robbing them or doing business with them. It set their hearts on fire. If you don't say so, people are cheap. If you talk to them nicely in the beginning, they will definitely suspect you of this and that. Yi Xiao's set of tawdry operations down, directly played them dumb. When the crowd walked into the storehouse, Yi Xiao frowned with both eyebrows. The warehouse was dirty and messy, with large plastic drums stacked one on top of the other. This is a pickle processing plant, and there are quite a few vats with some pickles kimchi being packed inside. Bring in the goods. Gu Chengchen looked at the two workers and shouted. The cabbage barrels moved to the front of the crowd and went straight to the floor. First, salty brine and pickles were spilled all over the place, and then bags of plastic bags containing white crystal powder appeared within Yi Xiao's line of sight. Yi Xiao's eyes flashed a cold aura, glanced at Gu Chengchen, squatted down and picked up a bag of white crystal powder bag, and casually tore it open. Pour a little out on your finger and suck on it. The crowd was looking at Yi Xiao with smiles on their faces. Looking at Yi Xiao's eyes gradually straightened. Looking at Yi Xiao shaking. You must always trust the light. Opens. Shasta. Yi Xiao came back from a certain state, all the negative effects on his body, all of them cleared. It's ice. Pure ice. Suddenly, Yi Xiao's eyes went a little crazy, and she deliberately pretended to be floating, smiling nervously. How much is here? 200 barrels. 10 pounds each. The one who opened his mouth was the old man named Lao Yang, who said triumphantly, 1 ton. Nima. You guys play very a ton of ice do, is it going to the sky? Yi Xiao opened her mouth, but she couldn't get the words out of her heart. He had been stunned. If all this ice dew flows into D-City, do you know how many people, how many families it can harm, how many people will lose their homes, their wives, their families? Yi Xiao took a deep breath and suppressed his inner rage. No, this is not the time to close the net. To be able to stockpile so many DU products indicates that the other party's DU manufacturing factory should be not small in scale. It's useless to just catch them, We must find the DU factory and completely dismantle this DU manufacturing and DU trafficking industry chain. Have a chat. Yi Xiao gazed at the heavily made-up woman. Let's see what the business is going to be. Why ask me? The heavily made-up woman laughed softly. There is no lack of beauty in the world, but a lack of eyes to find it. Yi Xiao played a stunt. Guess what? And those wild spirit beasts all crashed into each other's eyes. They stood up and shook their heads, seeming to be completely at a loss to understand what the hell was in front of them. Even if they unleash their most powerful skills, they will not be able to shake the blue turtle shell. The bishop's eyes reddened at the sight of the situation before him, and his heart dripped with pain. This shield, however, was able to withstand the full force of a diamond-class martial artist or spirit beast. Defending against a beast tide like this was no different than a cannon hitting a mosquito. The point is, there's not much else to do but use the shield. He was really bad in his heart. The crystal core resources consumed to activate the shield once were in the thousands. 2 more times and he'd be out of his family's pocket. And most of the instruments used now are all powered by crystal cores. Only out but not in. Long time down this bishop lord himself still do not do it. The bishop's original name was Fang Haochen, and he was originally just an ordinary college student. Until one time, he was almost buried in the secret realm, and in a daze he heard a majestic voice. Junior, do you want to live? Do you want to get stronger? Want to step on all the people who have bullied you? We are the Sky Vaults, a race from beyond the blue planet. The human body is always obsolete. We can remodel you, keep you alive and make you stronger. Join the glorious evolution, boy. Without hesitation, Fang Haochen accepted the baptism of the Heavenly Vault race and single-handedly formed the Heavenly Vault Church after his return. Relying on the technology of the Sky Vault clan, he developed his power by transforming spirit animals for his followers. They are like a ticking time bomb, hidden in the other side of society. Sensing that there were no more spirit beasts around, Lin Yuqing struggled to sit up. She looked at Qiu Yan, who had fainted, and cried and laughed a little. This trip to the Darkwater Swamp was truly fantastical. First, he himself was lying outside the tent for no reason, and then he followed the flame Qilin to inexplicably save Qiu Yan once. Having searched for the Earth's core slimes and gone through the crisis of the beast tide, this was an experience she had never had in 18 years. She couldn't forget for a long time about the mysterious means Qiu Yan had just performed. What kind of skill was that was so subtle? Lin Yuqing looked at Qiu Yan, who had passed out on his face. She took off her jacket and used a dry spot to help Qiu Yan wipe away the muddy water from his face. Looking at Qiu Yan's sleeping face at this moment, a gentle smile spread across her face. Lin Yuqing summoned Iron Mountain once again, generating a rock wall on the ground. It was hard, but at least it kept out the cold, muddy water. This was followed by having Iron Mountain construct a roof above, which made the 2 men well concealed. After doing this, Lin Yuqing took out a small night light and medical kit from the Imperial Beast space. She carefully turned Qiu Yan over, and as a result, the wound on Qiu Yan's back directly gave Lin Yuqing a shock. It turned out that Qiu Yan had suffered such a serious injury in order to protect himself. A mist rose in her eyes. She ruffled her hanging bangs and sat down on her knees next to Qiu Yan. Forgetting the shyness of a young girl, she tore Qiu Yan's blouse open and gently sterilized his wound. Chapter 23: The Quirky Skinny Egg Porridge. Cough, cough, cough. At noon the next day, Qiu Yan, who was sleeping, woke up choking on the air's quagmire gas. Then he felt a fiery pain on his back, which instantly sobered him up. He took a deep breath and tried to forget the pain in his back. Since he was still alive now, it was proof that yesterday's plan had worked. Even though his head was a mush and seemed to be about to explode, Qiu Yan still struggled to sit up. Are you awake? No, 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 I got it. Qiu Yan looked in the direction of the voice. Only Lin Yuqing was wearing a close-fitting sports sling, her proud figure showing. The waterfall of hair was also tied into a ball head. At the moment it was crouched by a woodpile and appeared to be trying to figure out how to heat the can. Seeing that she had woken up, Lin Yuqing immediately threw the can in her hand aside and ran towards her side. Lin Yuqing leaned down close to Qiu Yan, her soft, boneless little hands wrapping around her back and helping Qiu Yan up, leaning back to sit on top of a mound of dirt on the side. Is there anywhere uncomfortable? Yesterday really scared me. In the face of Lin Yuqing's concern, Qiu Yan tugged at the corner of his mouth and smiled, then said hoarsely, Water. I want water. Ooh-hoo. Lin Yuqing hurriedly took a side of mineral water, unscrewed the cap and fed it. When Chiu Yen gulped a few large mouthfuls, Lin Yuqing froze, her face flushed red. She suddenly realized that the bottle of water looked like she had just drank half of it. With that, she bit her peachy red lips, her eyes dodging, somewhat shyly not daring to look at Chiu Yen. Chiu Yen, who had slowed down, then realized that his top had been taken off at some point. It had been wrapped in white gauze and resembled the mascot of some tire brand. Feeling a faint scent lingering on the tip of his nose, he immediately began to search for the source of the scent. He glanced to the side, and it turned out that he had slept all night with Lin Yuqing's jacket on his pillow like this. "Are you hungry? I'll heat up a can for you." Chiu Yen gently nodded. Although he had eaten barbecued meat last night, it had been about 10 hours since then, and his stomach was still a bit hungry. Lin Yuqing handed the steaming can food to Chiu Yen, and only then reacted by taking out a spoon from the imperial beast's space. She dug a spoonful of lunch meat and put it to her mouth and blew on it before feeding it to Chiu Yan's mouth. It had to be said that despite how the lunch meat tasted, just because Lin Yuqing took care of it with such dedication, Chiu Yan's heart was warm. When he thought of yesterday's situation, Chiu Yen was a bit scared. "Sorry. Yesterday put you in danger." Chiu Yen opened his mouth breathlessly, falling into deep self-blame. Obviously, he swore to protect Lin Yuqing in the beginning. If he hadn't had the Wanxiang Xian Shu advance to master new abilities, he might have even dragged Lin Yuqing into it. "It's okay. It was really scary yesterday, but it was also exciting. But we're all fine, and I have you to thank for that. If it wasn't for you yesterday." Lin Yuqing smiled sweetly and comforted. However, she immediately sensed that the ability Chiu Yen used yesterday might be a bottom card-like existence, and immediately kept her mouth shut. It also involves the privacy of the individual. "Alright, enough talk. Can you move now? Let's go back first. It's still a little more than half a day to go back. If I haven't gone back yet, I'm afraid Grandma will worry." Seeing Chiu Yen nod, Lin Yuqing held up a map and spoke again. "This side is far enough away from the east exit we came from. We could have taken the south exit instead. There wasn't much danger on the way back. It was mainly because it was daytime and many spirit beasts were hibernating. Moreover, the route that Chiu Yen and Lin Yuqing took out was constantly moving away from the center of the dark water swamp. Chiu Yen, as a royal beast master, his body's recovery ability was actually far beyond that of normal people. After eating something, I felt the wound on my back was crispy and itchy, and it was already starting to heal. However, Chiu Yan's physical qualities were not as unbelievable as a martial artist's, where a serious injury in the morning was followed by the kind that could be alive and well in the afternoon. Unable to argue with Lin Yuqing, Chiu Yen had no choice but to advance on Tai Shan. I don't know how long it took, but I was surprised to fall asleep again. Only when he noticed Tai Shan's footsteps stop did Chiu Yen leisurely turn around and look around. Surprisingly, he had already reached the exit. The garrison troops at the gate looked at the two of them with a scrutinizing face, and the spirit beasts on the side were all ready to fight. After all, the two were scanned by infrared from 2 kilometers away. Chiu Yen and his 2 men did not have any record of entering or leaving the stronghold, so it was really a bit suspicious. And with what appeared to be a wave of beasts last night, no amount of caution was too much to ask. "Show me some ID." Lin Yuqing hurriedly handed over the student cards of the two of them. The small captain-like soldier was seen fumbling a mini swipe machine from behind him, holding up the card with a swipe. Drip. Looking at the information on the swipe machine, the junior captain compared the information for half a day before he put his heart down and waved his hand to signal the others to put away their spirit beasts. However, before leaving, the junior captain still stroked Tai Shan's silky fur and exclaimed a good spirit beast. After handing over 10% of the funds gained this time, Lin Yuqing retrieved the granite rock tiger into the royal beast space and carried Chiu Yen to the highway. Those spirit medicines and plants that Chiu Yen had placed in the imperial beast space had long been devoured by the Wanxiang Xianshu. The passes could not be recognized and recorded either, which made Chiu Yen stuck with a small bug. Looking at the injured man on the side, Lin Yuqing had a hard time suppressing the idea of wanting to ride the little blue bike next to her. He then beckoned and stopped a cab, carrying the two to the Third People's Hospital of Zhonghai City. This was also the hospital where Lin Yuqing's grandmother was. After she got Chiu Yen settled, she went to the hospital window to pay the bill. Soon, several nurses in white dresses came into the ward and wheeled Chiu Yen to the operating room for debridement and bandaging. As the anesthetic was injected, Chiu Yen lost consciousness as soon as his eyes went black. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Qiu Yan's anesthetic drug effect this finally passed. His body temporarily cannot move freely, can only hide inside the quilt to play with the phone. Squeak! The door to the hospital room was slowly pushed open and a pretty figure walked in carrying a dinner tray. Seeing the bright light emerging from the quilt, Lin Yuqing's eyes instantly lit up. Qiu Yan woke up. The two of them had sort of shared the same life and death last night, and Lin Yuqing's heart had completely and utterly treated Qiu Yan as her good friend. Just in time to wake up. Come and try the porridge I made. Qiu Yan was framed by Lin Yuqing and rolled over to sit up. He rubbed his eyes and looked incredulously at the bowl of dark, black paste in Lin Yuqing's hand. You call this kanji? It can't be the sesame paste you brewed. No, that's not true. Lin Yuqing stretched out a finger and waved it. I've added iced sea cuttlefish juice on purpose. Iced sea cuttlefish has the best recovery power. So what you eat makes up for what you have. It's got some bog slug bodily fluids in it too, and a piece of the rocky abyss gecko's tail. Lin Yuqing reported the many materials she had joined as if she were counting them. Only that she herself didn't realize that she could only talk so eloquently in front of Qiu Yan. Never seemed to say much about the rest of the school. Big sister, I want to eat some normal food, Qiu Yan protested repeatedly, but he still couldn't argue with the tough Lin Yuqing, and was scooped up by her and poured a spoonful directly into his mouth. Blah 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 blah. Delicious, isn't it? Lin Yuqing pulled a stool and supported her chin with both hands, just looking at Qiu Yan. Aha! As Qiu Yan continued to chew, he went from being very resistant at the beginning to having a shocked look on his face. Put in so many weird and wonderful ingredients, and the result is a final flavor that tastes a bit like skinny egg kanji? Sis, I'll just say one thing. Ha! Next time just make a skinny egg porridge. But it was obviously still tasty, and eating it did have a bit of an effect, and Qiu Yan immediately felt warm all over. Trying not to think about the ingredients, he quickly downed the entire bowl of porridge. Just after putting down the bowl, Lin Yuqing's small hand reached over. What are you looking at me for? Pay the money. Reimbursement. You think these ingredients just fell out of the sky? Qiu Yan smiled, and then took out his cell phone. A black paste porridge well. How much can it cost? The little girl is so rich. Chapter 24. The king of the slimes at the center of the earth. How much? I'll transfer it to you. $10,048. Raider. Qiu Yan's eyes widened and his mouth opened so wide that he could almost stuff 3 eggs into it. A bowl of skinny kanji with eggs actually cost over $10,000. Qiu Yan also couldn't tense up, not realizing that his momentary carelessness had actually hurt his small wallet viciously. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door and a nurse wearing a pink mask walked in. Do what? The patient hasn't recovered yet. And this is a hospital. Loud noises are forbidden. When Qiu Yan and Lin Yuqing heard this, they immediately sat down obediently like children who had made a mistake and were being criticized. Miss Lin, come with me. Dr. Wu is waiting for you in the oncology department. The nurse just gave notice and left the ward in a huff. Perhaps sensing that something was wrong, Qiu Yan cast a curious look towards Lin Yuqing, who was clearly absent down. Lin Yuqing just squeezed out a stiff smile and glanced at Qiu Yan. You rest here. Then it went softly to the door and closed it. Qiu Yan obviously felt something was wrong and quietly got out of bed. Leaning down and looking around towards the corridor, Lin Yuqing's figure had already disappeared. Oncology. Could it be that Lin Yuqing's grandmother's condition has worsened? Qiu Yan cocked his head and decided to see what was going on. The inpatient department is not far from the outpatient department, and in less than 5 minutes, Qiu Yan arrived at the door of the oncology department that the nurse mentioned. There was a piece of hollow glass on the door, and Qiu Yan was able to clearly see a doctor in a white coat with some gray hair on his temples sitting in front of Lin Yuqing. Dr. Wu, can you wait a little longer? I don't have that much money together for now. Shaolin although your grandmother's cancer hasn't metastasized yet, it can already be seen in the past 2 days that the cancer cells are showing signs of spreading. And my suggestion is to schedule the surgery in the next 2 days. Dr. Wu had more or less heard about Lin Yuqing's family history. Her parents were both imperial beastmasters. In the summer of a dozen years ago, in order to resist the invasion of foreign races, he sacrificed himself on the battlefield of the Holy Beast. Only the young Lin Yuqing and her elderly grandmother were left to depend on each other. Not only that, but the pension granted by the state was eaten up by his own great-uncle's extinct family. Dr. Wu was very sympathetic to her situation, but all he could do was to give her grandmother some cheap potent medication if possible. This is a matter of principle. His colleague had previously advanced the cost of the surgery and performed the surgery without authorization because of the patient's emergency situation. As a result, the patient died on the operating table, and the patient's family bit back and took him to court. As a result, huge amounts of compensation are owed. Finally sold the house and got divorced to get the money together. Even though the Dragon Kingdom had medical subsidies for the families of martyrs, how many years would one have to save up to pay for treatment with just a child and an old man? Well, please go home first, and you can think about the money. Lin Yuqing bit her lips tightly. After a long moment of hesitation, she looked down at the balance in her hand, stood up somewhat numbly, and turned around, ready to leave. Qiu Yan saw this and hurriedly ran to the side, pulling open the door of a section to block it for himself. Has the number been called yet, classmate? If you haven't been called, wait outside patiently for a moment. Oh, wait a minute right now. It wasn't until Lin Yuqing covered her eyes and walked into the elevator with red eyes that Qiu Yan returned to the entrance of the oncology department. He pushed the door open just as Dr. Wu, with little work at hand, just looked at him and sighed. Young student, you're suffering from a disease at a young age? Is this pancreatic cancer? Dr. Wu clearly misunderstood when he saw the gauze on Qiu Yan's body. No, Dr. Wu. I wanted to ask about that girl just now. We were classmates. Dr. Wu sniffed and was silent for a moment, seemingly very torn inside. As a matter of course, being a doctor myself, I shouldn't be talking about these things. But in the end, he pulled Qiu Yan to the room next to him. Her grandmother had cancer, a disease with limited means of cure. This kind of terminal disease before the recovery of aura is still not cured by medical means today. Even Kyoto Medical University, every year, is in the process of fully researching the challenges of attacking cancer cells with spirit animal materials. The only way to do this before it's too late is to rush the surgery. When Qiu Yan heard this, it worked to find himself. Although he had spent some money before entering the Darkwater Swamp before, but how much could he spend on a medical treatment? $1 million on this card. Ask for more if you don't have enough. Well. Dr. Wu finally put his heart down when he saw that he had the funds. 1 million was definitely enough. But this money can't be kept with me. I'll explain to the nurse to send it to the old man. It's almost 2 weeks or so of pre-op preparation, and we schedule the surgery as soon as possible anyway. Qiu Yan nodded and said goodbye to Dr. Wu before returning to his hospital wing. On the other side, in the dark water swamp, the beast tide here had long since subsided, leaving only a scorched black mess. Fang Haochen clasped his hands on his arms, crossed his legs, and looked at the straight shivering henchman in front of him with a scrutinizing gaze. Are you saying that you saw a man and a woman riding a fire attribute spirit beast through the dark water swamp yesterday? 1,000 times over, my lord bishop. The wave of beasts that attacked our base yesterday was attracted by the two of them. Grass. Plans are suspended. It must be found for me. I'm going to take the spirit beasts of the two of them. Fang Haochen's righteous hand slapped hard on top of the chair's armrests with a dull reverberation. Where's 6? Tell him to find it. Yes. Watching his subordinate's hasty flight, a hint of viciousness flashed in Fang Haochen's eyes. Noticing that the bishop was in a bad mood, number 2's petite body leaned in at the right time. The righteous hand pinched hard towards the softness, and painfully, number 2 pouted. Qiu Yan did not know at this time that he had inadvertently prevented a tragic social crisis. He also didn't know how much trouble he and Lin Yuqing had gotten into because of this trip to the dark water swamp. At this time, he was lying on the hospital bed, holding his cell phone in his left hand, constantly swiping short videos and watching hay. Squeezing a toothpick in his right hand, he ate the fruit that Lin Yuqing had peeled. I was thinking of paying Lin Yuqing to take care of myself for a while, and also to give her a little paycheck to improve my life. However, this little girl said that she wanted to return to the spirit beast breeding base to work part-time, and Qiu Yan was about to be bored out of his mind staying alone in the middle of the ward. Halfway through swiping the short video, Qiu Yan then remembered that the geocentric slime he had caught earlier was still in his royal beast space. When he extinguished his phone and sank his mind, his consciousness burrowed into the sentinel space. The jewel was lying there quietly, as if it had hiccuped. Qiu Yan's consciousness converged into an idea body squatted down and poked the shell on the back of the gem. However, this seemed to have caused the ground slime to be displeased, and with a kirikou sound, It sprouted tentacles and slowly moved in the opposite direction of Qiu Yan. Qiu Yan beckoned, and the flame Qilin took a piece of spirit beast meat from the side and just threw it in front of the earth-centered slime. Kirik, what are you doing? Let me go. Qiu Yan, who possessed the gift of the Book of Words, naturally understood the words. Since this creature has intelligence and does not act on its own instincts, this is good. Qiu Yan then planned to have a good talk with the earth center slime. Hungry yet? You can eat something first. I have more if it's not enough. The heart slime hesitated for a moment, then honestly opened its mouthpiece and crawled towards the mountain of meat. As it slowly chewed and swallowed, Qiu Yan was surprised to find that the black slime had already started to be released around the gem. In just a few seconds, the jewel was completely wrapped in black slime, no longer visible inside the crystal clear. Kir, what the hell do you want? The light of the contract on Qiu Yan's hand flickered as a silent response. Kirikiri, bold human, I am the king of the earth's core slimes. I am not to be contracted by a mere mortal. Upon hearing this, Qiu Yan's eyes flashed with a strange color. You say you're the king of earth-centered slimes? So you still have a pack? Kir, that's for sure. It's just that. Last time Sim sneaked up on the king. Kirik, the king has lost his real power. That's why I had to come out to look for food. Qiu Yan was immediately happy to hear this. Since this little thing calls itself king, then those called XX king must be particularly powerful. Normally, it might be brocade and food. Now that he was desperate, he came out to hunt for food, and he must not be very skillful in the business, and that's why he caught the opportunity. This wave, is picking up the slack. Chapter 25. Then you shall be called Cinder. What was that you were saying about Sim? Qiu Yan was filled with curiosity. He didn't realize that there seemed to be a lot of strife between this kind of ethnic group. Kirby. Sim is my brother and he betrayed me. Stole my sage's stone while I was on my wedding day. Robbed me of my wife. Robbed me of my soldiers. Obviously it's hard to escape. Good Samaritan, please spare me. I still have a big revenge to avenge. After hearing this, Qiu Yan instantly understood the cause of the matter, and what was even more marvelous was that the geocentric slimes as a group actually had a husband and wife system. This king of geodesic slimes is really honest and says whatever he's asked. No wonder he was backstabbed by his own brother. If you don't backstab, who do you backstab? But Qiu Yan did capture the point keenly. What is the sage's stone? Kirikou. It's the token that leads all the slimes in the center of the earth. And whoever has the sage's stone will be able to travel through the center of the earth at will. Good for you. The earth-centered slime suddenly noticed the slip of the tongue, and it tightly closed its mouth again when it was about to say something. Qiu Yan frowned. Since he had the sage's stone, it seemed like his previous plan could unfold again. About 9 years after his last life, some ancient ruins were unearthed 20,000 meters underground in the middle of the rice landmass. There are countless treasures in the ruins. Some of these treasures were able to evolve spirit beasts, while others were able to strengthen the combat power of martial masters. It was also because of this that Rice's national power instantly surpassed that of the Dragon Kingdom, which was now a handful of the blue planet. What if you can get to those treasures first? Thinking of this, Qiu Yan opened his mouth once again, with a hint of compulsion in his tone. You want revenge? I can help you. Kirikou. Can you help me? How can you help me? At this moment, Purple Moon twisted her body and swam over, spitting out snake letters. The silent movement is a response to the slime in the center of the earth. Kirik, how can I trust you? Qiu Yan revealed a nuclear good smile. Even if it's for that sage's stone of yours, it's impossible to lie to you. Sign it, the Imperial Beast contract. The smile was literally 100 times more terrifying to the earth-centered slime than his own grandfather. It seemed like if he didn't agree, he was going to be killed by that spirit beast next to him the next moment. Does this strange man, who wants to hang on to everything, lean? I should have known better than to say so much. Now this was clearly forcing himself to sign a royal beast contract. Not only did I give myself a ride, but I lost the sage's stone as well. The geocentric slime squirmed, internally torn. Are you signing or not? If you don't sign, you'll never get out of this imperial beast space in your life. When the time comes, just watch your wife and your brother go off in style in the center of the earth. Qiu Yan's patience was limited and gave an ultimatum. As soon as he opened his mouth, though, the king of earth-centered slimes couldn't wait to agree to the contract. Hey! I'm a fish out of water, taken hard. As the light of the contract dissipated, Qiu Yan's mind was instantly flooded with information and skills about the geocentric slime, which seemed to be a marvelous ability granted by the advancement of the Wanxiang Shenshu. Nowadays, he didn't need to communicate with his spirit beasts or travel to their bases for testing, so he could grasp the detailed information of his spirit beasts anytime, anywhere. King of the Earth's Core Slimes, Silver 7th Order, Platinum Bloodline, Skills, Sleeping Toxin, Devouring, Mimicry, Flame Fire Unicorn, Black Iron 3rd Grade, Diamond Bloodline, Skills, Haste, Sea of Burning Flames, Wings of Flame, Electric Lightning Thunder Python, Black Iron 4th Grade. Skills, Thunder Teeth, Electric Arrow, Punch. When his gaze turned to the Earth-centered slime, he was even more surprised to find that it was actually a Silver 7th rank spirit beast. That actually caught itself? Waste treats. However, it seemed that these skills were no different from a normal geocentric slime. Damn, this king of the slimes can't be self-appointed. Now that the deed is done, communication is smooth and unhindered. Qiu Yan stopped using the Book of Words and Spirits and directly said to the dark figure in front of him, "You don't have any special abilities as the king of slimes?" Feeling Qiu Yan's gaze with malice, the Earth Core Slime King leaned towards the side somewhat sheepishly. "What for? I can't help it if the sage's stone was taken away from me." Qiu Yan took a deep breath. Today was considered a wasted pleasure. It is true that the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. But if he thought about it, if there was a king of earthly slime with other special abilities, it would still be Qiu Yan's turn for him, a little karami, to catch it. It was unlikely that he and Lin Yuqing would have been accounted for in the dark water swamp. If your brother has a name, then surely you must have one too. What's your name? I don't have a name anymore. My name ceased to exist after I left the pack. The Earth-centered slime's voice was all but weak, as if it had thought of its sadness. Qiu Yan pondered for a moment and once again said in a deep voice, "Then you'll call it a cinder block, and it's black anyway." Looking at the two spirit beasts that had just been contracted, both possessing names, the flame Qilin on the side had a really bad feeling in his heart. In the old days, when he was a child, Qiu Yan always wanted to give himself a name, but his high-minded self never accepted it. The boomerang of time finally flew back after many years. It's punishing yourself for being condescending in the first place. It could only put in twice as much effort as the other spirit beasts to regain Qiu Yan's trust. Giving a name to a spirit animal often indicates that the spirit animal has a good and close relationship with the beastmaster, and that the master-servant relationship is transformed into a partnership. Taking a name also means that the master-servant contract is invalidated and replaced by a contract of equality. Qiu Yan did this purely because he felt that King of the Earth Slime was too long and he was too lazy to pronounce it. Here, Cinder, have some more, and when you're done, go make an SPA for both of them. Although it didn't know what the SPA in its master's mouth meant, it knew what its slime was for and shivered twice in Qiu Yan's direction, indicating that it was completely okay. Still towards the small mountain of meat that Qiu Yan threw over, the black slime kept covering it and slowly swallowing it. Qiu Yan walked up to the flame Qilin and looked at the flame Qilin with a scrutinizing gaze. This instantly made the flame fire Qilin look furious, and its fur was shaking into a sieve. Does it mean that one is going to get beaten up again? After a long period of silence, Qiu Yan reached out his hand and slowly stroked the flame Qilin's head and rubbed it. Another piece of red flame-scented pork was taken out from among the storage cabinet next to him and stuffed into the flame Qilin's mouth. Qiu Yan actually had a grudge against the flame Qilin before. In his last life, when he was sneak-attacked by Chun Qingqing, the flame fire Qilin was just watching from the side. But the flame unicorn did do his best over the past 2 days, and a steady diet of suppression and abuse certainly wasn't going to cut it. You gotta sweeten the pot once in a while, right? After all, it was also his own spirit animal. Unexpectedly, this action caused the flame Kirin to cry out in pain, large teardrops slipping from the corners of his eyes. Chapter 26. If you dare to touch Lin Yuqing again, you can try. The Third People's Hospital of Zhonghai City. After a few days of recuperating in the hospital, it was finally time to be discharged. As the layer of bandages came undone, it made Qiu Yan feel immensely relieved. Just last night, one's cultivation had already come to the Black Iron 5th stage, and just these few days of cultivation progress had already been worth 3 months in the past. When no one was around or after the lights went out at night, they all summoned Purple Moon out for cultivation, and after sensing that their cultivation had reached a bottleneck, they would occasionally summon the flame fire Qilin out to cultivate together. This also made the flame Qilin even more loyal to its master. It couldn't wait to go to the dark water swamp again to fight for its life. However, what Qiu Yan didn't expect was that Purple Moon's current race was actually the Electric Lightning Thunder Python. But even for the Electric Lightning Thunder Python, the bloodline rating was just platinum. The rating given by the Book of 10,000 Elephant Mysteries was a series of. It seemed like Purple Moon would definitely be able to evolve into a spirit beast with a higher bloodline in the future. Thinking of this, Qiu Yan took out spare clothes from within the Imperial Beast space and put them on, and with light footsteps, he pushed open the door to his room. For the past 2 days, he had eaten 3 meals a day from the meals that Lin Yuqing had brought. It's still a little embarrassing to bother people all day long with all the hustle and bustle in the hospital. Why don't we invite Lin Yuqing for dinner tonight? Qiu Yan looked at his watch. It was now 5 in the afternoon. Lin Yuqing should have gotten off work already and said that she would come to pick herself up from the hospital today. Let's go to the Golden Embers downtown for dinner. Qiu Yan hurriedly called over there and booked a private room. As 10 minutes passed, there was still no one visible in the building. This gave Qiu Yan some bad vibes in his heart. Because Lin Yuqing worked as a temporary worker at the Spirit Beast breeding base, her working hours were from 6 to 10 in the morning. At 5 o'clock in the morning and 12 o'clock at noon, as well as at 5 o'clock in the evening, Lin Yuqing would deliver food to Qiu Yan every day without fail. And it was supposed to be an appointment today, at 5 o'clock in the evening. According to Lin Yuqing's nature, it was absolutely impossible for her to be late. Qiu Yan called several times in a row, but the result was that the other end of the phone showed no answer. This caused the premonition in Qiu Yan's heart to get worse and worse. It's not in any danger, is it? Thinking of this, Qiu Yan sent a message to Lin Yuqing and then rushed towards Lin Yuqing's grandmother's hospital room. Since they were all in the same inpatient building, Qiu Yan just took a few steps and rode the elevator to the 7th floor. Just as he arrived at the door of Lin Yuqing's grandmother's hospital room, he heard the sound of several people arguing in the room. Yuqing, you know our family is in trouble. Your cousin just lost his job, and you're not unaware of how much the monthly payment is for that school district house in our house. Your little nephew has to attend extracurricular classes. Some kind person gave Grandma $1 million for her medical bills, and Grandma won't be able to use it all in a while, will she? Cousin's wife is not pretty, but she is of the clean-cut type. The compensatory smile with a consultative meaning on his face at this moment was simply more vicious in Lin Yuqing's eyes than the evil spirits in hell. No, Mei can. This is Grandma's life-saving money. I won't give you a dime. Lin Yuqing's eyebrows furrowed slightly, her little face reddening with excitement. They asked us to borrow it. It's not like they won't pay it back. Do you really want your cousins to sleep on the street? Qin Xiufan opened her mouth weakly as she lay on the hospital bed, her voice hoarse and incomparable. In fact, she knew that she had already been very sick for a long time, and it would be a waste of money to continue treating her like this. In that case, you might as well take it out for the relief of your descendants. Yes, sister. It's Grandma's money. Of course it's her call. Cousin had even started to pickpocket Lin Yuqing to get the bank card that was sitting on the nightstand. Even with Grandma's words, Lin Yuqing still clung against her cousin's hand so tightly that she began to tremble from too much force. For so many years, the cousins have borrowed money from themselves and their grandmother, and all the money they have borrowed has never come back. No matter what Grandma thought, the nurse clearly said it was for Grandma's medical expenses. Without even thinking about it, it must have been sent over by Qiu Yan. I will find a way to pay back the money myself. But this money, except for Grandma's medical treatment, should never be used for anything else. You let go. Sister, listen to your brother. Your brother has recently looked at a project. Investing in it now will double it tomorrow. Cousin's wife was not shy to start picking at Lin Yuqing's hand. Looking at the greedy appearance of the two, Lin Yuqing was on the verge of crying with anger, and a pair of eyes began to ooze watery mist. At this moment, the door of the hospital room was pushed open with a snap. I'll see who dares to do it. Qiu Yan walked in, and his face was suddenly gloomy. Who the hell are you? This is our family business. What do you care? Watching her cousin's hand loosen, Lin Yuqing retracted lightning fast, reaching out to stuff the bank card on the bedside table into her pocket. It doesn't matter who I am. If you dare to touch Lin Yuqing again, you can try. Qiu Yan. Lin Yuqing, who saw the visitor clearly, could no longer control her aggravation, and the tears in the corners of her eyes glistened with crystals. Little, I thought who was here, so it's your concubine. Cousin saw this and grabbed even harder, but suddenly he felt a huge pull from behind him, pulling him right out. Yut! Before he could say the word, what, he received a heavy punch in the face. Straight away, he stumbled and fell to the ground. Hubby, how dare you hit my husband? Seeing this, the cousin's wife rushed towards Chiu Yen with her teeth and claws open. Pop! A crisp ringing sound came. Chiu Yen rewarded the crazy woman in front of him with a slap. Cousin's wife only felt her face burning, and in no time it was red and swollen. She covered her face in disbelief. This boy in front of her. How dare he hit her? You! I'm calling the police right now. This is considered a civil dispute. Even if I maim you today, a little compensation is all. I've got plenty of money. But you guys, would you like to be missing a leg or an arm? Chiu Yan's nonchalant words instantly angered his cousin on the ground. You? What the are you? Let's roll. The summoning glow on the back of his hand flickered, and a half-man tall raptor dog appeared beside it. The raptor dog's earthy yellow fur stood up at the roots, and his body was filled with electricity. Even more noticeable was its mouthful of fangs and claws, which seemed to be made of some kind of steel. Each limb has a propeller-like device that is tightly attached to the body. The spine was also covered with a thick layer of steel, like a shield. Chiu Yen also raised an eyebrow. The spirit beast in front of him didn't seem too simple. It was more like it had been modified with some kind of technology. Steel teeth. Get him! Cousin called out the name of the spirit animal. This thunderhound scurried over in the blink of an eye and bit at Chiu Yan's chest with its fangs wide open. In an instant, the flame Qilin appeared out of thin air with an impact, viciously biting the thunderdog's throat. The two were clearly not on the same level of strength. The raptor dog suffered a tremendous force and flew backwards due to inertia. The two front paws of the flamefire Qilin pressed it underneath its body, and in just a few short seconds, the tyrannical spirit beast was brought under control. Cousin obviously didn't believe that the boy in front of him, who was about Lin Yuqing's age, had such a strong spirit beast. It looks like he's still a high school student, right? It's only been 3 years of cultivation, and his own spirit beasts are actually not a match for him. Even if they had taken advantage of the sneak attack, it wasn't as if the raptors didn't have the ability to fight back. He himself had specifically sought out the Heavenly Vault Church to transform the spirit beasts. Not to say that his peers were invincible, but at least he was already at the apex of the ordinary people, and even a normal black iron level 5 spirit beast couldn't help him. Who the hell are you? Cousin opened his mouth menacingly. His cheeks flushed red, and the area he had just been hit by Chiu Yen began to rapidly turn purple. That money is mine, and if you want to touch my money, naturally you're messing with me. Chiu Yen leisurely opened his mouth, not putting the two in the least bit in his eyes. What are they going to fight themselves with? The raptors are in their own hands. Do you still want the spirit animal? $300,000. Turn it over and you're free to go. Chiu Yen smiled as he opened the Weixin collection code and reached out to his cousin. Cousin and sister-in-law looked at each other and didn't seem to be able to sort out the logic of the matter. You mean asking your grandmother for money yourself and getting beat up? And then on the flip side, the guy who beat himself up asks for money? There's no mistaking it. Chapter 27 Breathtaking Memories. Oh? Then it looks like it's not wanted. The flame Kirin's large mouth was slightly hardened, and the thunderhound instantly let out a heartbreaking howl. Don't! I give! I give! Cousin stumbled to Chiu Yen, trembling as he pulled out his cell phone and entered the password. Ding dong! Hearing the sound of arrival ringing out, Chiu Yen grinned. Isn't that rich? Okay, you guys can off. Chiu Yen finished by adding another kick towards his cousin's waist. The two didn't dare to stay and ran out of the hospital room with a roll. Old lady, you're really senile too. Have you ever considered Lin Yuqing's feelings in this way? Even when facing Lin Yuqing's grandmother, Chiu Yen was still unfazed. That money is from me, but that doesn't mean you have dominion over it. This money is for your treatment, not for you to help your relatives. Lin Yuqing gently tugged on Chiu Yan's coat. Chiu Yen, Grandma is a bit confused. Don't blame her. That money, I'll find a way to pay you back. Chiu Yen waved his hand and smiled towards Lin Yuqing. Yeah, the money is even if I lend it to you first. There's $1 million in the card, you shouldn't be able to use that much if you're just treating the disease. and the rest you can buy some equipment and elixirs or something to prepare for the Imperial Beast's entrance exam. It wasn't until Lin Yuqing nodded heavily that Xiao Yan put his heart down. The old man's illness in front of him was a pressing issue, and he was afraid that Lin Yuqing's pride would not be able to take it. But it's good to know that this little girl knows her priorities. Not long after, the professional chaperone Xiao Yan had called arrived, and only then did he pull Lin Yuqing out of the hospital room. At first Lin Yuqing had disagreed. After all, $1 million had already taken advantage of people. But when she heard Xiao Yan say that it was more dignified to have a big beautiful girl with her, she must go. This made Lin Yuqing a little embarrassed. The key is that it's not a wasted trip, and you can actually get $1,000 off for having dinner with him. Only then did Lin Yuqing follow Xiao Yan. Ding! Terminal of this train, Central C North Station. Current station, Lijiazui Station. Hearing the broadcast, Xiao Yan got up from his seat and walked out towards the door. I don't know if it was his illusion or not, but there seemed to be a line of sight, if anything, staring at him. He guessed that perhaps it was the trouble that the underground arena had attracted earlier. But Xiao Yan didn't care. Lijiazui, as the busiest section of Zhonghai City, which is equipped with the more police force, it is difficult to robbery can also rob the shopping mall. In that case, it's better to just put it aside. It can't threaten you anyway, right? Xiao Yan led Lin Yuqing to the Golden Ashes barbecue restaurant in a familiar way. Although Xiao Yan had never been here in this life. In his last life, however, he had missed the place so much that he had worked here for as long as half a year. At that time, he had already been reduced to what people would call an invalid, and after his parents were buried, he became completely homeless. While wandering around, he came to the back door of this barbecue restaurant by mistake. Watching the dozen or so chefs operating methodically in the back kitchen made Xiao Yan inwardly think of wanting to become one of them. This is because chefs, as a service industry, unlike physical labor on construction sites, have no way to replace them with spirit animals. Even if Xiao Yan had been reduced to an ordinary man, he was still capable. That's why he begs on this street every time he has a moment to spare, and every now and then he comes here to visit. However, he was soon discovered for such behavior. One of the cooks happened to be lazy that day and ran out for a smoke. Seeing Xiao Yan's sneaky appearance, he thought he was trying to go in and steal something. The chef gripped Xiao Yan's collar, as aggressive as if he had caught him in flagrante delicto, and in no time at all, he drew many onlookers. The eyes of these people stomped and ground what was left of Xiao Yan's self-respect into dust. But Xiao Yan had nowhere to defend himself. After all, who would have thought that a disabled beggar would want to support himself by learning culinary skills? I said why I've been losing things for the past 2 days. So it's you. That chef raised his thick arm and was about to throw a punch towards Xiao Yan's face. The lobby manager just couldn't stand to see this kind of behavior and directly took a few steps forward and yanked the chef. He sidetracked the onlookers, chased away the vicious chef, and made Xiao Yan a bowl of hot fried rice. He was also the only one who treated Xiao Yan like a human being amongst all the days he had been wandering. After realizing what happened to Xiao Yan, the lobby manager resolutely kept Xiao Yan in the back kitchen, where he was responsible for simple tasks such as washing dishes or cleaning all day long. This lobby manager's surname is Wang, and his name is Wang Teng. In the past, he had another identity, the only son of the Wang family, the leading entertainment industry in Zhonghai City. Could be said that Wang Zaichang was not even qualified to lift Wang Teng's shoes. After all, the Wang family is in control of most of the entertainment industry in Zhonghai City. Naturally, it is not comparable to a small pharmaceutical company of Wang Zicheng's family. As for why it's before, it was a terrorist attack by an organization called the Church of the Vault of Heaven. Overnight, the entire Wang family was killed. Only Wang Teng, who had been out spending the night before, had escaped. But what can a foppish young master who only knows how to have fun all day do about this tragedy? Maybe that's why the Church of the Vault of Heaven let him go. Possibly due to their similar experiences, Xiao Yan and Wang Teng were instantly familiar with each other, and soon became good brothers who had nothing to talk about. And with this relationship, it also allowed Xiao Yan to work at the barbecue restaurant for a little over half a year. Then one day later, Wang Teng evaporated, like a wisp of autumn wind drifting by, taking away only a few fallen leaves. He didn't even leave a message when he left. Without Wang Teng's cover, Xiao Yan was directly kicked out of the barbecue restaurant. It wasn't until the following year that Xiao Yan saw his old friend again, but on top of the big screen outside the mall. It had a picture of Wang Teng on it and a smile for the camera. However, the photo is grayed out and the caption below it matches the text. Wang Teng, police number 531, had infiltrated the management of the Sky Vault Church as an undercover agent since joining the Dragon Kingdom's Close Protection Bureau last year. During the siege of the Church of the Vault of Heaven on April 28th, he provided us with vital information, but suffered endless torture from the enemy as a result. Unfortunately, on April 29th, after all efforts to rescue him, he still died of his injuries at the age of 24 years old. In honor of his valiant service, police number 531 will be permanently sealed. It is thanks to the silent contribution of these heroes that we can enjoy a peaceful life today. Let us remember this hero and pay our highest respects to Comrade Wang Teng. Among the countless people who stopped to observe a moment of silence at the entrance of the mall, a crippled figure stood out in particular. He limped against the crowd on his crutches. His figure was hunched over and his body was shaking violently, that weak look as if he could easily be blown over by a breeze at any moment. He buried his head low, as if trying his best to hide something. Without realizing it, a tear slipped from the corner of his eye and dripped silently onto the cold ground. Perhaps this tear was like Wang Teng, falling as brilliantly as a firework bloom. Even if it's short, it makes for beautiful memories. Chapter 28 Ordering. When he entered the barbecue restaurant, the layout in the lobby was still the same as he remembered. The entire barbecue restaurant is mostly decorated in the European classic luxury style, with gold and white dominant colors. The warm yellow European crystal chandelier shines brightly, illuminating the reliefs and murals on the walls. It looks luxurious. Lin Yuqing looked at Qiu Yan, completely not expecting to be brought to such a high-class place, and looked a bit rushed. She reached out a hand and gently pinched the corner of Qiu Yan's coat. The place was full of diners, and as far as the eye could see, each one seemed to be worth a lot of money, savoring the food while all talking about something, very much like the kind of urban elite feeling you get in a TV show. It also looked like Qiu Yan and Lin Yuqing were both dressed a bit out of place here. In his previous life, Qiu Yan had never appeared in the guests' dining area. Because of his disability, it is obviously inappropriate to be present in such high-end places. He could only come here at night after closing time to clean up. Welcome to Golden Ember. A voice came along and interrupted Qiu Yan's thoughts. Hello. May I ask if you have a reservation? The supervisor to the side crossed his arms in front of him, a professional fake smile on his face. Since you can get to this position, you must be very good at reading people. Looking at Qiu Yan and Lin Yuqing, the two of them were dressed in plain clothes, and it was obvious that the two of them were treated as poor students. I just walked in by mistake, so maybe I'll have the good sense to leave on my own after a while. After all, this is Li Jiazue, one of the top locations in the entire city of Zhonghai. Just for a meal, it's about $30,000 per person. Not for any other reason, just because the ingredients used in this barbecue restaurant are all derived from farm spirit animals on land, water, and air. Well, booked. Surname Q. VIP 618. Qiu Yan said indifferently, with little expression on his face. Such calmness shocked the supervisor. He suddenly realized that the boy in front of him was the guest who had called. Not just anyone can book the VIP box at Golden Ashes. At least you have to have a black and gold card from the Central Bank of the Dragon to qualify. And the requirements to get the black and gold card, it's a minimum 8-figure asset recognition and spending over 7 figures in a month to get it. A guest of honor. It must be a guest of honor. Thinking of this, the supervisor's attitude made a direct 180 turn, and he hurriedly nodded his head and led Qiu Yan through the hall. On the way during this period, there was a constant stream of sidelong glances from diners, curious about these two young men who had made the always stoic supervisor so deferential. The two followed the supervisor up to the 3rd floor in the elevator and made 7 turns before stopping at the door of the box. This was a small box that could accommodate 10 people to dine together, and Qiu Yan casually pulled a chair and sat down. The layout inside the box was similar to the outside, only more private and equipped with specialized attendants. Lin Yuqing silently sat next to Qiu Yan. She's never been to a place like this, so she was afraid of doing something that would make the waiter on the side laugh at her for being a bumpkin. Bringing Qiu Yan to, the supervisor whispered a few words to the female waitress in the box, and with a heartfelt smile on his face, he bowed and walked backwards out of the box. Menu. Qiu Yan gently clasped the Perspex tabletop with his fingernails. The waiter, who was focused on sizing up Qiu Yan, obviously didn't react. Only 2 people. Why do you need such a big box? Hello. Please give us the menu. Lin Yuqing timidly opened her mouth. The waiter came back to his senses. The supervisor had just made a point of emphasizing it to himself. In case you neglect your honored guest, your own paycheck for a week would not be enough to be deducted. She apologized repeatedly and brought a black menu to Chiu Yen. The menu on it is extensive and has only words but no pictures. Lin Yuqing was watching from the side, her eyes going wild. Chiu Yen just casually swept a glance and tapped his finger on it carelessly a few times. This, and these. What else do you want to eat, Rainy? Don't be polite. When Lin Yuqing heard this kind of ambiguous address, her little face immediately became a little hot. Well, you order it. I'm okay with it. Okay. Then add a jade luan swan cake and bisha green cow cheese ice cream. Chiu Yen handed the menu to the waiter. But the waiter's heart was in a state of shock. Chiu Yen was simply more skillful at ordering food like this than 95% of the guests. And all the orders are quite special dishes of the house. Even the hidden dishes like jade swan cake are known. A connoisseur. Definitely a connoisseur. Yes. I'll order it from my side. Wait a moment and arrange it for you right away. Well, go ahead and get out. I'll call you if I need you. Upon hearing this, the waitress looked delighted and hurriedly and respectfully withdrew from the box. Because she had to deal with the difficult requests of difficult customers every day, she liked customers like Chiu Yen the most. Not long after, she knocked on Chiu Yan's room door holding a dinner plate. Coming, sir. First appetizer. Baked water heart snails with garlic butter. The drink is a wine made using the spirit plant grapes obtained in the secret realm. After placing these in front of the two men, he withdrew again and guarded the door of the box. Meanwhile, the front desk on the first floor was where a heated argument broke out. Grandma, you don't even ask around. Our young master Wang Ting still needs a reservation when he comes for dinner? Wang Ziqing furiously called out towards the door supervisor. And beside him, Chun Qingqing secretly tugged on his sleeve. Wang Zaichang was a bit out of character today, and it was in front of Wang Tung. But it's understandable. He had managed to ask Wang Ting out, but he had accidentally forgotten to make a reservation. This also led to a very awkward situation for several of them. No more boxes. There's still room at table 6 over there. Just enough for a few of you to be seated as well. Don't worry about it. Each of our tables is far away from each other. So there's absolutely no need to worry about privacy for a few of you. Let us sit in the lobby. Now there are still places inside the hall though. But with a status like Wang Tang's, would it be appropriate to let someone sit in the lobby? The supervisor wiped the sweat from his forehead without a trace and explained while smiling with him. I'm sorry, Mr. Wang and Mr. Wang. I really didn't know you guys were coming. In that case, I'll make a contact on my end to see if any of the boxes are about to finish their meals. The supervisor's head is spinning. But anyone who can book into the VIP box, which is a small supervisor he can't afford to offend. Now letting the waiter of the box ask the guest for the mealtime, isn't it obvious that he is trying to drive people away? Inside the box are mostly some dignified characters between meals cannot help but talk. This mealtime is simply no way to be specific to the minute. That's a clear-cut case of embarrassment. He took the folder over and over again, checking the registration information of the box, sweating with anxiety. You don't have to dwell on it, you tell me which box is less crowded. I'll talk to them and see if I can get them to switch to the lobby. The supervisor was instantly relieved, since he didn't have to step in himself. But after dwelling on it for so long, Wang Ziqing's patience had been exhausted. Seeing the supervisor's delayed response, Wang Ziqing reached out and snatched the list from the supervisor's hand. Only the VIP 618 box had the word Chiu Yen written on it, and the number of people shown for dining is 2. Isn't this the kid who stood Chun Qingqing up and beat himself up before? Wang Ziqing eagerly a chair for Wang Tang to sit down, then made a wink and called Chun Qingqing out. Chapter 29. Do you know me? What? Chiu Yen is also eating inside the box. You're not mistaken. Unbelief was written all over Chun Qingqing's face. She also understood Chiu Yan's family situation and was actually able to eat here. After selling the flaming unicorn, it was a dashing life. I can't believe I came to spend money in such a high-end place. Wang Zaichang said excitedly. 1,000 times over. I basically know everyone in Zhonghai City with the surname Chiu. There's no such person at all. Wang Ziqing seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw, and although there was hatred in his eyes, it was clearly not the right time to find Chiu Yen in trouble. The last time he was beaten by Chiu Yen was not resolved either. When he got home, he naturally complained to his own dad. But instead of taking it out on him, his dad reprimanded himself severely. Wang Dadong then directly said that Qiu Yan had a rather frightening background behind him. At first, Wang Zaicheng didn't believe it, but then Wang Dadong's words completely shocked Wang Zaicheng. The Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce's Ling Wutong. That's your Uncle Ling, you know that, don't you? That day when I was in the Underground Coliseum, I saw that kid named Qiu Yan. At that time, after he won, he directly auctioned off his Flame Qilin with a diamond-level bloodline. I was going to shoot you back. As a result, old Ling directly put out a vicious threat to me. Then what kind of person is Ling Wu-tang? Aren't you clear about that? I've also investigated that kid named Qiu Yan. His family is very ordinary. Ling Wu-tang must have investigated as well. I saw that Qiu Yan enter Ling Wu-tang's office with my own eyes, and ended up coming out like nobody's business. The next day, Ling Wu-tang was arrested. Think about it yourself. What kind of person can walk away in one piece from Ling Wu-tang? As for being beaten, Wang Ziqing could only bite his teeth and swallow it in his stomach. Didn't you used to be close to him? Well, just tell him that I'll pay for his dinner today. It was hard for Wang Tang to agree to eat with us. It's not like you don't know how important he is to you and me. Chun Qingqing's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Basically, he himself was now considered to have broken with Qiu Yan. Now let her beg Qiu Yan in a low voice, is no less than cheating divorce, and then go to ask the ex-husband to borrow money, like this. Proud as Chun Qingqing was, she was definitely unable to accept it. Seeing her hesitation, Wang Zaicheng tightly hugged Chun Qingqing's shoulders. Qingqing, please. It's not like you don't know the importance of the batch of spirit medicines held by the Wang family. Get that batch of elixirs, and no matter what, the Imperial Beast examination will be a sure thing. That's Dragon State University. No matter what the background is, it's all treated equally. Chun Qingqing was silent for half a day before she finally nodded and decided to go as a lobbyist. Wang Ziqing was overjoyed and hurriedly gave Chun Qingqing a firm kiss towards her forehead and ran to stabilize Wang Tung. Chun Qingqing came to the door of 618, hesitated for a long time, but still resolved to knock on the door. Enter. She pushed open the door and saw Qiu Yan and Lin Yuqing being intimate, and for a moment she was a little unsure of how to speak. Qiu Yan had thought it was time for dessert and didn't even raise his head as he continued to talk and laugh with Lin Yuqing. That, Qiu Yin. Hearing the voice, Qiu Yan then looked up to see the visitor. He raised an eyebrow, feeling a little puzzled. What brings you here? I don't think I remember calling you. Chun Qingqing took a deep breath and was just about to open her mouth, but she was interrupted by Qiu Yan. Qiu Yan took a fervent look at the door. You followed me? Chun Qingqing clenched her fists and her small face reddened. Ayuk, what do you mean I followed him? It's just shameless. Thicker than a city wall. Fortunately, Chun Qingqing still remembered her mission and forcefully suppressed her anger. Even her voice was slightly trembling as she spoke. Can you let us have the box? Wang Ziqing said that your debt today is on his head. Oh, hungry. That's fine. I, Qiu Yan, am not a stingy person. Why don't you sit down and eat with us? Chun Qingqing frowned. We have guests. It's not convenient. There's room inside the hall now, so I hope I can switch with you. Yeah, transfer the money to me. Qiu Yan was very quick to take out his cell phone and open the collection code. 200,000, sweep. How many? At this moment, not only Chun Qingqing, even Lin Yuqing had her little mouth wide open. You want $200,000 for a meal? Yeah, I even gave you a zero. The menu is there for you to see for yourself. Qiu Yan put down his cell phone and spread his hands. If you don't want to, forget it, we've got a couple desserts left anyway. Willing. Qiu Yan turned a deaf ear and picked up his knife and fork once again, slicing a piece of roasted meat and bringing it to his mouth. I said, I sweep. Chun Qingqing took out her cell phone and walked in, but Qiu Yan on the opposite side was slow to move. Collection code. At that moment, however, there was a sudden sound of footsteps outside the door. Wang Ziqing reached the doorway first and made a wink towards Chun Qingqing. Chun Qingqing's left hand behind her back quietly made an okay gesture. Seeing that the plan was going well, Wang Ziqing was so excited that he was about to jump up, and hurriedly turned back to stabilize a few people. A bad smile flashed across Qiu Yan's face, who noticed all this. I changed my mind. Ask yourselves elsewhere. Can you leave me alone with my girlfriend? Not even acting. Qiu Yan directly showed his cards. Qiu Yan, you don't Guests are really important to us. Count on me begging you, okay? Only today did he see that Qiu Yan was actually such a shameless person. Chun Qingqing's head was filled with black lines, and she really wanted to let the spirit beasts out to bite Qiu Yan to death. If this can solve the problem, it would be too cheap for Chun Qingqing. Hearing this, Lin Yuqing next to her couldn't sit still. Clamping her legs together, she kept fiddling with her skirt under the table with two small hands, a tangled look on her face. Obviously, she hasn't promised Qiu Yan yet. How can you say you're his girlfriend? It's too soon. Obviously, people are not ready. While Lin Yuqing was thinking wildly, Qiu Yan crossed his legs and looked at Chun Qingqing somewhat playfully. No, let me see what your guests look like. Maybe we'll be able to make friends in time. Qiu Yan, don't you give a $400,000. Take the money and get out of here. Seeing Chun Qingqing's attitude, Qiu Yan was straight up happy in his heart. The more it upset Chun Qingqing, then the more enjoyable it would be for himself. Sure enough, the smile wouldn't go away and would only transfer to Qiu Yan's face. I was thinking that it would be fine to change seats and have a meal for free. Since that guest is really that important to Chun Qingqing, sorry, had to stir things up for her today. Dropping $400,000 in full. Qiu Yan shook his glass in his old age, took a sip, and his ass felt as if it was glued to the seat. Seeing that Qiu Yan had collected the money and still refused to leave, Chun Qingqing almost went crazy and almost went up to pickpocket Qiu Yan. No, what is this? Grind it out, are you guys leaving? Qiu Yan's afterimage swept, and a person once again appeared in the doorway. His height was about the same as Qiu Yan, only slightly shorter than him. He also dyed his hair yellow, and his features were as three-dimensional as a model's, and his skin was fair and delicate. At that moment was cocking his head, leaning against the door and looking in. Wang Tung. Seeing the visitor, he blurted out, but he soon realized he had said the wrong thing. You know me? Wang Tung was a bit incredulous. He didn't have this person in his impression. Chapter 30. The sky has fallen on Wang Zaicheng. Yeah, I Qiu Yan. Didn't you grow up going to the Zhonghai Experimental Primary School? I was in class 6 too. When you were in junior high school, didn't you fall in love early and talk to someone called Qin Jujia? Didn't your old man give you a beating when he found out later? Hearing Qiu Yan tell the embarrassing story he once had, Wang Tong was even more puzzled in his heart. He walked up to Qiu Yan and scrutinized the face that was completely new to him. Where the hell is this old school? What he said was indeed true. But even Qiu Yan, who was beaten up by his own dad, knew about it? Then, looking at it like this, he and Qiu Yan should be especially close. But why do you have no memory of him at all? Is it because he was out drinking and bouncing every day for 3 years in high school, playing stupid to his brain? For the first time, Wang Tung had doubts about himself. But he couldn't have imagined, no matter how, that these were the words of his previous life self and Qiu Yan. Old classmates at a Weibo. We'll be in touch from now on. Qiu Yan smiled as he opened the QR code and handed it over. Wang Tung was also bluffed by Qiu Yan's sentences, and in a confused manner, he opened his cell phone and added his friend. Chun Qingqing, who was on the side, frowned and opened her mouth, wanting to say something. But in the end, she swallowed the words that came to her mouth. Myself and Qiu Yan had been in the same class since childhood. Regardless of elementary school or junior high school, there shouldn't be much opportunity to come into contact with a young master like Wang Tung. What's more, Chun Qingqing and Qiu Yan were both Imperial Beastmasters, both of whom had attended specialized Imperial Beastmaster academies. Other people, Wang Tung is a martial artist. It's not even close. Okay, we're both full. Waiter, don't we have 2 desserts left? Just pack it for us. Qiu Yan smiled and got up to hug the dumbfounded Wang Tung tightly. Subsequently, Wang Tung then reacted. Chun Qingqing, this woman was just in this box and seemed to be driving Qiu Yan and the 2 of them away? With that thought, he then spoke out. Don't, old school, in such a hurry? Sit down and let's talk some more. With my memory, I really don't remember you. Waiter, come and pour me a glass of wine. I'll give Brother Qiu a glass of self-punishment. Reparations. Why don't you say Wang Tung is so popular in the circle of rich kids in Zhonghai City? This kid is really righteous. A waiter brought a bottle of brandy, uncorked it, and was just about to pour down a glass. But Wang Tung didn't know where the 10,000-foot bravado was born. Snatched it up, tilted his head and gulped it down. After a whole bottle of wine was consumed, Wang Tung's face was flushed and he was a little unsteady on his feet. He shakily pulled back his chair and sat down with his arm around Chiu Yan's shoulders. Brother Chiu, I, Old Wang, am sorry for you. I can't believe I forgot about you. Come on, tell me more about the old days. It was the first time he had ever blown a bottle as wildly as he had today. And it was because of a friend he didn't even remember. It's just that I don't know why. But as soon as I saw Chiu Yan, I had a familiar feeling. Born into the Wang family, he was good at reading people from a young age. Wang Teng knew in his heart who was telling the truth and who was telling lies. He couldn't see any traces of lies on Chiu Yan's face. Moreover, when he had just been embraced by Chiu Yan, he truly felt the kindness that Chiu Yan had released towards him. Moreover, he noticed that there seemed to be some tears in the corner of Chiu Yan's eyes. This made him even more curious about what had happened between him and Chiu Yan. Awkwardly, after blowing on a bottle of brandy and before asking what was on his mind, he fell asleep with Chiu Yan's shoulder in front of his eyes. Not long after, Wang Zaichang came over with 2 bottles of Royal Salute in a hurry. As soon as he saw the sight in front of him, it felt like the sky had fallen. Is there a mistake? Wang Tang grabbed an empty wine bottle in his hand and then fell asleep drunkenly on Chiu Yan's shoulder, meaning that Chiu Yan just made Wang Tang blow a bottle? I've never heard of these two knowing each other. His eyes looked to the side of Chun Qingqing, only to find that Chun Qingqing, who had been here all along, seemed to have a CPU that was burning up. Noticing the sight, he also looked at himself with a confused look on his face. Qingqing, what the hell is going on? Chun Qingqing glanced dully at Chiu Yan and Wang Tang again and shook her head somewhat mechanically. It's broken. I've become a clown myself. Although he didn't know when Chiu Yan had gotten so close to Wang Tang. However, she clearly knew that the plan to talk to Wang Tang about the batch of spirit medicine that she wanted to talk to him about today was definitely out of the question. Until the bodyguard came to Wang Tang frame away, Wang Tang's mouth still kept chanting, "Good brother, old classmate," another bottle such words. The box was surprisingly quiet at the moment, and not a single person spoke. Lin Yuqing naturally knew that this wasn't something she could meddle with, and kept her head buried in her hands as she tweeted to Chiu Yan. Chiu Yan also lowered his head, and Lin Yuqing sent each other love packets for fun. So, are we still eating? One of the minions spoke weakly. Eat, eat, eat. Wang Zaichang slammed the 2 bottles of wine into his little brother's arms and puffed his way towards the elevator, impatiently poking the buttons all the time. Even the object of his ambiguity, Chun Qingqing, didn't care. Seeing that everyone else had left, Chiu Yan and Lin Yuqing then looked up again. Go? I'll take you home. Chiu Yan smiled and opened his mouth, in a good mood. Today, not only did he break Chun Qingqing's good deed, but more importantly, he met his good brother Wang Tang from his previous life. Since he knew Wang Tang so early on, he might be able to reverse the ending of the Wang family? Lin Yuqing followed Chiu Yan down the stairs and watched as he used the $400,000 he had just extorted to pay the bill. And a strange feeling arose in her heart. But what she cared most about right now was still the fact that Chiu Yan had just said that she was his girlfriend. Blowing in the wintry evening breeze, Chiu Yan and Lin Yuqing walked side by side towards the subway station. The 2 superb facial features drew sideways glances from passers-by. And on the other side of the street, a man hides in the shadows, staring at the door of the Golden Ashes. When he saw the 2 men come out, he pressed the microphone below his collar. The target is coming out now. 94, stay on target. The 2 of them got on the number 3 subway. Follow. The target got off at Xuanwu Station in the northern district of Zhonghai City. You go ahead and follow. We'll be right there. The scar-faced man called number 94 quietly followed Chiu Yan and the 2 of them out of the car. He was very ordinary looking, similar to the kind you couldn't find if you stuck into a pile of people. But his face had a horrible scar extending from the corner of his eye to the center of his person. The subject walked into the cozy home and appears to be heading toward Building 6 at this time. I really can't wait. I'm going to strike. Well, 94, all the best. Also, keep your hands and feet clean and don't leave any marks. Hey, why did you say I was your girlfriend today? Lin Yuqing held her tongue for half a day, but she really couldn't help but ask. Finally, she was able to be alone. Sitting in a crowded subway was suffocating her. Chiu Yan looked at Lin Yuqing with some derision, really not knowing if this little girl really didn't know or was just pretending not to know. Master Shifu is really a master at pretending to be confused. So let me ask you, are you a female? Yeah. So are we friends? Of course. So what happened to being my girlfriend for a day? You don't eat with me for nothing. It's called quid pro quo. Okay? You. I don't want to talk to you. Lin Yuqing, a deer in the headlights in her heart, stomped her foot and turned around towards the hallway of her house. Look out! But she suddenly felt a warm arm around her waist. Then, with a push, he wrapped himself in his arms. Chapter 31. Today is the day you two die. Ya! Lin Yuqing exclaimed. But then he saw a puddle of unknown liquid in his previous position. The liquid seemed to be corrosive, and it stung and stung on the ground with white smoke. It was Qiu Yan who had just pulled himself away. A man slowly emerged from behind a parked car not far away. It was the same man who called 94 earlier. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Not bad. Quick reflexes, kid. 94's voice was raspy as hell, and there was a hint of flirtation in his tone. Which one of you a big brother? So no martial arts. Qiu Yan didn't move and put his hand behind his back, and with a flash of light, the coal ball scurried out while the night was still. It silently circled around the outside and under the chassis of the one car the man had previously hidden in. As long as Qiu Yan gave the order, the cinder blocks would be able to directly cover the man all over, directly paralyzing him. Since this old den was unkind, don't blame him for being unrighteous. You like to play dirty, don't you? I'm sorry, but Cinderblock is the one that's shady as hell. Ha! Just know that today is the day you both die. Go! Plague rotting dogs. A canine-type spirit beast appeared beside the man. Through the dim streetlight, Qiu Yan could barely make out the spirit beast. Plague rotting dogs are strangely ugly. The five senses were spread evenly throughout the head like sesame seeds on dough. The blood-red eyes stood out rather exaggeratedly, almost falling out of their sockets if they didn't have the pull of the optic nerve behind them. Its body was covered with dark red pustules, and as its body undulated while gasping for breath, it was still gradually rupturing, dripping black and red murky liquid outward. These liquids stung and corroded the ground in the same way as they dripped down the hairs. If Qiu Yan hadn't stopped Lin Yuqing just now, once she was attacked by this thing, her body wouldn't have been bruised. Flaming unicorn. Iron mountain. Roar. Roar. The flame Qilin escorted next to Qiu Yan, a pair of sharp eyes staring at the plague-rotting dog. Instead, this belligerent character of Taishan charged directly towards the plague-rotting dog. Look out! Qiu Yan hastened to voice a reminder. A spirit beast like a plague-carrion dog was unheard of by Qiu Yan, and it was unclear what skills it possessed. So when faced with such an unknown spirit beast, the best thing to do was to wait and see for a hand first. But I didn't expect Taishan to charge straight up. I'm afraid I'm going to lose out this time. As expected, number 94 laughed hideously and gave a blatant order to his spirit animal. A rain of plague arrows. A faint red light immediately rose from the plague-rotting dog, then converged into an arrow that shot towards Taishan like rain. Iron Mountain. Taishan, who was charging forward, naturally understood Lin Yuqing's meaning in seconds. Ow! A wall of rock suddenly appeared in front of the plague-rotting dog. It was thought that such an attack would be enough to resist. Lin Yuqing was still thinking too simply, and the next scene sent chills down her spine. The first few red arrows were indeed blocked by the rock wall. However, the power contained in the red arrow was corroding the rock wall little by little. In an instant, a ragged hole was created. What followed was a dense attack. Even though Taishan's body was covered in hard rock armor, he could not do anything against this kind of corrosive arrow. Ow! Iron Mountain ate the pain. The forward body suddenly stopped. Itself due to inertia rolled on the ground several times before coming to a halt. Only after Qiu Yan got a better look did he realize that Taishan's body was covered in white smoke, and a stream of blood flowed out along his wounds. Hurry! Get back here! Taishan staggered to his feet, but by then the plague-carrion dogs had already rushed in front of him. Lin Yuqing was so anxious that she directly and blatantly unleashed her royal beast talent. Beast King Berserking. As a talent rated A+, it is naturally unique in its own way. Beast King Berserking, as a Pokemon skill, it allows spirit beasts to temporarily forget about their injuries, and within 10 minutes, the spirit animal's combat power will gradually increase to a maximum of 3 times. During the duration of the skill, the spirit beast's self-healing ability would be strengthened substantially. Basically, as long as it wasn't killed in seconds, within these 10 minutes, Taishan was immortal. The reason why this skill is A+ is because of this talent drawback. This was manifested in the fact that after 10 minutes of the skill's duration had passed, the spirit beast would fall into an incomparably exhausted state and would not be able to participate in battle for at least the next 3 or 4 days. Last time in the dark water swamp, Lin Yuqing had ultimately chosen to give up using the Imperial Beast talent, considering Taishan's need for sustained combat. Now that he was back in the middle of the city, the only spirit beast he needed to deal with was the plague carrion dog in front of him. In order to save Taishan, Lin Yuqing directly used the Imperial Beast talent without the slightest hesitation. Oh, this beast royalty talent is quite interesting. 94 raised an eyebrow. Originally, he thought that the Rock Tiger was already in his pocket, but he didn't expect the little girl to come down with a Sentinel Beast talent and start living and breathing again. Continue. Plague Carrion Dogs. Plague Arrow Rain. The Plague Carrion Dogs immediately made a big jump towards the back and pulled away. While storing up their skills, the red arrows once again shot towards Iron Mountain. 94 is trying the same trick again. However, the speed of Taishan in the Beast King berserking state was also increasing, and with a few deft turns, he dodged the rain of plague arrows. Taishan scurried to the front of the Plague Carrion Dogs between a few prancing movements. Lifting his claws, he grabbed directly towards his enemy's head. Just as everyone's attention was fully focused on the battle between the two spirit beasts, Coal Ball moved. It crawled out of the undercarriage of the car and just spread bit by bit up the 94. Since it was with a hint of paralyzing effect, it went all the way up to the man's neck without him even realizing it. Duck! Duck! 94 excitedly issued the order, but he gradually realized that his body seemed to be a bit out of control. Even when he just spoke, he seemed to have a bit of a lisp. What the hell is going on? Not waiting for him to think to understand, suddenly felt a burst of heaven and earth. Bang fell to the ground. Having lost the control of the Imperial Beastmaster, the Plague Carrion Dogs instantly froze in place with a bewildered look on their faces. Don't! Iron Mountain, stop! Qiu Yan used his talent, Book of Speech. Seemingly also knowing that Qiu Yan and his master Lin Yuqing were on good terms, Taishan was really hesitant. The raised paw slammed heavily into the side of the plague-rotting dog, making a large crater in the ground. Strictly speaking, although Imperial Beastmasters and Spirit Beasts were in a master-servant relationship, they were both essentially two different thinking individuals. Even if a man passes out, a spirit animal will have the ability to think on its own. But the key was that after the coal ball paralyzed the man, his spirit animal immediately became sluggish and lost its ability to think, which was like a remote control car without power. Pain. Dying. Wanting to die. Losing control of 94. The plague-rotting dog kept muttering these unsentenced words under his breath. Only Qiu Yan was able to hear it directly. He told the flame griffin to watch the plague-rotting dog on the sidelines, while he himself walked over to the man. The identity of the man in front of him remains a mystery. Chapter 32 Fragments of Memory. Qiu Yan leaned down and kept groping the man a little. In his pocket, he felt out a metallic token and a mannequin that was only the size of a palm. What is it? Lin Yuqing also came over and pointed at the crystal-clear, humanoid crystal in Qiu Yan's hand. I don't know, let me see. Qiu Yan tried to inject some spiritual energy into it, and a wave of memories drilled into his mind, and he instantly fainted. The plague-rotting dog on the side turned into a red light and flew right into the mannequin. Those memory fragments flashed by like worn-out movie footage. The protagonist of Qiu Yan's perspective is also the owner of the memory. He had a middle-aged man with a mask in front of him who was growling at his side. You're crazy. This research is simply beyond our grasp. Even if I die, I won't help you. The owner of the memory had no problem firing back instantly. This was filled with human lives. Stop it now? I can't go back now, do you understand? But you're my senior brother. I can't just stand by and watch you make the same mistake over and over again. I'm calling the police. The middle-aged man on the other side of the room took out his cell phone with great excitement and opened the dialing keypad with a trembling voice. I want. The owner of the memory suddenly became very mad at the sight. Red blood filaments covered the entire whites of his eyes, and he directly lunged towards the middle-aged man in front of him, intending to snatch the cell phone. Even from Qiu Yan's perspective, the scene in front of him appeared to be filled with a blood-colored filter. The two tangled together, but in the end, it was the owner of the memory who had the upper hand. He held the middle-aged man's neck in a death grip and threatened. Wu Liang, you better stop. I don't want to kill you for the sake of my mentor. Hearing the words of the memory owner, the middle-aged man's movements lurched, and even his body began to tremble violently. He seemed to recall those days when he had studied under his mentor along with his senior. How dare he try to kill himself? Pop! The phone was snatched right out of the air and then smashed hard against the tiled floor to the side, smashing it to pieces. Different paths don't lead to the same thing. Let's pretend I wasn't here today. The owner of the memory let go of Wu Liang, who casually gathered up the stack of loose papers in front of him and stuffed them together into his briefcase, and then grabbed the door. The memory came to an abrupt end here, followed by darkness in front of Qiu Yan. Within this memory, Qiu Yan did see some information. The owner of the memory seems to be conducting some unethical research, but has hit a certain bottleneck. Returning to the lab to seek help from his own mentor, Wu Liang. But Wu Liang was very resistant to the matter and immediately wanted to call the police. The owner of the memories was cornered and eventually chose to run away. And so on. Let's just say that the middle-aged man with the mask in front of him, why he looks a little familiar. Isn't Lin Yuqing's grandmother's attending doctor named Wu Liang? Qiu Yan was thrilled, but at the same time he felt a pang of panic for no reason. There was definitely some kind of terrible truth hidden behind this. However, once we find that Dr. Wu, we'll know the identity of the memory owner. Without waiting for Qiu Yan to react, a memory flashed through his mind once again. This time, the owner of the memory seemed to be conducting research in a dimly lit underground laboratory. Then a footstep sounded behind him. When he looked back, he only saw several mysterious people who had hidden their figures in black robes, holding a stick and coming hard at his head. The memory in front of Qiu Yan ended once again. Well, it looks like it's been hacked. Presumably, some power is eyeing the research and then trying to steal the results? Qiu Yan muttered, and the memory reappeared next. This time, the perspective of the owner of the memory was so short that it seemed to only come up to the waist of the man standing in front of him. As the viewpoint went down, then Qiu Yan was surprised. The owner of the memory had turned out to be a canine-type spirit beast. The man across from him crouched down and touched the owner of the memory somewhat favorably. It was only then that Qiu Yan saw that the man in front of him was very handsome, a feminine beauty similar to that of vampires in movies and TV dramas. And the hand he extended was actually a mechanical prosthetic hand inscribed with alien runes. Good dog. Looks like this research of ours is a success. The man commanded down toward the perimeter. Next, work on growing the congregation and continue the experiment. The memories came to an abrupt end, and Qiu Yan instantly returned to reality, sitting up violently and breathing in large gulps of air. He felt all over his body with palpitations. Luckily, none of the parts were missing from myself. But the feeling of turning into a spirit animal was like experiencing it yourself, and it was creepy to think about. Qiu Yan, are you okay? Meeting Lin Yuqing's concerned eyes, Qiu Yan sighed in relief. I'm fine. This thing is so evil that I saw the memories of that plague-rotting dog's life after I injected my spiritual power. You may not be able to accept it when I say it. It is the product of the combination of a human and a spirit animal. What? Lin Yuqing opened her small mouth wide, her eyes filled with shock. You mean that spirit beast used to be a human? Oh my god. She instantly felt like her three views were in trouble, making Lin Yuqing unable to accept it for a while. That is to say, that vivid being a human being. And just now, if Qiu Yan hadn't called off Taishan, he would have turned into a murderer himself? Come on, you don't have to beat yourself up too much. It seems to be the work of some evil organization hiding in Zhonghai City. And there's someone who seems to have some connection with this organization. That man you also know is your grandmother's attending doctor, Wu Liang. Qiu Yan patted Lin Yuqing's shoulder and greeted towards Cinderblock. All right, keep this one, he'll be useful when he wakes up. Don't accidentally give it away. Qiu Yan asked Lin Yuqing for Wu Liang's phone number and directly dialed it. Hello? Who is this? Dr. Wu, I'm Qiu Yan, Yuqing's classmate. I'm going to add you on Twitter later. There's something I want to show you. Mr. Qiu? Could it be that the patient's condition has worsened again? It's not about the patient, it's about you. Wu Liang looked at a picture sent by the other party and his pupils shook. It was definitely the result of his own senior brother's research. This carrier is none other than the polymer material that he and his senior brother designed together. Ever since he parted ways with himself 7 years ago, he had never seen him again, as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth. During these 7 years, elder brother's parents, wife, and children all died violently and inexplicably. He waited from morning until dark, from the report of mourning until the funeral, and never waited for his brother to appear. For a moment he thought his senior brother was long dead. But his reluctance had become an obsession that stuck in his throat, like a thorn in his heart. It was clear that, in the beginning, he only wanted an explanation. He rushed back with a message. Send a location. I'll arrange for an ambulance to pick them up right away. Chapter 33 The Secret Base Belonging to Wu Liang. Then it looks like you're not going to make it home today. Qiu Yan shrugged and spread his hands towards Lin Yuqing. Even though it was an unintentional exposure, Lin Yuqing had indeed been swept into this vortex. Just letting Lin Yuqing live at home alone, Qiu Yan was not at all at ease. If you really can't, you can go to my house tonight and stay overnight to see what Dr. Wu's side really says. Okay? He's coming right over. Since the ambulance had a red light on, it was unimpeded on the way here, and it took about an hour to get to the downstairs of Lin Yuqing's house. A person came down from the car in a hurry, and it was none other than Dr. Wu, who was wearing a white coat. But for a moment, Wu Liang vaguely felt that something was wrong. Qiu Yan contacted himself for no reason and sent him the results of his previous project. And how did he know? Even though there were still doubts in his mind, it was definitely worth his trip to find his senior brother. Where are the people? It was then that the cinder block hiding in the shadows revealed itself, wrapping the man in black translucent bodily fluids and slowly wriggling out. The sight in front of him clearly gave Dr. Wu a fright. But if you don't say researchers have big hearts, he quickly calmed down and recognized the species of the spirit beast in front of him. It's a geocentric slime. This young man named Qiu Yan actually had a geocentric slime. Little brother, Lin student, if you have time in the evening, get on the bus as well. Come over to my side for a chat. I always had a feeling that the reason why this man attacked you guys was not simple. Based on the principle of multiple friends and multiple paths, Qiu Yan still nodded. He looked back at Lin Yuqing's determined eyes and only felt a little weepy. Since both of them were involved, it would be difficult to walk away in one piece like it was nothing. So why not talk to the knowledgeable Dr. Wu and see what's said? Because of the briquettes, it doesn't take much effort to carry the men. The cinder block wriggled right into the ambulance and spit the man out. In the ambulance, Wu Liang, Qiu Yan and Lin Yuqing sat around. Dr. Wu, this nameplate seems to have 94 written on it. I just don't know what the meaning of it actually is. Qiu Yan handed Dr. Wu the searched mannequin and the small token. Wu Liang's expression flashed with a hint of nostalgia when he saw the crystal mannequin. However, when he received the token, he frowned and scrutinized it for a while. But again, he didn't see anything. He took a strong flashlight out of his white coat pocket and shined it. Turned out that he actually found something. Judging from this grain shown after this thing has been illuminated by a strong light. It's definitely not a metal from Earth. Although Qiu Yan couldn't understand, Wu Liang then gave an explanation. Although I don't know what this actually does, but at least with this material, the odds are that it came from a spatial rift or a secret realm. Think about it, assuming that this man is really number 94 in some organization, then that organization must be closely related to the space rift or the secret realm. It may even be stationed in these secret realms, and that secret realm must be rich in this metal. Even though there were some secret realms that had been pretty much explored by mankind, however, from the recovery of the aura to the present day, some spatial cracks would appear every year. Much of the material contained therein is undiscovered research. It's not unusual to not recognize this material. This thing can stay with me for now. It should be safer on my end. Don't look at me as just a doctor. After practicing for so many years, I'm now a gold-ranked martial artist. It's not to say that there's no one in Zhonghai City, but at least it's considered to be able to have the ability to defend itself. That organization has already sent someone to attack you tonight, and I'm sure they won't rest easy after this failure. Now that it's no longer safe for the two of you, stay at my place these days. Qiu Yan looked at Lin Yuqing, and the two of them smiled at each other and both nodded. Looking at the direction in which the ambulance was traveling, Qiu Yan's heart immediately had some doubts. This number 94 is definitely not convenient to show up. But this direction is the exact way to the third people's hospital. Is the man to be taken to the hospital? There's a lot of people in the hospital. Are you sure this is okay? But Qiu Yan had obviously guessed wrong. When they reached the hospital entrance, the ambulance turned off its siren and turned halfway around the parking lot, finally stopping in front of a cargo elevator. Pushing the man's stretcher down, Dr. Wu looked around and beckoned Qiu Yan to follow. Dr. Wu, where are we pushing this? Xiao Yan looked at the elevator in front of him and couldn't help but be a little curious. Dr. Wu did not answer positively. He just smiled mysteriously and pulled out his work ID and swiped down the elevator. Ding! The elevator doors opened again. In front of Xiao Yan and the others was a corridor that was so deep that it couldn't be seen from the bottom. The blackened passageway looked like an abyssal maw that wanted to devour the three. The only source of light was the safe passage sign, which was emitting an eerie green light. The entire corridor was eerily quiet. Only the sound of the wheels under the stretcher creaking echoed. Xiao Yan, it's so scary here. Lin Yuqing sniffed the air and felt hairy inside. Such a disinfectant smell is very common among hospitals. But it seemed to be a bit pungent because the place hadn't been ventilated for so long, combined with the musty smell of the air. She followed gently, unable to help but worry a little. What is Dr. Wu trying to take them to? A few people kept moving by the faint bright light of their cell phones, and I don't know how long it took before they finally came to the end of the corridor. Dr. Wu took out his ID card and swiped it in front of the door lock, and after hearing a drop sound, he twisted the door handle and opened the door. Xiao Yan raised his cell phone to illuminate the door, and found that the three big red letters morgue were written on the door plate. Push in. This is the hospital's former morgue, which has been abandoned for a long time because it's rumored to be haunted. Only then did Dr. Wu open his mouth to introduce this place, and familiarly walked to the side and pressed the light switch with a snap. The strong white light source instantly pierced Xiao Yan and Lin Yuqing's eyes. They narrowed their eyes and pushed the man on the stretcher. 94. Inside. Out of nowhere, Dr. Wu felt a light silver handcuff. The outside of the two rings were also engraved with a circle of characters Xiao Yan couldn't understand, styled as if they were specially forged to hold these people. Several people joined hands to carry number 94 to a steel chair and sat down, grabbing his hands and handcuffing them directly behind the backrest of the chair. Dr. Wu received a basin of saline directly on the face of the 94. The man woke up from unconsciousness and continued to breathe heavily. You, what are you doing? 94, right? The man had a blank look on his face, as if he didn't know what Xiao Yan's men meant by imprisoning him. You are illegally imprisoning. Abusive lynching. I want to report the demon spirit. You're a little less than honest. You guys go out first, some of the next tactics may not be seen. I'll contact you when I get the information and settle you both in. Dr. Wu had a kind and nuclear smile on his face as he gently invited Xiao Yan and Lin Yuqing out of the morgue. They both hesitated in the doorway, seeming a little unsure. Within moments, a heartbreaking wail came from the room. Is this really okay? Lin Yuqing was a bit indecisive. It was the first time she had run into this kind of thing, and she didn't expect Dr. Wu, who usually took much care of herself and acted like a good old boy, to be so ruthless in his tactics. Chapter 34. Big Sister. If I hadn't pulled you just now, you'd be lying in the ICU right now, maybe even louder than he howls. What are you worried about? Xiao Yan smiled and opened his mouth. The reason why he carried this flirtatious tone was to dispel the concerns in Lin Yuqing's mind. After all, people have two sides. Seeing Wu Liang's tactics, it's normal to be a little unacceptable for a while. No, I just don't think that's a good idea. Did you notice the scar on that man's face? Xiao Yan raised his cell phone, having already checked the person's information through facial recognition earlier in the ambulance. Lin Yuqing came closer to see that the man was actually a wanted man. A wanted felon who wiped out his mother-in-law's family over emotional issues. Absconding for 3 years and still not caught? She suddenly realized what she had read and sucked in a breath of cold air, covering her mouth in surprise. Wickedness has its own way of rubbing off on people. At least, Dr. Wu is on our side now. The Dr. Wu in that memory is still very righteous. Besides, he usually takes care of you and Grandma, right? Don't worry too much. Lin Yuqing nodded and leaned aside, her mind racing with thoughts. It was probably a 20-minute wait or so before the door to the morgue opened again. All right, he's explained. Come in, let's talk. The two entered the room and the man was already asleep. I don't know if I was tortured by Dr. Wu and fainted, or if I was injected with an anesthetic. In case you don't know, this man is affiliated with an organization called the Church of the Vault of Heaven. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's pupils shrunk and a hint of panic flashed out of the corner of his eyes. In his last life, it was this organization that wiped out the Wang family, and even the last bloodline, Wang Tang, was sacrificed as a result. As the leader of the entertainment industry in Zhonghai City, he has recruited countless masters, and also has his own personal escort, Shadow Guard. Even then, it couldn't resist the organization. It was evident that the strength of the Heavenly Vault Church was extremely terrifying. I'm afraid the two of you are being targeted, and I'm afraid you won't have much of a good time. This organization supposedly helps the congregation transform spirit animals and whatnot. The exact reason why he attacked you seems to be unknown to him. Technically, this 94 is no different than a mercenary. It's just the fringe of that organization. Qiu Yan was torn for half a day, but finally decided to tell Dr. Wu about his seeing that memory first. The reason why he was torn was because Wu Liang seemed to have a particularly good relationship with his senior brother. If he knew about this, he was afraid that he would directly have to go to the Heavenly Vault Church to fight for his life. Dr. Wu, that crystal doll, have you seen it? Qiu Yan asked somewhat tentatively. Not yet. I've quit the research team just as the research is progressing to this stage. For that matter, are you aware of something? If you know, then please tell me. It's really important to me. Wu Liang looked a little agitated. Qiu Yan must have found something related to himself in it, or else there was absolutely no way he could have found himself. Qiu Yan sighed and finally spoke slowly. There is a memory within that crystal figure that you can see when you inject your psychic energy. This memory may be a bit harsh for you, and please be prepared. Wu Liang hurriedly took out the crystal doll and tried to inject spiritual energy towards it. Sure enough, he also fainted just like Qiu Yan before him. When he woke up again, Dr. Wu let out a long cry, and the wrinkles on his face seemed to be more wrinkled and a few more points older. His cloudy eyes were full of obscurity, and his lips quivered slightly, as if someone was clutching his heart and slowly tightening it. I should have stopped him. As a result, because of his own research, he is now a walking corpse under the Church of the Vault of Heaven. Wu Liang lost a long breath, and his entire body leaned back in his chair powerlessly. He pulled out a cigarette from among the inner pockets of his clothes and cast an inquiring gaze toward Qiu Yan. It's okay, you smoke. Getting the consent, Wu Liang pressed the lighter, holding a cigarette and came over. Taking a deep breath, his thoughts drifted with the smoke to years ago. At that time, he had just entered graduate school at Kyoto Medical University. As one of the top universities in the country, his life has not been easy. Staying in the lab from morning to night, researching under the hands of a mentor, and spending more time with a mentor than a family member. The research is successful and they let out a cheer and share the joy with their mentor in the lab. When research is blocked, they look for the cause and share the consequences. After years of living together, the three of them had long been like family. What made him feel powerless was the fact that his senior brother was on a crooked path and he was powerless to stop it. Now that he had received the news of his senior brother's death, he suddenly felt relieved, and the heart that had been hanging in the air for so many years was completely put down. I had known that there would be retribution for using the human body for research, and senior brother is kind of suffering the consequences of his own research. But what is undeniable is that the Church of the Vault of Heaven is still using his research for evil. I wonder how many more innocent people have been persecuted during these years. Essence suddenly erupted in Wu Liang's eyes, and he seemed to have made some sort of determination. You guys are staying on my side these days, and I'll protect you as much as I can if the Church of the Sky Dome tries to get at you. Qiu Yan and the two of them looked at each other and had no choice but to nod helplessly. Even though Lin Yuqing and Wu Liang didn't know how much power the Heavenly Vault Church had, Qiu Yan did. The Heavenly Vault Church that the Wang family couldn't stop, Wu Liang could not do the same single-handedly. But as long as they gathered, they weren't soft targets to be taken at random. I'm off in half an hour, so you guys wait here for me and I'll pick you up in a little while. They both waited until after Dr. Wu's shift was over. After checking the handcuffs to make sure they wouldn't be escaped by 94, the three men came outside with confidence. That's what got me into Dr. Wu's car. You can stay at his family's big villa these days. However, what Qiu Yan didn't expect was that Dr. Wu actually lived in the Anexian Villa area as well. Because of the Ling Wu Tang matter, I just came here with Oldly a while ago. So it's surprising that there's a hint of familiarity with the place. But is this really something a senior physician can afford? Dr. Wu, your family lives in the Anexian Villa area? Dr. Wu, on the other hand, smiled and waved his hand modestly. Because I worked out a completely new material, and I still made a slight profit by selling the patent. With the car pulling into the yard and turning off, it meant that several people had arrived at their destination. Dr. Wu pulled away and came to the door and held down his fingerprint to unlock it. He then beckoned the two of them to come in. No need to change shoes. I'm the only one living here anyway. Dr. Wu, you live in a villa by yourself? Well, my wife and kids are in my hometown Kyoto, and I'm currently the only one in Zhonghai. Walking through the entrance hall, Lin Yuqing was instantly stunned by the scene on the first floor. Countless instruments were placed in the living room on the first floor, and there were also several human body structure charts hanging, and several human bone models were placed on the exhibition cabinet right beside the TV set. If you put so many things in your house, you won't be afraid of getting up at night to go to the bathroom? Something was off at this point. Because of work, well. Don't be scared, guys. I'll put it away. Noticing the two's line of sight, Wu Liang hurriedly opened his mouth to explain, fearing that he would be taken as a psychologically twisted pervert by the two children. Feel free to find 2 rooms on the 3rd floor. No one lives there anyway. I usually live on the 2nd floor, so just call me if you have any questions. After settling Qiu Yen and the two of them, Dr. Wu couldn't wait to return to his own room, turn on his instruments, and begin to study those trophies that Qiu Yen got today. It was naturally impossible for Qiu Yen and Lin Yuqing to stay in the same room. Located in an affluent area of Zhonghai City, the villa's infrastructure is quite in place. Almost every room is equipped with an ensuite toilet and bathroom or something. That's convenient. After saying goodnight to Lin Yuqing, Qiu Yen went back to his room and changed his clothes in a meticulous manner to prepare for a bath. However, at this moment the cell phone ding-dong rang. Chapter 35, The Undercurrent of Zhonghai City. Dude, I'm so sorry. I'm really drunk today. Qiu Yen took a look and it turned out to be that Wang Tong kid who had sobered up and was sending himself a message. Haha, it's okay. Are you home now? Yeah. Pops bumped into me again when I came back today, and he didn't beat me to death. You don't know how much it hurts for that martial artist old man of mine to hit people. At this time, Wang Tong was lying on his back on the bed, only because his buttocks were swollen by his own old man's beating, completely unable to dip the stool, his fingers snapping and typing. Wang Tong, as the youngest son of the Wang family, basically didn't have many friends his own age. Because the Wang family is really too powerful. Faced with hypocritical flattery all day long, Wang Tong still has to maintain etiquette, smiling on his lips and MP in his heart. It's exhausting. Okay. No other, just because Grandpa and Pops are all veterans who have been on the battlefield of the holy beasts and can have strict requirements for their words and behavior. Only by numbing himself with alcohol could he feel some freedom. Of course, all it takes is a spanking from Pops to get such a small pleasure. It's not a loss. Today, when he entered the door and blew a bottle of wine, his intention was not really to make amends to Qiu Yen. It was only because Wang Ziqing had asked himself out several times and wanted that batch of elixirs from the Wang family. It's just that Wang Tong didn't want to sell at all. Seeing that the Imperial Beast examination and martial artist examination were just around the corner, Wang Tong did not want to add some competitors to himself. It's just a matter of finding an excuse to run away, and justifiably so. Today, since meeting Qiu Yen, the attitude he had developed towards himself was like that of an old friend he hadn't seen in years. Even though there wasn't much of an impression, though Wang Tong didn't mind having more than one good friend. However, because the two of them, Qiu Yen and Wang Tong, had very similar personalities, they had gotten along quite well in their last lives. So just after chatting for a while, Wang Tong felt that Qiu Yen was so deep in his heart that he almost had to pull out his heart. Qiu Yen, however, sent a message that made him feel strange. Wang Tong, have you heard of the organization Sky Dome Church? I know. Isn't that an organization that transforms spirit beasts? They approached my old man about things before, and my old man was closed. As a result, they didn't die and came back to me. Pops doesn't even treat it, so can I? Dude got someone to kick him out straight away. Qiu Yen bit his lip and frowned as he paced back and forth in the room, thinking about how he should alert Wang Tong. I didn't expect this Heavenly Vault Church to have its hands stretched out so long, and actually had been talking to the Wang family about cooperation for a long time. It seemed that maybe it was the Wang family that hadn't been kind to them, and that was why they had incurred the disaster of extermination. After considering it for a while, Qiu Yen still sent a message. You pay more attention. These are not good people. Be careful in everything. Seeing this message, Wang Tong's heart and mind were also revitalized. Wang Tong was also a man of 8 faces, and after a little pondering, his mind was immediately considered. But he also had some doubts in his mind. Even without Qiu Yan's reminder, He himself had just made his attitude clear that the Wang family would definitely not cooperate with that heavenly vault church. Why did he mention it more than necessary? If Chiu Yen reminded himself of this, then it proved that he must know some inside information. Since it's not explicitly stated, it's either inconvenient or it's not in your best interest to know the truth. Alright buddy, just relax. Smart people always think a lot. Soon Wang Teng had a terrible thought. Was Chiu Yen worried that he might be in danger? Or that the existence of the Heavenly Vault Church would pose a threat to his safety or even the safety of the entire Wang family? Thinking about his Wang family, he had recruited countless strong people, and even the lowest cultivation level was gold level. And his grandfather was even a diamond first-rank martial artist. Cultivation levels from bottom to top. Black, iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, blazing, gold, king, emperor. The Church of the Vault of Heaven wants to make a move on him? Wang Teng directly squared up. No amount of caution could be too much for his own safety. He clapped his hands, and at once a figure flashed in at the window. Young master, what are the orders? Uncle Lu, check out the Heavenly Vault Church and see if there are any recent movements. I thought this was just a little bug, but it seems to be bullying us now. Yes, young master. The silhouette suddenly dissipated into a puff of black smoke in the room. Wang Teng frowned as he pondered something and subconsciously sat down. You! Wang Teng's entire body shivered violently, as if he was electrocuted, and rolled over to lie on the bed again. An hour ago, just as Chiu Yen and the others had just left, a small team from the Heavenly Vault Church arrived. A man with glasses at the head of the group stepped forward, crouching down and stroking the signs of the earlier battle. At that moment, one of the women in the group grabbed the opportunity to speak. Grass. This 94 is too much of a vegetable. 2 little kids can't even catch it. Is this even a ride for yourself? 90. Shut up. How are you better than him? The man counted off nonchalantly. A few people behind him were suddenly talking and discussing. 94 surely wouldn't have disappeared for no reason. Even that Chiu Yen and Lin Yuqing couldn't find a trace. Damn. I should have told him to stop being so impulsive. I just can't believe that with the power bestowed by that lord one can still flip a car. Captain. So what should we do next? The man clapped his hands together and dusted them off. Keep those eyes on the 2 secretly. The Imperial Beast's entrance exam is coming up. It's just temporarily hidden. Sooner or later it'll come out. Withdraw. Listening to the report from the people under his hand, Number 6 was practically furious. You're telling me that you can't handle 2 students with a plague-rotting dog? And then the whole thing just disappeared and there's no news at all so far? Those 2 students were only at the 2nd or 3rd rank of Black Iron at the top of their game. The Plague Carrion Dog was a Black Iron 6th Order Spirit Beast. Even in the beginning, when that fusion technology wasn't perfected, the Plague Carrion Dogs really weren't that tough of a fighter. But the real gap is there. What happened in the meantime? Either that or someone in the shadows made a move. And, according to the information provided by the eyes, it was found that neither of them had returned home. This made Number 6 anxious. His Grace, the Bishop, hated these 2 men with a passion. Just because of the beast tide caused by the 2 of them last time, the Crystal Core reserves in the base had been depleted quite a bit. The plan to launch a terrorist attack in the city center was postponed, and they decided to bring forward their plan to attack the Wang family. Search again. If we can't find it, we'll use the spirit beasts of a few of you to make up the numbers. Hands and feet must be clean, and for the sake of the program in a few days, nothing must go wrong. Yes, they were in need of a sensational battle to plunder the Wang family's resources and grow the size of their organization. The base's reserves are now insufficient to meet the consumption of the growing organization. The Wang family had its own intelligence organization, and within a few minutes, they had found out about a gathering point of the Heavenly Vault Church. After Lu Heng received the news, he directly hid his body into the shadow and quickly rushed towards Sunset Bar. Sunset Bar, as one of the more famous entertainment venues in Zhonghai City, was naturally under the control of the Wang family. I didn't realize that the Church of the Vault of Heaven had infiltrated their side. This made Lu Heng very upset. Obviously, the family head strictly forbade any relationship with the Heavenly Vault Church. Do those people under their hands not understand what they're being told? Chapter 36. When you gaze into the abyss. Lu Heng didn't reveal his identity, but instead transformed into a shadow and traveled through the bar, constantly searching for the forces of the Heavenly Vault Church. As the guards of the Wang family, you, along with a group of orphans including Lu Heng, have been adopted by the Wang family since childhood, and all of them are loyal to the Wang family. They practiced a special body refining technique called shadow escape without trace, which enabled them to hide their bodies in the shadows. They are also known as shadow guards and work for the king's family in the shadows. Lu Heng, as one of the personal guards of the young master of the Wang family, had gold-level strength himself. Earlier, when Dr. Wu said that he was barely able to defend himself at the gold level, he was still speaking towards modesty. At the gold level, basically no one dares to mess with it anymore. Not to mention that the body refining method they practiced was divine. It's no exaggeration to say that if anyone in Zhonghai City wants to touch Wang Teng, they really have to weigh the retaliation of the Shadow Guard. Even his own young master was watched grow up by himself. Lu Heng can be considered as the second generation of the Wang family's patriarchal level. How could he not be angry as he watched the forces of his main family being infiltrated by hostile forces? Soon, he spotted several people acting suspiciously in the middle of a box. One of the women, who looked like a bar marketing woman, was promoting something and talking about it. But everyone else's eyes were unfaithful, constantly wandering towards the two towering peaks and rounded thighs. Only one of them, a man with a green airplane head and a leather jacket and pants, listened intently. Don't you underestimate this church of the vault of heaven. Just pay $100,000 and you're in. After that, pay the appropriate fee, and you'll be able to transform your spirit beast. This definitely raises the ceiling for us. Think about it. How long has our spirit beast cultivation been stuck in a bottleneck? As long as the spirit beasts are allowed to undergo a fitness surgery, they will have a chance to raise their bloodline. Aren't you impressed? Is that heavenly vault god really that powerful? Then give me the contact info. I'll be there tomorrow. Lu Heng hid in the corner and listened to the conversation of several people in the room. The green airplane head straightened his loose hairstyle and rushed to hug the woman's shoulders in great excitement. He seemed to be extremely urgent about raising the battle power of his spirit beasts. For her part, the woman didn't move to get out of the way of the man's hands, the corners of her fiery red lips lifting upwards slightly. Lu Heng surveyed the box. The only member of the Church of the Vault of Heaven should be that woman. And the few remaining people seemed to be friends with the green airplane head. They looked at each other in disbelief. All of them were flushed and almost jumped up in excitement. The woman eyed the atmosphere in place and then spoke again. Lu Ren, I know you're in a hurry. You fill out the information first. Joining the organization is something that needs to be vetted. Well. Fill it out and bring your ID with you to 78 Suwon Street tomorrow and ask for the owner. The slogan of the joint is, "The God of the Vault of Heaven saves the suffering, and all beings bow down to the blessing of the self." Understood. Lu Ren continuously nodded his head and shushed towards the woman, eager to see her reveal more inside information. Go ahead, and remember to give my name, Two of Spades. The Church of the Vault of Heaven is very hierarchical. Their fighting members are numbered 21-100. If other duties such as logistics as well as publicity are undertaken, the suit plus 13 cards from the playing cards are used. The ecclesiastical backbone of these, on the other hand, is numbered 120, and is often accompanied below it by a number of combat members numbered 21-100 and logistical propaganda members numbered poker, etc. They formed their own small forces to carry out the orders of the Bishop Joker. Well, that's enough for today. I have to go. The Two of Spades stood up and left the box, wriggling her poised body under the unblinking gaze of several people. The sound of high heels dang 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 is like heavenly music ringing in the ears. Even if they are already out of the door, several people are still greedily sniffing the woman's residual fragrance, and even more hastily plopped down on the spot where the woman had just been sitting epic over lungs. No one noticed a palm-sized mass of shadow silently flickering out along the doorway. Due to the dim lighting in the middle of the corridor, Lu Heng was able to follow the woman without fear. The Two of Spades walked unsteadily toward the door on her plump thighs, but with a firm step that seemed to carry some kind of purpose. Even Lu Heng, who was following behind, couldn't help but speed up a few points, scurrying directly into the shadow at the feet of the Two of Spades. Soon enough, she reached a step, and she stepped straight up with her thighs toward the outside. Lu Heng just glanced upwards without thinking and was immediately shocked by the scene. Lu Heng was almost about to lose his ability to maintain his shadow state. Luckily, he was also someone who had seen a lot over the years, and he silently recited the meditation technique, and his excitement calmed down. The woman beckoned and a black Maybach slowly pulled up in front of her. It appears that the air conditioning was not turned on to conserve gas mileage. The air in the car was a bit stuffy, causing the two of spades to opt for cooler attire just as soon as he got up there. Lu Hong, who was hiding under the foot cushion, was immediately nonplussed. What was this for? The silent meditation in his head was barely working. All he could do was keep brainwashing himself. Lu Hong, it's amazing that you would have that kind of evil thought at your old age. Shameless. Everything is about the mission. It's worth all your sacrifices to keep an eye on any suspicious movements. Lu Hong was sitting on the observation seat, watching the two of them play a whole peak match, and at the moment he wanted to die. Soon, though, the two began to talk about business. What in the world does the Lord Bishop think? To go after the Wang family so early? Is our strength qualified to arm wrestle with the Wang family? Don't be afraid. The man leaned in close and whispered into the woman's ear. It is said that the Lord Bishop is in possession of a formation from the other world. Within this formation, even if one is as strong as the old man of the Wang family, his cultivation will be suppressed to the black iron level. The woman's eyes widened. Even her breath caught a few moments. Such an unheard of effect against the heavens. Even though our side will be overwhelmed as usual. Then isn't there still a new type of spirit beast we've remodeled? There are as many spirit beasts like that as you want. This plan must not get out. Otherwise, we'll both wait to be transformed into spirit beasts as well. As if the two of spades thought of the images of those people being transformed. His pupils suddenly narrowed. His body trembled violently, and he unconsciously covered his mouth. It was a while before she slowed down and shuddered. What about the shadow guards? The Wang family's shadow guards are not something we can do. She was obviously aware of the shadow guard's special abilities. As soon as the words left her mouth, she froze right there. She finally realized where that feeling of being spied on had just come from. Like a puppet, the two of spades mechanically turned his head to look at the man, crystalline teardrops rolling down his cheeks, his complexion obscure, as if he had lost his soul. She did so with a sob. Captain, I seem to be being followed by the shadow guard. What? The man's eyes were glazed over and he was about to open his mouth, but his entire body shivered violently. PFFT. A sticky sound rang out as a bloody palm penetrated his chest. Chapter 37 Taxi Driver? The man could no longer make a sound, but could only turn his head little by little, gazing at the figure behind him. With intense reluctance, it gradually lost its vitality. After all, there were no defenses, plus the Imperial Beastmaster himself had zero combat power. There was no power to fight back at all, and he was directly killed by Lu Hong in seconds. The two of spades was splattered with warm blood. Seeing this scene in front of him, he was instantly chilled, as if he was in the middle of a frigid hell. She still couldn't believe that a few minutes ago, it was a double-row summit match with her captain. Now he was a corpse. For a moment his thoughts were a bit confused and he just froze in place. Ben was thinking of putting in a long shot. You two are pretty smart. That even guessed me. Amazing. Lu Hong couldn't help but give a thumbs up. But the gesture made by the bloody hand was less than convincing. There was not the slightest hint of praise to be seen, and there seemed to be a vague hint of sarcasm. You, what the hell do you want? Two of spades finally reacted and reached for the car door, but it had been locked by the captain long before she got in. She anxiously kept tapping on the car window and pulling on the door handle with all her strength. But the car door didn't move at all, and the bloody hand had rested gently on her shoulder. Ah! She was like a frightened rabbit, her whole body trying to shrink outward. Don't kill me. Don't. I'll give you anything you want. Two of spades panicked. After all, the captain died right next to him. Seeing that she had nowhere to run, she simply began to lift up her skirt, a stiff smile on her face. Forcefully hiding the panicked look on his face, he tried to look winded. You can do whatever you want of me. After saying that, he even grabbed Lu Heng's wrist and pulled it towards his chest. Lu Hong didn't eat this. His hand flung right off and he reached out to choke the two of spades. I want you to absorb me into the church of the vault of heaven. The woman looked at Lu Hong and seemed to think of the consequences of doing so, struggling desperately to shake her head. No? Are you afraid of being transformed into a spirit animal? Then think about it. If you don't agree, you're going to die now. The strength in Lu Heng's hand gradually increased, and the two of spades could no longer speak, but could only pick at the iron clamp like bloody hand on his neck with a dead hand. LOL. I agree. Only then did Lu Hong slowly let go of his hand. allowing the woman to greedily breathe in the air. Don't ever think of playing tricks or else I'll find you even if you run to the ends of the earth. The two of spades knew that he was nothing more than a fish on the board, and that his fate was in someone else's hands, so he could only nod in despair. Suwon Street, right? I'll be there tomorrow, meet me there. Lu Heng's body once again turned into a black smoke and disappeared into the Maybach. The two of spades collapsed helplessly into the passenger side. The Lord Bishop had the power of life and death over the members of the church, and if she found out that she had betrayed the organization, her end would definitely be more miserable than being transformed into a spirit beast. Cho Yen looked at the time. It was already around midnight. Despite living in Dr. Wu's home, there were still some heart palpitations and a constant feeling that something big was about to happen. He summoned Ziyu out once again, found a cushion and sat cross-legged on the ground to practice breathing techniques with Ziyu. Ding dong! Cho Yan's cell phone rang. He could only force himself to stop his cultivation and stood up, picking up the cell phone on the bedside table aside. I can't believe it was the classroom teacher at all members. Attention all students. Please come back to school if you're in Chunghoi City tomorrow. The school has organized a temporary support activity for the college entrance exams. No absences allowed. Please come to school at 9 a.m. if you're not in the secret world. Received. Please respond. Cho Yen was a little impatient. Everything else about the school is pretty good, except that the school leaders are somewhat formalistic and often organize meaningless back-to-school events. One could only sigh a dark sigh of bad luck that he was not in the secret realm at this time. The passes to enter and exit the secret realm are issued by the school, and there is a record of entering and exiting the secret realm, so there is also permission to be able to check the location of the students. Gotta. Now won't that be another waste of time? Luckily, the Anexine Villa area was equally not far from the school, about 10 kilometers away. At this time, Cho Yen was also not in the mood to cultivate, and drilled into bed with an annoyed mood. It was indeed safer at Dr. Wu's house, and the night was uneventful. Cho Yen woke up again. It was already 7:30 in the morning. He rubbed his eyes, got dressed and went to knock on Lin Yuqing's room door. As a result, no one responded for half a day. It just occurred to me that the little girl must have gone to the hospital to look after her grandmother. Cho Yan's original intention of going back to school with Lin Yuqing was once again dashed. He went downstairs just in time to run into Dr. Wu, who was playing Tai Chi on the first floor. Phew! Dr. Wu got up early. Good morning, Choin. Can't help it, when you get older, you definitely need to move around. How can you have time to work out when you're usually sitting in the hospital all day? That's true. Cho Yen nodded. There's breakfast on the table over there. I didn't expect Lin Yuqing to get up at 5 in the morning to make us breakfast. Even I'm a bit flattered. Wu Liang smiled and pointed to the kitchen off to the side. After having breakfast, Cho Yen also said goodbye towards Dr. Wu and directly got into a cab heading to Chunyu Imperial Beast High School. It was just a 10-minute drive, so Cho Yen didn't take it seriously and leaned back in the back seat, starting to rest his eyes. He was, however, keeping an eye on his cell phone for a message tone. He woke up in the morning and sent a message to Lin Yuqing, and he hadn't returned it until now. After the vehicle had traveled some distance, Cho Yen clearly felt that something was wrong. Why does the vehicle keep turning? Here to the school. Even though there are a few intersections that require turning, it shouldn't be this frequent. Cho Yen quietly opened his eyes a slit. That cab driver had actually been peeking at himself through the rearview mirror. He opened his eyes and looked around at the unfamiliar street scene. Surrounded by dilapidated homes, when one school should be in the center of the city. Without waiting for Cho Yen to speak, the car turned into an abandoned factory and slowly stopped. The driver got out of the car with a sardonic grin. Cho Yen turned the door handle and jumped out with his whole body. The driver looked about 50 or 60 years old, and although he looked friendly, he didn't realize that he was a bad person in his heart. "Hey, boy, you don't blame me either. I'm just an errand boy. Don't resist. Die a painful death so I can deliver." Cho Yen sneered and summoned the Flamefire Qilin. The Flamefire Kirin's fiery red fur stood on end. Its eyes locked on the man in front of it. Chapter 38. A bunch of crazy people in the Church of the Vault of Heaven. The man, however, did not announce himself directly, as the others usually did. Church of the Vault of Heaven, 85. When Cho Yen heard the words, Heavenly Vault Church, he felt a headache. Why is it like a fly that you can't get rid of? Number 85 looked at Cho Yen, who had a helpless face, and charged directly towards the Flame Qilin. As a black iron high-ranked martial artist, he would undoubtedly be able to crush against a black iron low-ranked spirit beast. The information, however, showed that Qiu Yan's cultivation level was only around the second or third black iron stage. He really couldn't understand why 94 couldn't actually hold it, and he ended up disappearing himself. Blood-burning blade. A taijutsu with a cold glint suddenly appeared in number 85's hand. Although a martial artist's cultivation method was different from that of an Imperial Beast Master, however, they could also have storage space. Only the space was not as large as the Imperial Beast Master's Imperial Beast space of the same rank. 85 cut his finger and made a direct swipe towards the blade of the taijutsu. Instantly, a layer of blood-red flames stained the taijutsu, slashing towards the flame-fire Qilin with an invincible momentum. When the taijutsu fell, it directly cleaved the flaming griffin in front of him in half. "Count your blessings, kid." 85 instantly voiced a taunt. The diamond-level bloodline flamefire Qilin was definitely Qiu Yan's strongest spirit beast. As long as he cut down the flamefire Qilin, the others were not enough to fear, but then he sensed something was wrong. The chopping just felt weird. Although the blood-burning knife was indeed a martial art that cut iron like mud, it was not so bad that there was no resistance to the slashes at all. The taijutsu, as a knife with a slender blade, is not really suited to vigorous chopping on its own. Then 85 saw an amazing scene. The flamefire Qilin that he had just killed was actually like an ice cube in summer, gradually melting and disappearing on the ground, with not even a single drop of blood left. Roar! The flame Qilin attacked directly from number 85's direction, its sharp claws directly tearing through the defense of number 85's back, bringing down a large chunk of flesh and blood. Qiu Yan couldn't help but sneer repeatedly when he saw what happened to the man in front of him. After all, who would have thought that a fire attribute spirit beast would have illusion-type skills? When Qiu Yan was in the car, he had long since unleashed the skill originating from the 10,000 elements Shen Shu 3 Qi gathering types, directly fabricating a fake doppelganger. The real flame unicorn had long been ambushed on the periphery. "Grass, brat, playing dirty tricks with your grandpa." The clothing on the upper half of number 85's body suddenly tore apart, and Qiu Yan then saw that the man had a covering of iron sheets all over his body. The area that had just been scratched by the flamefire Qilin faintly had a silver metallic glow coming through. It's almost as if it's not even acting. When Qiu Yan saw this scene, he also felt a chill in his heart. This heavenly vault church is simply crazy, not to mention transforming spirit beasts. Can it actually even transform the martial artist's own body? Steam suddenly rose from 85's elbow, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of the flame griffin. The flame Qilin could only roll toward the front in a wretched manner, narrowly dodging the attack. However, the fact that 85 was equipped with thrusters at every joint on his body made his next move completely contrary to normal thinking. Without warning, he turned around, gathered his spiritual energy, and slammed his fist into the waist of the flame Qilin, directly sending it flying, only managing to stop when it hit the wall, splashing up heavy sand. Sea of burning flames. When he finished storing up his power, number 85 had also arrived in front of him, and a blood-colored blade was raised high. Boom! Number 85 just ate up the skill impartially, and his figure slammed back several steps. If a normal bronze-level martial artist ate this skill head-on, not to mention directly killing them in seconds, they would also be scalded by the heat. But Qiu Yan plainly saw the figure that slowly walked out from the sea of fire. Is this person not afraid of the heat? Number 85's fur was scorched all over his body, and he was just naked as he slowly walked towards the flame Qilin while carrying the sea of burning flame. Oh, you must be wondering in your mind, right? Why can't the flames hurt me in the slightest? The man looked like he talked a lot, so Qiu Yan decided to give some emotional value as well, to see if he could get him to spit out some secrets. Immediately, his complexion changed drastically, and with a panicked look on his face, he said in a trembling voice, "What? No, this is why. My sea of burning flames can't even hurt you a bit. What kind of monster are you?" Qiu Yan's movements were pompous, but the look on his face was very genuine, as if he had really suffered some major shock. As expected, the corners of the man's mouth rose, 2 rows of white, flawless teeth showing on his charred black face, a smug look on his face. This, then, is the alien technology of our Church of the Vault of Heaven. Before I came here, I had long ago inscribed heat-resistant spells on my entire body. The tactics you're so proud of are nothing more than scratching an itch to me. Prepare for death. The man gripped the hilt of his blade, twirling it around in the air twice, and slashed directly at the flaming unicorn. Purple moon. Wean him off the internet. You're heat resistant, aren't you? Let's see if you can withstand electricity. 85 suddenly stopped dead in his tracks, as he realized a purple light behind him had struck him. What's that? Hi! Number 85 instantly convulsed violently, and in no time at all, black smoke rose directly from his body. The man rolled his eyes and fell to the ground with a thud. Don't stop. Keep the power on. With a look of disgust, Chiu Yen found a piece of rag, soaked it in water and threw it over the man's body, covering him from the bird. One could only say that Chiu Yen was truly the king of living hell. Since water filled with impurities can conduct electricity, the man was instantly like a bullfrog on a table, with both thighs twitching and his mouth soon foaming a bit. Seeing that the man was being tortured to the point of GA, Chiu Yen hurriedly told Ziyu to stop. Don't really give the appliance a death. He called Dr. Wu and told him to come and get him. In a short while, Dr. Wu arrived in his car and directly snapped 85 up in special handcuffs and threw him into the trunk. Chiu Yen, what the hell did you do? It looks like you've been blacklisted by that Heavenly Vault Church? Such an intensive attack. I'll take you to school. No. Chiu Yen shook his head and sat directly on the passenger side. Go to the hospital. I sense that Lin Yuqing is in danger. Dr. Wu knew that he should not be slow at this time, and then pulled open the car door and got in, and once he stepped on the gas, he took off. When the two left, a figure appeared violently under the shade of a tree to the side. Looks like young master has made a rather mysterious friend. Jin Chong smacked his lips. While young master had that Lu Hung fellow check out the Heavenly Vault Church yesterday, he also had himself come to Chiu Yan's side, in order for him to secretly protect Chiu Yan's safety. It doesn't look like this needs my protection either. Kaneshiro surveyed the scene around him in the aftermath of the battle, finding some pieces of clothing. A metallic token and other miscellaneous items were then recovered from it. However, the black mist on his face instantly filled the air, and his face quickly changed. Surprisingly, he took on the appearance of number 85. This shadow guard had gone so far as to directly replace 85. Chapter 39. The Great Injustice Wang Ziqing. Along the way, Chiu Yen kept dialing Lin Yuqing's phone, but it kept showing that no one was connected. Logically speaking, Lin Yuqing would definitely go to the hospital to watch her grandmother. Even if she was busy for a while and didn't reply to the message, it's not so bad that she didn't answer the phone. Dr. Wu drove very wild, basically a road with a speed limit of 70, and was able to force it to between 65-69 yards. The body was seen dragging, and it went around into the parking lot, leaving scorched tire tracks on the ground. Instead of taking the elevator, the two darted straight up the stairs. He came to Lin Yuqing's grandmother's hospital room in a hurry, but he saw that the old lady was walking in the corridor. Grandma, have you seen Rainy? What? I said. Have you seen Rain, clear? No, not this morning. The old lady looked puzzled. How did looking for her granddaughter find her here? She told me to go to school this morning and ordered me a nutritious meal from the hospital, so look for it at school. Farewell, Grandma. Chiu Yen turned around and walked away, almost bumping into a passing nurse lady, only to apologize repeatedly. Dr. Wu was working at 9 o'clock, so there was no rush, and he brought Chiu Yen directly to Spring Rain Royal Beast High School. 什么人? No non-students. No one is allowed in. The security guard at the entrance of the school stopped Dr. Wu directly. Chiu Yen, you go in first. Feel free to contact me if you have any problems. I'll be waiting for you at the door. Chiu Yen nodded and spread his legs and ran towards the school building. His own classroom was on the 3rd floor, while Lin Yuqing was on the 4th floor. In the stairwell, but once again ran into Wang Ziqing and Chun Qingqing, who were followed by several bodyguards and fellow classmates. It was like the stars had blocked the building. Yo, Chiu Yen. Chun Qingqing opened her mouth nonchalantly. At this time, Wang Zichang also turned his head and saw Chiu Yen, who had an anxious look on his face. For the last time, Wang Ziqing had always held a grudge against Chiu Yen. Even though his old man said that Chiu Yen had an unimaginable background, he couldn't make a move on him himself, but looking at the anxious look on his face, there must be nothing wrong with disgusting him. He just couldn't believe that those behind Chiu Yen would lash out over something as trivial as him getting in the way. Where are you going to go in such a hurry? Wang Zichang did not have the slightest intention of getting out of the way, as he clasped his arms and just looked at Chiu Yen, without the slightest intention of getting out of the way. Get out of the way. Chiu Yen forced down the anger in his heart and spoke coldly. Chiu Yen, do you have any manners? Our Mr. Wang is asking you a question. A few juniors behind him rushed to chime in. Seeing that graduation was imminent, and that there was nothing powerful about himself and the others, participating in the Imperial Beast examination would at best be a professional Imperial Beast Academy. At this point, there is basically no other way but to hold on to Wang Ziqing's thigh. I say again, get out of my way, you guys. Don't make me say it a third time. Hearing these words from Chiu Yen, Wang Ziqing's heart became even happier. Good. It was to viciously disgust Chiu Yen. The more disgusted Chiu Yen was, the smoother Wang Ziqing's heart became. However, Wang Ziqing had clearly overestimated his own strength, and had been imagining Chiu Yen being disgusted, and was feeling smug in his heart. Suddenly, a current of air blew right in his face. Wang Ziqing's eyes blinked before Chiu Yan's slap came over. Pop! A crunch. Special milk. Slapping yourself directly in front of so many people? His face was on fire with disbelief. You dare to hit Wang Xiao? You're finished. You'll be lucky to get out of here alive today. Wang Xiao, can you stand this? Quickly release the bodyguards to him. That's it, him. A few juniors in the back roared out in direct righteous indignation. These few people also filled Wang Ziqing's head with black lines. One strong-mouthed king who says so much, but still hides behind himself? What are you waiting for? Get him. Wang Ziqing viciously turned back and looked at the several minions behind him, his anger not coming out. Mamma mia! Not a single one of them is of any use. Noticing Wang Ziqing's grudging sight, several people couldn't help but shrink back. There's nothing they can do about it. Wang Ziqing cannot afford to mess with the person. They a few small karami also cannot afford to mess with Chiu Yan's spirit animal was #1 in his grade. Chiu Yan, can you not move and hit someone? Real downer. It's a good thing I'm not with you, or I'd be a domesticated man too. Chun Qingqing wrapped her arm around Wang Ziqing's arm and fired directly towards Chiu Yan. Looking at the several living treasures in front of him, he froze and almost gave Chiu Yan a laugh. You won't let me out of the way, will you? All M's all like to get beat up? Chiu Yan raised his hand once again, frightening the few people in front of him by taking 2 steps back. The few tall bodyguards in the back were in a daze. Who would dare to move this without the orders of his own young master? In case you hit the wrong person, you'll be thankful that you're just unemployed. Chiu Yan once again walked over and swung his arm round again, directly frightening a few people who took a few more steps back, just enough to make a gap. Seeing that Chiu Yan was about to walk over again, Wang Ziqing obviously went out of his way and simply crossed his heart and directly blocked in front of Chiu Yan. Wang Xiao looks at death as if it were his own. Warrior, be the cutie who challenged Chiu Yan. Recklessness is also closer to bravery than cowardice. A couple of juniors in the back couldn't hold it together. I really wonder if the young master of the Wang family is missing a bone in his head. You can't mess with anyone but this plague. What's the point of blocking when you've just been slapped and don't even dare to fight back? It's not. Are you sick? What a fetish this is. Chiu Yan blankly glanced at Wang Ziqing without any good reason, only feeling that the person in front of him was inexplicable. If you want to go up there, you'll have to go through me first. Wang Ziqing turned red and just glared at Chiu Yan. Roll on, roll on. Chiu Yan pushed Wang Ziqing away with one hand, which he didn't even want to fight. What if you give him a good beating? Coming to the 4th floor, in her memory, Lin Yuqing seemed to have told her that it was the 8th class of the senior year. Immediately approaching 9 o'clock, people were coming and going in the hallway, and looking at the unfamiliar faces around him, Chiu Yan was really unable to find it. However, finally, they looked at the door of Class 8 and saw their D-class president. He knows him. I think his name is Wu Guoliang. Wu Guoliang was currently surrounded by a group of girls with a business-like fake smile on his face. With his platinum-level bloodline spirit beast, he had also always been a top 10 existence in his grade. Sorry, move over Chiu Yan just squeezed in hard. Wu Guoliang enjoyed the pleasure of being surrounded by bragging rights. As a result, he was cut across and had been a bit upset, and he was just about to throw off his face. But when he saw that the person coming was none other than Chiu Yan, who was #1 in his grade, he immediately changed his face. Chiu, who are you looking for? Is Lin Yuqing here today? Lin Yuqing? I don't see it. It seems like she didn't come today. A trace of displeasure flashed through Wu Guoliang's pupils. Previously, he had been a licking dog for Lin Yuqing for 2 years, and as a result, he was directly issued a good guy card. From then on, but whenever he heard Lin Yuqing's name, it was as if he had suffered a psychological trauma and was directly stressed. Chapter 40: The Exasperated Fang Haochen. It shouldn't be. I haven't seen anyone since this morning, Qiu Yan muttered. But these words were keenly captured by Wu Guoyang. What? Did his own goddess live with Qiu Yan? He looked extremely agitated and trembled as he asked, "What's your relationship with Lin Yuqing?" Qiu Yan was confused. He only came to look for Lin Yuqing. With this Wu Guoyang have set trade relations just friends. Well, I'll go first. Stop! Qiu Yan, who had wanted to leave directly, was suddenly tugged by Wu Guoyang and froze, unable to break free. What the hell will you let go? If he wasn't in a hurry to find Lin Yuqing, Qiu Yan really wanted to release the flaming Qilin to give this little subcapsule a death. This is the time to be a jerk, right? It's so hard to find Lin Yuqing day after day. First, it was Wang Ziqing that, and then it was Wu Guoyang this brainwashed. Is it that he didn't read the yellow calendar when he went out this morning? Not a good day to be looking for someone? You lied. What exactly is your relationship with Lin Yuqing? Wu Guoyang was anxious, and with one hand, he grabbed Qiu Yan's clothes with a death grip, insisting on not letting him go. Although Lin Yuqing had clearly sent him a good guy card, but seeing as Lin Yuqing hadn't been in a relationship for so many years, he still retained a hint of fantasy in his heart. Now the last vestige of illusion in the heart is about to be shattered. He was truly afraid that Lin Yuqing would follow Qiu Yan, this yellow hair, and run away. Please think of Yuan Hua's expression. Dude, your brain dead? It's none of your business. Get off your ass and stop being a pain in the ass. Hearing Qiu Yan speak in this manner, Wu Guoyang became even more convinced of the speculation in his heart. The girls gathered around on the sidelines were dumbfounded and looked at each other, somewhat at a loss for words. They all knew that their class president had chased Lin Yuqing in the past, and now this behavior of stopping Qiu Yan and not letting him go. For a moment it actually felt a bit humiliating. Dead lick dog. Don't tell anyone that this Wu Guoyang is from the 8th class of senior high school. Put him in a class by himself. A few girls who originally had some good feelings for Wu Guoyang cast contemptuous glances. It's actually possible to empathize with it, but it's certainly not understandable. Maybe it's that what you don't get when you're young, you're stuck with for the rest of your life, saying that's floating around the internet? Qiu Yan was on the verge of passing out from anger. I originally with this Wu Guoyang and not much contradiction. If the bag people a punch or give people a slap always is not very good look. At this moment, the cell phone suddenly ding-dong sound. Who sent the message? Qiu Yan didn't care about Wu Guoyang. He took out his cell phone and opened Weixin. Seeing that the contact was not Lin Yuqing, Qiu Yan's heart flashed with a hint of disappointment that it was Wang Tang who sent the message. However, the next news made Qiu Yan's eyes light up. Dude, come to Suwon Street quickly. That little girlfriend of yours has been captured by the Church of the Vault of Heaven. Our house guards saw it with their own eyes. Good. Old iron is damn reliable. If it wasn't for the screen, Qiu Yan really wanted to kiss Wang Teng. What a good brother. Reliable. Too reliable. For your heart, I'll take care of you in this life. Seeing this, Qiu Yan put away his cell phone and directly shook off Wu Guoyang's hand. Wu Guoyang unsteadily fell toward the back. Bang, fell to the ground. Ahem. Is Lin Yuqing sending you a message? Don't go. Wu Guoyang, a big man, even had no talent to lie on the ground and cry. This hallway is a scene of social death with people coming and going. I'm sorry, haha. You guys screw it up? I'm in a hurry. Qiu Yan hurriedly ran away. Only the confused crowd of Class 8 was left behind. It was just a push. This Wu Guoyang will not live tomorrow, right? This whole thing? They all ducked into the classroom, leaving Wu Guoyang alone to spill his guts in the hallway. Since then, a generation of dog-licking masters has fallen. Qiu Yan ran while sending a message to Dr. Wu to wait for him at the school entrance. Sure enough, I saw the familiar black sedan in front of the school. Qiu Yan got into the passenger seat with a flash. Dr. Wu, quickly, to Suwon Street. Lin Yuqing was captured there by people from the Heavenly Vault Church. Upon hearing this, Dr. Wu wasn't calm anymore and directly kicked the gas and rushed towards Suwon Street. Along the way, Qiu Yan sent a message to Wang Ting. Thanks buddy. It's okay. It just so happens that I'm on Suwon Street as well. Let's see how it goes. I'll wait for you over here. Come on. I'm told that girl isn't in very good shape, but my men are watching over there, so you don't have to worry too much. If there's real danger, my people will step in. Seeing this, Qiu Yan's head was sweating with anxiety, and Dr. Wu understood this feeling. I don't care about the speed limit sign at the intersection. 1 foot on the gas. Directly drive the car to 150 yards, with the momentum of a ride towards Suwon Street. Lin Yuqing was very scared at this time. Even though I told my grandmother last night that I would be returning to school today, I was still a little worried and planned to go back to the hospital to check on her before going back to school. I didn't expect to be confused by a stranger covering my mouth and nose when I got on the elevator at the hospital. Even the spirit beasts didn't have time to be released. When I woke up again, I was locked in this small, dark room, and, like number 94 yesterday, chained to a chair. She tried to struggle a bit, but the handcuffs choked her. The room was filled with a faint odor of herbs. Not very pungent, but it just smelled bitter and downright unpleasant. Pop! The lights of the room were suddenly turned on, and the blinding light directly illuminated Lin Yuqing's eyes as she squinted. She dimly saw the figure of a man walking in front of her. Finally got you. Don't you like to hide around? Little mice. Only when her eyes adjusted did Lin Yuqing see the man in front of her. The first impression was that the man in front of him was handsome. Not like Qiu Yan's kind of clean and sunny handsomeness, but more like a feminine beauty. Seeing the man walking slowly towards her, Lin Yuqing panicked and suddenly struggled even more fiercely. Aha! Aha! Since Lin Yuqing's mouth was taped, she couldn't speak at all. The man had already arrived in front of Lin Yuqing, reaching out a mechanical prosthetic hand and slowly caressing her cheek. This righteous hand was unusually cold, and Lin Yuqing only felt a raw pain from the sting. With that, the man was quick to rip the tape off her mouth. Who are you? What the hell do you want? Lin Yuqing shouted, as if she wanted to cover the fear in her heart. Oh, who am I? What do I want? The man suddenly laughed, a maniacal laugh that made Lin Yuqing feel chills all over her body. Do you remember a few days ago? In the dark water swamp? That's you guys. Anji caused a beast wave. The man's voice suddenly grew louder, almost hissing out. This also gave Lin Yuqing a fright. She had some bad feelings in her heart. A beast wave of that magnitude really does reach others. I stayed well in the dark water swamp, but you guys let a beast tide over to find trouble with me. Chapter 41. As expected of a good brother, he is reliable. Say, what else do you really know? Fang Haochen was furious. The crystal cores consumed in the thousands to open the shield once, directly using up the entire year's quota. How could that not hurt him? They were looking at 2 days before they were ready to carry out a terrorist attack in the city, only to be interrupted by a wave of beasts attracted by 2 people at this juncture. Fang Haochen seriously suspected that both Qiu Yan and Lin Yuqing knew something. I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. I advise you to let me go. If the beast tide has really caused you damage, we can pay for it. Lin Yuqing said sincerely, with tears of resignation in her eyes. After all, this whole thing started because of the 2 of them. But these words changed flavor when they reached Fang Haochen's ears. Unable to contain his anger any longer, he raised his righteous hand and slammed it down hard towards the arm of the chair. Bang! The iron chair armrests were directly squeezed into a piece of iron. Compensation? What are you going to pay for? Do you know how much the old man lost? Just because of this beast tide. It caused me to have to hide outside. It was then that Lin Yuqing came to a realization. It turned out that the real reason why he and Qiu Yan were targeted by the Heavenly Vault Church wasn't because they wanted to capture their spirit beasts for experimentation, but because it caused a beast tide that spread to this church. Since this was the case, Lin Yuqing's inner sense of guilt was gone. Good loss for this cult. It's better to just disappear in the tide of beasts. Forget it. We'll settle the score with you 2 when we catch that Qiu Yan kid. I guarantee you both will absolutely regret being born into this world. Fang Haochen turned away with anger and brought the door of the room with a forceful bang. Seeing the man leave also made Lin Yuqing breathe a sigh of relief. But in her heart, she was still worried about Qiu Yan. She just didn't know what he was doing now. Would he be caught on his way back to school? Since they could notice the 2 of them, they must have investigated Dr. Wu in order to find the man named 94. It didn't matter about his own safety. The point was that the innocent Dr. Wu would also be affected. A sense of guilt once again arose within Lin Yuqing's heart. Qiu Yan, Dr. Wu, you must not be caught by them. If I can't get out of this life, Grandma will be in your care. Grandma was the only family she had left, and she was the only one Lin Yuqing couldn't let go of. Crystalline teardrops crept across her cheeks and dripped silently to the ground. Saddened to the core, she didn't notice that right after Feng Haochen left the room, a shadow on the ground followed him out. Z. The tires scuffed across the ground with a harsh scraping sound. Pulling the car aside, Dr. Wu and Qiu Yan scrambled out of the car. From afar, he saw that Wang Teng was wearing a pair of wide sunglasses today, covering a small half of his face. At that moment, he was pinching a cigarette and squatting on the side of the road to smoke it. The other hand held up his cell phone, snapping and typing. The two spread their legs and rushed over. Seeing the visitor, Wang Teng threw the cigarette that was still half left on the ground and stomped on it. Coming? Where's Lin Yuqing? Qiu Yan gasped and inquired with an anxious face. Don't worry. It's not life-threatening or suffering at the moment, just locked up. Then what are we waiting for? Why don't we go in and save them? Dr. Wu couldn't calm down either. He had been in contact with Lin Yuqing for years and naturally knew that the other party was a good kid. He couldn't see Lin Yuqing being hurt. Take it easy. Wang Teng shook his cell phone and lowered his voice. Waiting for someone. But thanks to you otherwise, maybe our family would really be shady by this heavenly vault church. Did you see all those people around? Those are the eyes of the heavenly vault church. Don't spook them. Qiu Yan looked around without moving. A few people did watch this way and seemed very wary of their sudden appearance. Half a minute to go, we'll go straight in afterward and save the day. Wang Teng found Qiu Yan's Weixin and sent the internal structure over. It also comes with a few guard spreads. Wang Teng sent a few more messages over. Once inside, you'll go straight to the room labeled A11. We'll go straight to the guards and take them out. Don't worry if there's any trouble on the road. My men will take care of it. You're all about saving lives. Wang Teng stood up and shook his slightly numb legs. Of course he knew that the Heavenly Vault Church must have more than just this one stronghold. But that so-called bishop is hiding here, and it just so happens that Qiu Yan's little girlfriend is there. Or maybe, it was because Lin Yuqing was there, that's why the bishop was there. Time's up. Let's go. Wang Teng took the lead and walked into this Renji Chinese Medicine Hall. That's right, this Chinese medicine center is one of the strongholds of the Church of the Vault of Heaven. Seeing Wang Teng take the brunt, Qiu Yan and Dr. Wu immediately followed. Several clusters of shadows behind them followed the trio's footsteps into the store. When I first stepped into the place, it seemed no different from an ordinary Chinese medicine center. A middle-aged uncle sitting on the counter saw the three of them coming aggressively and was thinking of stopping them. But then a man suddenly drilled out from among the shadows behind him and directly knocked him out. Qiu Yan's trio headed straight inside, in which there were constantly martial artists or spirit beasts pouncing out from the side. Since they were protected by shadow guards, these attacks could not pose any threat to Qiu Yan's trio at all. All of them were knocked out in a few shots by a few shadow guards behind them. But there was no killing. After all, they had notified the Dragon Guard Bureau a long time ago, and it was better not to start a killing spree. After about 2 minutes of walking, the three saw a dark tunnel exposed. Yo, what does that mean? Blatantly letting us in? Are you really sure about us? There must be an ambush, you guys wait. I'll send the shadow guards down to scout the way. Wang Teng was immediately about to order down towards his back, but he was directly tugged by Qiu Yan's sleeve. Don't. Back in the car, Qiu Yan had exchanged information with Wang Teng. According to the information reported by Lu Hong, the Heavenly Vault Church likely possessed a means of forcibly suppressing cultivation. Now that the portal is wide open, it is highly likely that the Church of the Vault of Heaven has such means down there. If the gold-level shadow guards were the first to go in, perhaps their cultivation would really be suppressed to black iron level. Even though the physical qualities of a gold cultivation body refining sect martial artist far exceeded black iron. After all, the enemy was in the dark and I was in the light. Once his cultivation was suppressed to the black iron level, it was basically very difficult to maintain his form with shadow vanishing without trace. The threshold for using this martial art was very high, and one had to have at least a gold-level aura reserve. I'll let Cinderblock explore first. Qiu Yan flipped his palm and the coal ball appeared at his side. To an outsider, though, it was a black orb 1 person high. It was just that the orb was very weird, as if it was alive and constantly wriggling. Qiu Yan precisely intended to let coal ball manipulate the body fluids to spread towards the bottom. After all, these were also considered part of coal ball's body, and coal ball was able to sense the specifics of the situation below through the body fluids. Chapter 42: The Mysterious Crystal Gate. Gobble gobble. Seeing this mysterious spirit beast in front of Qiu Yan, several other people felt a little creeped out. The cinder block's bodily fluids began to spread downward, and in less than half a minute, these touched the bottom. As luck would have it, the few men on guard below were gazing intently at the entrance above, oblivious to the dark bodily fluids that crept closer. "What the hell is this?" one of them exclaimed. "Oops, the body is paralyzed," the other man shouted. Quickly go inform His Grace the Bishop. Open the protective array. They're coming down." Immediately afterward, Qiu Yan and the others heard a few cries of alarm coming from the bottom of the tunnel, followed by a few thumps, which seemed to indicate that those people had been put down. It was only then that he turned back to greet them and walked slowly down the stairs. The bottom floor was pitch black, and the air was filled with the strange odor of dust intertwined with herbs. Qiu Yan turned on his cell phone flash, and the beam illuminated the dust flying around, making his breathing cautious for a moment. Does this Church of the Vault of Heaven live in this dank underground like rats? Such a big organization can't even afford to hire a cleaning lady. Holy, this. Wang Tang also covered his mouth and nose when he saw this, and fanned the air in front of him in a frenzied manner, who expected that the breeze generated involved even more dust, and Wang Tang could only flee down in a panic. Descending to the lowest level, Qiu Yan realized that there wasn't much space here. It was probably just a small room of about 20 square feet, with a few black-robed men lying around, presumably. Qiu Yan definitely wouldn't let go of the opportunity to pick up the pieces, and immediately dug around on these few people. Normally, important things would be placed in the Imperial Beast space or a martial artist storage space. So Qiu Yan could only sporadically find some food, scattered bills, and a few crystal cores. But even with this, Qiu Yan was already satisfied. Against the map, he continued on, only to be blocked by a gate made of purple crystal. The gate was inlaid with various metals, ornate and at the same time exuding an invisible pressure that made several people feel a sense of depression. Dang it! Wang Tang reached out his hand and knocked on the door, and a dull sound came from it. He then pushed hard on the door and it didn't budge. Qiu Yan lifted his cell phone to look at the map. If he wanted to save Lin Yuqing, there was a road in front of him that he had to go through, and the construction plans don't have this gate-like marking. So the door blocking them had just appeared, and it seemed impossible to open with brute force. Qiu Yan raised his flash and scrutinized the crystal gate in front of him. The gate blocked the path behind them so tightly that even Cinderblock or Shadowguard couldn't drill through it. "Move aside, children, and let me try to see if I can get through this door from the side." Dr. Wu stood in front of the two men, luck in his fist, ready to strike with all his might. Red Sky Fist. The full-force strike of a gold-level martial artist was quite terrifying. Bang! There was a loud bang, as if it was a thunderstorm from the flat earth, and the wind of the fist rose up in all directions, blowing Qiu Yan's robes hunting. However, just at the moment Wu Liang's fist made contact with the crystal gate, something unexpected happened. The seemingly hard exterior of the crystal gate produced ripples that seemed to defuse the attack with ease. It was surprisingly motionless to the full force of a gold-level martial artist strike. "Dr. Wu, how are you?" Qiu Yan immediately walked over and asked with a concerned face. Dr. Wu exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air, shook his slightly numb hand, and shook his head. "It's fine. I'm just a little numb from the force of the recoil." Soon, however, a dense layer of light shimmered above the crystal gate. The gold-level martial artists present simultaneously felt a surge of pressure. Immediately afterward, they felt the power in their bodies draining away. The few shadow guards behind Wang Tang also showed their forms as a result, and one of the younger women said in a deep voice towards Wang Tang, "Young master, that door seems to be the source of the suppression of our strength. We can no longer afford to maintain the shadow state. Could it be that Wu Liang's punch activated the suppression effect of this gate?" However, the halo of the crystal gate did not disappear, and the people present, except for Qiu Yan and Wang Tang, could basically feel the sensation of their cultivation being suppressed. "Not good. Our cultivation is gradually declining. It's about to drop to silver level." Qiu Yan took a glance at the crowd. All of them were white in color, their footsteps were weak, and they seemed to be becoming weaker. The gate was like a vacuum cleaner, absorbing almost all of the people's cultivation. It wasn't until all of the people's cultivation levels had dropped to black iron, at which point the light from the crystal gate slowly dissipated. The crowd felt a force of rules at the same time, similar to the whole person putting on heavy clothing in winter, feeling uncomfortable everywhere. And just as the light dissipated, the crystal gate disappeared together. Seeing that the portal in front of them was wide open, at this moment, a hint of an unpleasant premonition also rose in the hearts of Qiu Yen and the others. The crystal gate seemed to work in arranged fashion, and as long as a few people didn't move away from it, they would remain under the suppressive effect. Lu Heng told me that this is a domain-type spell formation. As long as one is in this formation, the enemy will also be subject to the suppressive effects of the spell. Let's go. Everyone is now at the black iron level. Can't we be defeated by a district's heavenly vault church? At once, Wang Teng's words seemed to have revitalized the low mood of the crowd. That is, I, Muexian, have been practicing martial arts in the Wang family since I was a child. Am I not as good as this bunch of dirty worms? Even though my cultivation level is lowered now, I can feel that the muscles and bones that were once strengthened are still there. It's merely that I can't use my martial arts skills. Since the enemy uses such despicable means, its own cultivation must not be high. If it's a competition of physical bodies, I, Xiao Wall, ask myself that I haven't been afraid of anyone yet. The shadow guards who were still in the middle of the room had all shown themselves, 6 in total. Together with Qiu Yen, Wang Teng, and Dr. Wu, there were surprisingly 7 gold-level martial artists among the 9 people, which was a considerable force and the source of everyone's confidence. Wang Teng clapped his hands, signaling everyone to stop. Everyone knows that last night I asked Lu Heng to track down the Heavenly Vault Church to come, right? And that's how the conspiracy of the Church of the Vault of Heaven was discovered. Here, it's thanks to this brother Qiu Yen. If it wasn't for his reminder, perhaps my Wang family would have really been undermined by this Heavenly Vault Church. He'll be considered my brother for life from now on. He has full authority to represent me in my absence. Yes, the several shadow guards nodded their heads in succession, while at the same time dropping the guard against Qiu Yen in their hearts. Wang Teng paused, then raised his voice a few degrees. If someone wants to make a move against my Wang family, then he will have to weigh whether he has the strength to do so. Everyone, no holding back next. The kind that never makes up a second cut if you can kill with one. Yes. Chapter 43 The Monster. 9 people could be seen moving quickly through the intricate hallways of the building. Every now and then an enemy would emerge from among the shadows, and then would be swiftly sliced through the throat by a glittering tanged knife. A11 seems to be out of our way. You go over and save Lin Yuqing first. We'll go and slaughter that dog for the bishop. Wang Teng waved his hand and casually ordered 2 people. Dear Lin, Xiao Wall, you 2 follow Qiu Yen. Protect him. The 2 nodded and detached themselves from the standing formation. To their own young master, they were 100% trusting and obedient. Even if Wang Teng asked them to directly send them to their deaths, they would not have the slightest hesitation. This is the Shadow Guards, the dead soldiers that the Wang family has been cultivating since childhood. Most of them were orphans or had strayed into the hands of human traffickers and were rescued by the Wang family. But all those who were able to find their parents were sent back by the Wang family. The rest of them seemed to have become the world's outcasts. It was the Wang family that adopted them. It was the Wang family that gave them their name, and it was the Wang family that gave them a place to rest in the midst of the chaos. Therefore, they were willing to become the sharpest swords under the Wang family. If their deaths could change the Wang family for the better, they would not hesitate to die. However, as far as a medium-sized city like Zhonghai City was concerned, there was no one who could threaten them is all. Go! Qiu Yen greeted him, memorized the map in his phone, and ran directly towards the distance 1 step ahead of the others. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Looks like you don't need to send someone special to catch that little boyfriend of yours. Look at that, he's come to your rescue with so many people. Fang Haochen handed a tablet to Lin Yuqing's face, and the image displayed on it was the very same surveillance screen that Qiu Yen and the others had rushed all the way to. Along the way, blood was splattered. The blood of the martial artists and the blood of the spirit beasts gathered into a single strand and flowed down the sewer. Lin Yuqing was anxious when she saw several more hideous wounds appear on Qiu Yan's body. After all, Qiu Yan was obviously going deeper into the tiger's den for his own sake. If Qiu Yan is also accounted for here, then who should take care of Grandma? But Lin Yuqing saw one of the small rooms amongst a whole page of monitored rooms. The location there seems to be deeper than the current negative level. An opening was left above the ceiling of the small room. The blood that flowed from those who died on the negative floor gathered into a small stream and dripped down evenly, just enough to drip into a huge container of cylinders. Vaguely, one could still see that there was a humanoid monster in the middle of that container, and the blood was getting more and more, almost soaking the whole body of that monster. What are you collecting their blood for? Lin Yuqing felt bad at once. She smelled a scent of conspiracy. Oh, that's quite a sharp eye. To tell you the truth, everyone here tonight will die. Of course, you're sure to die too. Fang Haochen looked at Lin Yuqing with a smug expression, his eyes filled with pride. Have you just settled on Qiu Yan and the others? Why are you so confident? Lin Yuqing frowned as she looked at the images in the surveillance. It was obvious that Qiu Yan's side had the upper hand. Even though the people and spirit beasts of the Heavenly Vault Church were constantly emerging from the shadows, they were all killed by Qiu Yan and the others with a single slash without exception. Where on earth does he get his confidence from? Could the monster in that room be his killer? Lin Yuqing felt a hint of something bad and couldn't help but start worrying in her heart. Fang Haochen turned around and turned the small room's surveillance into a large screen, staring closely at the monster. The monster has human-like limbs, but doesn't look like a human. It's almost like a collection of flesh and blood coming together. Those skin in contact with the blood bulged like the gills of a fish and began to draw in the blood continuously. Slowly, tiny scales began to appear on its body, as if awakened by this blood, and surprisingly, it began to stretch its limbs in the middle of the container. Because he was also in this realm, Lu Heng was also suppressed in his realm. Originally, he transformed into a shadow and followed the bishop extremely stealthily, able to keep track of his whereabouts. However, because his cultivation had been suppressed, Lu Heng had no choice but to come behind cover and resume his human form. When he peeked out again, the bishop had surprisingly disappeared. Of course he knew that his young master was fighting outside, but his mission was simply to lurk around. Even though the battle was so intense, he could not go forward to help Wang Teng. It is now imperative that the bishop be found again, because now that he was out of his shadow state, he was in an awkward position. He was in the enemy's hinterland, but he couldn't go anywhere. Once he showed his head, he would definitely cause the Heavenly Vault Church to attack him. Having no choice but to hide his figure as much as possible, he could only probe around with extreme caution. He guessed that the bishop was in room A11. But every 10 seconds along the way, a Sky Dome Church combat team would patrol. This left Lu Heng without a single chance. I don't know if it was an illusion, but he felt a sudden vibration below him. It's not right. This is not an illusion. Something must exist beneath himself. He got down on the ground, and his ear was close to the ground, just below, and could hear a hissing sound. At the moment he was in a hurry. Even knowing that there was something extremely scary below him, there was nothing he could do about it. At the same time as his cultivation was suppressed, he realized that any communication devices were out of order. Being unable to pass on the message meant that they had no way to call for reinforcements afterward, even if they were caught in a bitter battle. Qiu Yan's side was still rushing towards room A11. But the closer you get to your destination, the more guards there are on the road. It made Qiu Yan wonder if there was anyone else in A11. If it was one Lin Yuqing, would so many troops be needed to guard it? Suddenly, everyone heard a growl from below. Such a sound was neither human nor like that made by a spirit beast. Without waiting for Qiu Yan to react, the floorboards under his feet instantly shattered. If it wasn't for the quick eye of dear Lin on the side who pulled Qiu Yan over, I'm sure Qiu Yan would have fallen down by now. The floorboards under their feet shattered, gradually forming a large hole with a radius of 10 meters, and several people followed the large hole towards the bottom. Immediately afterward, several people saw a rather horrifying scene. A humanoid monster was looking up at them. The creature had no features and certainly no eyes, so this movement of raising its head seemed even more bizarre. Several of the men who saw the creature shook violently, and their breathing became more and more rapid. What kind of monster is this? Diren opened his mouth trembling. She had lived in the Wang family for 20 to 30 years and had performed countless tasks. Even then, it was impossible to avoid panic at the sight before them, because the existence of that thing was completely contrary to common sense, as if it should never have existed above this world in the first place. Chapter 44: The Might of the Blood Demon. Roar! The creature below let out a low growl and made no other movements for the time being, just holding his head up like a big boss in the middle of an RPG game, full of oppression. Seeing the surveillance, Fang Haochen immediately felt ecstatic, and for a while he actually went a little crazy. Ha ha! Ha ha ha! This is the blood demon. This is the blood demon from the Sky Vault clan. Hurry up and open the teleportation array. The blood demon has been successfully awakened. If we delay a little longer, the blood demon will kill everything here. This monster was something to behold. A demonic creature that was a disaster for the Sky Vault clan. Back then, it cost the Heavenly Vault clan tens of thousands of troops and powerhouses, which barely managed to seal the blood demon. Even this replica of the then blood demon of the Sky Vault clan on the blue planet was enough of a headache. Surprised, Fong Haochen didn't forget to instruct his men to inject spiritual energy towards the teleportation array. Too slow. All of you go over there. At this moment, everyone except Fong Haochen was injecting spiritual energy towards the teleportation array. Soon the dense light was displayed above the spell formation. Go! With a wave of Fong Haochen's righteous hand, Number 2 and the others followed him and stood together in the teleportation spell formation. The figures disappeared in a few breaths. All traces of this place were erased as if it had never existed. The only person left in the entire room was Lin Yuqing, who was tied to an iron chair. Fong Haochen wouldn't be kind enough to take her along. The ones he had taken were all his own beloved ones. After all, taking one more person would consume more crystal cores. The plan to torture the two men properly would have to go out the window. Fong Haochen's few people were instantly transported to a secret realm. This world was chaotic and boundless, with thunder constantly streaking across the sky, and gusty winds swept the sands, blowing a few people squinting their eyes. Even though he was out of danger, Fong Haochen's heart was still unbearable. Originally, he wanted to awaken the blood demon in the downtown area of Zhonghai City. He didn't expect Qiu Yan and the Wang family to fight together, which forced him to awaken the blood demon early. Grass. What is this lately? It's just bad luck. But he was also secretly relieved. At least most of the Wang clan's shadow guards were all present, and although awakening the blood demon this time had cost a considerable amount, it wasn't a particular loss. The next plan to unite other forces to eat up the Wang family could likewise be carried out. Qiu Yan looked at the flesh and blood below and suddenly felt the pressure steepen. One of the Heavenly Vault Church's congregation had thought to make a sneak attack while everyone was staring at the blood demon. Who knew that just as he took his first step, the blood demon noticed him. From within its body, a tentacle branched out and pierced through the congregation in the blink of an eye. Before it continued to draw blood like a straw, that poor congregation member tore his lungs out and wailed. And in no time at all, he lost his vitality, and his entire body became like a dried corpse fresh out of the ground. The people who saw this scene were all horrified. One of the shadow guards was unsteady and unconsciously moved half a step forward, and instantly suffered an attack as well. Relying on his martial arts background from years of training, a lower back barely dodged this attack, just as he was breathing a sigh of relief. Accidents happen. That blood demon unexpectedly split two tentacles again and stabbed towards the shadow guard. This time, the shadow guard waved his long knife, separated a tentacle, issued a when sound, like the sound of gold and iron clash. But then another tentacle attacked, directly piercing the shadow guard completely. Qiu Yan's throat rolled. Suddenly I remembered a story from my last life. There was a terrorist attack in the center of the city that killed over 3,000 people, with no blood at the scene, but the cause of death was almost exclusively drained of blood. The Dragon Kingdom deployed the entire city's police force and couldn't solve the problem. And in the end, it was only through the special incident handling team that they were able to get it done. And the story only existed for 10 minutes before it was immediately deleted again. Could it be that this monster in front of us is the culprit of that attack? Now that's trouble. With just the few of them, it wasn't enough for that monster to get an appetite. Wang Tung's side was on the verge of digging up the bishop's office, but he still hadn't found the bishop. Searching to no avail, he decided to go and round with Qiu Yan first. It was easy to follow the map and find A11 and stand on the opposite side of this corridor where Qiu Yan was. Don't move. Seeing the visitor, Qiu Yan hurriedly opened his mouth to remind him. Wang Tung looked at Qiu Yan in a bewildered manner, seemingly puzzled by the two words that had no beginning or end. But it was too late. Suddenly, a heel of scarlet tentacles shot out steeply from the large hole in the center of the corridor, and looking at the trajectory, it was heading directly towards Wang Tung's heart. Young master, danger! A shadow guard scurried out from the side and directly blocked in front of Wang Tung. The tentacle effortlessly pierced into the shadow guard's body and once again began to draw blood. This scene scared Wang Tung to the point that he broke out into a cold sweat, and bean-sized beads of sweat oozed out from his forehead. He just wanted to assist the shadow guard in front of him. But then he thought of Qiu Yan's bellowing cry, "Don't move!" Wang Teng watched the shadow guards die in front of him, so anxious that his blood rushed up. But he couldn't do anything at all. What the is this? He turned his eyes and likewise saw the blood demon below. At this moment, that blood demon had inhaled the blood of 3 more people, and its entire figure seemed to have grown a few more points larger. Tiny scales sprouted from its body as far as the naked eye could see, just like a lizard man. Qiu Yan also discovered the monster's hunting rules. The creature has no sight or hearing. It is only able to sense objects that are in motion. As long as a few people didn't move around, their lives weren't in danger for the time being. But it's not a permanent solution, and it's still acceptable to hold out like this for a few hours. But what about days? What about years? Is it going to stay here until it dies? Thinking of this, Qiu Yan decided to take a risk. This monster likes to devour blood, doesn't it? It attacks things that move.
Briquette.
Eat him up for me. The commanded cinder block slowly crawled towards the creature. Although the cinder block was dynamic, the creature didn't react in the slightest. This also allowed Qiu Yan to realize that the monster was similarly unable to perceive the flowing liquid. At the moment, even though the cinder block had crawled to its feet and started to snatch the blood that was supposed to belong to it, it still stood there like a log. Dang! Cole Ball's body accidentally touched off a piece of gravel, and the creature immediately swung its tentacles and directly struck the fist-sized piece of gravel to pieces. It wasn't until the cinder block crawled up the creature's body that it noticed anything. A tentacle split out and just drew up at the cinder block. In just a few seconds, the cinder block's original small car-like size shrunk dramatically to the size of a table. The cinder block side is no slouch either. Like to suck? It was also frantically drawing on the pool of blood below it, secreting bodily fluids just as frantically. Finally, the creature realized something was wrong. Its fluttering tentacles came to an abrupt halt, followed by frantic shivering. It was as if he had eaten something he shouldn't have, and he fell straight to the ground. The few people around them looked delighted, and immediately afterward they realized that the scarlet body of the monster itself began to gradually ooze black liquid. It was obvious that Cinderella's bodily fluids were contaminating its body. The king of the geocentric slimes sure is a bully. Chapter 45. Mama. Explode with it. Just as a few people breathed a sigh of relief, the blood demon seemed to be becoming extremely agonized, as black and red tentacles kept splitting out from above his body, waving continuously in the middle of the room. Any obstruction would be slapped into pieces by these tentacles, so much so that the whole basement shook a bit. Oh no, it's gone berserk. If this monster was allowed to continue its destruction, everyone would definitely be buried alive. Dense cracks could be seen as far as the naked eye could see. Dust and smoke rose in the air, and broken rocks were constantly falling. The creature seemed to be attacking things around it indiscriminately. Qiu Yan crossed his heart and tried to move 2 steps. Sure enough, the tentacles didn't rush towards him. His guess was right. Wang Teng, behind you is A11. You guys go find Lin Yuqing and come out around the other side afterward. As he shouted towards the opposite side, the flame Kirin and purple moon appeared beside him, directly shattering those falling chunks of debris. Seeing this, Wang Teng directly did a cartwheel to dodge the tiny stones that had shattered. When he came to the door, he raised his hand and lucked out, smashing the lock with a single palm strike, and his whole body drilled in very nimbly. The first thing he saw was Lin Yuqing, who was tied to a chair. "Are you okay? Have you seen anyone else?" Lin Yuqing saw the visitor and instantly recognized that this was none other than Qiu Yan's old classmate. Could it be that Qiu Yan directly called all his friends over? She shook her head hurriedly. They all left through the teleportation array over there. The one outside is called Blood Demon. It seems to be some kind of so-and-so demon from the Heavenly Vault clan. How is Qiu Yan doing? Wang Teng numbly split the handcuffs with a slap. The handcuffs mainly limited Lin Yuqing's own abilities, but Wang Teng, as an external force, was able to cleave through them easily. Qiu Yan is fine. The creature has gone berserk out there. Let's hurry out first. The two were just about to scatter out the door when the black and red tentacles slashed towards them by mistake. Dang! Lu Heng appeared from the side and crossed his long sword, barely parrying the attack. However, he himself directly flew backwards due to the huge impact, and his entire body slammed into a side wall. Ahem! Lu Heng coughed violently. This time, it felt like being knocked out by an 80-yard car. and the ribs in his chest broke several times one after another. Seeing this, Wang Tung scurried to him in a few dodges, framed Lu Heng's arm and moved him onto his body. Seeing the side of the load-bearing wall is about to fall to the two, at this time and then want to dodge is still too late. Lin Yuqing's reaction was very quick, and she immediately let out a delicate cry. Iron Mountain, rock barrier. Iron Mountain, whose body was encased in rock armor, appeared and stomped hard towards the ground. Instantly, a rock slab appeared above Wang Tung, just blocking the collapsed wall. Wang Tung wiped the sweat from his head with palpitations. If you get smashed down, you kind of don't even have to find a grave. Too late to thank him. He and Lin Yuqing gestured towards Qiu Yan on the opposite side of the room, turned their heads and ran towards the exit. Fortunately, there were shadow guards and Tai Shan to cover him along the way. Wang Tung, with the memories of his arrival, bent around the underground for quite a long time before bringing Lin Yuqing back to the entrance of the basement. When Lin Yuqing saw that Qiu Yan hadn't come out yet, she was so anxious that she was about to turn around and go in to look for someone. But she was directly stopped by the Dragon State police who had come to provide support. Just don't go, little girl. Let's do it. The one who spoke out was a man around 40 years of age, roughly 1.9 meters in height, much taller than Wang Tung. His name is Thunder, and he is the captain of the Dragon Scale Squad, a special incident handling team in the Dragon Kingdom. Lei Ting stood here, blocking Lin Yuqing like a wall. Uncle, quick, go and save the people. There are still 4 people in there who haven't come out. Upon hearing this, 4 more police officers came down from the side of the Dragon Country Police. They nodded towards Lin Yuqing and directly followed Thunder into the basement. A light flashed on several people, and a pair of steel armor appeared on their bodies, and the surrounding debris falling on it surprisingly didn't even have scratches on it. Qiu Yan's side was already somewhat unable to hold on. The monster seemed to have completely fallen into a frenzy, and anything that appeared in its attack range would be attacked. At the critical moment, Cinderella actually fell into a coma. It wasn't known if it was caused by swallowing too much monster blood, or if it was an aftereffect of secreting a large amount of bodily fluids. That's a bit fatal. Since Qiu Yan and the coal ball were still some distance away, he couldn't retract it for a while, and there was a chance that Ziyu might accidentally injure the coal ball if she allowed her to attack the monster with her electric light arrows. It's hard to let the flame griffin burn this place down with a single fire, isn't it? Due to the top collapsing, the space Qiu Yan was in was getting smaller and smaller. At this time, if you use the burning flame sea of fire, I'm afraid that without burning that monster, you will first burn yourself to death. But Cinderella can't come back. Qiu Yan, we're not going to be able to hold out much longer. If we can't, let's go first. Dr. Wu also spoke from the sidelines. After holding out for so long, his stamina had long since failed to keep up. Originally, the cultivation was suppressed and weak, like being an obese person himself and suddenly cutting off half of his stomach. Even though he was still able to draw in the aura in the air, he was never able to satisfy the energy needed by his body. You guys go ahead. I'll be out in a minute when Cinderblock wakes up. Then you two, you should hurry up and get out too. Leave me alone. Qiu Yan, leave your spirit beast alone. Hurry up. Dr. Wu directly tugged Qiu Yan's arm and was about to run towards the outside. But at that moment, a huge rock directly smashed down. Having no choice but to let go of Qiu Yan, Dr. Wu pushed him to the side and fell towards the back himself. Boom! The boulder separated the 2 people tightly, and Dr. Wu, who was suppressed in his realm, could not move the boulder away at all. You wait. Protect yourself. I'll go outside and get someone to save you. Even Dr. Wu, who was somewhat helpless at the moment, turned back and followed the 2 shadow guards to withdraw from this room. Just after the trio had completely withdrawn from the corridor, the last way of retreat in this corridor at the entrance to A11 was also completely blocked. At this moment, Qiu Yan was the only one left here, and that monster was rolling all over the ground at this moment, causing Qiu Yan to enter the attack range as well. Don't you dare make me ow! Sea of burning flames. The flame fire Qilin opened its mouth and directly a thick pillar of fire shot towards the blood demon. Due to the fire-resistant body fluids of the Cinderblock, there was no need to worry about accidentally injuring friendly troops. At this moment, Qiu Yan was clearly cornered. Numb. Just explode with it. Since you like to suck blood, I'll heat you up. The pillar of fire directly hit the blood demon, and a gust of heat filled the air at the moment. Soon an unpleasant odor of burnt protein filled the air. Even Qiu Yan couldn't help but cover his nose. In an instant, the temperature within the entire space rose sharply. It could be seen that the pillar of fire sprayed by the flame Qilin just now was so powerful that the polymer heat-resistant material floor behind the blood demon was scorched and melted. But when the flames dissipated, the blood demon was still standing in the center of the battlefield. Chapter 46. Pops says, to defeat magic with magic. Special milk. This are not dead. Famous knife, right? Qiu Yen cursed and kept calling out to Cole Ball through the Imperial Beast contract. But every time a command was issued, it was like a stone dropped into the sea, with no response at all. Classmates, you're not allowed to sleep here. The cinder block was as motionless as if it had fallen asleep. Blood Demon climbed up from the ground, looking extremely wretched in his current state. Not only did his body become scorched black, but even his original arm was broken off. Roar! Seeing the monster become dumbfounded, the flame Qilin bulged its muscles, ready to charge at any time. Qiu Yen also took advantage of this moment to directly roll over and sit on the flame Qilin. Charge! Purple Moon twisted her snake body and unhurriedly swept after her. The two beasts charged straight towards the blood demon. Just as it was about to get close to the blood demon, it suddenly went berserk once again, and all the tentacles on its body rushed towards Qiu Yen. Haste! Flaming wings! The flame Qilin's running speed increased steeply as it scurried forward, directly dodging those tentacles. Those tentacles dug right into the ground, and once again there was an explosion. Subsequently, a pair of huge flaming wings appeared behind the flame Qilin and flapped regularly. Although the biplane could not allow the flame griffin to fly in the air, it was at least able to drastically reduce its weight. This also caused the flame Qilin to charge forward even faster. In just an instant, it approached within 10 meters of Blood Demon and Cinderblock. With a wave of Qiu Yan's hand, the coal ball instantly transformed into a ray of light and settled back into the Imperial Beast space. Couldn't be helped. In fact, Qiu Yan didn't want to take such a risk. It can only be retrieved if it is no more than 10 meters away from the spirit animal. In order to retrieve the Cinderblock, he almost had to be stabbed into a sieve by the Blood Demon's tentacles. While the Flamefire Qilin brushed past the Blood Demon, the sky-covering tentacles followed closely behind. Purple Moon. Fierce Charge. Thunder Tooth. Purple Moon directly activated the skill, Fierce Rush. In the blink of an eye, he approached the Blood Demon, and then opened his mouth to bite down towards the Blood Demon. One could see what appeared to be tiny bits of thunder still wrapped around the serpent's fangs. Bear! The sharp snake teeth directly penetrated the Blood Demon's skin. The powerful electric current directly penetrated the entire body of the Blood Demon, directly making those tentacles all yenba down, fiercely slapped on the ground, splashing bursts of dust. But this was only a burst-type skill after all. After being paralyzed, the Blood Demon then came back to his senses once again, and his other intact arm threw itself fiercely towards Ziyu, directly sending her flying. Even one of the serpent's teeth had been broken, and the remaining one had been left deep within the Blood Demon's body. Qiu Yan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air when he saw this. You should know that the monster in front of you had been weakened by Cinderblock, although that's why it's gotten so crazy. However, if this monster still maintained its sanity, perhaps Wang Teng and the others would not have had the chance to rescue Lin Yuqing at all. First, he was fiercely blasted by the flame Qilin, and then he ate a thunder tooth. It's amazing that it's still so powerful after all this. This also made Qiu Yan wonder what kind of organization the Heavenly Vault Church was personally. Initially, he just thought it was a group of people who had malicious intent towards the society and were ready to attack and take revenge on the society. It wasn't until today that Qiu Yan found out how uncomplicated this organization was. First of all, the monster in front of me seemed very unreasonable. I wonder how the Church of the Vault of Heaven researched this. If they could really spawn such a terrifying monster, it would be a great threat to the entire Dragon Kingdom. After all, this thing had thick blood, high defense, and crucially, it could draw blood to become stronger. And now, the Blood Demon General struck again, maneuvering all over his tentacles and stabbing towards Qiu Yan once more. This time, no matter how much the flame Qilin pranced and dodged, those tentacles followed closely behind. Seeing that there was no way back, Qiu Yan simply crossed his heart and directly made the Flamefire Qilin turn around, once again launching a final attack towards the Blood Demon. Just then, news came from the Imperial Beast space. Briquette woke up, and it evolved. It seems to be that Cinderblock has similar traits and abilities to that monster. When the Cinderblock devoured the other's blood, it produced some marvelous changes. For example, it could also split its strong tentacles to attack its enemies, just like a blood demon. That's great news. Cinderblock's original means of attack would have been to sneak up and inject toxins towards the opponent. Now there's finally a head-to-head fight. With a flash of light, the Cinderblock appeared next to it. Facing the incoming tentacles, Cinderblock similarly split his tentacles and directly touched them hard. Boom! Just as the two sides made contact, there was a loud sound that seemed to shatter Qiu Yan's eardrums. It was clear that Briquette had taken the upper hand. After all, Qiu Yan's family's Cinderblock cultivation was actually silver level. Although Qiu Yan was contracted, his cultivation would be appropriately suppressed. However, due to the fact that the blood demon had not been replenished with blood for a long period of time, it was at this point that it began to become weaker and weaker. It's understandable blood demons are able to gain enhancement by drawing on the blood of others. It's like a big truck pulling or not pulling a steel coil. Surely the power is different. If there was a sufficient supply of blood, the blood demon would definitely become a great disaster. But well, the current blood demon was as malnourished as a Cinderblock, so even a Cinderblock could be easily handled. Cinderblock, suck it dry. Qiu Yan knew that he had to use magic to defeat magic. The Cinderblock sucks the blood of the blood demon and evolves itself. When a blood demon sucks on the body fluids of a Cinderblock, it is directly poisoned to affect its battle power. You say that people were supposed to eat rice but ended up with bark in their mouths. Can this not be weak? Instead, the Cinderblock grew stronger and stronger, and the blood demon had even begun to shiver by the end of the day. Seeing that the blood demon was about to be powerless to resist, Cole Ball found the right opportunity and directly incorporated it into his body. Even if the blood demon struggled as much as he could, as the blood in his body gradually dwindled, he slowly lost his ability to resist amidst the Cinderblock's bodily fluids. Qiu Yan sat down against the ruins on the side, feeling like his entire body was going to be deflated. Such a thrill this early in the morning that it's impossible to top it. And having been in such an airless place for such a strenuous exercise, resulting in a severe lack of oxygen to the brain, Qiu Yan only felt a wave of dizziness. The Cinderblock moved slowly as well. Although Cinderblock now had the same blood demon's ability, if he directly forced the opening to break through, it could lead to another collapse. Qiu Yan opened the Imperial Beast space and collected the purple moon back, leaving only the Coal Ball and Flamefire Qilin beside him to guard his safety. I was thinking of leaning back and resting for a few moments, but I didn't expect to fall right back asleep. Just a dazed feeling of a ray of light shining on his cheek. Then a rush of footsteps sounded around them. Looks like this is the kid who stayed here. Doesn't seem to be dead, just passed out. Check around to see where the monster called Blood Demon went. A woman with a pretty cold face stepped out, observing the traces around. The conclusion that was finally reached was then that Qiu Yan had already annihilated that monster, and moreover, the other party's corpse was nowhere to be found. Chapter 47 I Hate Rich People. Tisk, TSK, Earth-centered slime? A flaming unicorn? Any one of them alone is a spirit beast that makes the outside world go crazy. What's this kid's origin, Sway Yu? Look back and check. It feels like he's just in high school. Such a talent. If you have the opportunity, directly absorb it into our dragon scale. Lei Ting looked at the sleeping Qiu Yan and immediately had his teammates carry him on their backs. It wasn't until a few people exited the underground passage that Qiu Yan woke up leisurely. Perhaps it was the aftermath of using the 3 Qi gathering forms, always feeling especially sleepy lately. Qiu Yan, how are you doing? Where's the monster? Lin Yuqing ran straight over, looking at Qiu Yan with a worried expression. The small hands were picking at Qiu Yan's body haphazardly, and seeing that he was not injured, he was able to let out a long sigh of relief. Don't be afraid, little girl. Although he has some wounds on his body, they are not fatal. We took care of it for him before it came out. He actually killed that monster before we got here. We just rescued him too. The one who spoke out was the female member named Sway Yu. Her voice was clear and cold, but it was hard to hide the tenderness in it. However, these words had clearly caused an uproar, and the people present looked at Qiu Yan, not expecting this young man to have solved the monster on his own. Amazing. Thank you for getting him out of there. I don't know what I would have done otherwise. Obviously they came to my rescue. I didn't realize. Lin Yuqing's eyes reddened, no longer able to hold back her inner aggression and self-reproach, teardrop after teardrop slipping down. Qiu Yan really couldn't see Lin Yuqing sad, and directly rolled off that dude's body, giving the impression of being alive and well. It's fine, we've directly destroyed a stronghold of the Heavenly Vault Church today. That's also considered to be ridding the people of evil. What's so sad about it? Qiu Yan's hand was wrapped like a doryman, and patting Lin Yuqing's shoulder at this moment looked extremely comical. Eft. Lin Yuqing laughed out loud when she saw this crying, and annoyed, she slapped a blow at Qiu Yan. It directly gave Qiu Yan a painful grimace. It's good that it's okay. This way, I'll give you the contact information of the police over there. If you're free, just go and cooperate to make a statement. Never mind. Just add me on Twitter and contact me. Lei Tang directly opened the QR code. Qiu Yan pulled out his phone only to realize that his phone did not know when it had broken into two halves. He could only smile awkwardly towards Captain Thunder and give out his cell phone number. Qiu Yan looked around and realized that there were quite a few injured shadow guards around. Even the female shadow guard named Dear Lin, who had followed him earlier, was also sitting on the ground, hugging her calves, with a stoic look on her face. At this moment, Wang Tang arranged his own shadow guards before walking over. Dude, awesome. I saw that you hadn't come out for so long. I thought you were going to Don't talk nonsense. Lin Yuqing's brows furrowed as she rewarded Wang Tang with a slap on the shoulder in a somewhat unfavorable manner.
哟，这就开始互上了。
But I heard from Brother Qiu that you two aren't together yet. Wang Tang looked at Qiu Yan with a bad smile on his face. The derisive look on his face was unmistakable. Lin Yuqing's small face was like a ripe peach, quickly rising a scarlet red. Well. Qiu Yan really couldn't bear to see Lin Yuqing, an I person, being teased by an E person like Wang Tang, and interrupted with a voice. It's been a hard day for you guys too, so take your family's shadow guards back to rest first. Dude went to get a cell phone and went home too. Turtle's really tired. Upon hearing this, Wang Tang didn't stay long and nodded towards Qiu Yan, and with a wave of his hand, he drove in a few cars and directly took everyone away. Before getting into the car, he also gave Qiu Yan and Lin Yuqing a look with ulterior motives, raised an eyebrow, waved his hand, and gave a hefty smile before closing the car door. Qiu Yan, can you walk by yourself? Do you want me to help you? No. To help. You can't walk. Seeing Qiu Yan's slick appearance, Lin Yuqing also rewarded him with a blank stare, but she still pursed her lips and wrapped her arms around Qiu Yan. Feeling the warm touch and fresh scent, Qiu Yan instantly had no pain in his waist and no soreness in his legs. Dr. Lin. What a miracle doctor. Getting into a cab, this time Qiu Yan had learned his lesson, although he sat in the back seat with Lin Yuqing. It was also too late to indulge in the tenderness, and her eyes kept darting to the driver. Finally, this journey is not what happened. The two people are safe to reach the center of the largest commercial district in Zhonghai, Ginza. Wu Guoliang is really depressed today. I was thinking that it would be a rare occasion to go back to school for a little while and still be able to pretend to be a boondoggle in front of the girls in my class. I didn't expect to suddenly hear the news that the goddess Lin Yuqing was in love, and it felt like the sky had collapsed. For a moment, he had an emotional breakdown, couldn't control himself, and had lost face in front of the entire senior class. So there was no face to give an outstanding graduate speech at the pep rally, only to voluntarily withdraw myself from the outstanding graduate race. His family is also only a modest family. The outstanding graduates are given $300,000 as a direct bonus. So as soon as he got home, the further he thought about it, the more angry he became, and the further he took a step back, the more he thought about the loss, and as a result, he accidentally dropped his cell phone directly to the ground. It couldn't be helped. In case the goddess got tired of Qiu Yan one day, it wasn't impossible for him to take advantage of the situation. In order not to miss the goddess's message, he immediately decided to come to Ginza to pick the best and fastest internet speed cell phone, for no other reason than to get back to the goddess's message. When he arrived at the cell phone store with a pocket full of cash, he saw a scene that shocked him exceptionally. His own goddess, Lin Yuqing, was hugging Qiu Yan's arm. The two were talking and laughing, looking very close, and were picking out a cell phone in front of the counter. Wu Guoliang instantly became taut. It wasn't that he couldn't actually accept his goddess being with someone else, as long as he didn't see it for himself. But now the two were standing right in front of his eyes in such a real way that it brought tears to his eyes in an instant. Is this to give the goddess the latest model of cell phone? No, I hate rich people. Qiu Yan, after you buy the cell phone, you must let her go home. Okay? Even so, he had already made up his mind and resolutely took a big stride towards the two. As a result, I lost my balance when I tripped my left foot over my right foot, After making a grab in the air, he directly wrapped his arms around Qiu Yen from behind. Qiu Yen almost jumped up with an ow. Originally, he was chatting happily with Lin Yuqing, but he was suddenly embraced from behind. Who can stand it? Only when I looked back did I realize that it wasn't that idiot Wu Guoliang. What the? Don't lay a hand on me in public. Unexpectedly, Wu Guoliang was indeed calm and didn't even look at Qiu Yen. His eyes looked deeply at Lin Yuqing. Just this look, looking at Qiu Yan's heart was hairy. Yu Qing, I'm retiring, and this retirement is for life. Hearing this commotion, Qiu Yan's heart flashed with an unpleasant feeling. There were also some munchers around who gradually gathered around. Wu Guoliang paused, then slowly went down on one knee with tears in his eyes. My first sin is to meet you, my second sin is to know you, my third sin is to make friends with you, my fourth sin is to be pleased with you, my fifth sin is to think of you, my sixth sin is to take care of you, my seventh sin is to keep you, my eighth sin is to protect you, my ninth sin is to be in love with you, and my 10th sin is to love you. I'm retiring, and this retiring is or will be for the rest of my life. After saying that, Wu Guoliang wiped his tears and whimpered as he ran away, picking his way through the crowd for a small amount of time due to the crowds of melon eaters. Only the two were left with a confused look on their faces. What's this stupid fool doing? Did he ever like you? I don't know. He's always been such a goddamned mess. I'm not sure. There are times when he suddenly runs over and says this kind of nonsense. Chapter 48: Good Teachers and Bad Employees. Against all odds, Qiu Yen didn't care, pulling Lin Yuqing against the crowd and running towards somewhere else. But then his figure lurched, realizing that he seemed to have forgotten the purpose of coming here today. There was nothing for it but to blacken his face and mindlessly choose the most expensive cell phone and slip it into his pocket. There was a crowd of eaters on the sidelines. Don't taint our group of pure love warriors with money. Soul was feeling bad for that boy. So this little girl is following you just because you're rich. TSK, young people nowadays are still too impetuous. Like me back then, I was even prettier than this girl. You know Wang Jianlin from Zhonghai City? I didn't even agree to him chasing me. I got a license directly from our old Zheng. Blow it out your ass. With your pockmarked face and your mole. It's no wonder that Wang Jianlin is attracted to you. Old Deng Tu, are you looking for a fight? Looking at the surrounding eaters chattering and quarreling, even on the verge of fighting, Qiu Yan's face darkened a few points more. What's this all about? Listening to how there's still the matter of Wang Tang's grandfather. Inserted the phone card and immediately the phone started vibrating like crazy. Qiu Yan fell without catching one. This heart simply more scared than riding a roller coaster. Just afraid of just 30,000 yuan to buy a cell phone will break in one fall. Picked it up and blew on it. Looked around. It really deserves to be the bomb-proof level cell phone that the store clerk just said. Stick in the chest can be bulletproof all. Qiu Yan fixed his eyes on the class teacher, classmates, and a few numbers of unknown origin. He knew that it must be because he skipped the outstanding graduate presentation today, so his homeroom teacher called over to raise hell. Hello? What? With that, Li Jiangwo's voice rang out from the other end of the phone. What? You have the nerve to ask me what? You know how much scolding I took from the leaders today for you. Director Chan has been pouring dirty water on you in front of the school leaders, and if I hadn't vouched for you with my personal credibility, you'd be afraid that you wouldn't have to be cancelled from your guaranteed place directly. Now what? I advise you, kid, to be sensible and hurry over. Before the school leaders and the others leave, you go bow and apologize to them and it'll be fine. Li Jiangguo gave a verbal output that directly confused Qiu Yan. It's just a seminar for the best graduates. That's all. Then voluntarily giving up that 300,000 won't really matter to you, will it? And to cancel your own application for a place at Huaqian University? Some school leaders can really get on the bandwagon. Although Qiu Yan knew that being so uptight was definitely Chun Qingqing's director, who was an uncle in the middle of it. But this school leader, this is too hasty. Sighing, Qiu Yan still decided to make a trip to Spring Rain Imperial Beast High School. Even if it wasn't for the $300,000, for the sake of the class teacher, Li Jiangguo, it was still necessary to make a trip. In fact, Li Jiangguo, as Qiu Yan's homeroom teacher, usually takes good care of him, and even went to the hospital to see him after Qiu Yan's downfall in his last life, and stuffed Qiu Yan with $1,000 when he was leaving. The school rules at Kasuga Mikado High School were actually pretty strict. Of course, this was freshman and sophomore year of high school. It was so strict that no trash was allowed in the trash can, no one was allowed in the bed, no toilets were allowed at night, no water was allowed in class, and so on. Chiu Yen does not say much, at least 10 things that are not allowed to do basically did 7 or 8. I was thinking that after making these mistakes I would be expelled. My mom and dad would be less stressed, and it wouldn't be impossible for me to prepare for the entrance exams at home. But Li Jianguo unexpectedly suppressed all of them for Chiu Yen. Not only the other students intentionally or unintentionally, Li hard to bail out all his students. If not for the fact that he was a veteran who had retired from the Holy Beast battlefield, he was afraid that he would have to be expelled from the school straight away. Just a year ago, when the position of director of instruction became vacant, Li said he voluntarily dropped out of the race because he couldn't bear to let go of his students. But it wasn't until after our senior year that we realized that Li was eliminated from the running because the class he taught had the highest error rate. Originally, with Li Jianguo's so many years of teaching experience and excellent personal strength, is fully capable of the post of director of teaching. In the eyes of the students, Li is a good teacher. In the eyes of the school leaders, Li, on the other hand, was an inferior teacher who dared to defy the school's rules and regulations. Yu Qing, our homeroom teacher, asked me to come over. Do you want to come along? Lin Yuqing also knew that it was mostly about that matter of outstanding graduates, and she herself was likewise absent. Immediately, he nodded and followed Chiu Yen out of the mall and into a cab. Along the way, Chiu Yen couldn't stop his headache. After all, those school leaders will use rules and regulations, their own awareness, and so on to pressure people. Let him confront those leaders. It would be better to let him to fight with the blood demon again. Before he could think of a word, the cab braked sharply and stopped in front of the school. The doorman just glanced at the 2 men's student IDs and let them through. Administration building, top floor. At this time, Li Jianguo was nodding his head towards the 4 chubby leaders, his face full of fawning colors. Hey, leaders, I just called Chiu Yan's classmate, and he has something going on at home today. Now that we're over here, don't be in a hurry. Sit down and have a cup of tea. Come and try the dragon well tea I brought back from Hang City last year. But without waiting for Li Jianguo to open the tea canister, he was directly reprimanded by a rich-faced leader. What's wrong with having things at home? Why don't you report it in advance? I think Chiu Yen is obviously not aware enough. Hey, look at that, it happened suddenly. It happened suddenly? You didn't know to take your vacation in advance. Li Jianguo, a time CPU are fast burning. What does this mean in the end? Why don't you understand it? With a bitter smile, he opened the tea canister again and poured most of it for the leaders. Each leader basically has a third of a teacup of tea. As he poured the tea, Li's heart was dripping blood. That's Westlake Red Robe, and it's a tea made by the heir to the legacy. He sighed and poured boiling water for a few of the leaders again. Yo, this tea, it's good. Well, it smells pretty good. It's really like that. Comrade Zhang Woa. So it seems that you haven't taken many bribes from the students in private. I can't believe you can afford such good tea. No wonder you're dead set on protecting those students of yours from disciplinary action. A few people talked and counted down Li Jianguo. A high and mighty look is simply disgusting. A trace of displeasure flashed across Li Jianguo's face, and he was about to snap, but he seemed to think of something and held back. Don't look at each of these leaders as being able to point the finger, but in reality, they were all softballs who had never been on the Holy Beast battlefield. Dealing with these people was simply more tiring than going to the Holy Beast battlefield. Chapter 49. The Ugly Face. Ding! The elevator slowly reached the top floor. Chiu Yen and Lin Yuqing walked out quickly and went straight to the school manager conference room that Li Jianguo had mentioned in the middle of the phone call. Along the way, there were constantly administrative teachers staring at Chiu Yen, seemingly a little surprised. Why would 2 students be in the administration building anymore? Normally, if it's just the disciplined students that come this way. Did you get caught having an early love affair in the middle of school? Chiu Yen ignored the line of sight that looked like pins and needles, but walked straight to the school boardroom. He knocked on the door, and there was a sudden enter from inside. Turning the doorknob, he saw 4 leaders sitting at the long table looking at him, with an old-fashioned look, and behind them stood the director of instruction, Chan Qingqing's uncle, Chan Zhenhua. Seeing the visitor, Li Jianguo hurriedly beckoned towards Chiu Yen and winked at him. Chiu Yen, come. I'll introduce you to these leaders. Something happened to your family today. Quickly apologize to the leaders. Won't this matter be over? Given Li Jianguo's bitter words, Chiu Yen still patiently explained to the 4 people. Seeing the bandages on Chiu Yen's body, several people actually had a number in their hearts. Chiu Yen, you should be glad you have a good teacher. Okay, Hand over the material. Hand it over and you can go back. Materials. Chou Yen felt a bit puzzled. What kind of material? At this time, Li Jianguo once again made a face towards Chou Yen. He did not move from the royal beast space, took out a craft paper bag, respectfully handed over. You can see the bulging stuff inside. One of the leaders picked up the paper bag, weighed it in his hands, picked it up again and scrutinized it for a while, and spoke directly and nonchalantly. Mr. Li, now we have 4 leaders here, it should be 4 materials. At those words, Li Jianguo's figure gave a slight stutter and froze a bit. I didn't realize these guys were so shameless. He had $100,000 stuffed in this craft paper bag. Can it be that 100,000 per person makes 400,000 in total? Chou Yen really couldn't help himself and directly pulled Li Jianguo outside. It's okay, I don't need a bailout. Mr. Li, we're not going to take the heat. Li Jianguo, however, was in a hurry and hastily shook off Chou Yen's hand, his gaze once again looking at the leader. Several leaders, this child is talking nonsense here. Don't mind if I do. At this point, the leader was clearly getting a little impatient. Asshole, do you realize how valuable the time of a few of us really is? Is this outstanding graduate child's play? You can run for office if you want to and quit if you want to. What do you take us for here? Do you still take school rules and regulations seriously? Seeing this scene, Chou Yen couldn't stop sneering. Yeah, I just don't want to be that honors graduate right now, and I don't need a guaranteed ride. I'm taking the Imperial Beast's high school exam normally. I can still get into Huaqing University. In one sentence, several leaders were directly confused. How many people dreamed of the chance to get a guaranteed admission? But it turned out that this Chou Yen actually gave up when he said he would. Doesn't he know how hard it really is to get into Huaqing University? It's simply a big statement. This year, the Imperial Beast high schools in the whole of the Dragon Kingdom only shared down dozens of guaranteed spots, and Spring Rain High School only had 5 guaranteed spots. And there were at least 20 million senior students in the Dragon Kingdom who took the Imperial Beast examination this year. Huaqing University enrolls only 1,000 or so students each year, and it is basically impossible to enter Huaqing University by unified enrollment. You can only go bowling. I didn't expect this kid to be so unappreciative of his chances. Chun Zhenhua was secretly happy to see that the atmosphere at this time was not right. Since Chou Yen didn't want that guaranteed place, then his niece Chun Qingqing would have the chance to be guaranteed a place at Huaqing University. Because these school leaders don't care who the bouncers are, it's clearly just a business. Whoever pays the highest price will have that guarantee. Only when he thought of this did Chun Zhenhua slowly open his mouth. Leaders, I think we should honor the children's choices. Since student Chou Yen is so confident, I guess he really does have that strength. In that case, why don't we just give this opportunity to someone else in need? Chun Zhenhua clapped his hands, and Chun Qingqing timidly walked in through the door. Seeing the visitor, the several leaders' faces obviously looked much better. Chun Zhenhua was promoted by them. It served their purpose at the same time. Originally, today was the day to find an excuse to cancel Chou Yan's chance to bail out. After all, what's a poor student from an ordinary family fighting for a guaranteed admission? They also get a sizable bribe if they switch, and that's the main thing. Hello leaders. My name is Chun Qingqing. Young student. A bit of a stranger. Chun Zhenhua smiled and opened his mouth. Several leaders, this is my niece. Quickly, Qingqing. Summon the spirit beasts to show the several leaders. With a flash of light, a rather huge crocodile-type spirit beast appeared directly beside Chun Qingqing. Spectral crocodile? Not bad this kid, actually having such a good spirit beast. I remember that the bloodline seems to have reached the platinum high rank. Chou Yen also felt a bit strange. Obviously, he remembered that Chun Qingqing's spirit beast was also a silver-level bloodline spirit beast. So how did he shake his body and summon a spectral crocodile out? Or a platinum high bloodline? In fact, the concept of bloodline first appeared more than 30 years ago. People in those days lacked a bloodline to judge by. That said, bloodlines are not essentially rated in such detail. For example, Chou Yan's Flamefire Qilin had a bloodline of diamond-grade high-grade bloodline. Lin Yuqing's Granite Rock Tiger was of a platinum middle-rank bloodline. This kind of attacking large class of spirit beasts needed to develop to a large late stage basically before they could show the difference. For example, the lower and higher orders within the diamond class. At Chou Yan's current stage there was little difference. It could be said that the difference was very small. Unless a spirit beast's own cultivation had grown to gold, the strengths and weaknesses of its bloodline would truly begin to show. In a word, there was not much difference between low and high ranks until one's cultivation reached gold. But these school leaders had experienced more, so naturally they would be thinking about the future development of spirit animals, so they would pay special attention. When Chen Qingqing saw the shocked appearance of the crowd, her heart immediately became a little proud as well, and she seemed to vaguely lift her chest up a few points. In that case, then Qiu Yan and teacher Li should go back. Chen Zhenhua gave a direct expulsion order. It's purely deserved that such a guaranteed opportunity was not cherished. If the guaranteed places were there, Chen Qingqing wouldn't be able to compete with Qiu Yan or anyone else no matter what. Because Qiu Yan's Flamefire Qilin bloodline rating was simply too high, Chen Qingqing was uncompetitive. But now, with this position open, there's no way to go back to a couple of students' parents auctioning off guaranteed opportunities like a bidding war. Is there? Chapter 50 The Mysterious Woman. Li wanted to say something else, but as soon as he did, Qiu Yan yanked him out. Qiu Yan, what are you doing? Do you know the consequences of doing this? It's not really possible to go to Hua Qing University without a guarantee. A look of hatred, his face red with anger. What about your parents? No thought for them? Qiu Yan sighed and just looked at Li Jianguo, suddenly smiling. So who was it that said you had to rely on guaranteed admission to attend Hua Qing? This time, Li froze. Wasn't Qiu Yan's royal beast talent the book of words? Even if the Flamefire Qilin was really strong, this Imperial Beast talent would not be able to help in battle at all. By the time you get to the Imperial Beast exam, there is a huge possibility that you will be docked points. Just trust me. Hua Qing University is really easy for me. Even with such a packaged ticket, Li Jianguo was still a bit unconvinced. At this moment, Lin Yuqing also walked over. Qiu Yan, what about that outstanding graduate thing? Qiu Yan shook his head. It looks like you don't have to file to run for office anymore. Either squishy. None of these leaders are nice. Go, go, go. Looking at the back of Qiu Yan's two departing men, Li Jianguo's eyes became complicated. Does he have some kind of card? The Qiu Yan in front of him seemed to have a different aura throughout. The king's house. As soon as he arrived in this huge manor, Wang Tong directly sent a few shadow guards, who carried all the injured back to their respective rooms. After that, Wang Tong went straight to his grandfather's room. Earlier, when he was in the car, Grandpa told him to come here and find him as soon as he arrived home. Grandpa's room is in the innermost part of the entire Wang family manor, where the landscape of the wigwam mountains and rocks and the scale color of the carp in the pool are all quite elaborate. Coming to the curved path, a hut of about 20 square feet was situated here. At this time, the place was already full of people. All of them looked serious, and one of them was silenced. Tanger, come on, kneel down. Wang Jianlin sat on top of a chair in the center and slowly opened his mouth, his tone carrying a hint of indifference amidst the vicissitudes. It exuded a sense of unruffled authority. Yes, Grandpa. Wang Tong walked to the center of the room with extreme reluctance and knelt down towards his grandfather. Do you realize what a mistake you made today? Wang Jianlin looked at his grandson, and his eyes suddenly became sharp, like a rusty iron knife resharpened. Grandpa, I don't know. Please, Grandpa. Just say it. Wang Tong's heart lifted. Whenever I made a mistake as a child, my grandfather would make myself kneel down and make myself reflect. Just think of it as the fact that because of him today, the shadow guards that the Wang family had carefully cultivated over the years had suffered too many casualties. The next words of his grandfather, however, were a relief. The Church of the Vault of Heaven is the bogeyman, and you're right about that matter of launching an attack on it. But you today, the only thing you can't do is let him, the bishop, go back in one piece. What does Grandpa usually teach you? Plan and move. If you don't make a move, it's a straight shot. If you had consulted with Grandfather ahead of time, it would have been 10 bishops, and he wouldn't have been able to escape. Wang Tong also reacted to the fact that this was his grandfather knocking himself out, and hurriedly said in a deep voice, Grandpa, I know I'm wrong. Looking at his grandson, Wang Jianlin, who had long been holding back a bellyful of words, was unable to say anything heavy at all, and could only let out a long sigh. Letting the bishop go this time is no less than spooking a snake, and it's going to be a pain in the ass to find again. That's just it. The future of the Wang family is still in your hands. If that bishop shows his head again, you'll be in charge of getting this trouble out of the way. Aye, Grandpa. Everyone else in the room breathed a sigh of relief. At first, a few people thought it was a big deal. As the first generation of cultivators after the recovery of the aura, the old master was a proper credit to the human race. Those who could come back alive from the Holy Beast battlefield in that era were basically ruthless people. Once the old man was truly angry, Wang Tang would at least have to shed his skin. Well, I've said all I have to say to you, so get out. Tanger, you stay. At this time, the uncle and aunt next to Wang Tang's grandpa and uncle hurriedly exchanged pleasantries with the old man and fled the hut like the wind. Once everyone else had left, the hut was surprisingly quiet at this point, with only the pleasant sound of the stream flowing alongside. Wang Tang couldn't help but speak as he looked at his grandfather's worried face. Grandpa, what seems to be bothering you? Eh? Wang Jianlin shook his head. In fact, he was also torn between telling his grandson or not. Is it good or bad to expose him to these things too early? After hesitating for a long time, this was the only way to tell what was on his mind. Tanger, do you know about the Sacred Beast battlefield? I know, Grandpa. The Sacred Beast battlefield is a battlefield formed by the power of the rules that the 888 great powers of the human race put their lives on the line to communicate. Wang Jianlin rubbed his brow. It was supposed to be something you guys wouldn't know until at least junior year of practice. I'll tell you now. In the beginning, the Sacred Beast battlefield was established to defend against the invasion of foreign races. Every 10 years, the Sacred Beast battlefield opens, when young soldiers from the foreign races will appear there. We select young talents to be thrown into the Sacred Beast battlefield in order to defend against their invasion. In 2 or 3 years, it will be you who will have to bear the responsibility. I have a premonition that this time, the counterattack of the foreign races will definitely be stronger than ever. Tanger, no matter what, I want you to go. Go and do your part for the human race. Grandpa is old and can only pin his hopes on you. Wang Tang nodded heavily. Elder Wang was at this point in time, but his words changed. That new friend of yours, what do you think of him? This directly gave Wang Tang a confused question. Huh? Grandpa, you mean Qiu Yan? I haven't known him long, but I think he's a good guy and he's righteous to his friends. Wang Jianlin nodded thoughtfully. Well, Tanger has a good eye. Grandpa had a lookout look at him when you first met him. This son is surrounded by golden red qi. He will become a great man in the future. You must get along with Qiu Yan in the future. Wang Tang, however, felt a little puzzled. Grandpa, what's this for? Wang Jianlin's brows were tightly locked, and his mind seemed to have made up its mind. Tanger, the two of you have a very special destiny and are naturally attracted to each other. Moreover, I asked my master to do the math for you, and you'll have a calamity in 3 years. Perhaps only that little friend Qiu Yan can keep you safe. As to why, Grandpa won't say too much about it, too much talk. Maybe there will be changes in the future. Wang Tang, on the other hand, was wide-eyed and wildly shocked inwardly. Grandpa's mentor? Could it be the one who started practicing before the aura revival? Go back, Tanger. Grandpa needs to rest. Even though there were too many questions in his heart, Wang Tang could only force them down and said goodbye to his grandfather before retreating. As he watched Wang Tang's distant figure disappear, Wang Jianlin started coughing like crazy. A mouthful of thick black blood was directly spat out. At this moment, a wonderful woman suddenly appeared behind him, around her early 20s. Although her face was covered with a veil, she was still able to vaguely see her beautiful appearance. She stretched out her beautifully narrow and slender green jade hand and slapped it hard directly toward Master Wang's back. The thick spiritual energy burst out, which made Wang Jianlin feel much better. The old man's cloudy eyes turned back towards the woman and slowly got up, wanting to perform the ritual of kneeling. But there was an invisible force holding his knees, and he couldn't get down. Wang Jianlin could only bow slightly towards the woman. Thank you, Master. Chapter 51. Don't get me wrong. Qiu Yan and Lin Yuqing didn't go home. After coming out of the school, he directly took a cab and continued back to the Anexine Villa area. However, Qiu Yan still sent a few messages to his mom on the way, saying that he was going to stay out for 2 days. Until the mom replied, okay, in half an hour. Qiu Yan only then put down his heart. Dad and Mom are still Qiu Yan's soft underbelly. The stronghold of the Heavenly Vault Church that he and Wang Tang had raided today was guaranteed to be targeted. You can have the ability to protect yourself, but you are afraid that those people will take action against your mom and dad. However, at this moment, the cell phone ding-dong sound is Wang Tang sent a message. Dude, we stabbed the Church of the Vault of Heaven today. That was awesome. Qiu Yan would smile. The Wang Tang he knew in his last life had experienced too much and was far from being as lively as he was now. But Wang Tang was still Wang Tang. It's good to be carefree and have no worries. After all, we only destroyed one of the Sky Dome Church's strongholds today. It's impossible to find it hidden in the middle of the city. I'm afraid this organization is going to retaliate afterwards. Dude, you don't have to worry about that. We have shadow guards. Where are your parents? I'll send 2 over to protect them later. Qiu Yan cried and laughed. Let the Wang family shadow guards to protect his father and mother is his first volunteer. That's a good way to solve your own worries so you don't have any more to worry about. Worthy of being a good brother. It was almost as if he was so close to his heart that he had learned to prejudge himself. Thanks, buddy. I'll buy you dinner next time, huh? Isn't it less than a week before the Imperial Beast exam? And the martial arts exam is the same time. Then let's come out directly after the exam and go to our family's one-stop shop. Don't you know what our family does? I'll arrange it for you straight away. Qiu Yan laughed in a humorless manner and returned. All right. Hurry up and go cultivate. It's almost time for the exams and you're still so free and loud. Okay. Only then did Qiu Yan put down his phone and summon Ziyu. Since Dr. Wu had gone to work, Qiu Yan and Lin Yuqing were the only 2 people in the house. Qiu Yan thought for a long time, but decided to tell Lin Yuqing about the breathing method that increased his cultivation speed. He knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Is it Qiu Yan? It's me. Oh, wait a minute. I'm in the shower. It was only then that Qiu Yan heard the sound of clattering water outside the door. The old face flushed. For a while, he actually got a little carried away. It was no wonder Qiu Yan, after all, since his last life, Qiu Yan was a little virgin. In his last life, he was left disabled and didn't have the heart to get a date at all. Naturally, you don't experience that kind of thing.
只是听着水声，秋妍只觉得自己的心跳，砰砰砰的跳，感觉都快跳出来了。
In less than 10 minutes, the door in front of him was opened with a brush. Lin Yuqing stood playfully in front of him wrapped in a bath towel, her body still bubbling with dense hot air. The small face showed a healthy flush from the hot bath she had just taken. Droplets of water ran down her cheeks and down her pale swan neck, dripping all the way under the towel. The short bath towel obviously couldn't hide her shapely figure. Qiu Yan indisputably looked straight. When Lin Yuqing noticed Qiu Yan's line of sight, she also became a bit alarmed and directly stretched out her white lotus root arms to hug her body tightly. What do you want? Huh? Oh. Qiu Yan came back to his senses and was just about to open his mouth. As a result, it turned out that Lin Yuqing's figure appeared to be even more seemingly more mesmerizing and alluring due to being squeezed. Huh? Suddenly feeling that his nose was cold, Qiu Yan casually touched it and ended up touching a handful of blood. You get busy. I'll be back later. Qiu Yan fled back to his room in a state of disarray, frantically pumping paper towels to stop the bleeding. Took a while to slow down. Lin Yuqing frowned as she watched the inexplicable Qiu Yan return to his room. She looked down at her size as if it was indeed too revealing. You seem to have a pretty good body yourself? Seems like men like their front and back types, right? She seemed to think of something, and then it was as if a rush of heat went straight to her head. Lin Yuqing's small face flushed red as she closed the door to her room with lightning speed, covering her chest with one hand and pressing the other on the door, gasping for air. I'll go. Could it be that Qiu Yan really had that kind of idea about himself? He's been really good to himself, though. He took himself out for training, lent himself $1 million to cure his grandmother, and came over to save himself today regardless of his own safety. In that case, it seems like giving your body in marriage doesn't seem unacceptable. Lin Yuqing, what are you thinking? Thinking of this, Lin Yuqing's little brain also instantly went down. Sitting down against the door frame, covering her face with her hands, too shy to see anyone. It seems like men get nosebleeds when they see something that excites them. Not knowing if she was overthinking it, she was still a little worried about Qiu Yan. What if you suffered some kind of internal injury there on Suwon Street today? Lin Yuqing quickly blew dry her body and hair, then took out clean clothes from within the Imperial Beast space and changed, before knocking on the door of the room again. Knock, knock, knock. Qiu Yan, are you okay? Did you have something to tell me just now? Come. Here it comes. Qiu Yan's panicked voice sounded, and then after a rush of footsteps, the door opened with a click. Seeing each other again made both of them look a little awkward. Qiu Yan didn't know where to put his hands. One moment he scratches his head. The next he pulls out the cell phone in his pocket to check the time. How he wished Wang Tang would send him 2 messages at this time. It's so embarrassing this. Lin Yuqing's smile was a bit stiff at this point, her small hands behind her back fidgeting constantly. Shell teeth bit her lips lightly, not knowing how to speak. Well, you first. Go ahead. Both of them spoke at the same time again, which made the atmosphere even more awkward. Immediately afterward, Qiu Yan glanced at Ziyu, who was drying her rice on the side, and slammed his head. Ah yes, something does happen. I have mysteries to show you. Come on. Come on. Ha! Before Lin Yuqing could react, she was pulled into the room by Qiu Yan. Bang! The door to the room slammed heavily. Looking at the sneaky Qiu Yan, Lin Yuqing suddenly thought of something bad. As a result, before she could say anything, Qiu Yan once again ran to the window and pulled the curtains closed, then turned back and smiled mysteriously at himself. What do you want? Lin Yuqing timidly opened her mouth, and her heart was suddenly in a frenzy of deer. It's not like Qiu Yan is going to take himself here. No. Don't. That kind of thing. I'm not ready for that. Lin Yuqing closed her eyes and didn't dare to look at Qiu Yan, her small hand waving continuously in the air. Ha! Qiu Yan quickly reacted. It was the fact that he had just acted too out of character at Lin Yuqing's door, which had caused some misunderstanding in the little girl's heart. No. I'm trying to teach you a spell. Dharma. Only then did Lin Yuqing open her eyes. Right? Come on. Come on. Qiu Yan sat on the bed and patted the side, signaling her to sit over. Lin Yuqing's head was filled with black lines. Teach yourself the Dharma? It's not going to be some kind of dual cultivation spell. Seeing that Lin Yuqing was slow to move, Qiu Yan also realized that his actions seemed to have some hints. Oh, don't get me wrong. I'll show you how it works and you'll see. Purple Moon. Stop eating. Come on. Lin Yuqing only saw Purple Moon plop down beside Qiu Yan, and the one person and one beast began to breathe regularly. Slowly, swirls filled with spiritual energy began to form around them as well. All of this looked at Lin Yuqing's cherry mouth for a long time. It's actually possible to cultivate like this. Chapter 52, The Genius Sage. First this, then that. Memorize the mantra. Lin Yuqing sat cross-legged on the carpet, and the rocky rock tiger in front of her like a kitten also sat face to face. After cultivating according to Qiu Yan's mantra, not long after, the same spiritual power vortex formed around his body. Qiu Yan was surprised to find that this set of gongfu seemed to be very suitable for Lin Yuqing, and he grasped the essentials in just a few minutes. And the spiritual energy vortex that had been condensed was even larger than his own. Perhaps the size of the spiritual vortex was related to the size of the spiritual beast? It was useless to think so much. Qiu Yan also sat on the bed and similarly began to cultivate. As he continued to cultivate, Qiu Yan suddenly felt that the efficiency of the two cultivating together was instead faster, and there was probably about a 20% increase as well. After cultivating for more than an hour, Qiu Yan's stomach began to rumble. It just occurred to me that I hadn't eaten lunch today. Looking at Lin Yuqing, who was completely immersed in her cultivation, Qiu Yan could not bear to disturb her, so he simply quietly brought the door of the room with him. Just bring her one later. After all, this feeling of being immersed in cultivation was wonderful. When he himself first practiced the breathing technique back then, he had directly slept for a small amount of time at the spirit beast breeding base. Qiu Yan locked the door of Dr. Wu's house and came into the middle of the courtyard. Looking at the randomly parked little blue bikes next to him, Qiu Yan directly swept one up, put on his helmet and rode off on a skid. Just deal with a bite, look along the street and find a bistro. Since Dr. Wu's house was in a very privileged location, he soon found a restaurant that did good business. Coincidentally, Qiu Yan had also come here to eat once in his previous life, and the flavor was also very good. Locked up the little blue bike and walked right in. Boss, 1 order of fish and shredded pork over rice here, and 1 order of leek and shredded pork over rice pack to go. Right, more rice. Okay, 30 yuan. Find a seat and sit anywhere. The boss turned his back to Qiu Yan and greeted him, grasping the handle of the iron pot in his hand and upsetting the pot constantly. Only, the boss's voice sounded a bit familiar to Qiu Yan. It seemed like he had seen it somewhere. Qiu Yan didn't care, found an unoccupied seat and sat down. Incidentally took a bottle of soda and gulped a big mouthful. Hiccup. While waiting for his meal, Qiu Yan swiped his cell phone and watched those people in the class group and grade group chatting quite interestingly. One and all are talented. Not long after, A pudgy middle-aged man walked in through the door. Somewhat rushed, he surveyed the decor of the store and was silent for a moment before summoning up the courage to speak in a husky voice. "Boss, one order of rice. Any leftover broth? Can you add some gravy?" The owner looked back with some surprise. Seeing the dress of the visitor, he nodded. "Could be." Qiu Yan noticed this side a long time ago, but his eyes looked toward the back kitchen. "Isn't this Li Jiangguo? What's with the stir-fry here? Seniors don't have to go to class, so Li comes here part-time to fry food?" But Qiu Yan didn't say anything more. His head lowered, pretending not to see it. He was also afraid that Li Jiangguo wouldn't be able to save face. The middle-aged man thought that standing in front of people's homes is not a thing. So find a seat, just wait for the boss to finish frying dishes. As he walked around, most of the diners could hardly hide the look of disgust on their faces. Go, 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 sit somewhere else. There's someone here, check over there." I ended up wandering around and froze in my seat. No one shared a seat with him because he had a strange odor. Not the sour smell of garbage, but a bitter smell that made his mouth turn bitter when he smelled it. "Uncle, sit with me. I'm full." A little girl spoke timidly, with most of it left on the plate in front of her. She moved her body and stood on her tiptoes to reach the ground. Her big watery eyes looked at the middle-aged man and she turned back towards the kitchen. Xin, don't run around. Be careful of burning yourself." "It's okay, Dad. I'll be careful." Only the little girl was seen hugging Li Jiangguo's leg and giggling. Qiu Yan's heart was suddenly filled with emotion. So this little girl was Li Jiangguo's daughter. Suddenly also some understanding of Li Jiangguo with their own parents are for their own children better life. Suddenly, the little girl fell straight toward the ground. Rolling around on the ground in pain, his little face squeezed together, his mouth still shouting "Daddy, Daddy." Li Jiangguo was so anxious in his heart that he threw the spatula aside and pounced on it. Xin, Xian, where are you uncomfortable? "Daddy, I hurt. Ooh, I hurt." Qiu Yan stood up miserably, and in his afterglow, the scruffy middle-aged man scurried straight over. "What are you doing?" When Li Jiangguo saw the visitor, he was instantly enraged. He had just seen that his own daughter had skipped lunch to make room for a man and had come straight over to him. Could it be that this person has pulled some kind of stunt? Those who had been on the Holy Beast battlefield had a bloodlust in their bones. Li Jiangguo directly copied his own kitchen knife and blocked in front of his daughter. At this moment, Qiu Yan also ran over, cupping the summoning spell in his hand, ready to summon the Flamefire Qilin to fight. Without waiting for Li Jiangguo to react, the middle-aged man directly entered the kitchen with a flash. The speed was so fast that even Qiu Yan didn't react. Oops! The middle-aged man's hand flashed with light, and a cowhide cloth bag immediately flew out from the storage space. Qiu Yan cried out in his heart that this man was actually a martial artist. Opening the cloth bag, it contained several bright silver needles. "If you dare to lay a hand on my daughter, you'll never survive yourself." Li Jiangguo's face was red with anxiety, and he rushed towards the middle-aged man with a kitchen knife. But the middle-aged man just said faintly, "If you want to save someone, don't move." At this moment, not only did Li Jiangguo freeze, even Qiu Yan was confused. Is this a tall man? Only to see that middle-aged man draw out a silver needle and lightning stabbed 2 needles on Li Xinxin's body. A trickle of black blood then flowed from the place of the wound. Seeing his daughter's state gradually stabilized, Li Jiangguo also slowly put down the kitchen knife at this time. "I'm afraid this little girl has been poisoned by something. Have you offended anyone lately?" Seeing the middle-aged man's gloomy face, Li Jiangguo realized that this matter was not simple. "Indeed, I sparred with that Chun guy this morning. An old enemy. As a colleague, the relationship isn't that frosty. Could it be him? Why did he go after my daughter?" The middle-aged man pondered for a moment and spoke slowly. "It's a toxin unique to a spirit animal called the berry spirit frog. This toxin is not fatal to humans, but there will be occasional flare-ups, as evidenced by this. It hurts, but it's not fatal." Hearing this, Li Jiangguo was relieved, and at the same time began to be glad that a high-level person had come to the store today. However, he was still inwardly skeptical. What reason did Qin Zhenhua have to lay hands on his daughter? Just because he had refuted him in front of the school leader earlier? Li Jiangguo did not care about the details, but only desperately grasped this life-saving straw. "Dare I ask what is the master's name?" "White Whistling Dragon." "What? Could it be the white sage? Seeing the man nod, Li was shocked. Once a gifted physician, how did he become like this now? Chapter 53, A Bad Hunch. The name Bai Xiaolong was very popular in those days. Not only was he born into a family of Chinese medicine practitioners, but he was also known as a sage in acupuncture. It should have been more than 10 years ago, when Li Jianguo had just participated in the Sacred Beast battlefield. Bai Xiaolong's name had been spreading in the military. That year's Sacred Beast battlefield was a fiasco though, with 60% of Blue Star's land divided. But most of the fighters who participated in the war survived and retained a viable force. So much so that even though the foreigners had occupied most of the land, they were still unable to break through the human race's defenses. There is no other reason. It is because the White Sage Hand accompanied the army, greatly reducing the casualties of warriors. Bai Xiaolong first broke open Li Xinxin's small mouth and looked at the tongue. Another pulse was taken with both fingers. It's a big relief now that it's basically stabilized. But I can't do any further acupuncture right now, so if you have time, you should go to the hospital and get rid of the remaining poison in the child's body. Li Jianguo looked at Bai Xiaolong helplessly. He didn't expect this toxin to be so powerful that even the holy hands couldn't handle it. As a result, he happened to catch a glimpse of those hands of Bai Xiaolong, which were shaking terribly. It made him blush. I don't know what Mr. White has been through all these years, but those hands of his are hands that heal the sick and save lives. He opened his mouth to ask, but was afraid to touch on Mr. White's painful past. Noticing Li Jianguo's sight, Bai Xiaolong sighed. All right, my hands aren't what they used to be, but you can rest assured. Realizing that Bai Xiaolong seemed to have gotten the wrong idea, Li Jianguo was about to open his mouth to explain, but he saw the other party waving his hand. Okay, my rice. Thank you, Mr. Bai, for saving my daughter. Come on, take this money. Li Jianguo also do not care a lot. Directly from the counter cash registers in the randomly grabbed a red ticket to be stuffed to Bai Xiaolong. I don't want more. I won't pay for this rice. More than a little embarrassed, Li pondered for a moment, purposely looking for an extra large packing box for soups, served a full serving of rice, and then scooped a couple of large spoonfuls of braised pork from a side pot and put it in. Seemingly feeling that this was somewhat insufficient, Li Jianguo stuffed 2 more large duck legs into it, and also scooped a few spoons of marinade soup and poured it in, before handing over the punching bag with a smile. Bai Xiaolong nodded, took the meal, turned around and headed for the door. Qiu Yan still wanted to go and make friends with this kind of high-ranking person, but in the end, just as he reached the door, he realized that the outside was already empty, and Bai Xiaolong's figure had already disappeared. Perhaps it was because Li Jianguo had called his wife first, and not long afterward Qiu Yan saw a middle-aged woman arrive at the door on a battery-operated bicycle. Throwing his helmet into the basket of his car, he huffed and puffed his way in with an air of exasperation. Li Jianguo, you heartless. My old lady works hard out there and can't even look after a baby. Looking at his master's wife's anxious appearance, Qiu Yan's heart really didn't feel good. If Li becomes the director of teaching, not only will his monthly salary rise directly to more than 20,000 yuan, there are also various subsidies, and his time is still free. A senior teacher at Spring Rain Royal Beast High School is only paid a little over $8,000, and you still have to be in school all day to get it. Li, as the senior class teacher, has little to teach per se, and can only muddle along, taking a base salary of $4,000 a month. This is obviously not enough for Li, who is like the pillar of the family. Watching his wife suffer after him, for Li Jianguo, he only felt indebted to her. Daughter-in-law, take it easy for a moment. XNXIN is doing better. At this time, Li Xinxin had already been helped to lean on a side chair, tooting her small mouth, her small face written with a grieved baba. Xinxin, who's the nicest kid in the world? Does it still hurt? Smile if it doesn't. Daddy will take you to the hospital right away. But no upset. Smile. Daddy's buying you your favorite Princess Shiloh doll today. The couple wrapped their arms around the little girl and coaxed her, which made her smile again. Qiu Yan stood up in silence and took away the share that belonged to Lin Yuqing, then dropped $50 on the table and turned directly out the door. After all, it was the middle of mealtime, and Qiu Yan had been turning his back to Li Jianguo. So it resulted in Li Jianguo not even realizing that his students had just come here for dinner. After leaving the door, Qiu Yan once again sent a message to Wang Teng. I'd like you to find someone for me. Huh? What's up, buddy? Say hi if you need something. I wonder if you know about Sacred Hand by Xiaolong? I want to ask him something. All right, buddy. I've heard of the White Sage, but it seems like it's been a long time since I've heard anything about him. I just saw him on this road right in front of the Anexian Villa area. Okay, buddy. I'll have someone look into it. I'll contact you when the time comes. Thanks. Qiu Yan extinguished his cell phone and walked down the road with a thoughtful look on his face. I'm just full myself and it's good to take the edge off. At the same time, he frowned tightly, thinking about Li Xinxin. Old Li was kind and good to his students, so he generally didn't make any enemies. But it seems like today, before he went to the administration building, he seemed to have some conflicts with Chen Zhenhua. Did Chen Zhenhua do it? He's a man of his stature, so what's the point of laying hands on a little kid? This matter revealed strangeness. Anyway, at least Qiu Yan felt that something was very wrong. It was guaranteed that it was another foreign race that was behind it. Immediately, he decided to go back and confer with Lin Yuqing first and talk about it later. Crunch! Pushing open the door to his room, Qiu Yan realized that Lin Yuqing had fallen asleep, holding the rock tiger, just like he did before. Looking at the serene sleeping face, Qiu Yan's throat knots rolled. It's a strange feeling. In the beginning, he had only held a mindset of guarding Lin Yuqing. After all, in their last life, the two of them were great friends. But in this life, it feels as if some of the friendships have deteriorated. It seemed like he really liked Lin Yuqing. He forcibly resisted the urge to kiss his red lips, and just reached out his palm and patted Lin Yuqing's shoulder. Wake up, are you hungry? Come to lunch. Well, it was only when she opened her eyes that Lin Yuqing saw Qiu Yan and spat out her tongue in some embarrassment. After all, he had thought of practicing properly, but ended up falling asleep. She was then pleasantly surprised to find that her cultivation had broken through the Black Iron second stage. Now she was also a Black Iron third stage Imperial Beastmaster. While Lin Yuqing was eating, Qiu Yan told Lin Yuqing what he had just experienced as well. In this case, even though we don't know anything, it's good to let Wang Tung check. But during this period of time, we don't have much to do, so we can either alternate protecting Li Xinxin. But just then, the police department called Qiu Yan. Chapter 54 First Visit to the Otherworld. Is this Mr. Qiu Yan? Are you free today? Why don't you come over here and cooperate with us for a statement? Okay, later. Qiu Yan hung up the phone, helped Lin Yuqing pack up the dishes, and continued practicing inside his room for a few hours before he went downstairs. As the two walked on their way to the police station, they once again passed by Li's little covered dish restaurant. However, at this time, the door was already locked, and it seemed that Li Jiangguo and his wife had already sent Li Xinxin to the hospital. Suddenly, there was an inexplicable feeling emanating from the middle of that plain, uninteresting little store. This drew the two men to the doorway, where they could faintly see a crack in space amongst the immaculately cleaned tables. No good. Quickly call and tell the Longhua Police Department. Hurry up and blockade this area. Another secret realm will be born here. Qiu Yan was anxious. He finally knew why Li Xinxin was poisoned. It's a space rift. When the spatial cracks spread to a certain size, a secret realm would be formed. In the early stages of the formation of the secret realm, some small spirit beasts would be squeezed out due to the laws of the world. No good, no good. Maybe the whole Anexian Villa will be affected. Lin Yuqing trembled as she took out her cell phone and dialed the police. But the powerful magnetic field around her caused the phone to remain without a signal. Come on, run away. We're in the center of nowhere, and the phones must be dead. Qiu Yan had an anxious look on his face and pulled Lin Yuqing to run into the distance. All the while, the people were being loudly driven away. Suddenly, a powerful suction force erupted from within the spatial crack. Qiu Yan and Lin Yuqing couldn't control their forms and instantly flew backward. At the critical moment, Qiu Yan reached out and hugged the pole on the side, while the other hand deadlocked Lin Yuqing's waist. But the suction was so strong that even the poles began to slowly fall towards the spatial rift. If the stalemate continued, they would both absolutely be sucked in. Couldn't care less. Roar! The flame Qilin was summoned by Qiu Yan, a pair of huge flaming wings frantically flapping behind its back, and the sharp claws of its limbs pierced dead center into the concrete poured ground. It exerted all its strength and its entire body surged forward, thrusting towards Lin Yuqing's back. Qiu Yan also happened to let go of his hand. Because of the controlled force, Lin Yuqing only felt that she was being pushed from behind, but the dark force contained therein was directly sending her out of range. Qiu Yan, call the police. The suction force behind Qiu Yan is getting bigger and bigger, and the poles are starting to make a stabbing sound. Finally, The pole had reached its limit and snapped right off the ground. Qiu Yan hugged the pole and was directly controlled by the suction force, ruthlessly crashing into the glass door of the store, directly shattering the door. In an instant, countless tiny pieces of glass flew directly into the spatial rift. It's okay. Go back and get me out. Though the poles were also reoriented by Qiu Yan during their flight, causing them to fly horizontally towards the spatial rift and snagging the commercial buildings on either side of them on the way. With such a violent impact, Qiu Yan was also a little chi and blood rushed up, and his hand was pulled into the spatial rift as soon as it was dislodged. Qiu Yan! Qiu Yan! Lin Yuqing lost her mind and spread her legs to run towards the spatial rift, but as a result, the two ants next to her froze and held her, unable to break free at all. Yeah, call the police. Fingers kept sliding on the cell phone screen, but no matter what he did, the damn phone never dialed, anxious to break down. Because brand new space cracks are no joke, and there have been cases like this before. After a person was sucked in, there was a high chance that they would be twisted into pieces by the spatial turbulence. Qiu Yan is really fierce. Qiu Yan only felt like plunging into darkness. All around was unfathomable blackness, and only himself was glowing white. He tried to move forward, but it was as if he had lost gravity and was floating in this side of space. And it's so surprisingly quiet that you can't hear anything at all. Am I in the middle of a space rift? He tried calling out to his spirit beasts, but again, he could not receive a response. Done. Things are totally big. Qiu Yan had only this one thought in his mind. The odds are that he now exists in the crevice between the blue planet and the other world, and all things will not exist here. Qiu Yan was feeling a bit desperate in his heart. It was like being abandoned in the middle of space, even though Qiu Yan's life wasn't in danger yet. But with such loneliness, there was no hunger to feel or anyone to talk to. Sooner or later, you lose the ability to think. Grass. It was so hard for him to come back reborn, and he hadn't yet completed his big plan of rebirth. Are we going to die here? Even if Qiu Yan's current mind was very tough, he couldn't help but get a little frustrated at this point. But just as Qiu Yan was losing all hope, a light flew out from within his body. It's actually the book of 10,000 metaphysical signs. In the midst of this square space, Qiu Yan's entire body was then pulled by the Wanxiang Shenshu and drifted towards the front. After an unknown amount of time, Qiu Yan woke up again and was already in a completely unfamiliar otherworld. Where is this? Qiu Yan scratched his head somewhat helplessly. There's no choice but to survive in this world first. Lin Yuqing had been saved by himself, so the police would definitely have sent someone to stabilize the spatial rift and sent someone over to set up a teleportation array to save him. The first order of business is to figure out what the world is really like. There's a bit of a dark water swamp ecosystem here though, but in essence, it's a completely different world. While walking, Qiu Yan realized that this was definitely not an otherworld filled with spirit beasts in the traditional sense, because there are beings with intelligence here. Because just a short distance away, there were a couple of houses. This was definitely not a level of civilization that could be possessed by a spirit beast. For example, the dark water swamp was also stuck in the stage of drinking blood from their fur. Immediately afterward, Qiu Yan associated it with that 3 Qi gathering forms ability from earlier when he advanced in his Wanxiang Shenshu. It's called the Ancient Gods. Could it be that not only did spirit beasts exist in the other world, but also some other civilizations? Brother Robert, you slow down. Haha. Sister Leah, hurry up and hurry up. The Spirit Beast Contract Conference will be held today. We must arrive early to grab a good spot. Hearing the sound coming from the front, Qiu Yan hurriedly took 2 steps forward and hid behind a large tree. As the voice peeked out, it turned out to be 2 people with rabbit ears who were running towards this direction. This also caused Qiu Yan to be secretly surprised in his heart. I didn't realize that this world linked by the space rift really existed intelligent life. Among those secret realms that the Dragon Kingdom had discovered before, it had never heard of such life existing. Chapter 55, The Sky Rabbit Race. Those 2 were basically indistinguishable from the human race except for having 2 rabbit ears, but their other physical features were very similar. But the run was strangely fast. On the Blue Star, it would take at least a black iron 3rd stage martial artist to burst out at that speed. Qiu Yan summoned the Flame Qilin and quietly followed behind the 2. Brother Robert, summoning spirit beasts, is that important? I don't think that relying on our Heavenly Hair Clan's physical abilities, we might not lose to the human clan. Rhea ran wildly while rushing at the youth next to her. The young man called Robert turned back, his tone full of seriousness. Silly child. Don't you know that there are martial artists among the human race who are capable of practicing martial arts? Martial arts are something that only those big shots in Odin City have access to. No matter what, it's only when you can get stronger that you can fight against the human race. Rhea looked small, probably the height of a small human 12 or 13-year-old girl, and wondered again, why? Why do we have to fight against the human race? Are the human race all bad people? But I've never even seen a human. Sister, you shouldn't ask. The human race is our clan's greatest enemy. Every time the Holy Beast battlefield, our clan's warriors are at the forefront. All you need to know is that the human race is our mortal enemy, and that's enough. Qiu Yen, who was following behind, took in all these words and couldn't help but feel a bit strange. Could it be that the Sacred Beast battlefield wasn't just about fending off the invasion of spirit beasts, but also fighting against foreign races? It was understandable that Qiu Yen didn't know these things. Under normal circumstances, it was only in the second half of the third semester that one could basically come into contact with news about the Holy Beast battlefield. The Dragon Kingdom had completely blocked these news for fear of causing panic among the people. Are there other races off-world that are eyeing Blue Star and could launch an invasion at any time? If everyone knew such news, I am afraid that they would have to eat and sleep badly every day, and live in fear all day long, and it would be better to be kept in the dark and spend their lives happily. Only when they reach the higher academies, students who can actually serve as combatants, will they know the truth of it all. It seems that this Sacred Beast battlefield hides quite a lot of secrets. Qiu Yen muttered softly, still allowing the flame Qilin to follow him. But this time he became more cautious. The entire figure was hidden behind the flamefire Qilin, and if one didn't look closely, one would definitely not be able to discover it. Suddenly, Robert stopped, shrugged his rabbit ears twice, and looked straight ahead. What do you want? I'm a supernumerary member of the Yaya's escorts. How dare you make a move against me? Qiu Yen also saw from afar at this time that several strong men suddenly appeared at the intersection in front of him, and basically all of them were big and thick. But that pair of rabbit ears. Qiu Yen, how to look at it, has a suspicion of selling cute. It looks like it's pretty hot. Haha. So what if it's a supernumerary member of the escort? Honestly, hand over the spirit stones on your body. Otherwise, today, the two of you won't be able to leave here today. Those men simultaneously flipped their hands over, and their respective spirit beasts appeared at their sides. Looking at the raging few, Robert's feet seemed to be wobbling a bit, but looking at his sister, who was being shielded by himself, he gritted his teeth and similarly summoned out his spirit beast. The spirit beast Qiu Yen did recognize it. It was a silver-level bloodline spirit beast, a bloodthirsty tiger. He didn't expect to see his familiar spirit beasts in the other world, making Qiu Yen feel very close to him. You-hoo, boy. You've got a lot of nerve. It looks like it's not going to be handed over. No. Don't give it. It's for my sister to pay the deed fee. It's okay for me to be a little guard, but my sister can't be like me. She has a bright future ahead of her. Robert took a small cloth bag directly from his arms and shoved it into his sister's hand, directly instructing her to run. Brother. Hurry up. Go back to the village chief. Rhea hesitated for a moment, wiping her tears as she ran towards the distance. Big brother, what do you think of this? The man at the head of the group sneered. Kill the males, take the females back and raise them, and in a few years they'll grow into watery little beauties. When the time comes, add some people to our fortress as well, huh? Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this, the few juniors behind him laughed as if they had heard something funny. However, the gazes that one looked at Rhea carried a hint of greed. Robert was also red-eyed at this point. These scum actually coveted his sister. Even if it meant risking his life, he had to bite off a piece of meat for them. Thinking of this, Robert drew his short sword and charged directly towards a few people. Scum! I'll fight you! Little tiger! Follow me! Ah! It had to be said that Robert did have two skills, and with his spirit beasts cooperating with each other, those brown men actually couldn't help him for a while. Qiu Yen was hiding to watch the show. It wasn't that he was apathetic, but this race mouthed off about the human race being the enemy or something. Then why did you save it? Saved, and then went to summon spirit beasts to develop up to go to the Sacred Beast battlefield to find trouble with their own human race? It would be a saintly mother of Qiu Yen to hold back from going on a killing spree here. As a result, that Leia panicked when she escaped and directly crashed into Qiu Yan's body. You! Rhea rubbed her eyes, saw someone, thought it was a wandering ranger wandering around, and was just about to ask Qiu Yan to support her brother. But then he saw Qiu Yan's appearance. At first it was puzzled, and gradually a look of horror was written all over the little face. Without those long ears, people are human. Immediately, he fell to the ground in fear and shivered. Qiu Yan was also very helpless when he saw this. This directly exposed himself. If it was a normal spirit beast, maybe he would have killed it without saying a word. This Leah in front of Qi was similar to a small human girl in every aspect except for having a pair of rabbit ears, and a pair of big watery eyes looked at Qiu Yan. Qiu Yan really can't lay his hands on it. Don't be afraid. I mean no harm. I come from good people. Qiu Yan grinned, trying to look as amiable as possible. I hadn't thought that such a move would scare Rhea right out of her wits. The human race is that human race that's known as the most evil race in the universe. Countless Sky Rabbit clan warriors died under the swords of the human clan. At this moment, Qiu Yan's smile was no different from the evil spirits of hell in her eyes. A few people at the intersection also followed the sound and looked over. Their faces were all tinged with shock, and for a moment, they actually forgot to spar with Robert. Seeing this, Qiu Yan could only sigh helplessly. It's good that you weren't found out yourself. But if they were found out, it would certainly be a big problem if they let these people run back and shake people. One still doesn't know exactly what kind of strength this other world has. In case you fight off the little one and come to the old one, if a random 2 silver gold level martial artists came, they would basically only be taken down. Since a few of you saw me, I'll just have to silence you. Chapter 56 Qiu Yan, the demonic villain in general. Go! In just an instant, Purple Moon also appeared by Qiu Yan's side. The Flame Qilin and Purple Moon charged towards those people right at the same time. Humans! Quickly! You guys go back and report. The man who was leading the group yelled, and a hideous scar could be seen across his chest. Cloud Mist Leopard. Let's go! Directly carrying his sword and his spirit beast together, he slashed at the Flamefire Qilin. He instilled spiritual energy towards the weapon in his hand, and at that moment, the entire blade in his hand shone with a strange light. Splitting his head, he slashed towards the Flamefire Qilin. This slash, it seemed to be at least at the level of the Black Iron 3rd stage as well. If it was really struck, although the Flame Qilin would not die, it was estimated that it would definitely be seriously injured. Right at this moment, Purple Moon instantly sprang out from the side, and with one bite, she directly bit the man's neck. The man's pupils quickly became dark. His neck began to frantically spatter blood. The knife held in his hand also fell to the ground with a clang. What? Seeing that their own bosses were killed in seconds like this, the several junior brothers looked at Qiu Yan angrily, and a strong anger erupted in their hearts at once. This human killed their most beloved boss. Alanji, fight you. Charge. After all, where were a few countryside ruffians a match for the extreme spirit beast Flamefire Qilin? The Flamefire Qilin roared in anger and swept across several people as if a wolf had entered a flock of sheep. In the blink of an eye, there was only one person left in the field. At this time, he also came to his senses and was directly scared out of his wits by the Flame Qilin, and for a moment, he actually collapsed to the ground in fear. The devil! It's the devil! He came back to his senses and stumbled off into the distance. After running out for about a few hundred meters, he looked back behind him, and it seemed that the Flame Qilin wasn't chasing after him, so he was surprisingly relieved. But then, he was stabbed in the heart by an incoming arrow glowing with lightning. Seeing that Qiu Yan's attention seemed to be on a couple of men, Robert quietly climbed up and ducked into a bush. Gathering up a few people, Qiu Yan also realized that the teenager called Robert from before had disappeared. Is this hiding? Qiu Yan didn't take it seriously. Being able to be casually taken by those few rookies, their strength shouldn't be very strong either, so let Purple Moon and Flame Qilin look around and just do it. What's more, that teenager was injured, so he certainly couldn't run far. The first order of business was to take stock of the loot. Qiu Yan crouched down next to the bodies of several people and rummaged around. Sure enough, I found some small rocks the size of a thumbnail. There were some numbers engraved on it. Is this the currency of the Sky Rabbits? Just as Qiu Yan was rummaging through the bodies, Robert quietly peeked out. He held his breath and gently walked around to Qiu Yan's back. Then, finding the right opportunity, he grabbed the short knife and stabbed it towards the front. Without warning, Qiu Yan deflected his body, directly dodging this swift stab. What? Robert's eyes widened, not realizing that the human in front of him was so powerful. Surely those legends that were circulating were true. Humans really are an evil and powerful creature. With a slight point of his toes, he changed his stance once again, reversing his direction and stabbing towards Qiu Yen. There was very little spiritual energy left in his body, and this time he infused all of it. Seeing Robert in this state, he couldn't help but make Qiu Yen look at him twice more. This what's-his-name Sky Rabbit clan looked weak, but their physical fitness was really good. I can't believe he was able to stabilize himself in such a short time. He tilted his body once more, dodging the thrust with ease. With that, he lifted his long leg and kicked hard toward the side of Robert's waist. Ah! Robert's body instantly lost its balance and rolled to the side, trying several times to get up. Qiu Yen snorted coldly, his face full of sarcasm. Do you know that if I hadn't stepped in just now, you would have been killed by those people? And even then you're going to do it to me? At that, Robert's face grew a little grim with excitement, more like the defiance of a teenager. You demon! Qiu Yen laughed as he took 2 steps forward and directly stomped dead center on Robert's chest. So I'm asking you, what mistake did I make that made me the devil you say I am? None of you humans are any good. Robert was shivering with fear though, but the eyes that looked at Qiu Yen were incomparably resentful, not like an act, as if Qiu Yen was really a great villain who burned and looted. Don't you humans want to invade our Yaya's kingdom? You can try. The warriors of the Sky Rabbit clan will never lower their lofty heads to humans. Qiu Yen did freeze. There seems to be some huge amount of information in this passage. Doesn't there? What do you mean the people are going to invade the kingdom of Yayas? For more than 50 years since the aura recovery, hadn't it been their human races that had thrown themselves one by one into the holy beast battlefield to fend off the spirit beast's attacks? Qiu Yen saw that the 2 sides held different opinions, and was puzzled in his mind that it would be better to directly find a guide than to silence them. I won't hurt you guys, as long as you take me to see the Spirit Beast Contract Conference. Robert knows that Q's words can't be trusted. After all, he had killed all of those few hijackers right in front of his eyes. If he was brought to the convention, there was no telling how many of the future flowers of the Yaya's kingdom would be killed by him. After all, they were also just a poor township in the Yaya's kingdom, and there were simply no strong people to decimate the human in front of them. You're dreaming. I'm telling you, I won't betray the Sky Rabbit clan even if I die. Why don't you make it painful and just kill me? Qiu Yen raised an eyebrow. He seemed a bit like a villain. There was no intention of killing them all. But if the conflict between this race and the human race is really irreconcilable, then it can only be silenced. But he then realized that Rhea ran towards him, cupping her small fists and hitting Qiu Yan's legs one by one. Demon! Release brother now. Sister, go away. Leave me alone. Although Robert was stepped on the ground by Qiu Yen, his trembling hands clung to Qiu Yan's ankles. Oh! Qiu Yen smiled evilly, thinking that it would be better to be a devil. Are you sure? Both of your lives are in my hands now. With a single reach, Qiu Yen picked up Leah by her collar and lifted her up, and the little girl's limbs stomped about in the air, but there was no way she could break free. Sister! Robert was so angry that his eyes could not stop, but facing Qiu Yen who could not be beaten. After a complicated trade-off in his heart this time, he opened his mouth in a trembling voice. Let my sister go and I can promise you. Yeah. Qiu Yen took out a box of fudge from his bag and took out one of them and put it in Rhea's mouth. Rhea, who had never seen anything like that before, had curiosity written all over her small face. What's this? Rhea's eyes were filled with amazement. The flavor was sweet like rotten berries, but not that texture. Soft and bouncy and tart. Soul Taker, what the hell did you give my sister? Poison. Chapter 57 First Visit to Odin City. Qiu Yen had a cold smile on his face, a smile that chilled Robert's heart in half. You have to take your medication on time every 3 days, and if you guys try to sneak away or leak it, your sister is dead. What? Even though he had deep animosity toward the human race, Robert finally gave in. For the sake of his sister's life, he had to compromise down. Although the original plan had been disrupted, at least now he was alive and his sister had not fallen into the hands of the thieves. It didn't matter as long as he behaved better and found a chance to do away with this human, after getting the antidote. However, while this is not a good result, it is not a bad one either. So I ask you, what is this? Qiu Yen placed the small stone he had found by touching the corpse earlier in front of Albert. This is the currency of our Sky Rabbit clan. Oh, Qiu Yen raised his eyebrows and really let him guess right. That group just now, do you recognize them? Robert looked at Qiu Yen and hesitated for a while before answering honestly. It's a group of bandits who are entrenched here and usually stop and rob in this neighborhood. I didn't think that I'd have such bad luck today, that I'd actually be blocked by them. Qiu Yen nodded, looking thoughtful. Looks like you need to get some money if you want to survive in this world. Moreover, the Imperial Beast examination was close at hand, and there was no telling how the flow of time in this world compared to the Blue Planet side. If we missed the Imperial Beast's entrance exam because of this, it would really be a big deal. Then Qiu Yan's best end would be to run to Dragon Shield Security as a bodyguard and be a co-worker with Old Li. At that time, Chun Qingqing would definitely come to taunt herself. She voluntarily gave up her chance to bail out and picked up the slack instead. Qiu Yen couldn't accept it no matter what. One could only hope that the Dragon countryside would stabilize the spatial rift as early as possible and send some experts to save themselves. Before coming to the Dragon Kingdom, he himself had to find a way to gather some intelligence about this world or something. Let's try to feel out the strength of this world first. With a decision in his mind, Qiu Yen spoke again. Do you know where their lair is? Take me there. Since Robert said that this group of people is not a good bird, then even if he goes to the black is considered to be to get rid of the harm for them. Robert snapped. I didn't realize that the man in front of me actually wanted to find trouble with the Green Wolf Gang. The Green Wolf Gang had a bronze-level Imperial Beastmaster in their ranks. However, he wasn't kind enough to remind Qiu Yen and replied immediately, It's 10 kilometers from here. I could take you there, but my sister is going to the Spirit Beast Summoning Conference. Can you wait a minute? Qiu Yen thought for a moment and nodded. All right, let's go ahead and check it out then. But don't try any tricks. Your sister's life is in my hands. Robert could only nod his head with a bitter smile, but inwardly he began to calculate how to do away with Qiu Yen to get the antidote. After an hour of long-distance running, Qiu Yen, his entire body wrapped in a wide robe, followed his siblings into this place called Odin City. The architecture was like the Blue Star's medieval West, with a mix of Gothic and Romanesque brick and wood-framed houses crowding both sides of the street. The streets were busy with cars, but they were very dirty, with horse manure and mud all over the place. There were blackened grass stems embedded in the cracks of the wet lapis lazuli, and there was a slippery feeling as you walked on them. Some vendors existed on both sides, sitting squatting on top of the steps on one side and yelling under their breath. Take a look and see, hey, Extreme Fire Attribute Crystal Core. Spirit beasts have a chance of awakening the powerful skills of a silver-level Earth Heart Fire lizard if they swallow it. First come, first served. The hard shell of the tail of a deep-sea peeper, just 8 spirit stones, made into a chest armor that can withstand a powerful blow from a bronze-level spirit beast. These people all have the distinguishing feature of having bunny ears. Some of these trafficked goods are hard to buy in the Dragon Kingdom. Qiu Yen decided to go to the place called Green Wolf Gang to get some money first, and did not care about this, but just silently followed his siblings towards the church. In fact, the city gate to the Church of Awakening was no more than 20 minutes, but it turned out that it froze and took more than half an hour to get there. There was no other reason than that the road was so difficult to walk on that if you were not careful, you would step on filth. Only the rich, who were entitled to support their own wagon caravans, could ride in them free from stepping on the dirt of the ground. Here we are, sister, you go in first. Brother will wait outside. The entrance to the church was immaculate, but access was restricted. If you want to go in, you have to take your shoes off first. Otherwise, the filth on the road could be whipped by the Lord if it polluted the holy church. There was no way around it. Qiu Yen could only look at the sights of it from a distance outside the church with Robert. It didn't take long for the deed ceremony to begin. A long line of 12 and 13-year-old children waited for the pastor. There didn't seem to be any difference between this place and the Dragon Kingdom's contract. It was all a matter of walking into an engraved spell formation, then closing one's eyes and sinking one's consciousness into it to communicate with the otherworldly spirit beasts. If a contract is made between the two parties, they will travel through the void and come to themselves because of the power of the contract in their hands. However, for the space of imperial beasts and the storage space of martial artists, it was more like having a territory of one's own in the middle of the void. If necessary, they can communicate with the space and send back their spirit animals or items. As long as they successfully contracted a spirit beast they could leave, and not long after, Leah ran over cheerfully, joy and pride written all over her little face. Brother, I contracted a gold-level spirit beast. It's the dark fire beast. Yeah, well, our Ray is awesome. Robert stroked his sister's head affectionately, the smile on his face looking a little stiff. He should have been happy for his sister, but his mind was clouded with sadness. After all, his sister is armed with a deadly toxin and her life is in someone else's hands. With that, he carefully discussed with Chiu Yen. The siblings also have to board at a relative's house in the city today, so they asked Chiu Yen if he can let the two of them go over there to say hello and come back after arranging some things. The appointment was to meet 2 hours later, still at this church. Chiu Yen readily agreed. After all, he still had to investigate the matter of the sacred beast battlefield over here, and it was inconvenient to bring 2 dragons with him. Well, meet here then. Don't think about running away. Otherwise the poison in your sister's body will kick in, and she will die with endless pain. Robert nodded, a sinister look flashing out of the corner of his eye. He had no doubt about these cunning humans, and greeted Chiu Yen before pulling his sister and turning towards the other side. Watching Robert leave with a heavy heart, Chiu Yen turned around and also hid himself in the middle of the traffic streets. Suddenly, behind him was a bellowing sound, which also attracted Chiu Yen's attention. Make way, make way. The lizard clan's honored guests have arrived. Only to see a carriage rapidly approaching in the distance. Running wildly on such a muddy street could be described as having no sense of public decency at all. Pedestrians on the street avoided the carriage, but they couldn't avoid being splattered with dirt. All of them looked like they dare to be angry. Chiu Yen reacted quickly and hurriedly flashed into a store, which saved him from this crisis. But he could see from afar that inside the carriage's compartment, there seemed to be a few richly dressed foreigners sitting. Chiu Yen felt that there was something big going on and directly followed this carriage quietly. Is there an intelligent race different from the sky rabbit race in this world? Chapter 58 Rabbit. Rabbit-eared lady? Odin City Lord's house. The carriage stopped with a gust of fishy wind. A middle-aged man with glasses from the Sky Rabbit clan stood in front of the door and arched his hand in a respectful manner at the noble guests on the carriage. This is the ruler of the city of Odin, Lord Hoover. Greetings, lizard clan envoy. Aha! There was a long wait before a lizard man came down from the wagon. Chiu Yen hid in the middle of the street and looked at this person from afar, feeling a bit surprised. The man did look like a lizard, and instead of a normal human-looking head, he had a lizard head and scales all over his body, with a thick tail sticking out from under his skirt and pants. We are honored to have Lord Jacques at our door. Come on in. Hoover then made way, with a fawning look that made Chiu Yen feel displeased. Before he came, Chiu Yen had asked Robert to tell him everything. The reference to Lord Hoover was one of pride, constantly bragging about what some of this one has accomplished. Chiu Yen thought it was some big shot. Now it seems that Hoover wasn't pushing it that hard and actually looked like a lapdog. And a snob too. But seeing that several people were about to enter the city lord's mansion, Chiu Yen looked around, and while most of the guards' attention stayed on Jacques the lizard man, he found a chance to flip in through the side courtyard wall. After all, who would have thought that the home of the beloved Lord Hoover would be invaded by a human of unknown origin? The courtyard was densely covered with vegetation, and there were also some strangely shaped mountains and rocks, making the environment clear and elegant. This gave Chiu Yen a chance to hide. Lord Jacques, in 3 more years it will be the day the Holy Beast battlefield opens. In these 10 years, our Heavenly Hair clan has greatly increased its military strength. Now that our troops are strong, we can't wait to go to the Sacred Beast battlefield to charge the human race. Hoover bowed his head in a very respectful manner to Jacques. Jacques, however, was all high and mighty, snorting coldly, very disdainful of this, and couldn't stop sneering in his heart. The Sky Rabbits? It's just cannon fodder for the Holy Beast battlefield. In the past, the reason why they were valued by those adults above them was only that they had a larger population, and the high-end combat power still depended on the other big clans. Now that there was new research on the side of the Sky Vault clan, the Sky Rabbit clan was no longer important. Cannon fodder? As much as you want now, and it can be mass-produced and is stronger than the Sky Rabbits. Lord Hoover. Look. Down through the years, have we ever asked the Sky Rabbits for a single cent of tax? No, no. Thanks to the care of those lords up there, which has allowed my Sky Rabbit clan to develop to this day, Hoover has no teeth to forget. Jacques the lizard pondered for a moment before speaking again, a false smile on his face. Seeing that the opening of the Sacred Beast battlefield is imminent, Doesn't Lord Hoover need to show something? But this upturned resource. You guys grasp yourselves. Yes, yes, yes. Men, show Lord Jacques to the treasury. As much as you want. With that, several guards came out beside him and flanked Jacques to the treasury. Because there were many soldiers at the entrance of the treasury, Chiu Yen had no way to approach at this time. Only to approach Lord Hoover again, who was full of sorrow. At this moment, he was sitting in the middle of the courtyard, constantly rubbing his forehead. Father! A beautiful-looking female ran over. Even her body was wafting a small scent, and she looked to be in her early 20s. Skin like cream, lips red and teeth white. The face was full of eagerness, especially the pair of pink rabbit ears, which looked very petite and cute. This the rabbit-eared lady? Chiu Yen was shocked inwardly and truly felt what it meant to be cute. It's almost as if it came from inside one of those little day games. It also made him look twice. It wasn't that Chiu Yen was a womanizer who had thoughts when he saw a good-looking girl. The attitude he held was just some appreciation of something new and beautiful. In order to prevent being discovered, Chiu Yen once again leaned into the fake rocks where he was hiding. Lord Hoover saw that the visitor was his daughter, and in his old age he cupped the teapot and took a sip, smacking his lips. Lily, why the panic? I told you a long time ago, as a daughter of the Hoover family, you must always be poised. Just as she stood, the rabbit-eared lady named Lily spoke eagerly, her voice melodious, like a wind chime swaying in the breeze. Father, seeing as the sacred beast battlefield is about to open, I just saw that the lizard clan envoys are carrying supplies in boxes. Is that so okay? Without that, how do we train warriors? Hoover twirled a small handful of whiskers on his chin and said slowly, There's no rush. There's no rush. The district goods are just goods. Just give them to him. Just a dog raised by the Lord above. And you have the capital to call me out? Lily, you order it down. Tell Commander Opal to take a team of his own guards over there and just slaughter Jacques on his return trip. At those words, Lily's face, however, flickered with hesitation, frowning and hesitant to move. Hurry up. Just fake it as a mountain thief. Even if the adults ask about it, just find a group of bandits and kill them. Lily nodded then, slowly turning to exit the courtyard. Chiu Yen was secretly shocked behind his back. This lord was not as cowardly as he appeared on the surface, but was instead a man of great depth and ruthlessness. Click! Chiu Yen was not paying attention and stepped on a broken stone on the ground, making a crunching sound. Breath caught in his throat and he felt bad. The sound was not loud, but being so close to Lord Hoover caused it to be very clear. Who's there? Hoover let out a bellow. He stood up slowly, his sharp eyes fixed on the rock. As a lord, naturally, his strength didn't need to be mentioned, it was at least gold level or above. However, due to racial limitations, although the Heavenly Rabbit race had a thriving population, there were very few platinum or diamond level powerhouses. Even so, it was not something that the current Chiu Yen could deal with. Hoover narrowed his eyes, his expression growing serious. The conversation he had just had with his daughter Lily could never be overheard by outsiders. If the news was spread to the ears of those old guys in the Council of 10,000 Clans, it would definitely cause the Heavenly Rabbit clan to suffer heavy losses. Because of the prohibition over the Blue Star, which was the sacred beast battlefield, the 10,000 races of the Starry Sky were simply unable to press forward with their armies. Only the Council of 10,000 Nations could be formed spontaneously. Every 10 years, each ethnic group would send out the best young men of their clan to enter the sacred beast battlefield and calculate the battle merit according to the number of human races killed. The chiefs of the top 10 races ranked in terms of battle merit naturally became the top 10 counselors, as the leaders of the Council of 10,000 Races. The Hare tribe is weaker, and as one of the tribes under its jurisdiction, it must carry out the orders of the 10 counselors. Once those old guys, that is, the top 10 counselors, found out that they had beheaded the Lizard Clan's envoys. The worst thing that could happen then would be to be directly ordered to replace the bugs as the primary cannon fodder on the battlefield. No way. Although the Heavenly Rabbit clan was not strong, they were just able to give birth, and if they focused on giving birth, they would be able to give birth to around 3 to 4 litters a year. The more genetically advanced the race, the weaker the ability to reproduce. This has been true for ages. Chapter 59. How many daughters are hidden in the Golden House? Hoover looked at the delayed movement behind the wigwam, and some doubts arose in his mind. Could it be that you heard wrong? But then, a bright red figure suddenly appeared behind the wigwam and scurried towards the door like lightning. This immediately gave Hoover a shock, and his eyes were filled with shock. It's okay to hide a person, but where did such a big spirit beast come from? And when did this come? How on earth did a bunch of pig-like guards patrol and even let this in? Hoover's eyes blurred, and he was so angry that he almost had a brain hemorrhage and was about to pass out on the spot. Come on, man. Quickly. Go after them. Since most of the guards had been sent to the warehouse to carry goods by themselves, it resulted in a surprising lack of soldiers for a while. Instead, a few guards reacted and hurriedly stopped in front of the spirit beast. But that spirit beast was very agile, and the sporadic few guards were directly dodged by its dexterity, and could not be stopped at all. Damn him, a bunch of punk snacks. Men, seal off the mansion. No one is allowed to come and go as they please without my permission. With a black face, Hoover summoned up all his chi and moved to run out after the flaming unicorn himself. The speed is smashing. Hearing the commotion, the guards in all directions rallied and surrounded the entire courtyard. Qiu Yen hid in the gap of the wigwam, not daring to move. If these guards on patrol found out again, a mouthful of spittle from each of them would be able to drown Qiu Yen. Suddenly, another flame Kirin appeared and drilled out towards the small door on the other side at great speed. What's that? Why is there another one? Him. Slow down. It's possible that it's a diversionary tactic. A personal guard captain-looking man who seemed to have a bit of a brain stopped the crowd as he reached out his hand and randomly named a few people. You, and those few come with me. The rest of you keep searching. Yes. Just as all the soldiers' attention was on the side of the personal guard captain, Qiu Yen had already quietly shifted his position. Panicked, he slipped in deeper towards the city lord's mansion with a bad smile on his face after the robbery. It's so exciting. If it wasn't for the 3 chi polymorphs attracting other people's attention, so many guards with 1 knife each, they wouldn't have to be zapped into a shower. Qiu Yen unknowingly ran above a long corridor. Taking 2 deep, calming breaths, he looked around. Honestly, this promenade is even more dangerous than the outside. Because there's nothing, it's just a straight trail. As we all know, dry pulling without cover can be very risky behavior. But there were magically no guards over here. This also caused a trace of joy in Qiu Yan's heart. Seeing that no one was around, he directly entered a room in the city lord's mansion. But after coming in, Qiu Yan was dumbfounded. The pink-decorated room was stuffed with dolls and rag dolls and whatnot. One black eye looked straight at Qiu Yan, almost giving him a fright. Qiu Yan was looking at his heart and forced himself to hold back the urge to urinate, deciding to change rooms to hide. Who knows? There was a rush of footsteps outside the door. Special milks. Luck sucks, doesn't it? Having no choice, Qiu Yan rummaged here and there, found a closet and dug inside. Squeak! Just 2 seconds before the door to the room opened, Qiu Yan's entire body burrowed into the closet. Through the gap in the closet, Qiu Yan saw the lord's daughter, Lily, walk in with an anxious face, constantly rummaging for something on the dresser. The inside of the closet is dark and gives a very secure feeling. Qiu Yan let out a long sigh of relief. There's also a lingering scent here, which is much better than the smell of horse manure on the street. He shrank his body inward, making it as comfortable as possible for him to hide. Small hands to the body under the support casually touch a hand. It felt like touching a piece of silk fabric, the surface smooth. Feel good, quite good. Picking it up and looking at it through the light coming in through the slit, it turned out to be a piece of personal clothing. Qiu Yan was startled and immediately felt very offended at the owner of the clothing. Mentally, he kept confessing and apologizing, and hurriedly flung the clothes in his hand straight away. But the elbow flung out, and it came straight into contact with something soft and squishy. Qiu Yan took a closer look towards the side. In the midst of this darkness, there was actually a pair of eyes staring at him furtively. Crouch! Well, Qiu Yan's little heart shook wildly, and he was almost about to scream out in shock, but then a small, soft, boneless hand covered his mouth. What the? Qiu Yan stared with wide eyes and a look of disbelief. Why is there someone else in this closet? It still feels like a woman. Shoo! Don't make a sound. The man moved closer to Qiu Yan. Warm nostrils blew on his ears, causing Qiu Yan to make a small red face and his heart and mind to shake dramatically. At such an intimate distance, neither himself nor Lin Yuqing had ever stayed like this. Jesus Christ. Believe me, I only have Lin Yuqing in my heart. Qiu Yan wanted to cry without tears. This racy encounter love whoever comes. But at this time, he couldn't expose it, and he immediately felt as uncomfortable as having ants crawling all over his body. The temperature of the whole body was rising extremely fast like a small sun. Even so, Qiu Yan held his breath and froze without making a sound at all. For a while, in the middle of the closet, there was only the sound of two people's slight breathing, and the atmosphere was ambiguous. Squeak snap. It wasn't until a slamming door sounded that Qiu Yan crawled out as if he was running for his life. Now he looked in an extremely sorry state, even with a strip of close-fitting clothing hooked out from his toes. Grass. Qiu Yan only felt his heart being taken over by guilt. Lying helplessly on the ground, his eyes were hollow and lifeless, as if he had been spoiled. Woo-hoo! Yu Qing, I'm sorry for you. Immediately afterward, the woman in the closet burrowed out. She was good-looking and had a watery softness in her brow. The voice also revealed a big sister's gentleness. Get up. Don't play dead. What the hell are you doing here? Could it be the type of man who covets Lily's beauty and wants to snoop? Only then did Qiu Yan raise his head and saw the woman standing in front of him. In front of him was actually a stunningly beautiful woman, not even comparable to Lin Yuqing. There were the same two rabbit ears on top of his head, both of which were drooping at the moment from anger. The point is, that size of the chest is as good as falling off. Could it be that the soft one he just touched? Qiu Yan didn't dare to think any further, and his entire body collapsed to the ground once again, two lines of clear tears flowing from the corners of his eyes. You're sick. Why does it feel like I'm doing something to you? The woman's cheeks quickly flushed with a blush and her eyebrows went up in a sultry look. But then it noticed Qiu Yan's head. Her pupils shrank, and even her voice became a little shaky. You're human. Qiu Yan lifted his head breathlessly to look at the woman and lay down again. The pendulum has swung. The pendulum has swung completely the other way. The woman opened her mouth to say something else, but the sound of a high-heeled shoe resounded from the doorway once again. Ta-da-da-da-da. The woman reacted quickly and ducked right into the closet again. Qiu Yan, even if he was swinging for the fences, woefully got up from the ground and tried to pull the cabinet door. But the woman in the closet had already deadlocked the door, and Qiu Yan couldn't pull it open with all his might. Special milks. Qiu Yan was about to cry in a hurry. It wasn't really that big of a deal. If you get caught, you just bail. But Qiu Yan froze in panic due to being a thief and sneaking around for fear of being discovered. In desperation, Qiu Yan's sight aimed at the floor-to-ceiling curtains on the side. He quickly pulled back the curtains. I didn't realize there was a petite little girl hiding behind the curtains. How many girls do you have in your house? Chapter 60. Nina and Nia. The current state. Qiu Yan had now seen the world, and his firm Taoist heart was as solid as gold. This time it was the girl who was startled. Qiu Yan saw that she was about to scream out and directly made a preemptive judgment. Reaching out, he covered the small mouth just in time before she could make a sound. The little girl who was thinking of struggling fiercely gradually started to become flustered in her eyes when she saw Qiu Yan's appearance. By the end it actually revealed a deep fear. This is human, that murderous race of demons. When Qiu Yan saw the little girl who had come down honestly, a million feelings of pride rose in his heart and he was almost about to give himself a thumbs up. Not ashamed of myself. A crisis was directly prevented. Crunch. Lily walked in quickly, looking even more flustered than before. The afterglow caught a glimpse of the curtains that seemed to move. She stared at it and seemed a little puzzled. The two people hiding behind the curtains at this point had their little hearts beating out of their chests. But Lily's next action made both of them send a sigh of relief. She just assumed it was the breeze caused by her opening the door too far. She then rummaged more violently among the several small drawers of the dresser. Brush. Clap, clap, clap. Brush. A couple of small drawers she'd been rummaging through couldn't be found. Strange. It was obviously placed here. How come it's gone? The more he searched, the more he broke down, and began to sob directly and stiflingly. That scene was a real sight for sore eyes. But Qiu Yan didn't think so. At this time, he did not dare to breathe, just begged his grandpa and begged his grandma, hoping that this big sister would hurry up and go out. It's hard to hide behind curtains. Those of you with relevant experience understand this. As soon as you breathe a little faster, those exhaled air currents will blow the gauze curtains, thus creating a slight wobble. If discovered, a bloodbath is inevitable afterward. In just these few short minutes, Qiu Yan's eyes were starting to get lax due to the lack of oxygen. If you really can't hold on, You can only turn your head and take a hard breath in before slowly exhaling. That's a little better. But the little girl next to her kept her eyes darting this way. So every now and then you'd lock eyes with this girl. This is really a bit embarrassing. So in order to avoid embarrassment as much as possible, Qiu Yan's face was suffocating purple. But it's a good thing that the one thing Lily lost seems to be very important. Just cried for a few minutes, then wiped away the tears and ran off to find something. Phew! Qiu Yan was unsteady on his feet and knelt down on all fours, still panting heavily. Special milk. It's been a whirlwind of a day. Never before has it felt so good to breathe. At that moment, the older sister from earlier in the closet and the little girl behind the curtains came out as well. Blah blah blah. The little girl lifted her cuff in disgust, wiped her mouth, and spat a couple of times in a fury. A pair of soulful and clear eyes stared at Qiu Yan, clenching his back teeth in death. It was the man in front of her that took her first kiss. But it wasn't a mouth-to-mouth kiss though. But she had just seen clearly that this human had covered his own mouth after covering his own. What's the difference between this ing indirect kissing and direct kissing? Her mind directly collapsed, and in a moment of anger, she directly opened her mouth and cursed. But the fine voice, no doubt, was a little thunderstruck. You wretched human! If it wasn't for you, how come my sister and I are stuck here and can't get out? Sure enough, all humans are the most disgusting and perverted creatures. Men are even worse. Qiu Yan was instantly offended and raised his head to stare at the girl. You're so young, BB. Look at the men in front of you. They're just great big drops of goodness. That's right, men. The woman in front of me not only has an airplane field, but her speech is not polite at all, somehow. If it wasn't for him, Qiu Yan, she would have been found out a long time ago. It was obvious that she had saved her life, and now she was biting back. The girl was furious, her two rabbit ears pressed tightly to the back of her head. Shameless! She was about to speak again, but was stopped by her sister who stepped aside. Okay, little sister. Stop it. Human, we don't know what you're here for. But you did ruin our plans. Qiu Yan also stood up at this time, clapped his hands, looked at the two sisters in front of him and said coldly, Tell me, what are you guys doing again? That thing Lily was trying to find, that's what you guys took, right? Smart man. Even though she didn't know Qiu Yan's character, her sister still opened her mouth tenderly and praised her. Seeing that his sister was clearly able to communicate, Qiu Yan's cold expression eased somewhat. But he then began to reflect. He usually does not handle things this way, and today his way of thinking is more or less out of the box and his words and actions are a bit out of place. Could it be the aftermath of using the 3 Qi polymorphs too much? Qiu Yan had used the 3 Qi gathering forms 3 times by now, and the Wanxiang Shenshu was clearly telling itself at the time that using too much of it would lead to schizophrenia. It seemed that in the future it would be better to not rely on the 3 Qi polymorphs as much as possible. Like Lord Hoover just now. The speed of the chase out was so fast that even Qiu Yan's naked eye couldn't see his figure, only the remnants. Just in case the next time you think outside the box and run right up to that Hoover and jump in front of him to mock him, you won't even know how you're going to die when the time comes. After a moment of silence, Qiu Yan spoke again. Since we have met here, it proves that we each have a different agenda at heart as well as a different purpose. But we now face common difficulties. The entire City Lord's mansion is surrounded by heavy troops. We should combine our efforts to find a way to escape. I propose that it would be better for each to be honest. After we team up and escape, how about we go our separate ways on the avenue of heaven? Qiu Yan spread his hands and his eyes went to the two sisters. Such a choice is indeed in the common interest of all. His attitude had been made clear, and it was up to the two sisters to choose between them. My sister frowned, her mind making monstrous waves as her tangled thoughts continued to hedge. It took 3 minutes for the furrowed brow to unfurl, as if the answer was in his mind. Her voice carried the characteristic gentleness of a big sister. Could be. My name is Nina and my sister's name is Nia. Nia elbowed her sister gently, a difficult look on her face as she tried to whisper something. Nina, as an older sister, definitely knew the concerns in her sister's mind. She patted Nia's shoulder and nodded her head rather fondly, looking at Qiu Yan once again and said, We are members of the Yaya's Revolutionary Army. Lord Hoover has a mysterious legion of dead soldiers, said to have been given to him by great men among the other worlds. He was having too many days of peace and quiet, so he gave the soldier's note to his favorite daughter Lily? Hoover. The reason we're here today is to get Lily, Hoover's soldier's talisman. Lord Hoover has been raising taxes since the last sacred beast battlefield, as well as granting benefits to encourage people to procreate in large numbers. He sends our parents, friends, and countrymen to the battlefield of the holy beast, and then offers to exempt childbirth from taxes. By doing this, he doesn't even consider us Sky Rabbit clan members as fellow clansmen. Our people are nothing more than war machines and money machines in his eyes. The Sky Rabbit clan has fallen deeply into this predicament. It's ridiculous that most of the populace still thinks he's a good lord who looks out for his people. That's exactly what we, the Revolutionary Army, are trying to change. Therefore, this soldier's talisman is important to us. We want a revolution. Chapter 61 Responsibilities Born. Qiu Yan's eyes had a hint of complexity flickering in them. It turns out that there are so many entanglements involved in this world. By now, he also understood. What the martyrs of the human race fought in the sacred beast battlefield were not vicious spirit beasts, but wolfish foreigners. I'm afraid that I didn't know about it before because the Dragon Kingdom had blocked out this information. After all, the Fae had their own civilization which wasn't the same concept as a spirit beast disaster. But from Nina's words, it was concluded that the entire Sky Rabbit clan was under the direct leadership of the Council of 10,000 Clans. Even though Hoover kept brainwashing the populace and portraying the human race as a demonic figure, there were still a lot of sober people. I would like to ask you human beings, are you really as evil as Hoover says you are? Anyway, I don't think you do. Earlier in the closet, you could have done something to me and I wouldn't have been able to resist. But you didn't, you're a noble human being. Nina had a determined look on her face. She wanted to hear the expected answer for herself. Qiu Yan took a deep breath and spread his hands, finding a seat to look at the two. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Qiu Yan. Because of accidental contact with a temporal rift, he was sucked into this world. What you don't know about the human race, I do. I'll tell you what. Ever since 52 years ago, the 10,000 races have been constantly invading the human race, and I don't know what they really want. They have descended on my blue star since the 5th year of the human aura's revival, and they slaughtered the human race wantonly, and Blue Star suffered countless deaths and injuries for a time. Do you know how the Holy Beast battlefield came to be? It was because they attempted to take possession of the Blue Star that 8,888 human greats ended up setting up the Sacred Beast battlefield at the cost of their own lives, using the power of the rules. The 10,000 races are isolated from the outside, but every 10 years, they transport a large number of soldiers to the Sacred Beast battlefield. That's why even though my human race is being beaten back, there are still tens of thousands of heroes on top. Because we know that once we lose the Holy Beast battlefield, our Blue Star will be devastated. I, the human race, am clearly the innocent party. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes, and his entire body was majestic, like a sharp sword out of its sheath. Yes? My Heavenly Rabbit clan has actually become a hawk and dog under the banner of the Council of 10,000 Clans, aiding and abetting in the harming of the human race. Tears slipped from the corners of Nina's eyes, and for a moment she was surprised that she couldn't take it. If the human race itself is innocent, then do the sacrifices of Hoover's compatriots, whom he has sent to the battlefield of the Holy Beast for so many years, really mean anything? It is laughable that Hoover is still encouraging the populace of the Sky Rabbits in the name of justice to do the ugly deed of invading the innocent human race. Nina's slender palm had at some point clenched into a fist, becoming a little shaky from too much force. Sis, how do you know this human is so cunning that he won't weave a lie to deceive us? Nia spoke indignantly, only her voice was equally weak as she spoke. It's also understandable that one would want to deceive oneself when years of indoctrination are directly overturned. She also knew that Qiu Yan had no need to lie to her. Did you find the stuff? Nina took out a palm-sized token from her bosom and waved it in front of Qiu Yan. Still, she stammered, still a little torn. Mr. Qiu Yan, I want to ask you to help us. We shouldn't be able to take on Hoover alone. Qiu Yan pulled the corner of his mouth, revealing a wry smile. I'm just a small high school student. Ah, my strength is low. How can I help you guys? Mr. Qiu Yan, so don't play dumb. Nina pursed her lips, smiled gently, and spoke again after a pause. It is the human race behind you that we want to rely on. Since the human race has been able to resist the invasion of the 10,000 races for so many years on its own, it naturally has a deep heritage. The brother of both of us is none other than the leader of the Yaya's revolutionary army. I'll go back and convince him that after this matter is over, my Sky Rabbit clan will help the human clan to jointly defend against the 10,000 clans. Qiu Yan's face flashed with a hint of surprise, but it was cleverly hidden by him. Why? Why rely on the human race? Even he himself had only just conjured up the truth of the matter from Nina's mere words. It took him almost the same time as Nina to figure out all of these things that the human race was carrying. That being the case, didn't she know that after joining the human camp, she would become a traitor and thorn in the eyes of all the races? At that time, the Heavenly Hair clan would have to suffer the wrath of the 10,000 clans along with the human clan. What do they want? Is it possible to take sides just because of the position of the human race? It also contradicts her earlier statement that the theory against Hoover's approach. Standing up to the human race, even though there is no need to have heavy taxes, but battles and sacrifices are inevitable. Is she really going to jeopardize the safety of her entire pack because of a race she has no connection with? Mr. Qiu Yan, I know what you're thinking. Hoover is nothing more than a dog under the Council of 10,000 Nations, and all his actions are all to please the Council of 10,000 Nations. The Council of Nations is the key. If it can't get out of the control of the Council of 10,000 Nations, even if one Hoover is gone, there will still be millions of them. So it makes sense to side with your human race, doesn't it? By helping the human race win, we are helping our Sky Rabbit race win. It's not a deal, it's a partnership. Nina's words deeply shocked Qiu Yan, and the corners of her mouth hooked up, spreading a smile. Although her smile was gentle and watery at the moment, Nina's body revealed the firmness of her will. It was no exaggeration to say that even if Qiu Yan made any conditions at this moment, even if it was physical, she would be able to accept them. Qiu Yan could also clearly feel its noble awareness and soul, and the corner of his mouth inadvertently rose in an arc. I'm sure that the higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom will not ostracize this small ally. The Dragon Kingdom had always circulated the saying that there was good wine when friends came, and shotguns when jackals came. Okay, I'll do what I can to help you. If the human race sends someone over, I'll help introduce you. Qiu Yan nodded, and could clearly feel a hint of joy flooding both women's cheeks. He could also understand that it was good to have his back to a big tree. It was very encouraging news that the Revolutionary Army had such a potential ally in the human race. He suddenly realized the significance of his rebirth. The current Chun Qingqing was nothing more than a jumping clown. Even if she slapped her in the face again, so what? As long as they were strong, they were nothing more than mole crickets, and they didn't even bother to step on them. However, it was imperative to leave the city lord's mansion first. Okay, you guys dared to sneak in here, you must have a map. Show it to me first. The two women nodded and took out a piece of parchment and spread it on the floor. Qiu Yan hummed, and there were some rough lines sketched on the paper with a black charcoal pencil. Sketchy but readable. After roughly understanding the structure of it, Qiu Yan raised his head and said in a deep voice, "This place is constructed to be easily defended and difficult to attack, and it's obviously a pipe dream to try to escape without bloodshed. And it's bound to be a bitter fight. Not to mention the fact that there's Lord Hoover watching from the shadows. Then from Lily? Start with Hoover." Chapter 62 Heavenly Puppet Order. In the middle of the conference hall of Odin City's main residence, Hoover sat in the main seat with a grimace on his face, looking askance at the group of kneeling guards below. Bunch of losers! Bunch of losers! His voice instantly resounded throughout the room, and none of those guards were trembling, fearing that the Lord would wave his hand and exterminate them. Bang! Hoover crushed the seat armrest right into the crumbs. He was thinking of killing all these useless henchmen, but Hoover thought better of it. After all, that spirit beast today was really weird. After chasing himself out for 10 minutes, he turned into a green smoke and drifted away into the air. Since Hoover was able to sit firmly in the position of Lord, it was natural to associate that his City Lord's mansion must have been invaded by someone. Has the search within the City Lord's residence yielded any results yet? One of the squad leaders stood up shakily and looked over at Hoover. Report. Report, Lord. No anomalies have been detected for the time being. Bang! The genus of Hoover's chair is pathetic. I didn't realize it had been made into a chair, but it had such a hard time that the other armrest was in crumbs. Keep searching for me. Increase the number of troops and search without mercy. Where's Lily? Get her to me now. With that, a minister-like person slowly retreated from the conference room and directly walked briskly in the direction of his own Missy's room. While passing a fork in the road, he didn't expect to almost run into Lily head-on. Missy, forgive me. Eldest miss. The city lord has asked you to come over. At this moment, Lily's eyes were red and swollen, as if she had just cried, and her expression was a bit dumbfounded. So for a moment she actually forgot to reprimand her subordinates. Okay. I got it. Lily seemed to have lost her soul at this point, and her whole body staggered, unsteadily, towards the conference hall. The minister also raised his head at this moment, a puzzled look spreading on his face. Why was his own great lady like a different person today? If it was with her unruly nature, she was afraid that she would have to slap him twice on the spot. But the minister quickly became relaxed. It was a good job that he didn't have to be beaten or reprimanded by his lordship. It's hard to be a laborer, too. Okay. Lily walked for almost 10 minutes on what is normally a 3-minute walk. The house servants and henchmen who had greeted her along the way, but she hadn't responded half-heartedly. Just staring into the puzzled eyes of the others, she slowly walked into the conference room. Hoover saw his daughter coming, waved his hand, and simply drove all the guards out. Those henchmen were then amazed and fled as if they were flying. Seeing his own daughter seems to be in a bad mood, Hoover also hesitated for a moment, had thought to comfort first, but then still remembered the main thing. After all, his own current situation was much more critical than his daughter's cockamamie little affairs. Immediately, he reached out and took his daughter into his arms, asking in a deep voice, "Lily, I don't know what terrible things have happened to you today, but Father has something important for you to do." Lily lifted her head and glanced at her father, but then lowered her head guiltily and fell silent. "Where is that heavenly puppet order that Father gave you earlier? Now those dead soldiers need to be used. The city lord's mansion was invaded today, and for the time being, I can't find out exactly who did it. I need to use those tracking abilities of the dead soldiers." Looking aside at his daughter, who kept her head down and didn't speak, Hoover's heart raced. It's all about being spoiled by yourself. His own daughter used to be a jerk and came to himself to be pampered and cute, and he comforted her for a few moments. With such an important event happening today, Hoover really didn't have the heart to coax his daughter. But judging from his daughter's reaction, he seemed to have a vague, not-so-good feeling in the back of his mind. "Lily, that token, where the hell is it? You speak. Say something. Where the hell is it?" It was then that Lily choked back a sob, the bean-sized teardrops in the corners of her eyes rolling back down. "Father, that token is gone. I obviously put it in the middle of the dresser, but I just went to look for it and it's not there." "What?" Enraged, Hoover pushed his daughter straight away and raised his arm for a hard slap down. Pop! After a crunch, Lily stumbled and fell on top of the gold and red carpet woven from silk. "You! Did I ever tell you that that token is important enough for you to make sure you keep it close? Where are you listening? Ever since I was a kid. Won't listen to a word I say." Hoover pointed to his daughter, who had fallen to the ground, and cursed indignantly. But after cursing, he regretted it. This daughter of his own talent and intelligence, from childhood to follow their own, they have never been willing to beat nor scolded. Maybe a little too much today? That thing is lost, and your father's days are numbered. Hoover kept pacing the conference room, and beads of dense sweat oozed from his face. "Do you know that those are 12 dead soldiers who only recognize the token and not the person? That's 12 silver 7th Order deadly soldiers. That's a treasure rewarded down by the heavenly puppet clan. Those dead soldiers were refined from the corpses of various heavenly prides on the sacred beast battlefield. Even if I were to face them, I would only be killed in seconds." With a flick of his sleeve, Hoover headed straight for the door, not caring about Lily, who had collapsed on the floor. The heavenly puppet order was definitely stolen. And it definitely has something to do with that spirit animal in the yard today. Immediately afterward, he began to associate it with the question of what kind of person could infiltrate his own forces without him realizing it. The only outsider who's been here lately is that Jacques from the Lizard Clan. Lizard Clan? You guys did a great job. Wait for me. Come on, man. Has Jacques gone yet? Even if he's gone, get him back for me. At all costs. Forget it. You guys guard the ing gate. No one is allowed to let anyone out. Hoover clenched his palm into a fist and ruthlessly struck above the courtyard wall on the side, directly blowing out a big hole. Seeing her father leave, Lily struggled to get up. She ruffled her somewhat disheveled bangs, and surprisingly, the desire to cut herself off arose within her. losing such an important thing, and then being severely slapped by his loving father. Many complicated emotions were intertwined in his heart at the moment, and all thoughts were lost. I thought the tears had dried up a long time ago, but now they were flowing again. She limped back to her room, smelling the scent of her room and feeling nothing but a sense of peace. Got a piece of twine from under the bed, tugged on it, and it seemed pretty strong. Numbly, he tossed the other end of the rope up high, looped it over the top of the beams, and tied the ends in a knot. She moved a chair and just climbed onto the stool. Father, I'm sorry for losing something so important. Thank you for taking care of me all these years. I no longer have the face to face you. Bye, Dad. A look finally came over Lily's numb face, a smile of relief. She closed her eyes and kicked her stool straight away. Due to gravity and the intention of a dying person to survive, she struggled violently as her consciousness gradually began to dissipate. But Lily then felt something hold her body from below and lower herself to the ground. The rough rope strangled her snowy neck red, and it took a while for her to slow down, which was a long time. Then he saw a man and two women grinning impishly at him. Ah! Well, the three of them reached out in a flash, folding their palms over the backs of their hands, and Lily was almost muffled when she didn't slow down. Where exactly are your father's dead soldiers? Chapter 63 Horn. Just moments after Hoover chased him out, a guard's eyes darted up. He looked around, and after realizing that no one cared, he quietly withdrew from the patrol. In the midst of the city lord's mansion where the guards were gathered, no one could notice that one person was missing. He ducked into the shadows and directly stripped off his armor, stuffing it into the storage space with a brain. His name is Honi, and he is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, personally lurking as an undercover agent in the city lord's mansion. Despite his very young age, he was already cultivated into a silver-level martial artist. Earlier in his life, he was adopted by a minister under Hoover's command as his adopted son because of his uncanny talent. With multiple resources feeding him, he managed to break through to silver at the age of 22. Perhaps it was because he came from a commoner's background, and even though he had been clothed in fine clothes every day in the minister's house, he still hated the current state of the Sky Rabbit clan from the bottom of his heart. At this time, he had changed into the garb of Lord Hoover's vassal again and was wandering among the city's lords. The reason why he had changed the guard's armor was because the guards were too conspicuous alone and were easier to spot instead. What appeared to be wandering around was actually slowly approaching Lily's room, sometimes pointing directly at the passing guards. After a long time of catnip around the long corridor, he finally found a break in the midst of patrol after patrol of soldiers, and with a flash he slipped into Lily's room. Who? Seeing the visitor, Chiu Yen instantly stood up and directly summoned the flamefire Qilin, preparing to strike. Don't! It's our brother. It was a good thing that Nina had pressed Chiu Yen in time, or else in just the blink of an eye, the flaming unicorn would have rushed out and bitten into Honey's windpipe. Even though Honi was powerful, he wasn't afraid of the flame griffin is all. However, while taking a good look at Chiu Yen, Honi couldn't help but take in a deep breath of cool air. The infamous human race suddenly appeared right in front of him, which really gave him a shock. His eyes swept around the room, noticing that Lily had been tied up by several people with a piece of duct tape over her mouth. What the hell is going on here? Humans, Lily, his own sister, and his sister being inside a room gave him a very subtle feeling. What's their relationship? How is it that my own sister and brother have sided with humans? Knowing that Honey had doubts in her mind, the two sisters pulled him in and told him again from beginning to end. Understanding what had happened, Honey's tightly locked brow relaxed. Then Honi, Reese will thank Brother Chiu Yen in advance. Seeing that he had outside help, Honi relaxed and happily patted Chiu Yen's shoulder. It's not in the way. Wait for someone from the Dragon Kingdom. Chiu Yen waved his hand and smiled politely, but his heart was torn. After all, he didn't know exactly when the Dragon Kingdom would come to his rescue. Honey moved closer and crouched down towards Lily. So, since Lily knows the location, could she join us? While saying these words, his pupils flickered imperceptibly. Looking at the face, Lily froze a little. Horny's looks were not to say they were out of this world handsome, but at least they were the handsome kind. And that face was very much in line with the aesthetics of the Sky Rabbit race. A blush flew across Lily's cheeks as she was stared at by the owner of this face. For a moment, he had forgotten that the identity of the few people in front of him was his father's enemy. Chiu Yen and his trio had tried it long before Honey came. Whether it was coercion or enticement, what the heck? She wouldn't agree to it and even tried to scream to draw the guards in. At the sight of Honey, though, there was an immediate gleam in her eye and a shy nod. She didn't know what was wrong with her. It was as if Horn had a kind of magic that people couldn't help but follow in its wake. The three Honey sisters looked at each other, and all three of them were now in a state of unspoken agreement. They knew that Honey had just used a psychic shock on Lily and had brainwashed her straight away. And this mental shock was learned from a book in a collection at the home of Minister Reyes, Horn's adoptive father. The reason why this move was not widely circulated was because the conditions for practicing it were very cockamamie. The first requirement is to be good-looking. It is the second condition that the mental power is up to par. After that, it takes years of hard work to practice. Cho Yen looked at this scene from the side and felt a bit puzzled. Lily, who was dying there earlier, outright betrayed Pops as soon as Honey arrived. Did all the Sky Rabbit clan come from face control? But there was no time for Cho Yen to think about it. His eyelids were already fighting. After all, the 3 chi polymorphisms can make one drowsy. All he could do was sit in his chair and close his eyes and ears, quietly listening to the conversation between a few people. Those dead soldiers are hidden by my father in a mine 40 kilometers away. But the outside of the mine is equipped with a formation that cannot be opened without an oracle from my father. Lily said softly, her eyes darting over to Honey as she spoke. That's a little hard to get. Honey and the others were in disbelief. I thought that if I got the Heavenly Puppet Order, I would be able to order the dead to fight against Hoover, but I didn't realize that there was still this kind of restriction. Without those dead soldiers, the Revolutionary Army's chances of winning head-to-head against Hoover's army were basically nil. Hoover had a number of silver-level experts under his command. If we only rely on Horny, who has the highest cultivation in the Revolutionary Army, it is obvious that the high-level combat power is not enough. Forget it. It's better to get everyone out of here first. Well, I've got a few suits of armor here, so you guys change into them and we'll go out disguised as a squad. Honey opened his storage space and instantly several rays of light fell to the ground and transformed into several sets of armor. There are literally any number of models, even in size XXXL. Who's this for? Honey scratched her head a little embarrassed. Just in case, haha. A few people put their armor on their bodies and set off in a straight line towards the entrance of the city lord's mansion. They also ran into quite a few guards along the way, but one by one, they were dismissed by Lily with a few words. Jacques was currently lying in the middle of the carriage, grasping a piece of spirit beast crystal core with a cultivation level as high as gold in his hand, scrutinizing it carefully through the moonlight. As a result, when the carriage was upside down, the crystal core in his hand didn't hold steady and fell directly into the carriage. There was an angry shout towards the horseman. Slow down, slow down. Why is this car so shaky? Don't you know that I've just had my fill? But the next thing he knew, he felt a coolness, and all the scales on his body began to shrink. Dangerous? The unsettling feeling almost made him jump out of the car and run away. But even sitting in the car, it was obvious to him that the carriage had slowed down and was slowly coming to a stop. Asshole! I told you to slow down. I didn't tell you to stop. But no one responded to the successive shouts. Hey, where are the people? Mute. Suddenly, the curtain in front of him was pulled back at one corner, and Hoover's face appeared directly in front of him. Oh, wasn't it Lord Jacques who told me to stop? Jacques snapped, his eyes staring straight at the visitor. Hoover, what brings you here? Is there something you want to see me about? Even Jacques, who was used to being pampered, couldn't help but get a little nervous at this point. As one of the envoys of the Council of 10,000 Clans, he also knew how to read people. Seeing the solemn look on Hoover's face, he slowly stood up and shielded several of the women next to him to himself. Think about what you've done. Did you take something you shouldn't have? Chapter 64. Bugging out. Escape from the city lord's mansion. What shouldn't I take? Hoover, I may have emptied your warehouse, but that was all at the behest of those lords up there. Is it hard to believe that you want to take those resources back? Jacques' eyes filled with anger as he looked at Hoover, who was growing colder and colder in demeanor, and his form shrank back behind a few of his own ladies. Hoover took a deep breath, forced himself to stabilize his mind, and spoke again. You know, I'm not talking about those. When he finished, he held out his hand and gestured. Jacques was outright confused. His scale-covered brow furrowed. What exactly did you take from him? That's a couple of gesticulations. You can't even read it. Jacques is not unreasonable people. Heart also has a number. If it really is to take Hoover, what important things? give him back is, now it's good, just collect the tax supplied to those adults, but also to attract their own murder. Lord Hoover, I really don't know. Search if you don't believe me. But let me advise you, if you want to kill me today, then you'll have to think long and hard about the liquidation of the Council of 10,000 Clans. Deep doubt flooded Hoover's mind. Did this Jacques really not take the Sky Puppet Order? The Heavenly Puppet Order was quite terrifying as the unique means of the Heavenly Puppet Clan. While the controlled dead retain their fighting consciousness in life, they are supplemented with special materials to strengthen their flesh and make it indestructible. Even Hoover wasn't sure he could break through the defenses. If the person holding the Heavenly Puppet Order knew a little bit about the art of war, one of the 12 puppet dead soldiers would be able to kill him with a single slash. Therefore, this kind of treasure can never be shed outside. Years ago, when Hoover was attending the meeting of the 10,000 races, the Heavenly Puppet race approached him and offered to trade treasures for some heavenly rabbits as research. As a lord, he was initially reluctant, even though more heavenly treasures would be useless to him. After all, his race limited his cultivation, and he was not allowed to advance an inch for many years at the first stage of the gold class. Until the Sky Puppet Clan claimed that they would help him remodel his body and remove the Sky Rabbit Clan's genetic lock as long as they got results from their experiments. On top of that, he would be gifted a precious Heavenly Puppet Order. At this point, Hoover was on a path of no return. Let me remind you, Sky Puppet Order. At that, even Jacques narrowed his eyes, seeming to look down on Hoover a little, and suddenly laughed out loud as if he had heard some joke. Ha ha ha! Are you saying that I took the Heavenly Puppet Order from you? Jacques laughed so hard that tears came to his eyes and slumped behind the shoulders of his own female family members, and there were puzzled looks from the crowd in the room. What a joke! A trash race like you still deserves to possess the jewel of the Heavenly Puppet Clan. Not even my lizard clan. Did Lord Hoover really come over to make fun of me, Jacques? If that's the case, don't make a scene. There is a heavy task at the top this time, and we have to rush to the next side of the world. A look of concern also spread across Hoover's face. Did he not take this? According to Jacques' nature, it was to wimp out when he could. If he had really taken the Heavenly Puppet Order, he wouldn't have reacted like this. It's not possible that I've been out for a while and my home has been stolen. Is it? He felt that with the nature of his men, something was definitely going to happen, and without warning, he turned around and left directly towards the Lord's mansion with a team of personal guards. Jacques and the others only felt that this Hoover was a little puzzled, like a, "Missy, will you not make it difficult for us?" Before Lord went out, he clearly instructed us that no one is allowed to put out. A guard stood in the doorway scowling at Lily in front of him. He really couldn't bear the bratty nature of this eldest young lady. So the speech was also well thought out and tried not to irritate Missy. If he made this aunt angry, tomorrow he would have to go over to the steward's side to receive a 30 large slap and be expelled from the city lord's mansion. It's none of your business what this lady does. Get out of the way. Lily furrowed her eyebrows together and raised her voice once more. Seeing that the guard was frozen in death blocking the doorway, he directly began to pick up and pull up. As she pushed and shoved, Lily threw a big musty bib, and Yum Yum directly knocked the armor-clad guard back a few steps and slammed into the courtyard wall. Bang! The guard also hit his eyes and sat down against the courtyard wall, covering his red and swollen cheeks, only feeling endless aggression in his heart. Lily stopped caring about him when she saw this and tugged on her stride to head out the door. When the 5 guards saw this, they were gathered around. Pissing Lily off means getting hit twice, and it's kinda cool. But to make the Lord angry, even if you don't die, you'll lose your skin. Qiu Yen and the others hid in their thick armor, their eyes constantly probing their surroundings, only to feel a wave of headache. Maybe in a little while, Hoover will come back, and then it will really be impossible to leave. You guys stop again? To tell you the truth, just now Father sent a message that he has been caught in a bitter fight. If a few of you stop it, you are delaying the battle. When the time comes, can you afford the consequences? Lily's face grimaced and she glared at a few people with a resentful gaze. Although there were a number of soldiers patrolling the courtyard walls, they were oblivious to Lily at the gate, and were all still glad in their hearts that they hadn't been rotated to watch the gate today. For no other reason than the fact that people such as yourself are part-time workers. Anyone who wants to meddle in this is asking for trouble. My lady, is there an oracle from the Lord? A guard with a somewhat thin frame said carefully. Of course I have. A scroll appeared in Lily's hand with a flash of light. Just as the guard slowly reached out towards the scroll, Lily jerked her hand back. What for? You still want to see it? What's in here is classified. Get out of the way. At this point, several guards then slowly made way like ants crawling. Qiu Yan's 3 people also silently followed Lily towards the outside. Wait! Suddenly being called out, Qiu Yan only felt his insides trembling furiously, and his forward steps lurched. Missy, let's go with you. Several of us can't rest assured. We're really worried about the safety of Lord and Missy. Qiu Yan was then relieved. A look at what appeared to be some kind of light streaking across that end of the skyline gave a few people a bad feeling. Qiu Yan also subtly poked Lily at this moment. Then you guys hurry up and keep up. Lily finished speaking and accelerated towards the other side, not giving a few people any room to refuse. 5 minutes later, a blue light streaked across the street, and Hoover was back in front of the city lord's mansion in the blink of an eye. When he looked at the empty gate, he had some bad feeling in his heart. Could it be that the person who stole the heavenly puppet order was destroyed while he was away and his guards didn't fight? But it didn't look like there were any signs of a fight at the scene either. That's a little strange. As it happened, a group of patrolling guards passed by and saw Hoover standing alone in the doorway and immediately shouted, "Greetings, Lord! Good, what good? I ask you, where are the guards guarding the gates? Where have they gone?" A couple of people stammered and stammered for half a day. No. Don't know. Chapter 65 Qiu Yan, you must be safe. Because the city lord's house was closer to the west gate, and it was through the north gate that Hoover had chased him out. At this moment, in the middle of the time he was returning the same way, Qiu Yan's few people even ran straight out of the city. Big. Missy. Why haven't they arrived yet? I remember Lord Jacques of the Lizard Clan went out the north gate. Are we going the wrong way? One of the guards asked with some concern, his armor clanking as he ran. Are you coming with us or not? Don't follow us if you don't want to. My lady didn't ask you to follow me. Lily shouted without looking back as she kept running towards the front. But did the few guards dare to go back? They had no choice but to continue following. It wasn't until they had been running along the country lane for half an hour that several of the guards realized something was wrong. Nope, this isn't the way to support the Lord. Lily's feet suddenly braked at the fork in the road, and the guards behind her nearly crashed into each other. Qiu Yan also stopped at this moment, his eyes looking at Lily. After all, it was someone's guard, and it was a good idea to ask Lily's opinion. Knock out. Ha! The few guards froze a bit when their own Missy came out cold. With that, they saw those behind Lily charging towards themselves and the others. After only a couple of token resistances, he was knocked unconscious before being stripped of his armor and tied to the top of a large tree on the side of the road. Lily nodded. After all, it is also loyal to their own family work. Direct kill is a little too cruel. This is a good way to handle it. Even if Pops found out, he couldn't blame them. Well then, why don't we go sit in our Revolutionary Army stronghold first? Honey offered. After all, Hoover is sure to go on a frantic search all over town when he soon returns and realizes his daughter is missing. Qiu Yan also showed great interest in this. It would be better to just go over there and see what the strength is. Although there was not a single person in sight on the Dragon Kingdom side yet, but with the Revolutionary Army on their backs they would at least be able to survive in the midst of this world. As for the 2 hours that Albert had agreed upon, they were naturally long past. There is no need to do justice to the bandits for the sake of those spirit stones. A few people took off the heavy armor on their bodies, and with a change of direction, they directly ran towards the southwest again. Just 6 hours ago, Lin Yuqing rode Taizhan directly to the police station to call the police in defiance of traffic regulations. Lin Yuqing, as an eyewitness, was considered the fastest to arrive at the police station. All the equipment in the surrounding 3 kilometers had been interfered with by the magnetic field, and that's when the police department received the news of the appearance of a spatial rift. Receiving the signal, Officer Zhou Bowen immediately led the team and moved to the area around the spatial rift, pulling the seal to bring the scene under control. At this point, the spatial rift had begun to become relatively stable, and there was no more of that strong suction force from the very beginning. Looking at it this way, Qiu Yan was truly unlucky. He happened to be passing by when the spatial rift was officially formed, and that's how he was sucked in. The spatial rift had also gotten a bit larger in size now, and it had filled up that store of lees. From the outside, you could see the rounded space-time rift, as mysterious as a black hole, with a dark appearance like it was trying to swallow everything else whole. Hey, don't come any closer over there. Stay away. Zhou Bowen directly voiced out to drink away some of the melon eaters, and then began to set up the task into the walkie-talkie on his chest. Hasn't the special events team arrived yet? Hurry up. There's an innocent person involved. A cracking sound with an electromagnetic tone then came over the intercom. Zhou Bowen cursed and sent a female officer to pacify Lin Yuqing. Then, with a wave of his hand, he sent a few officers to protect them. With that, ran to the far side of the road and began evacuating the crowd. The 5 men from the Dragon Scale team soon arrived at the scene. It was just that, even if they were cultivated at the silver level per capita, Thunder, who was the captain, was even at the gold level. But they were only responsible for the search and rescue work, and could only stand outside the space rift and do nothing. After all, there was no strong person who specialized in formations present among their team. In case the passageway to the other world wasn't stabilized through the formation, then at any time one could get lost in it and then be pounded into powder by the spatial tides. The recent array masters were basically preparing the protective array for the Imperial Beast examination, and they couldn't be interrupted when they were outlining the spells, or else they would be directly countered by the array. This has led to the dilemma of having no one available in the city of Zhonghai now. Lin Yuqing sat on the sidelines anxious, but he could not do anything. At this time it is simply difficult to sit still. She's worried. Now Qiu Yan didn't know whether he was alive or dead, and he was afraid that if he was a little late, he might never see him again. It was only after 2 hours of being so distraught that the police temporarily deployed a formation master from the next city over. Formation masters were very rare amongst human society. Most of them needed to rely on inheritance, or a 1 in 10,000 chance of awakening the relevant ability, in order to continue. For example, if a formation master was approaching his end of life, he would be able to pass on this ability to his disciples or descendants before he died. It is well known that from the moment of birth, the talents that each person possesses are set in stone. In the future, both the martial artists of the Body Refining School and the Imperial Beast Masters of the Imperial Beast School were determined by their awakened talents. The likes of Qiu Yan allowing his talent to evolve, or formation masters to pass on this kind of inheritance, were after all only in the minority. As soon as that formation master got off the bus, he jogged over and quickly opened the toolbox he was carrying. He bit a carving knife into his mouth, then kept fiddling with some tiny instruments with both hands. He was there to measure the distance to carve the spell. After the measurements were taken, a carbon pencil was taken out and a rough draft was sketched on the ground, which seemed to be covered with intricate patterns and strange writing. Afterward, he took the carving knife and lay down on the ground to carve the spells along those tracks one by one. It was obviously hard concrete, but the carving knife cut into it as smoothly as if it were tofu. This also surprised Lin Yuqing, who was seeing it for the first time. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a muffled thud of boots in her ears. The sight turned, and it turned out to be Thunder sitting next to her. He lit a cigarette and spoke to himself. "Little girl, is that little brother named Qiu Yan being sucked in?" Seeing Lin Yuqing nod gently, he took a deep sip of his cigarette butt, and his thoughts returned to many years ago. One of my former teammates was like that. Again, they were sucked in by the newly created spatial rift. He was lucky though. He was still alive when the search and rescue team found him off-world, and only slightly injured. It's not like there aren't cases like this, so you don't have to worry too much. Qiu Yan will definitely be fine. Lin Yuqing turned her head to look at Lei Ting, doubts written all over her eyes. This older man seems to be very sad. Aren't his teammates still alive? As if he had read Lin Yuqing's doubts, Lei Ting spoke again after a pause. It's a pity. We didn't have enough manpower and strength at that time. Attacked by unknown spirit beasts in the other world, our entire team is at stake. It was he who sacrificed himself, stopping the spirit beasts alone and holding back for us. That's how we were able to come back. He let out a long breath. Don't worry, I won't let that tragedy happen again. After saying that, Thunder smiled to himself, and then stood up and patted his ass, leaving the place. Lin Yuqing looked at Lei Ting's back and similarly felt a sense of despondency, unconsciously clutching the corner of her coat. Qiu Yan, you must be safe. Chapter 66 Rescue Operation. Departure. Time passed in a flash, and the formation master breathed a long sigh of relief and put away his carving knife and tools to leave. Perhaps it is too much of a drain on the mind. An unsteady stand is about to fall towards the back. But fortunately the Dragon Scale squad members waiting on the side to go in ambushed him. He turned back to say thank you, before speaking somewhat weakly. Due to the haste of today's arrival and the lack of manpower, I'm the only one. I've stabilized the spatial rift for now, The formation will probably last for about 3 days. Remember, measure the flow rate of the otherworldly after you enter. 3 days is dragon time, or 72 hours. After the time, the formation will not be able to maintain channel stability. If the spatial flow in it is too fast, if you can't make it back, don't force your way into the passage. Remember. Thunder nodded, and with a wave of his hand, a layer of purple light immediately emerged from 2 of the team members. They were beast sentinels, and their physical qualities were naturally not as strong as those of martial artists, and this move was also to protect their safety. With that, the Dragon Scale Squad slowly stood in the center of the spell formation. The complicated spell formation began to flicker with light. Within a few breaths, a blinding glare blossomed, directly engulfing all 5 people in the center of the formation. Dragon Scale Squad? Rescue and exploration operation. Go! Thunder bellowed, and the figures of several people dissipated. Lin Yuqing looked at this side with a worried face, and the female police officer on the side pulled over her small hand at the right time. The warm hand wrapped around Lin Yuqing's cold little hand, also calming her mood a little. It wasn't the first time that the Dragon Scale Squad had rescued innocent people who had fallen into the spatial rift. Directly and lightly, he evenly released his spiritual energy and slowly drifted towards the front. I don't know how long it took, but a few people came to the otherworldly world with a blackout in front of their eyes. Thunder looked around. It's impossible to know where you are when there's no light penetrating the area. After all, being in an alien world, a female team member's heart clenched. Team. Captain, do you want me to light it? Slow down, Thunder said softly. Lighting in dark and unknown places can be dangerous. Spirit beasts that live in dark environments can be very sensitive to light. If we illuminate rashly, we're likely to be besieged. Thunder sniffed the air. The air here is dusty and filled with a musty smell. But it didn't smell like any spirit beast feces. This is good news for a few people. It was mostly safe here, and there didn't seem to be any spirit beasts living here. Several people didn't dare to directly illuminate this side of space, and only had to use the weak light of the detection instrument to probe around. Ah! There should have been only the sound of a few people's rustling footsteps in the middle of the silent space. But at that moment, a female team member couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise. This one caught everyone's attention straight away. What's wrong, Fuyao? Thunder was instantly alert. Team Captain, I think I touched someone. In the midst of the space, Fu Yao's panicked voice resounded. Don't be afraid, where are you? I'll lean over slowly. Captain, it can't be that we've traveled into an otherworldly terracotta warrior. I found it here too, and it seems to be covered in some kind of leather armor. At those words, Thunder cautiously felt his way towards a few people. About 5 minutes had passed since they came to the otherworld, and everyone's sight was gradually beginning to familiarize them with the darkness. It wasn't until he got within a meter closer that Thunder could barely see it. There was a man in black armor standing there. However, it seemed to be lifeless, and the team member next to it even took a hand and patted its body, but it made a thumping metallic sound. These things are weird. Suiyu, test how well this stuff reacts to light sources. Okay. Suiyu was the cold on the outside and hot on the inside iceberg beauty that Xiao Yan and the others had seen earlier on Suwon Street. At the moment, she turned on the flashlight while also using her spiritual energy to protect her entire body. But even with the strong light from the flashlight, the thing didn't move in the slightest, as if it was lifeless. That's odd. Is it really an otherworldly terracotta warrior? Suiyu, you find the exit first, then we'll explore around. Just wait for us over there, and we'll lean toward you then. Suiyu's own combat power was not strong, and her position within the team was similar to the role of a scout or a wise counselor. Light responded, holding up a flashlight and shining it around. Judging it to be safe, Lei then took out a few lamps and wrapped them in spiritual energy to place them around the area. At once, a few people got a full view of the place. This appears to be an abandoned mine. Many of the ores shimmered strangely in the light. The terracotta warriors they had just encountered were still as motionless as puppets, their bodies wrapped in armor with spikes, as if any part of their bodies could be used as a means of attack. There were 12 puppets in total, basically refined from the corpses of different races. However, there was actually a human among them. They stood there quietly like statues, and the Dragon Scale Squad all felt their anger rising. Is this a puppet of the Sky Puppet Clan? It looks like someone put it here. As the captain of the Dragon Scale Squad, Thunder had the authority to view some of the Dragon Kingdom's dossiers, so he recognized this kind of thing at a glance. He clearly remembered that this tactic of the heavenly puppet race was very cruel. It takes a lot of lives to fill in the refining process. Grass. I'll destroy it now. Since it's something from the 10,000 clans, it's better to destroy it than to come over and deal with us. A member of the team wearing glasses spoke out angrily. Several of the people present had been on the sacred beast battlefield and retired from it, knowing the ugly face of the 10,000 races. It is natural to abhor such evil things. But that team member tried several times and could not do any damage to it. Couldn't resist starting to build up a big move. All right, Song Han-yong, you stop first. We haven't found the exit yet. If it collapses, we'll all die here. Fu Yao spoke softly from the side. For something like this, although it was better destroyed, it didn't seem to be a threat to a few people without someone manipulating it. Come on everyone. I found the exit. Thunder nodded and retrieved a few lamps before erupting a powerful spiritual energy to erase the footprints and other traces of the few people who had come over. Several members of the team naturally knew that staying here was just getting in the way, and ran towards Sui Yu's direction together. The group followed the 7-turn mine path toward the top, and could clearly feel the elevation increase, and couldn't help but feel some anticipation. Every otherworldly realm would have its own special spirit beasts that existed, and might even be beneficial to the human race. Chapter 67 3 Parties Movements. Captain. This place seems to be sealed by some kind of formation. We can't get out. Sui Yu stopped at the door and shouted towards the back. Song Han-yong seemed to be lost in thought, and without breaking he hit the wall of air in front of him. He directly hit his eyes and retreated a few steps towards the back before stabilizing his stance. Holy! Why is there a formation here? We won't teleport to the 10,000 clans' lair. Thunder furrowed his brow in contemplation. Indeed, the rescue operation was fraught with suspicion. Descending into the secret realm on the blue planet had never encountered such an alien world with another civilization living in it. The formation had obviously been intentionally set up to protect the heavenly puppet race puppets below. It is worth mentioning that perhaps it is because of the different cultures of the two worlds. The Hare tribe calls these dead soldiers, that is, soldiers who have died. And the dragons felt it was clearly a puppet. You guys try to see if you can break this seal by brute force. Okay. Song Han-yong gathered all of his spiritual energy in the center of his fist and directly unleashed his talent. Shocking fist. Bang! Just as the fist made initial contact with the formation, there was a muffled sound like a knock on glass. Then, an invisible curtain of light appeared and rippled. But there was no sign that it was about to be broken open. It seems that this seal is not simple. Thunder sucked in his breath. Song Han-yang's frontal power play ability is also one of the best on the team, and is almost at the peak of the silver level as well. Don't look at Thunder as a 6 feet 9 inches strong man, but he's actually from battle law. If the cultivation levels were the same, Thunder would only be able to overwhelm Song Han-yong. Had to get on by myself. You guys back off a bit. I'll do it. Although my talent is not as strong as Han Yang's in terms of power, I have more killing power, so be careful of hurting you guys. Upon hearing this, the remaining 4 members of the team retreated to the back, and Sui Yu had even begun to condense a spiritual shield. A moment later, an ice-blue shield coalesced and took shape, blocking in front of several people. Thunder's talent was none other than the sacred skill Thunder, which could erupt with the power of thunder and lightning when he raised his hands and feet. The reason why the crowd was told to back away was because they were afraid that the scattered thunder would accidentally injure their teammates. Thunder-splitting seal. In an instant, a purple palm shadow suddenly erupted from behind Thunder's back, perfectly synchronized with Thunder's movements as he blatantly smashed into the barrier in front of him. Boom! Deafening explosions instantly filled the entire space, and violent air waves swept up dust and sand. The 4 members of the team also made an effort to shrink towards the back of the psychic shield. They covered their ears with death, their brains still buzzing. Some tiny thunderbolts scattered in all directions, and there was no doubt that just touching one would be enough to make one's body twitch and lose their battle power. The barrier shook violently for a moment, visible to the naked eye, and a hopeful radiance blossomed in the eyes of all 4 of them. On the other side of the city lord's mansion, Hoover raised his head violently, and a cold aura flashed furiously in his eyes. The sealing spell formation he had laid down was actually being forcibly broken open. Seek death. San cold killing intent suddenly erupted. The green bricks under his feet exploded, The whole person like a light blue lightning tore through the sky, straight to the mines. Qiu Yen followed Honey and the others to the stronghold. The peaceful scene around him made Qiu Yen wonder if he had gone to the wrong place. Often a sky rabbit woman or child would pass by and then call out toward Honey for a chief. Is this your living quarters? Qiu Yen asked somewhat tentatively. Huh. Honey looked back at Qiu Yen strangely. No. This is the headquarters of our revolutionary army. Black lines sprang up on Qiu Yan's forehead. This is too much child's play. You call this a revolutionary army? Let's call it a revolutionary village. Where are your fierce soldiers? Where's the roar of your warriors in training? Where are your trusty lieutenants? How can you see that there are some old and sick people in front of you, right? There is not even a young and strong labor force. As if he could tell what Qiu Yen had in mind, Honey had a mysterious smile on his face. The outside is just a layer of camouflage. Come with me and I'll show you. Qiu Yen followed Honey to a cave entrance. It was so well hidden that it would actually be completely undetectable if it weren't for the many obstacles that had been moved out of the way. Even Qiu Yen couldn't help but give Honey a thumbs up in his heart. Worthy of being the heavenly hair race. It really is cunning hair 3 holes on. Following Honey as he continued down, Qiu Yen realized that there were other places underground. The soldiers lined up in neat rows, waving the spears in their hands with neat movements, and the roar of the practicing soldiers echoed throughout. Qiu Yen then nodded with some satisfaction. When he first came here, he wanted to turn his head and leave. I thought Honey was just a pipe dreamer, but I didn't realize that in the shadows he had actually assembled such a force. Though the number of personnel on this side couldn't even compare to those guards in the city lord's mansion, let alone going up against Lord Hoover's army. But this made it look like something else, and at least it gave Qiu Yen some hope. Maybe when the support from the dragon side arrives, there might actually be a chance. After all, the victory of a war relied on high-end combat power, and the soldiers' main thing was to attack the city and weaken the enemy's defense force. Like the thousands of soldiers in front of them, all they had to do then was charge after Honey. Chief, you are back. How's the plan? A competent man dressed in linen walked out and spoke out respectfully to Honey, and then his eyes also looked at Qiu Yen with some curiosity. At this moment, Qiu Yen hid his entire body under a black robe in order not to cause panic. The texture of these black robes was quite comfortable, and Qiu Yen had taken 2 of them along with him during the last raid on the Heavenly Vault Church. So didn't this come in handy? Well, the plan went a little awry, but at least the plan worked. This way, very good, very good. Peace be with you. The man had a look of delight on his face. And this is new friends, it's okay. You guys keep training. Tough luck, Uncle Cohen. Honey looked at the man, a polite smile spreading across her face. This is the Uncle Butler of the Reyes family, and he is the one who watched Honey grow up and regards Honey as his own son. It's also the person that Honey trusts the most. Cohen began to secretly help Honey gather soldiers after knowing what was on his mind. By going in and out of the barracks by his own authority, he turned some aspirants who also wanted to overthrow Hoover's rule. Nowadays, the entire barracks are run by Cohen here. The entire barracks had roughly 5 silver-level experts, 13 bronze-level squad leaders, and countless other black iron-level generals. After strolling through the entire barracks, Qiu Yen did make some small suggestions, which also made Honey look at Qiu Yen even more favorably. Report. Lord Chief. Lord Hoover went back out again less than a quarter of an hour after he returned. This time, it seems to be going in a certain direction. A few people looked at each other. Hoover is supposed to have returned to the townhouse and sensed that Lily was no longer in the townhouse. And then there must be a vigorous manhunt all over town. It was a critical situation, but a few people were strutting out the west door. So there's absolutely no way to keep this one under wraps. There was a cold glint in Honey's eyes, and her knuckles tapped lightly on the tabletop. It seems that the battle should find a way to advance 2 days. Lily, take us to the mine and see what's going on with that formation first. After saying that, he quickly got up and took the lead towards the exit. Chapter 68, Descending Strike. Right after thunder blasted out a seal, the entire seal began to shake violently. Han Yang, Chai Fei, more power. The spiritual energy in Song Han Yang's hands bulged as he charged directly towards the shield. Chai Fei was the last member of Team Dragonscale who hadn't said anything until now. With a flash of light in the center of his hand, he spat out 2 words in a sparing manner. Move the mountain. A 3-meter-tall iron-armored geoduck appeared directly next to it, almost about to compress all of the remaining few people stations cleanly. The dragon's tail, as thick as an ancient tree, was raised high, with a giant bone hammer covered with spikes at the end, like a meteor hammer, directly toward the barrier in front of him. Stab! A sound. The transparent barrier shattered like glass. Breathing in the air of the outside world, a few people then felt a sense of renewed life. But just when everyone was relaxing, suddenly, a bellowing cry resounded through the sky. "Who the hell are you people?" Thunder squinted his eyes, only to see a long tail trailing in the distance like a meteor streaking by, as if someone was rushing this way. He wasn't vain, so he just clasped his arms and looked up at his visitor. The Sky Rabbit clan? Human. It wasn't until he got close to a few people that Hoover saw faces. Isn't this the same ING race that the 10,000 wants to invade? How did it get here? And, with a badass look, staring at himself, Hoover got a little weak at the knees. Could it be that you've run into a hard case? Oh, so it was you who set the seal here. Thunder spoke proudly, his eyes unapologetically looking Hoover up and down. Seeing that the visitor was a person of the 10,000 clans, the likes of himself did not have a good face. Hoover also looked a little strange at the way a few people were standing. But these few humans actually appeared inside the seal for some unknown reason. As usual, the seal was enough to withstand the full force of a platinum-level powerhouse. From the inside, it would take very little to break the seal. Damn it! Hoover's heart is dripping blood. This formation is his own offerings tens of thousands of young girls of the Heavenly Hair tribe, only in exchange for a master of the formation among the 10,000 tribes to take a shot. After all, the Sky Rabbit clan maidens were very popular on the side of most of the 10,000 clans, and the cute rabbit ears stole the show. I've heard that even the human race likes the maidens of their Sky Rabbit race. But you can't dry up the fishing. Although he, the Sky Rabbit clan, though he had nothing else, was able to give birth and grow fast. The point is that people want teenage girls. Young girls are given to others, who else is born. If he messes up like this, sooner or later, his Sky Rabbit clan will be extinguished. You won't be able to guard the Heavenly Puppet Order with this gold-level ability? Hand it over? Thunder had an impishly bad smile on his face. He had also heard about the qualifications of this Heavenly Rabbit clan, and the highest was gold 5 or 6. Although he, Thunder, wasn't strong, he was at least a gold 3rd order expert. The Celestial Rabbit clan was brittle and had poor stamina, so they just had to pull a random hit. How did you know about the Heavenly Puppet Order? And how did you discover those puppets? At this moment, although the Hoover was shaken with anger, he still had sense, and just looked at the cave from a distance, and did not dare to approach. The muscles in his body tensed up, intending to just bolt if the movement wasn't right, and if he wasn't floating in the air right now, his legs would almost be wobbling. Even if the seal was opened from the inside, these people in front of them were definitely gold-level combatants. He's a gold level on drugs. He mustn't be beaten up like a chick. None of your business. Bring the Heavenly Puppet Order. Grandpa will let you go back if he's in a good mood today. Song Hanyang couldn't hold it in, pushed the frame of his glasses on the bridge of his nose, and directly pointed at that Sky Rabbit clan uncle and screamed. The words were full of threats. Could it be that they weren't the ones who took the Heavenly Puppet Order? Hoover raised an eyebrow and looked away from the members on the Dragon Scale Squad's side, a wave of bitterness flooding his heart. Where exactly is this Heavenly Puppet Order? Asked for Lily, who said no. Looked for Jacques, who said no. The human in front of them had broken their own ceiling barrier, which was always what they took, right? As a result, he actually asked for the Heavenly Puppet Order. The heart is bitter. Sway Yu looked at the timer at the moment, and then at the instrument measuring time. He quietly approached Thunder's ear and whispered, "Captain, I've just looked at it. The time flow over here is quite a bit faster than Blue Star. Roughly 1.5 hours in the Dragon Kingdom equals 2 hours over here. 72 hours in the Dragon Kingdom is equal to 96 hours here. We have about 93 hours left. Why don't we hurry up and settle this for him, and talk about the Heavenly Puppet Order later? We still have to find Xiao Yen. It's such a big space. I don't even know where to look." Thunder nodded, feeling that Sway Yu had a point. "You go around the side to block his retreat." "I'll do it then." The very moment the words fell, Sway Yu fiercely scurried out. Straight away, he used his talent, Wind Blast Cold Ice. His body transformed into a shadow, and in a few breaths, he arrived behind Hoover, completely sealing off the way of retreat. What do you want?" Hoover's pupils suddenly shrunk. His feet drifted backward without any trace. and his spiritual power had already flowed secretly around him. No reason. Looking for you, asking for directions. Song Han-yong grinned, but the cold light in his eyes was bitter, and Thunder instantly rushed out, his violent spiritual energy stepping on the ground in bursts of cracks. That freaked Hoover out, twisted his head and walked away. Trying to run? Swayu snapped, and the frost spread instantly. Although she couldn't beat Hoover, she urged her entire body's spiritual energy and hardened a cold ice barrier on Hoover's retreating path. Immediately afterward, Thunder flung over a blistering bolt of electricity that hit Hoover directly in the back, knocking him to the ground. Bang! Hoover's entire body crashed and splattered in a tumble of dust. He quickly stood up, still trying to escape. Song Han-yong opportunistically bullied his way up, and a punch with terrifying might struck Hoover's cheek. Hoover's body directly flew backwards, hit a stone wall. Pooh bared, spit out a mouthful of blood. Seeing how raw several people were, Hoover could only beg for mercy. Ahem, spare your life. I am the Lord of the Sky Rabbit clan. I can give you whatever you want. Don't ever kill me. I have an old man and a young man. Hoover no longer had his previous arrogance and fell to the ground, unable to stop kneeling. No wonder it is not a problem for Hoover with such a cultivation level to act as an authority in this world. Who let him meet the hardened gang of Dragon Kingdom? Lords? That would be nice. Mumble, have you seen this man? Thunder pulled out his cell phone and took out Xiao-Yan's picture and placed it in front of Hoover. Hoover looked across the room and couldn't recognize the flowers even if he could see them. He'd like to see it. If I had seen it, I would have saved my own life today, wouldn't I? Hoover helplessly handed the cell phone back to Thunder, tears and snot streaming down his face as he choked a bit and opened his mouth. No, haven't seen it, but I can have my personal guards look for it. A couple of you do me a favor and just let me go. Thunder hooked his mouth as he watched Hoover look like a villain. Release you? That won't work, unless you give us the heavenly puppet order. Upon hearing this, Hoover seemed to think of something and looked even more uncomfortable, spitting another mouthful of old blood onto the ground. I just lost the heavenly puppet order, and when I saw you guys were breaking my seal, I thought a few of the adults took it. Oh no! It accidentally fell into the pockets of a few of the adults. A few lords surely can't look at such trinkets. Hoover wiped his mouth and looked at Thunder with a companionable smile. However, as long as we keep watch, we'll definitely be able to find the person who stole the heavenly puppet order. Chapter 69. This team is obviously overpowered but overly cautious. Oh? What do you mean by that? Thunder was instantly interested, and felt nothing but a pang of amusement as he looked at the cowering Hoover. Hoover rubbed his hands together with an eager smile piled on his face. Think about it. Since someone stole my heavenly puppet order, they must have come to activate the dead soldiers as well. At that time, how about I directly snatch that heavenly puppet order and offer it to a few lords? Well, you go ahead and get us someone. Thunder waved his hand and pulled out an instrument that looked like an iron ring locked around Hoover's neck. That's a big scare for Hoover. This? Great! Lord, what is this? Hoover's eyes widened and a few drops of cold sweat slid down his forehead, and Thunder spread his hands. Bomb! This contains enough explosives to separate your head from your body. If it is forcibly disassembled, it will explode. By the way, we can control the bomb and blow it up whenever we want. I hope you won't be ungrateful either and behave yourself and work for us. Or else boom! Thunder suddenly mimicked his voice, giving Hoover a direct shiver of fear. The idea was to stabilize the current few before making other plans. I didn't realize this group was so well thought out. Now it's good that your life is in someone else's hands. My lord, spare my life. I have an old man on top. Shut up. Stop and around. You do your job properly, and we might even let you off the hook. Any more bull and you're dead now. Fu Yao chirped from the side. There was some impatience with this oily-tongued Wan tribe. At that, Hoover was immediately silenced, his head lowered, and he was outright honest. Would a few of the lords like to come and sit in my mansion? There's no way to entertain a few of you in the middle of nowhere. When he finished speaking, he couldn't stop his eyes from glancing over to the side of a few people. Meh! Thunder sneered. This Heavenly Hair clan member was not sincere about entertaining himself, and definitely had a malicious intent. If everyone went to his territory, they might have to encounter some kind of danger. What if he has some ability to have more lives? Bomb restraints alone are still shaky. We'll be here today, waiting for the rabbits. Sway, you first find a way to scout the extent of the otherworld or something. We'll take the rest slowly. A rush of recklessness will only bury lives. In the midst of saving lives, we also need to ensure our own safety. Everything, it's better to be cautious. Everyone in Dragon Scale Squad nodded at the same time. Hoover had even more of a headache at the sight. He certainly has a backhand. But he's got all the backhanders in his own house. For so many years, he hadn't failed to supply the 10,000 clans with Heavenly Hair Clan maidens. I've got all my life-saving equipment in the city's main house. But if these few people dared to enter his city lord's mansion with their bare hands, a few lives would not be enough for him to kill. That is, why so cautious? Helplessly, Hoover took out a piece of craft paper and with a big wave of his hand wrote the missing person notice on it, and additionally attached Xiao Yan's photo. Only after Thunder and the others had looked at it and made sure nothing was missing did they roll up the vellum and inject a spiritual energy. That vellum directly turned into a stream of light towards the direction of Odin City. Well, take a break and eat something first. Without bothering with Hoover anymore, Thunder greeted everyone and sat down. The iron-armored earth dragon raised its dragon claw and flicked it towards the ground. A few rocky outcroppings rose up, hiding the figures of several people and blending in with their surroundings. In order to be stealthy enough, the Dragon Scale Squad didn't build a fire to cook. Instead, he took out the dry food he had with him and drank it down with the water. When they had eaten and drunk, they gathered around to discuss their plans. A light suddenly flew over the Odin City Lord's mansion, which was glowing with a golden light, and just slowly floated in front of the entrance. This is an oracle from his lordship? A few patrolling guards saw this scene and couldn't help but look at each other, hesitating to move. There's no way around it. It's like when your boss who is away on business suddenly calls you back to ask you to do something. It's never a good thing. The monthly salary is only 200 spirit stones. So what's the point of playing with your life? Looking at each other, they nodded heartily. Whistling, he went back to his patrol like a nobody's business. A few more groups of guards came up behind them, all of them tacitly turning their heads as if they hadn't seen the oracle. Selective blindness, this is. So the glow floated half a point in the doorway. Or a new rashman forced it open despite the squad leader's signals. The Lord has issued a search warrant. And a portrait. Reward 10,000 spirit stones for providing clues. Before that rashman could finish reading, the oracle was snatched up by his own squad leader. A look of disbelief then blossomed in his eyes as well. This. Humans? Humans are coming? The other patrol squads that heard the commotion were instantly nonplussed and ran over to see the oracle. Roll on. Your team just passed by a couple times without looking. And now you're running over here. See how it goes. What the hell? You want to do it, don't you? I'm afraid of you? Come. Remove the armor. Let's give you a taste of Grandpa's power. The two patrols of people in the blink of an eye twisted together. And even hair gripping, pinching thigh roots, monkey stealing peaches, black tiger pulling out the heart and other vicious and detrimental moves all greeted up. Gradually, more and more guards gathered around, and the scene was a mess. Everyone wanted to come and see what the looted oracle was. The result was an inexplicable punch in the face, which led to a big mix-up that was out of control. Stop it, all of you. A violent howl exploded like thunder, which also caused the crowd to stop. Chief Reyes. This time all of them were honest, and one by one they stood in a square formation of their own accord with their noses in the air. The Lord's absence makes a whole mess of things. What oracle? Bring it to me. Just outside the door, an old man of about 1.7 meters in height stood there. Through the blue silk robes, one could see all of its bulging muscles. This is Honey's adoptive father, the biological father of both Nina's sisters, Chief Reyes. A small captain of the guards respectfully stepped out to hand over the oracle. Everyone looked at the gradually widening eyeballs of Chief Reese, and their hearts simply went wild with pleasure. Everyone had that, I knew you'd do the same look on their faces. Ahem. Well, hurry up and post the notice. Move fast. Reese also got a bit in his face and coughed dryly, wringing his hands. Albert walked on, all thoughts at the moment. That human had broken his appointment. If he hadn't come back tomorrow to give his sister the antidote, wouldn't she die from the poison? Obviously. My sister had just contracted a gold-level spirit beast and had a bright future ahead of her. But it's all the fault of that demonic human. He will personally ruin the life of a sweet little girl. At this moment, he was even more like a puppet than the puppets of the Heavenly Puppet Clan. When suddenly, a couple of passersby ran by and ran right into his shoulder. It just knocked him to the ground in one fell swoop. No one cares about him, they just keep chanting under their breath. Humans. Lord Hoover has posted a notice. Just provide news of that human, and you'll be rewarded with 10,000 spirit stones. Human? Sprawled on the ground. Robert had forgotten the fishy odor of horse manure mixed with dirt on the ground. Attention was all over the conversation a few people had just had. Isn't that human? He's seen them before. Huge sums of money are available just for providing information. With the money, the best physicians could be brought in to save my sister. At that thought, Robert climbed to his feet and, with determination in his eyes, ran along with the crowd. Chapter 70: A Sudden Attack. At the moment, Robert looked very excited. Even though he was covered in some dirt, he saw the notice from a distance. That portrait was practically identical to the demonic human he had encountered. No way, I'll have to get closer for a closer look. Robert pushed right in toward the middle of the crowd. As the saying goes, mop stick to Lu Bu is alive. A vacuum circle formed directly around a smelly Robert. But anyone who was approached by him, even if they were curious about the notices, had to cover their noses and avoid them with great alarm. Robert was finally at the front of the notice as he had hoped. Seeing the face, he couldn't help but reach out and touch the portrait, and a dark fingerprint pressed against the white notice board. Hey, you kid! Just look, don't make a move. How else are people going to see it if you touch it now? I seem to recognize it. I blame you. Obviously, I remembered it after a careful recall. Such a move drew protests from the crowd, which counted the dirty young beggar on their lips. Robert's mind emptied. He couldn't hear the sounds around him at this point. All he could think about was his prize and his sister. He jumped up, reached out with his lightning-fast hand to reveal the notice, and holding it in his arms, he laughed gaga gaga gaga, and ran towards the city lord's mansion. Qiu Yen and a few others were dressed in black robes and followed Lily to the front of the mine. Although it was said that there were occasional attacks by spirit beasts on the road, they were all still cleaned up by a few people. So it was quite a peaceful journey to reach the entrance of the mine, but Qiu Yen somehow always felt a bit disturbed. That feeling of being watched was always there. After looking around, there was nothing unusual around them. Although his heart felt a bit odd, he did not utter a word to open his mouth to stop the crowd. Seeing that she had reached her destination, Nia headed straight for the inside of the cave. Caution! The doorway has a seal. Before Lily could finish her sentence, Nia had gone down inside the hole. Isn't there a seal here? Lily's entire body froze, her little brain buzzing. What a situation this is. What a big seal. A long time ago, when Old Man Hoover handed over the heavenly puppet order to himself, he had brought himself over to recognize the way. And like Nia herself at the time, she went straight in towards it. As a result, it was like being directly blocked by something like a transparent glass cover at that time. Just then, Nia stuck her head out like a groundhog again and looked somewhat suspiciously at Lily, who was frozen on the sidelines. Lily, what are you waiting for? Lead the way. It's just so dark and black down here that it all feels a little creepy. Didn't you say there were dead soldiers? I don't know if I'll be attacked if I go down there rashly. Oh, coming. Lily then looked back and took the lead. Only then did the remaining few people, including Qiu Yen, slowly follow. But just before going down, Qiu Yen purposely paused at the doorway, still glancing behind him with ulterior motives. A kilometer away, halfway up the mountainside, Qiu Yan's several people's movements had been. A few lords. The rabbit is coming. Them. The heavenly puppet order is definitely in their hands. They're definitely the ones who stole the heavenly puppet order. Hoover also looked a little agitated at this point, and said in a trembling voice, pointing his finger at the mouth of the cave. It was these little brats that caused him to be captured by this group of humans now. It was no wonder he was so excited. Thunder saw a few figures and nodded thoughtfully as well. The men were wrapped in black robes, sneaky, and didn't look like good people at all. What's more, he saw 3 of them were wearing the cloaks of those Sky Dome church congregations that were in Suwon Street. That's suspicious. Their cloaks were made of unique materials and craftsmanship, and Rokokoku had thought to try and replicate them, but had failed without exception. And in such a civilized and backward otherworldly world, it simply does not produce such things. So there's definitely something wrong with these guys. Hoover, I'm going to unlock the restraints on you now, so go and see what's going on. Thunder gestured toward the hole like he was making his men. Even with all the reluctance in his heart, Hoover realized that he was now the fish on the board. Sighing slightly, he could only put on a look of gratitude and kept smiling at Thunder. Thunder paused, then continued, "If you can, bring back the heavenly puppet order to me. When we find Qiu Yen, maybe the mood will set you free." Don't worry, my lord. Although my battle power is not as good as a few of your lordships, I'm still more than capable of dealing with a few small thieves." There was a flash of viciousness in Hoover's eyes. Tracing back to the root of the matter, the key to landing himself in this situation was that heavenly puppet order. Since these people dared to steal from themselves, I'm sorry. With a leap, his entire body flew towards the entrance of the cave. Thunder arched his elbow over Song Han Yang, who was listening to music with headphones on next to him. "What is it, boss?" Song Han Yang looked at his own captain and took off his headphones with a bewildered expression. Thunder ignored him, and his gaze fell to Sui Yu, who was observing the data on the side. "Sui Yu, come with me and follow me over to take a look. There are still 12 puppets in the cave. Once activated, I'm afraid this Hoover is no match. Little Song, you stay here and protect Chai Fei and Fu Yao. Let's go take a look. After all, we still have to find Qiu Yen, and Hoover still has a use for him." As soon as the words fell, Thunder and Sui Yu's bodies erupted with auras belonging to each of them, turning into a stream of light to enter the cave entrance once again. "It's so dark in here, brother Honey." Lily took a few quick steps forward and threw her arms around Honey in a pathetic hug. But when he felt the warm and soft breath coming from his arm, Honey could only smile awkwardly and consider it a sacrifice made for the revolution. Seeing this, Nia behind her skimmed her lips and made a face towards Lily's back. Slightly. Seeing her little sister being so mischievous, Nina also smiled gently and reached out her green fingers to rub Nia's head. Qiu Yen followed behind, constantly probing around. These guys were big-hearted, and actually so lax in the face of the unknown. What if a spirit animal comes out of nowhere and blows up the tank? However, as he walked down the passage, Qiu Yen discovered a few things that didn't make sense. For example, some of the stones of various shapes and sizes all broke off for no apparent reason. And judging from the marks, it seems to have been broken just recently. That proved that someone had definitely been here, and there was a good chance that a big battle had taken place here. Combine that with what Lily had said earlier, that the seal on the doorway had been lifted. So there's a good chance there will be an ambush ahead. Perhaps they had been targeted by a group of people since before they came in. Bang! Qiu Yan's eyes flashed as a shadow appeared in front of him. Almost subconsciously, he veered to the side and directly dodged the attack. Someone's coming. Without waiting for Qiu Yen to react, that shadow attacked with another whip kick like a ghost. Cinder. Chapter 71. Kill her? No, no, no. You wouldn't dare. The cinder block instantly appeared in front of Qiu Yan's body. The black bodily fluids all over his body slowly wriggled, and without warning, a few tentacles sprang out and zipped towards the figure in front of him. Seeing this, the silhouette had no choice but to change his stance midway, dodging the thrust. The 4 people in front of them also discovered the strange situation, but several people lighting our lit kerosene lamps. Dim light in the middle of the 2 groups of shadows were seen entangled together. There's no way to know what's going on. What a guy! Nina got goosebumps and yelled out behind her. But the only thing that answered her was the sound of the rock wall shattering behind her. Qiu Yen, of course, had no time to answer. At the moment, he was dodging the silhouette's attacks in a very sorry state. That silhouette was strange to say the least. Looking at his aura, it was stronger than everyone Qiu Yen had ever encountered. I guess the only one who can compete with that is Captain Thunder, who can do it. Perhaps it was because he was in the mine. Qiu Yen could clearly feel that the figure seemed to be collecting his force, in order not to cause the mine to collapse. Roar! The flame fire Qilin reappeared, the flames on its body burning even more fiercely at Qiu Yan's gesture. Straight away, it illuminated this section of the passage, and likewise illuminated the face of the visitor. Father! Lily's little face had disbelief written all over it. Hoover was also confused at this moment. His movement stalled, and he actually forgot that he was engaging that Imperial Beast Master at this moment. Bang! In one swift motion, Cinderella's tentacle went through Hoover's shoulder. Blood was spilling, and that cleared Hoover's head a bit. How did his own precious daughter get mixed up with the gang that stole the heavenly puppet order? Still wearing the same attire, it doesn't even look like it's being coerced or threatened. He dispersed the fireball spat out by the flame Chilin with a punch, and then he retreated towards the back in a hurry, pulling away. Lily, what are you doing? Is it possible to be compelled by these people? Get back here. The voice seemed to carry magical powers, and Lily's entire body froze in place. Horny was secretly in a bad way. After all, I only thought of stepping here today, but I didn't expect to get in here by mistake. Moreover, that call of Hoover's, with some of the same spiritual power overpowering it, seemed to rouse Lily directly from her own mental shock. While Horn is extremely talented, he is in no position to arm wrestle Hoover, at least for now. Huh? What the hell? Father, where am I? Lily clutched her head in pain and slowly crouched down. She was experiencing 2 mental shocks in one day. The feeling was not pleasant, just like a group of ants gnawing on flesh and blood in the middle of the head, itchy and painful. But the key was that it could not be scratched. Lily fell to the ground at once, hissing over and over. You scum! How dare you compel my Hoover's daughter? Die for me! Hoover's eyes were crimson. The spiritual energy on his body bulged, no longer caring if it would cause the cave-in of the mine or not. His body's aura climbed upward, and he directly, simply and roughly, released a spiritual impact with the widest range. In just the blink of an eye, the middle of this mine began to tremble violently. But Hoover looked calm and collected, with a sinister sneer on his face. What was wanted was to kill these scumbags in front of him in direct seconds. So what if the mine collapsed? I don't believe that he, Hoover, can't protect his daughter. His aura was like a ripple on the surface of the water, slowly spreading out, and wherever the ripples of his aura passed, the rocks shattered with a bang. Ow! The flame Chilin blocked in front of Chiu Yen at this moment, directly making a sea of burning flames to counter Hoover's spiritual impact. But even when the sea of burning flames and fire washed away some of the aura, remaining residual waves impacted on Chiu Yen's body, the power was still considerable. He and the flamefire Chilin were simultaneously lifted off by this attack. Like a kite with broken strings, bang! The sound of the impact on the side of the rock wall above immediately shocked his internal organs shifted. Chiu Yan's head tilted and he spat out a mouthful of reddish blood. He collapsed to the ground, trying to take a big breath, but every time he breathed, it tugged at his internal organs, bringing sharp pains that were enough to make him faint. Surprisingly, he lost the ability to stand up. The blow he received could be described as a heavy hammer blow on fragile flesh in general. After all, this was a gold-level martial artist fighting without reservation. Chiu Yen, on the other hand, was only at the Black Iron 5th stage, so just the spreading aftershocks nearly killed Chiu Yen in direct seconds. The rest of the few people were all shocked by this spiritual impact and their faces turned white. Although Nia was also of the same Black Iron ranked cultivation, but with the silver ranked honey protecting her, the situation was much better than Chiu Yen. Humph! I'll kill the rest of the few people first, then I'll come back to clean you up. Hoover had a cruel smile on his face. Even just now, he was nodding his head as a junior in front of the Dragon Scale Squad. But this world is meant to be a place where the strongest are honored. The strong just have to humiliate the weak so badly. Don't move! Honey fished out a sharp dagger and put it to Lily's neck, just staring straight at Hoover. Come any closer and I'll kill your daughter. Stop! Did you not hear me when I told you to stop? Hoover, for his part, laughed contemptuously, and his step forward was not in the least abated. So what if I hear you? Do you think you can threaten me with Lily's life? Lily is your only hope of staying alive. Kill her? No, 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 you wouldn't dare. Hoover paused, the killing intent in his eyes spreading, looking at the several people no different than looking at a dead person. If she dies, you all die. And she's the only one alive who can make me throw in the towel. Isn't she? The hand that Horn held the dagger in shook gently twice, feeling the pressure before he even exchanged blows with Hoover. The back was already drenched in cold sweat. Although it was not true that he was the leader of the Revolutionary Army, he was young and not experienced enough. It's hard to deal with Hoover's higher power like pressure. So, the knot in Honey's throat rolled and she swallowed hard. He just didn't realize it himself. His breathing became more rapid as his heartbeat quickened, and even the sound of his voice began to become a little shaky. You, aren't you afraid I'll really kill her? We're outlaws now. Let's just say that Hoover still underestimates Horn's awareness. Honey let out a loud laugh for no reason, and with a heartbeat, he steeped his hands. Hoover's pupils plummeted. Unexpectedly, by himself so excited, directly in front of a few people hard to force into outlaws. Ah! Boom! I don't know if it was the previous spiritual impact that had injured the fundamentals of the mine, but at this time, the figures of the few people in the mine began to become shaky. Honi had an unsteady weight, but the dagger in her hand was an accident that didn't cut Lily's throat. Only a thin layer of skin was scratched. Boom! The ground shook like crazy, steeply caving in at Honey's place. A few people instantly felt a sense of weightlessness and plummeted towards the bottom. No! Lily! Hoover tried to go after him, but was directly hit in the shoulder by a falling boulder. The wound was once again traumatized, which also caused Hoover's figure to lurch and his forward speed to plummet. It was in this flash of lightning that he lost the only good opportunity to rescue his daughter. Chapter 72: The Fall. The mine was constantly collapsing, and rocks would constantly fall down. Hissa! Qiu Yan used his elbows to support his body and slowly moved towards the side under the rock wall. It was clearly just a short distance of 2 steps, but at the moment it seemed extremely far away. Qiu Yan's purpose was simple. Since it collapsed naturally, the closer to the wall, the safer it was. It took a lot of effort for him to mayfly to the bottom of the rock wall. Strongly enduring the severe pain in his internal organs, he took out 2 painkillers from within his royal beast space and swallowed them, waiting for the medicine to take effect, which made him feel better. He then leaned back against the wall and curled up, trying to get as comfortable as possible. It's not too late to wait for the collapse to end before you run. The flame Qilin had long since been put into his imperial beast space. Because it blocked in front of Qiu Yan, it also took most of the impact instead of Qiu Yan, and was almost about to perish on the spot. One could only say that Qiu Yan's luck was very good, and this blow didn't injure the flame Qilin's beast core. Although it was heavily injured, it would slowly recover from its injuries as long as it stayed in the imperial beast space. As for the principle behind it or something, Qiu Yan didn't know. However, there was a feeling of inseparability between the imperial beast space and the imperial beast master, like it was a part of the imperial beast master himself. Signing a contract with a spirit beast before placing it into the imperial beast space had the effect of slowly nourishing and healing it. At this moment, the purple moon was perched in front of Qiu Yan, blocking the falling rocks for him. It spat out its letters, and many pieces of its scale armor shattered, crimson blood dripping quickly down the gaps between its scales. That's not good. The scale of this collapse is really big. It seemed that it was definitely not possible to rely on Purple Moon alone. If the one staying here was Lin Yuqing's high attack and high defense Granite Rock Tiger, it would have been able to block it. A hint of self-deprecation flashed through Qiu Yan's heart. One does have a bit of a connection with the underground. When the flame unicorn was first picked up in the basement of the Anexine Villa area, it was almost taken out by that monster underneath Suwon Street, and now in the other world there was an underground mine collapse. Qiu Yan's heart immediately put away the color of jokes and became serious. If this place continues to cave in, he won't really have to buy a coffin. Directly buried alive, funeral one stop, even the aftermath does not need to be arranged. Seeing that Ziyu was on the verge of not being able to hold on, Qiu Yan only had to carry out a relatively more risky option. Cinder. Attack this ground beneath me. Though most of Cinderblock's bodily fluids were inactivated by Hoover's beating. However, its own body fluids could be secreted as long as it ate, and it also took the time to feed 2 pieces of spirit beast meat this to recover back. The cinder block that received the command directly shot out its tentacles and made a humongous jerk directly towards the ground. The shock made Qiu Yan's buttocks go a little numb. This mine was full of holes in all directions, and there was only a thin rock separating the 2 levels. The effect was immediate, and the ground beneath him cracked open in bursts. Bang! The ground could no longer hold on to Qiu Yan's weight and broke with a loud bang. As Qiu Yan's entire body fell towards the bottom, his hand flashed with light and he brought back the purple moon. And Cinderblock adjusted the direction of his tentacles and jabbed hard at the rock wall. The entire body instantly jumped onto Qiu Yan's body. It controlled the bodily fluids and wrapped Qiu Yan's entire body all over like it used to hunt. The approximate height was just a dozen meters, so even Qiu Yan under normal circumstances couldn't fall to his death if he jumped. Although he was now injured, he mainly had those body fluids from Cinderblock. About to make contact with the opposite side, the Cinderblock body extended its tentacles again, directly canceling out a portion of the gravitational acceleration. Let's just say Coal Balls is shady as hell. The new ability gained after the monster that Mizuhara Street devoured last time was nothing short of offensive and defensive. However, because it was separated from Honey and the others by something like 50 meters away, it caused Qiu Yan to fall within a strange space alone. The space here was quite wide, and even if the occasional debris fell, most of them couldn't do much damage to Chiu Yen. On the other hand, things are slightly better here in Horn. Although it happened all of a sudden, the silver-level cultivation was not a cover, and surprisingly, he tapped his toes on the falling rocks on the way down, and picked up all of Nia. The four of them slowly reached the ground while hiding in the shield that Honey had woven with her psychic power. At a rough estimate, a few people were probably a good 40 or 50 meters from where they were before the collapse. Horny also chopped his foot in a fussing manner. Based on the feel of his feet, it seemed like it should be solid underneath, which was a relief. He looked up and surveyed this area of space, and also felt a surge of amazement. It's amazing that such a huge space exists in this mine. Now that everyone had actually fallen within such a deep space, how to get back was really a big problem. What to do, Brother Honey? That human can't be dead. Nia was a little worried. After all, there was absolutely no way to fight Hoover with just their revolutionary army on their own. The power of the human race was essential. Hoover had been the lord of the Sky Rabbit clan for so long, and possessed countless heavenly materials and other weapon spells. Not to mention the fact that none of the soldiers under him were strong. Honey gestured to the black robe Nia was wearing. Hold your horses, sister. That human is not simple. Don't worry about it. Look, that robe he gave you, it's not worn at all. Even the dust that gets on it just blows off with a little bit of blowing. It's certainly not ordinary. He who waves his hand is this kind of good stuff definitely has his own life-preserving cards. Nia also noticed the black robe she was wearing at that moment. Originally, she had black robes of her own. But somehow in a brain fart, it suddenly struck me that the robes were quite nice, like the silks in the middle of the city lord's mansion. The ghost licked his face and asked Chiu Yen for 2 pieces, one for himself and one for his sister. I think it's better to worry about ourselves than Chiu Yen. Honey looked at Lily, who kept her head down, and some bad feeling rose in her heart. Seems to be sane. And her body was shaking gradually, as if restraining something. His mental shock had one very big drawback. That is, once the opponent gets out of the controlled state, this attack will lose its effect on him afterwards. How dare you? How dare you control me for betraying my father? Lily's eyes were full of anger, and an extremely terrifying aura emanated from her body. That's pretty self-explanatory, too. Lily is arrogant by nature, and as Hoover's only daughter, she could never accept that she is controlled by others, and still betraying the father he respected the most. Prepare yourselves to face my wrath. Lily's voice gradually turned cold, and then her entire body's spiritual energy burst out, and with just a single step towards the ground was shaken, and spiderweb-like fine lines sprang up on the ground. Her cultivation level was revealed at the moment. Silver Second Stage. Chapter 73 Demon Spider. You're also a Silver Second rank, right? Come and fight. Lily stood proudly, looking disdainfully at the other 3. As the daughter of a lord, although her qualifications were not as good as Honey's, she could be said to have as many resources as she wanted since she was a child. In the midst of such a world is likewise the flourishing of martial arts. However, anyone who could be in a position to practice martial arts would basically not choose the imperial beasts. After all, spirit beasts are as fragile as their powerful bodies, and they can only be safer if they are strong themselves. Honey was in trouble at this point. If you win the fight, that's fine. If you don't, neither your sister nor your sister will be able to protect you. Also, Honey was greatly depleted because of that psychic blast from Hoover just now. Hoover could be seen deliberately avoiding Lily when he unleashed his psychic blast at that time. Lily was at full strength now. Horn et al. Have less than a 30% chance of winning now. I don't want to fight you. He spoke softly, hoping to stabilize Lily for a bit longer before stalling. It gave him a chance to catch his breath and recover from the physical exertion. Lily, however, was very unforgiving, and with a chortle she charged towards Honey. Hurry up. I'll fend them off for a while. Honey took out his weapons, a shield and a greatsword. With a whistling wind sound, it slashed directly towards Lily. In just an instant, light flashed in Lily's hand, and a western sword was held in her hand, straddling her body. Bang! The 2 weapons clashed with a deafening crunch. Nina's spiritual energy revolved around her body, transforming into a transparent shield that enveloped herself and her sister. Then, pulling Nia in a panic, she ran towards the darkness in the distance. In a few short breaths, a bead of sweat stayed on Honey's neck. The Lily in front of him was like a monster, and the storm-like attacks hit him so hard that he couldn't catch his breath. Useless. It's useless. It's just a futile struggle. Be a good boy and die. Lily's moves became more and more ferocious, each jabbing slash carrying an appalling power. Ding ding. Dang dang. Dang. Lily seized Horny's opening and picked the small shield straight out of the air. Hony watched in amazement as the sharp tip of the sword stopped in front of his throat. Humph. Rubbish. How dare you control me and humiliate me? Then die. Lily was just about to end Honey's life when a bad feeling began to well up in her heart. Sasha. Sasha. A pattering sound inexplicably resounded throughout the space. The voice was hair-raising to hear, and Corey turned back to look around in the darkness. The two men's spiritual light could only illuminate a small area around themselves. The horror is always the unknown. Dang! Taking advantage of the moment Lily turned around and was distracted, Honey swung her greatsword and similarly sent the western sword flying. The weapon came off and shook Lily right into the tiger's mouth. She looked stunned for a moment, not seeming to believe that the man in front of her was actually struggling unwillingly. Sasha! Sasha! That eerie sound was getting closer and closer, and the two were no longer in the mood to fight. Simultaneously jumping back a bit, the two of them pulled apart in an instant. Hony took out a huge bead and maneuvered it with his psychic powers up into the air. The beads, roughly the size of a pair of fists, blossomed with a dazzling light under the infusion of spiritual energy, and the entire scene in the mine was visible. So many demon spiders. Simply uncountable. Honey also looked dumbfounded at the dense mass of tiny spiders stretching out like a stream. At once, goosebumps rose. Looking around, Lily also had a stony look on her face. These were the offspring produced by the gold-level bloodline spirit beast, the demon spider. Demon spiders are creatures that usually like to hide in dark underground caves to hibernate, and basically won't appear in the outside world to harm humans. But this situation may be a little different today. It was definitely the sound of the two fighting that had disturbed these demonic spiders. The juvenile form of the spider is small though, probably the size of a newborn baby. However, its spider feet are incredibly sharp and can cut through the surface of the skin with a light touch. And while the spider silk was sharp and resilient, it also contained a poison that was deadly. If one walks a little faster, one can cut his skin with this spider silk and die of poisoning. It used to be common for a miner to go down a mine and get his skin cut, and sometimes with a bit of bad luck, it would cut right through that person's head. And a spirit beast like the demon spider was able to grow to a maximum of over 3 meters tall, although there were no traces of adult spirit beasts found here. But with so many cubs here, Honey had no doubt that somewhere in the shadows, the demonic female spider was watching them. Let's call a truce. If we keep fighting like this, both of us will die. Those demon spiders have just awakened, and their desire to attack isn't very strong yet. Just be careful. There's no drastic noises or movements that will attack us for a while. Honey spoke softly, a hint of fear and compromise in her voice. He could die, but he wanted his death to be worthwhile. If he were to die in the middle of the mine like this for no apparent reason, he would never be able to accept it. At this point, Lily was also thinking. For the same reason as Honey, she really didn't want to be buried here either. Is there any way you can escape? Her voice was icy cold and no emotion could be heard. Honey sighed. There was a way he could do it, but he was afraid of stepping on Lily's thunderbolt. Hesitating, he spoke slowly. I once read it on top of an ancient book. Demon spiders that live underground all year round have almost no natural enemies. But only the blood of virgins is greatly feared. Because demonic spiders are very foul creatures who fear such holy things. When he finished, Honey's eyes still dodged over to Lily. Are you still a virgin? Lily was almost about to explode, trembling and trying desperately to control herself from decapitating Honey outright. How humiliating this is. Such shameful words. That scum in front of him could actually say them without changing his face. She's Lord Hoover's daughter, and the princess of the entire kingdom of Yayas. It's so offensive. I am. Thank you for showing me the way. However, since you heard what you shouldn't have, you definitely won't be able to walk out of this mine today. Lily smiled coldly, a murderous look on her face. Hony, however, was a little bit embarrassed and bit the dead skin on her lips. That method is in addition to virgin blood. Still need child's urine. What? Lily nearly went berserk, her psychic energy bursting forth and attracting a demonic spider hatchling straight away. As she watched the demonic spider cub crawl towards her, Lily took a deep breath and pinched the base of her thighs hard to force herself to calm down. So, are you? Chapter 74, a guilt that won't go away. Actually, I am. Honey's face was as red as a boiled crab. Likewise, Lily showed a strange look on her face. Is it surprising that this man hasn't experienced it either? The celestial rabbits, for reasons of their own, have primal urges towards the opposite sex every spring and fall. And that restlessness in the body of every Sky Rabbit clan member is unavoidable when they come of age. If you force that urge down, you will be tormented by desire all day long. It was a very bad feeling Lily had experienced. Every day when the attack occurs, the body tingles like pins and needles, and several times Lily almost couldn't control herself and almost had to take action against her own family's subordinates. However, every time there was a critical moment, it would be suppressed by Hoover using a secret method. Because Lily practiced a unique dharma while mentally cleansing herself. Either both parties are holy people in order to have intercourse, otherwise it is never allowed. Otherwise, the entire body's spiritual energy and foundation would all be destroyed. However, the horny in front of him was actually, it's not like he has to practice that technique, so why is it still? It's almost as rare as picking up a gold gem on the highway. It also made Lily think highly of Honey. No. So how do you suppress that urge on spring and fall days or any other time? Does that mean that you are not working there? Surprisingly, she felt a twinge of curiosity about Honey in front of her. Air. Honey sighed as she held her forehead helplessly. Expect Lily to be unconvinced. Not no. What's the harm in a few small sacrifices for the sake of a far-reaching ambition? To show lust who is the master of this body. Only when I overcome my desires will my realization seem to shine more brightly. Lily looked at Honey with some contempt. Raising way is raising way, to put it so nobly. If only this thing called desire could be restrained by realization. Then were all those heavenly treasures that his father spent every year for himself a joke? Since he was a Sky Rabbit clan member, it was absolutely impossible to control this desire. Lily had really guessed wrong on that one, and she had really underestimated Honey's awareness. Every time the desire strikes, Honey locks herself in a secret room. Even if he was burning all over and wailing in pain in the middle of the chamber, he would definitely not take half a step back. When necessary, a heavy blow will be given to himself to forcibly prevent him from degenerating into a beast of desire. This, then, is his realization. Well, you can forget about that for now. Let's get through the immediate crisis first. After saying that, Honey took out a water basin from within his storage space and placed it on the ground, and directly began to undo the waistband of his pants. What are you doing? Lily, blushing, couldn't help but frown as she watched Honey's movements and asked in a low voice. Honey skimmed her. What for? Getting child's urine. You wait. Me first. Just in case a drop of her own blood would splash the liquid in it on her. Lily took a half step forward and crouched down. From within his storage space, he directly took out a short blade. As soon as Lily exerted her strength, the short knife that flashed with a cold aura cut through her snow-white skin, shedding a few drops of reddish blood. The faint odor of blood filled the space. It could be seen that the demon spiders around them had indeed slowed down in their actions. Lily looked pleased and controlled her short blade to cut a little deeper. The bleeding became greater and had gathered into a stream. Seeing this, a wave of admiration grew for Lily from Honey on the side. Very few people self-harm and don't change their face. Lily was the first one he'd ever met. Seen enough? Your turn. Lily pulled the short blade out of her little arm, and thanks to the martial artist, the bleeding stopped quickly. As she watched Honey about to pull her pants down, Lily squeezed her eyes shut while one hand deadened them. You on your back. Hear that? Too long without a response. Lily tentatively squinted her eyes to look around. Instead, he found Honey holding a clean cloth and furtively trying to bandage his wounds. It also made Lily blush a little better. That's more like it. It seems that this man in front of me is not as bad as he thought at first. Honey wrapped it carefully, winding it up in gentle circles. The surrounding demon spiders had already surrounded the two. They seemed to be extremely wary of virgin blood, and within 2 meters of where the two stood, no demon spider pup dared to cross the line. The bandage was finished and it was Horny's turn. Though Lily covered her eyes tightly, the sound of dripping water was always going to get her ruminating. The desire that had been restrained for a long time stirred up again in his heart for a while. Lily's pretty face was flushed red, and she could visibly feel her body temperature rising rapidly. But at the same time, she felt contempt for the kind of thoughts that had arisen in her mind. It was clearly the Revolutionary Army led by the man in front of him that caused him to be scolded and chastised by his father. I didn't realize I was actually thinking about such vile people. Simply deserve to die. That idea? Yes. Lily's thoughts were quickly associated with action, and then that desire at the back of her mind seemed even stronger. Even she didn't realize that her breathing had become a little more ragged. Okay. Honeysuckle lifted his pants and turned around, only to be met by the sight of a nearer man. What beautiful eyes those are. Gentle as spring water, glistening with lust. For a moment, Honey couldn't hold it in any longer. He mumbled the Revolutionary Army slogan in his mind. Frantically trying to suppress his emotions, guilt flooded his body. No way. It's amazing to think that kind of thought. It was Hoover's daughter. That's the daughter of an enemy of their Revolutionary Army. He tried to push away the petite body that was pressed up against him, but he was answered with a wet kiss. It was a wonderful feeling, like a switch had been flipped somehow. The next scene can be described as upside down, not knowing what heaven and earth are like. It was only when both parties had calmed down that they sat down across the basin of water. All of them were both afraid to look at each other. It was a moment of headlong rush and actually made a big mistake. What's more, there were tens of thousands of demon spiders around. Surprisingly, they just twinkled their dark, glowing eyes and stared at the two until now. At once, the look of shame and indignation on Lily's face intensified. The feeling is high, but it's also very addictive. Ugh! Crushing. After all, the two were now in different camps and in different positions. After a long silence, Honey finally spoke. Sorry. Can you forget all about what just happened? Sorry. Lily had thought about it too, or just dying. But if she couldn't handily kill the scum in front of her, her thoughts wouldn't pass. Yeah, you die. You die so I can forget. Gotta be. Talked the sky to death. After a long silence, Honey said with some hesitation. In fact, have you noticed that your father's brutal rule has hurt many innocent sky rabbit people? Chapter 75. It's a buffet, guys. What do you say? Has my father not treated those people well? Honey smiled bitterly. Hoover was evil, but he had given his daughter, well, protection. Forget it. A fixed mindset developed over the years is also not something you can change with just a few words. Might as well get out first. Honey stood up and patted the dust from her ass, looking at Lily, who was sitting on the floor with her hands on her knees, and was surprised to feel a twinge of attachment. Time to get out. Except, when he gets out, his relationship with Lily will once again become an enemy. But soon he shook his head and forced the thought down. His awareness shouldn't be disturbed by the love of children, even if the woman in front of him was comparable to the best on earth. Pull me. It was then that Lily grudgingly reached out her small white hand and held it up. But such an action made Honey's heart pump violently again. It was those cold little hands that tickled his back with a fiery pain. He couldn't help but think back to the warmth he had just experienced. Come on. Hearing Lily's urging, Honey snapped back to her senses, grinned awkwardly, and took a few steps forward to take the small, soft, boneless hands in hers. He pulled Lily to her feet, turned back to pick up the overflowing water bowl, and chased after her in the direction Nina Nia had fled. Chiu Yen took out some ham sausages, smoked sausages, and whatnot from the Imperial Beast space and ate them. It was a little better to have something in my stomach. Although he was almost rested, when he stood up, he immediately felt the sensation of dizziness. Holding onto a side of oar, he rested with his eyes closed for a while before the vertigo subsided. Gee! Gotta figure out a way to get out early. Chiu Yen frowned. He got his flashlight out and shined it around. The space was as if it was completely hermetically sealed, and surprisingly, no exit could be found. However, as the light traveled downward, the sight in front of him almost gave Chiu Yen a shock. It was actually full of densely packed round insect eggs, and he was going to break out of his dense phobia when he looked at it. At a cursory glance, basically an individual worm egg is the size of a basketball. What the hell is this? A nest of worms. Even just staying here, Chiu Yen felt his heart grow fuzzy. It must not be a good place. I'll go first, old buddy. Chiu Yen limped and twisted his head. Feeling some hidden pain in his abdomen again, he grabbed a handful of medicine from within the Imperial Beast space and shoved it into his mouth once more. Ka! A crunching sound caught Qiu Yan's eye. Next to it was an insect egg that broke open in the center like an egg. Fixing his eyes, it turned out to be a spider spirit beast that had been hatched. The white body was dotted with some black patterns, and the whole spirit beast looked round and kinda cute. What kind of spirit beast is this? Why haven't I seen it before? Qiu Yan was full of doubts. The reason why the probability of arthropod, or insect spirit beasts mutating is extremely high is because these spirit beasts can give birth. Spawn once and basically give birth everywhere. Just like raising parasites. Once there was no food inside the cave, these cubs began to fight amongst themselves until a few of the strongest ones were left. So it could easily lead to the amplification of some originally unique traits, the slow degradation of some useless traits, and the supposed enhancement of its own bloodline abilities. This is the evil ghost spider? It doesn't look like it evolved. Since it had just hatched, the little guy didn't seem to have any desire to attack yet, and was thrown into the Imperial Beast space by Qiu Yan without much resistance. The Book of 10,000 Elements and Mysteries at this moment, however, suddenly emitted light, and from within the pages of the book, curved chains stretched out, tightly wrapping around the little spider. Demon spiders? Gold-level bloodline? Qiu Yan couldn't help but be slightly surprised when he saw the information displayed in the Wanxiang Xian book. Anyone in this cave is a gold-ranked bloodline? There are not hundreds or thousands of spider eggs here. Wouldn't that be the Wanxiang Xian Shu could be devoured at will? If Qiu Yan hadn't been injured, he would have jumped up and down in excitement. Eat up the Buffet brothers. Quick, quick, quick. Purple Moon Cinderpod Flamefire Qilin. All of you come over here and help. Even the injured Flamefire Unicorn was called out to do the hard work. Couldn't be helped. This kind of opportunity didn't come every day for Qiu Yan. Well, let's just commiserate. Qiu Yan only felt physically and mentally relieved and instantly stopped hurting, and directly went four-pronged with his spirit beasts, squatting on the ground and barraging those spider eggs into the royal beast space one by one. Even if an occasional hatchling demon spider crawled past, it naturally couldn't escape Qiu Yan's clutches. Let's go inside. 1, 2, 3. I thought I was having a bad day, but I didn't realize there was a buffet waiting for me here. Devour, devour, devour. Advance, advance, advance. Although the demon spider in it hadn't hatched yet, the growth progress after giving the Wanxiang Xian Shu to devour was probably only 20%. But it can't be helped by the sheer number of people here. A man and 3 spirit beasts kept picking up spider eggs in the middle of this cave. As he watched the light emanating from the Book of 10,000 Elements and Mysteries grow brighter and brighter, Qiu Yan was thrilled. Along the way, the Wanxiang Xian book was his greatest capital to save his life. Whether it was the breathing method that accelerated the speed of cultivation, or the 3 qi gathering forms that could save one's life at critical moments, each of them was vital. Vaguely remembering that if it wasn't for the Book of 10,000 Elements and Mysteries that brought him to this side of the world, he would have almost died in the spatial rift. The Book of Wonders. You've suffered for following me. Devour me to death today. Qiu Yan was already so overwhelmed by excitement at this point that he didn't even have time to care about what new abilities the Wanxiang Xian Shu had produced from its advancement. One after another, he stuffed spider eggs inside the Imperial Beast space. At this time, he didn't realize what kind of heavenly and earthly changes had been produced in the Imperial Beast space. Buffets have proven to be addictive. Qiu Yan couldn't get enough of this feeling. I don't know how long it took, but the whole thing was becoming numb. It's like a factory assembly line that keeps repeating the same thing over and over. Kirk! A whistling sound directly woke Qiu Yan up. Right? Oh, so many boys. Special milk? It can't be Mom coming. Qiu Yan's heart and mind perked up as he hurriedly threw the last spider egg in his hand into the royal beast space and looked over towards the place where the sound came from. Ha! Such a big evil ghost spider. Qiu Yan also had a headache. As a matter of fact, the evil ghost spider, being a silver-level bloodline spirit beast, could only grow to a person's height. Now this is about the same size as that cargo heavy truck all over. Go, 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 run. Qiu Yan was sweating anxiously. If you steal it for someone's old family, they will still fight with you. At that size, if you don't run, you can probably be passed right over as a speed bump. Flame Unicorn, you suffer from fatigue. Take me for a lap if you can hold out. In response to his master's request, the Flame Qilin was now truly out of temper, and with an arch of its head towards Qiu Yan's back, Qiu Yan's entire body went up onto the Flame Qilin's back. The spider eggs that Qiu Yan had stuffed into the Imperial Beast space for so long were estimated to be less than 1/10 of the total number here. Facing a crisis at this time, Qiu Yan could only endure the pain. However, Qiu Yan still casually threw a small miner's lamp into the area as a marker, also to make it easier for him to come back later. Cinder. At this time, the coal ball was also on the back of the flame Qilin, directly extending its tentacles and ruthlessly shattering the rock wall in front of Qiu Yan. Chapter 76. Evil Ghost Spider Mother? The Evil Ghost Spider Mother. Kirik. Evil Ghost Arachnid Mother seems a bit strange. The Evil Ghost Arachnid Mother roared once again, and then moved her 8 huge metal-like spider legs towards Qiu Yan to charge in front of her. Qiu Yan's supernatural ability was activated, and he also understood the meaning. That's obviously treating yourself like an intruder and calling for your own death. Cinderblock was still breaking down the wall and was about to jab a second time when the blow failed, but was stopped by Qiu Yan. After all, he wasn't sure if the opposite side was hollow or not. He could only rely on his ears. Bang, bang, bang. That seems to be solid back there. Qiu Yan, who was near the wall, couldn't tense up and didn't expect to roll over. It's bad luck again. As a matter of fact, this place was connected in all directions, and there must be large and small spaces throughout the mine. That much he could see when he just crashed down. This kind of rock, although seemingly hard, was actually particularly brittle, and at that time the cinder block had merely struck it slightly, and Qiu Yan had fallen off. Qiu Yan had just fallen a dozen meters or so, which was clearly not the height this mine should be. Shatter. Suddenly, as if sensing something, the flame Qilin directly scurried out a distance towards the side. Puff! Looking back, it was actually the evil ghost Arachnid Mother spitting out a mouthful of cobwebs towards where Qiu Yan had just been, and the spider silk was so deep into the rock that it was almost like a sharp silk scrubber. Qiu Yan was really scared to see this scene. Just a mouthful of spiders spit out almost cut him like an apple. But although the space here was huge, it was still impossible to find an exit. Qiu Yan could only ride on the flame Qilin's flexible steering and evasion of attacks in the middle of this space, turning the evil ghost spider mother's advantage of her large size into a disadvantage. Because while being large in size, you are bound to lack some flexibility. Qiu Yan intended to utilize this precisely to find the exit first. The evil ghost Arachnid Mother chased Qiu Yan around and rampaged everywhere, crashing through many rocks in the process. The rocks also inevitably smashed many of the spider eggs to pieces. Qiu Yan looked at the heartache. If not for this evil ghost spider mother mess, these should have been his, to protect these little lives that are yet to be born. On his way to escape, Qiu Yan probed down as far as he could and stuffed all of these spider eggs into his royal beast space. I'm crying my eyes out. Kirk! The evil ghost spider mother appeared to be even more furious at this time, actually persecuting her own child while fleeing for her life. She also surely couldn't have imagined that the children she had persecuted by her rampage had been similar to the ones Qiu Yan had just harvested. Although spirit beasts like the evil ghost spider did not have a very high intelligence, it was not even as good as the hidden treasure fox that Qiu Yan had encountered before. But the cultivation reaches this stage now, at least also has 8 or 9 years old child's IQ, is able to think and has its own judgment ability. It was also almost difficult for this spirit beast to communicate with other spirit beasts, and there were only a few simple words in Qiu Yan's ears. However, Qiu Yan's behavior like this clearly angered the evil ghost spider mother. It howled and opened its mouth parts, continuously spraying sharp spider webs towards Qiu Yan. Fortunately, though, the spider silk flew exceptionally slowly through the air and was easily anticipated and then avoided. Qiu Yan and the flame Qilin didn't suffer any injuries. They just pitted those spider eggs. Seeing that the evil ghost Arachnid Mother had gone completely crazy, Qiu Yan had no choice but to let Coal Ball hit the walls with its tentacles along the way to see if there was any chance that it could escape. While spinning around and around, almost all of them were about to destroy this space. Knock, knock, knock. The ethereal voice was like the most beautiful music in the world, resounding in this space. Good, good, good. Qiu Yan's expression was joyful, and he was able to escape with his life. Cinderblock wasn't subtle at all, reaching out a few tentacles directly to the rock wall with a hard slap. Boom! The wall in front of him collapsed with a loud bang, and a man-high hole appeared. The flame Qilin carried Qiu Yan and panicked as it dug right in. KIR. Not long after Qiu Yan entered, the evil ghost Arachnid Mother directly crashed through an entire rock wall. In a flash, smoke rose and dust drifted around in the air. The evil ghost Arachnid Mother's dozen or so compound eyes dribbled around, but due to the dust, it was surprising that she couldn't see Qiu Yan's traces for a while. All you can do is back up your spider feet and get antsy. It was hard to wait until the smoke cleared, but suddenly, the flame-fire unicorn appeared right in front of it. Moreover, as if deliberately waiting for it, after noticing the evil ghost arachnid mother's line of sight, it turned its head and sped towards the distance. It's almost like a botched trap. The evil ghost arachnid mother had already reddened its eyes, and its only remaining shred of sanity had been consumed. So even if it was a trap, it would still drill it. In an instant, it whistled, moving its huge limbs to chase after it in the distance with a pop, pop, pop. With such a large size, it didn't notice that something dark stuck to its back. Qiu Yen was currently lying down in the middle of the gap between the arachnid mother's armor shells. Although the arachnid mother exuded an unpleasant odor all over her body, Qiu Yen didn't have a choice right now. It was like a bulldozer rushing across the room, and Qiu Yen could have suffered a lot on its back. Hoover kept weaving in and out of the mines, and at the moment was at a loss for a few people's traces. Couldn't find it. Couldn't find it at all. One could only aimlessly look around in the middle of the mine for signs of those black-robed men. But trying to find someone in the middle of such a large mine like this was just too inefficient. Bang! Kiri! Instead, there was a sudden explosion behind him. As he looked with the voice, Hoover's ancient face actually took on a glow. Is that kid? Is that his spirit beast? He was instantly energized. What a great effort to find it. Just after the mine collapsed, Hoover had thought that it would be good to go back and catch an accomplice, so that he could still get some information. Turns out the kid just seemed to evaporate. A collapse of such magnitude that even the trail of escape was destroyed cleanly along with it. Good thing. Now he's in front of him again. Don't run, little thing. He directly moved to chase after him. And just as he was about to catch up, an accident happened. The spirit beast and the person on its back instantly turned into a cloud of smoke and dissipated into the air just like last time. Having suffered a dumb loss, Hoover really couldn't take it anymore. At first he hadn't thought about it there, but this time he did. Wasn't this the same spirit beast that had run out in his yard at the time? It was definitely this group of people who had stolen their heavenly puppet order. But without waiting for him to react, the stone wall next to him broke with a loud bang, and a giant spider appeared in front of him. Chapter 77 Awakening the Chaos Clan's New Ability. Turtle, what is this? This cultivation has to be a peak silver. Was it after the kid? At this moment, the evil ghost arachnid mother had already lost her mind, and when she saw that the flame Qilin had disappeared, she directly rushed towards Hoover. In an instant, a spider web rushed towards Hoover. Grass. What's this? I didn't mess with it either. Hoover rolls hastily to the side to avoid the strikes. Then, the evil ghost arachnid mother seemed to be entangled in Hoover. No matter how Hoover dodged and fled, she was rigidly not letting go of her mouth. It's like a piece of plaster that you can't shake off. You forced me. Hoover's face turned suddenly cold. Although this spirit beast's cultivation level was not high, he himself was also a large segment stronger than it. But its main thing is that it's just too big. A behemoth like this is obviously going to have a lot of dependence. It's a real pain in the ass to deal with. Thinking about this, Hoover hated Qiu Yen and the others even more in his heart. All this trouble tonight was brought to him by these people. I'll be sure to take a hard time when I get back. Aqua Fist. Hoover raised his hand, his greenish-blue aura bursting out as he swung a fist blatantly towards the evil ghost spider mother that was charging towards him. Bang! Kir. A mournful hiss resounded throughout the mine. The evil ghost arachnid mother, who had just been so powerful, had one of her 8 spider legs knocked away in a single glance. How dare you scream? Get thee outta here! Hoover's voice carried a hint of spiritual impact, which caused the evil ghost arachnid mother to instantly become sane. Qiu Yen, who was on its back, didn't fare too well. That spiritual shock directly shook Qiu Yan's head dizzily, and he was almost about to fall off the evil ghost arachnid mother's back when he didn't have a firm grip. If you really fall down can be really bad. A Hoover, an evil ghost arachnid mother can be in the eye of the eye staring at him. Luckily, though, when he was about to fall, Cole Ball pushed Qiu Yen from behind. Hoover didn't care about the evil ghost arachnid mother, but walked straight in the direction the ghost spirit arachnid mother came from. He sort of knew. That kid with the fire attribute spirit beast, Yenner, is bad. At that time, he was caught in the trick of transferring the tiger away from the mountain, which allowed those few people to escape. And it's certainly not the first time he's pulled a stunt like that. So that crafty kid must still be where he was, and must have pulled a little stunt again. Actually, Chiu Yen had originally thought the same thing. But the risk of doing so is just too great. The place just now is clearly akin to a nursery and should definitely be guarded. Chiu Yen once again used the 3 chi gathering forms, and the side effects tormented his head to the point of exploding. The only thing that can be used is this lampooning trick. Hoover was right, but only half right. But at that moment, the evil ghost spider mother disagreed. It wasn't enough to just have a little thief persecuting your own children. But what's the point of having an old thief? Although the evil ghost arachnid mother was dragging her broken arm, her movement speed was truly not slow. Clunk! Moving his spider feet, he caught up with Hoover in a few breaths. With wide open mouthparts, he bit toward Hoover's back. Humph! Seek death! Hoover steps to the side to avoid the strikes. He then lifted his foot, his spiritual energy escaping from his body and erupting with a shocking might. With a whip leg, the evil ghost arachnid mother moved 2 steps sideways to the side. Kirik! Soon, the evil ghost arachnid mother erupted into a shrill howl, as if conveying some sort of message. Rustle! Rustle! From many of the rock crevices, densely packed demonic spiders suddenly burrowed out, and they were still emerging in a continuous stream. Many compound eyes stared at Hoover and opened their mouthpieces to spit out dense spider silk. Even Hoover couldn't fight hard against such a spider. But anyone who cuts a little bit of skin will be poisoned straight away. Oh! Seeing this, Hoover raised an eyebrow. I thought it was just an ordinary evil ghost spider, but I didn't realize that there seemed to be a hidden mystery in it. A silver-level bloodline evil ghost spider could actually give birth to a gold-level bloodline demon spider? It's kind of fun. Hoover also squared up. Surely it's a good idea to look into it when you get the chance to actually be able to achieve bloodline evolution. But now, it's not the time for research. A harmonica suddenly appeared in Hoover's hand, in a quaint shape that seemed to be some age old. There were also some runes carved on it. He passed the harmonica to his mouth, and the air he exhaled was wrapped in spiritual energy, slowly activating the runes on the harmonica. The booming voice reverberated, stirring up echoes. The movements of the surrounding demon spiders instantly came to a halt, their respective spider legs hugging their bodies tightly, forming a white orb as if they were asleep. Chiu Yen, who was thinking of finding a chance to run away, when he heard the sound of the zither, his entire body also fell into a trance, and he fainted with both eyes rolled back in his head. Opening his eyes again, he surprisingly found himself being pulled into the Imperial Beast space again. Is this the old man's ing Imperial Beast space? This scale, this environment? Chiu Yen was a bit incredulous for a moment. The original Imperial Beast space was only the size of a rented room. And now it's the size of a soccer field. The Book of 10,000 Elements and Mysteries, on the other hand, was shimmering in the very center. Because it was his own royal beast space, even though there was still a distance from the Wanxiang Shenshu, as long as the thought moved it could be reached in a matter of moments. The Book of 10,000 Elephant Mysteries slowly turned a page again right in front of Chiu Yen. Bluff Chaos Ability. Description. Through the application of spiritual power and the secret formula, camouflage the spirit animal and make the spirit animal burst out more powerful aura, but it has no effect on the battle power. Specific practices are as follows. The specific effect is based on the total amount of the caster's own spiritual power. The pages from the Wanxiang Shen book instantly turned into a stream of light and drilled into Chiu Yan's body, who was now a conscious body. He understood this new ability at once. It's not just pretending. It's pretending to be the strongest. It is to pretend until this Hoover is afraid. Chiu Yen returned to reality with a blur before his eyes. Since he was lying behind the evil ghost arachnid mother, due to the blind spot in his field of vision, he was also not discovered by Hoover. The song ended with Hoover looking around the room and smiling at the corners of his mouth. It was worthy of being a magic weapon handed over to him by the Celestial Sound Clan. This type of magic weapon is capable of hypnotizing spirit beasts that do not have a developed intellect, causing their spirits to sink into a deep sleep. I thought that this was a chicken rib magic weapon, but I didn't expect it to come in handy at this time. With a scornful smile on his face, he continued on to the nursery. However, at this moment, the evil ghost spider mother behind him steeply exuded a powerful might. Such an aura directly oppressed Hoover to the point that he could barely breathe. It's even if it's a temporary breakthrough into gold cultivation, at this point even the bloodline is evolving? Hoover instantly froze, mechanically looking back to see the scene. The spirit beast in front of him was actually fading and evolving on the spot. This is the ghost spirit spider emperor. That's right. Such a pressure could not be reached even by a demon spider whose cultivation was also at the gold level. The ghost spirit spider emperor was a legendary beast of the Yaya's kingdom, and his bloodline level was at least diamond grade and above. The overall color is dark purple, but the tips of the spider's feet take on a dark golden glow. Not only that, but there will be dark golden lines outlined all over the body, and a huge ghostly face on the belly of the spider. Not good. This ghost spirit spider emperor is not something I can deal with. There's still those boys to find, so we can't get too entangled with this ghost spirit spider emperor. Hoover muttered. Chapter 78 Dragon Scale Squad Defects to the Enemy? Anyway, the whole thing just reveals a sense of weirdness anyway. Oh, I'll give you a try. The tide of the blue sea. A greenish-blue aura surrounded Hoover's body, and in a few seconds, it converged into a complicated spell formation, in which a peculiar light flickered. When Qiu Yen saw this scene, he cried out in his heart. After all, bluff could only fake aura, not enhance spirit beasts. If he waited until Hoover released his big move, the evil ghost arachnid mother would die for sure. Kirik! At this time, the evil ghost arachnid mother, whose pressure was strengthened, let out a cry, and those white orbs around her also began to wake up. The dense swarm of demonic spiders began to crawl towards Hoover. Hoover also realized that he now seemed to have been planted with some sort of mark by the ghost spirit spider emperor in front of him. As long as one was still in the mine, there would be a constant stream of demon spiders attacking. Bang! A crunch. A small hole actually broke open above Hoover for no apparent reason. Hoover, did it take this long to find those guys? Thunder's voice came out, which also caused Qiu Yen, who was lying on the back of the evil ghost arachnid mother, to feel a pang of fear. Wasn't this the voice of the previous Dragon Scale Squad's leader? Why did he show up here too? And it seemed to be a good acquaintance with Hoover. Your Excellency, just now in fact, my little one encountered those people. But since this mine isn't structurally strong, a collapse allowed the men to hide. But I'm certain that these people must have the heavenly puppet order in their hands. Please, my lord. Qiu Yen looked at Hoover's respectful appearance and obviously thought the wrong way. There was a high possibility that it was a spy of the thunderous 10,000 races, and the status was clearly not low. Why else would Hoover be called Your Honor? Bad. I didn't expect the 10,000 races to actually infiltrate within the human race already. This news was like a heavy hammer, hitting Qiu Yan's heart hard. At the moment, his whole body wasn't very good. The spatial rift had appeared near the Anexian Villa area. That also meant that the Dragon Scale Squad was the one that had come over to rescue him this time. If these people knew that they had discovered their secret, they would probably be silenced. Done. It's completely over. The Dragon Scale Squad and the 10,000 clans are in cahoots. Sasha! In an instant, tens of thousands of demon spiders charged directly towards Hoover. Looks like there's no time to tangle with you guys. The tide of the blue sea. In just an instant, the spiritual energy around Hoover's body stirred and impacted out like ripples in water. The bodies of the demon spiders that were a bit closer burst right open, splattering sticky juices in all directions. Almost all of the demon spiders were tipped over by this spiritual impact. Even the evil ghost spider mother took half a step back. Oh, so it's just a sham. Don't bother with you. Hoover's entire body transformed into a blue-green light as he sped off into the distance. Qiu Yen was also relieved at this moment, but a thick layer of doubt still clouded his heart. Nina carried a kerosene lamp in her hand as she traveled throughout the mine. Sister, quickly look. Are there a few silhouettes over there? Nia made a well-timed sound, and it was then that Nina noticed several figures in armor in the midst of the dimly lit space off to the side. Found it! The dead soldiers of the Sky Puppet Clan. A gentle smile spread across Nina's face as well. Finally. This would also mean that they, the Revolutionary Army, would also have the backbone to fight Hoover. This is great news. She tapped her toes and came in front of the dead soldier. The black-colored armor looked mysterious and terrifying under the light. The Heavenly Puppet Order was a 4-square jade tablet. It was engraved with inscriptions unique to the Heavenly Puppet Clan, and once it was injected with spiritual energy, it immediately released 12 tiny threads of spiritual energy. It rapidly extended in the air until it had not entered the bodies of the 12 dead soldiers. The two could obviously feel that the bodies of the 12 dead soldiers in front of them seemed to tremble. Activation successful. Nia's little face beamed with excitement and she hugged Nina excitedly. Almost the instant the link succeeded, everyone in the mine looked up suddenly. They all felt a powerful pressure at the same time. Sway you sense it, it seems like those people activated the Sky Puppet Race's puppets. Thunder shattered the stone wall in his way and said without looking back. Sway you didn't have much of a reaction, after all, the captain had always been of this nature. Well, it should be about 70 meters underground to the southwest. Go! Spiritual energy erupted around the two of them, transforming into a stream of light as they traveled through space. Honey touched Lily next to her with her elbow. This aura is truly terrifying. It's definitely a dead man being activated. And just now, that shrill sound drew all the demon spiders around. Lily nodded back. Let's go, but let me be clear. Later, we could be enemies. If you'll give up the Revolutionary Army, I can go beg my father to spare your life. Well, sorry. Honey shook her head and sighed deeply. If you join us in the Revolutionary Army. He tried to continue, only to be interrupted mercilessly by Lily. Since no one can convince anyone, there's no point in saying any more. I would never betray my father. There was a moment of silence before Honey spoke again. Okay, let's go. Maybe he and Lily wouldn't be enemies as long as they remained here. There was a lot of emotion in his heart for the woman who had taken his first time, but the two people were obviously in different positions. He's not an indecisive man. At this moment, he clenched his fists and made up his mind. KIR. Not long after Hoover disappeared, the evil ghost arachnid mother once again erupted with a sharp whistling sound, similarly waving her spider feet to break through the ground and rushed over towards the bottom. Even with its low intelligence, it was aware of the threat below. Spirit beasts all have their own sense of territory. One's own habitat should never be allowed to let that kind of threat exist. Qiu Yen had thought of buggering off alone. After all, the Dragonscale squad had defected to the enemy, and he himself didn't have much of a friendship with the Revolutionary Army. With Thunder standing behind Hoover as a backer, Horn and the others were plainly going to get a slap on the wrist. Maybe there is a Sky Puppet order to arm wrestle with Hoover. But once the entire Dragonscale squad joined in, the battle was one-sided. But this evil ghost arachnid mother didn't know what was going on. The armor on her back had actually closed up. If they were to forcefully break through, they would definitely be noticed by the evil ghost arachnid mother. At that time, there was really only a chance of being kicked to death by the evil ghost arachnid mother. There was no choice but to follow along and go over there, turning back to figure out how to run again. Bang! A wall was broken open. The first to arrive was Hoover, looking a little grimy as he had rushed over, perhaps in a hurry. The 12 puppets lined up in formation and just looked at him, vaguely having the intention of wanting to attack. A surge of anger grew in Hoover's heart. These little thieves, they actually used their own stuff against themselves. How dare you? Chapter 79 In the Name of a Loving Father, Performing Misdemeanors. Hoover, you're taking it by force, and under your rule, the Sky Rabbit clan will be finished sooner or later. You've come just in time. Prepare to die. Nia was indignant and had long wanted to get rid of Hoover, the arch-villain. Hoover looked at the two and couldn't help but snicker. Oh, 1 bronze level cultivation and 1 black iron level, wanting me to suffer death? Are you saying that this heavenly puppet order is your reliance against me? Ha 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 ha. Hoover was filled with contempt. I don't know what the two little mice in front of me were thinking to be so naive. Although the Sky Puppet Race's dead soldiers were strong, they only retained the consciousness to fight. How to take on the enemy still depended on the person's ability to maneuver, and a bronze level would certainly not be able to utilize its full strength. It's like a child with a kitchen knife. Can you say that it poses a great threat to an adult? Right now, the soldiers of the Heavenly Puppet Clan were the chili choppers. That's how it's used, that's the challenge. Cut the crap and die. Nina instantly commanded the dead soldiers and swarmed towards Hoover. However, Hoover just dodged a few times and easily avoided the siege of the dead soldiers. That breezy look made the sisters' hearts flutter. Born into the Reyes family, the sisters were decidedly inferior to the battle-hardened Hoover in terms of combat experience. Even though the dead man's body was reinforced, Hoover couldn't do any damage to it. However, wouldn't it be enough to bypass the dead soldiers and exterminate the person who was controlling the Heavenly Puppet Order? Even though the 12 dead soldiers surrounded him, Hoover was like a slippery catfish, weaving in and out of the dead soldiers. Occasionally, a punch could be thrown with a clang. that knocked the dead man back 2 steps. It looks as if you are going to suffer death. Before the sisters could see Hoover's movements, he appeared in front of them the next moment. Hoover brazenly reached out and grabbed each of the 2 sisters by the neck, slowly lifting them into the air. The hood fell down, revealing 2 pretty faces. Oh, 2 little pussies are pretty good looking. Find a way to temper it and sell it to the 10,000 clans. Maybe some big shot will be able to take a look at the 2 of you. The dead men are still in control, trying to get back to attacking Hoover. Hoover just sneered and increased the force on his hands. The dead man stopped straight away, his eyes becoming dull again. Nia stuffed the heavenly puppet order, which could not be put into the storage space, into her bosom and kept picking at the tiger's mouth of Hoover's palm with her hand. Hoover, it turns out that so many of our sisters didn't die in the Holy Beast battlefield. Rather, they were sold by you as slaves to the 10,000 clans. Even if she was as gentle as Nina, her eyes were overflowing with resentment at this time.
Don't say it so hard.
I'm just giving them a chance to develop. It's better than staying in the Sky Rabbit clan and being reduced to a reproductive tool. Isn't it? Hoover smiled coldly, no glow visible in his eyes. Although they are also slaves, they are considered to have climbed onto the high branches of those great figures of the 10,000 clans. Father, are you telling the truth? Lily's voice, however, suddenly sounded above Hoover. It also made Hoover's entire body shake. He slowly raised his head, only to see his daughter crouching behind a crack in the rock wall above him, staring at the place. At first, I didn't believe them when they told me. I've always felt that it was the commoner's good fortune to have a lord like my father. But I seem to be wrong. Father, are you really doing the right thing? Lily. Hoover's eyes widened and his whole body trembled. But suddenly, he thought of something, and as if he had been touched by a reverse scale, he roared towards the top. What do you know? If it weren't for you, how many populations have I sold to the 10,000 tribes? For your sake, how many heavenly treasures have I used to raise your cultivation to the silver level? Without me, you're nothing. Now you're counting me out. The crowd in the room was taken aback by Hoover's sudden outburst. Lily froze, almost breathless from the pressure her father was putting on her. For her own good is too much. A deep breath was taken before he spoke again, only with a hint of choking in his voice. I'd rather be an ordinary person. I guess fathers are just fathers, not the bad guys they make them out to be. When she finished, Lily lost her voice and even the contained sisters couldn't help but be a little moved. Oh, ha 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 ha. Hoover couldn't stop laughing maniacally as if he had lost his mind, and he threw the sisters to the ground like garbage. Late. There's no going back. Ha 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 ha. But then the laughter stopped abruptly. A dangerous light erupted in his eyes, and greenish-blue spiritual energy was already slowly flowing around his body. It's these people who have mesmerized you, isn't it? Then I'll kill them all. You are my daughter, my only daughter. Do you know what it means to be an only daughter among the Sky Rabbit clan? After all I've done for you, you must never disobey me. Hoover had gone completely insane, and the spiritual energy around him instantly shredded open his clothing, revealing a lower half of his body that was all metal. As it turns out, he's been remodeled by the Sky Dome clan from the chest down. This also means that he has lost the ability to procreate completely. It's also not hard to imagine why one would be so paranoid about one's daughter. What the Sky Rabbit clan is most proud of is procreation. If it's a healthy lord, then he can have more heirs than he can count. But it was Hoover. He was also a captain of the guards when he was young. Lost the lower half of his body in the middle of a spirit animal riot. The voice of the Skydome clan rang in his head. Of course, he didn't hesitate to accept the transformation of the Skyvault clan in order to stay alive. The reformed Hoover rose through the ranks of the army, eventually staging a mutiny and succeeding as a lord. After being in a high position for so long, it's natural to want your own heir. So he gave everything he had and sent his genes to the Skyvault clan. And the Skyvault clan gave a condition of 30,000 young girls of the Sky Rabbit clan. The joy he felt when he held his daughter for the first time is still unforgettable. When he knew that his daughter couldn't cultivate, he once again went and traded with the 10,000 clans, granting his daughter the qualification to become a martial artist. Now, his daughter was actually joining forces with outsiders to verbally attack him. Right? Kill them all. Lily, you wait, father. I will eradicate them all. Hoover's metal body gradually began to emit a strange glow. Bang! The evil ghost arachnid mother crashed through the rocks and burst out of the gusts of dust and smoke. It's going to tear everyone here apart. The guys in the way are popping up one by one today. Great! Today, no one can escape. Chapter 80, even if it costs you a lot. Boo! The stone wall to one side shattered with a loud bang. When the dust and smoke cleared, a large and small figure appeared. It looks like we've seen a good show. A hint of a joke hung on Thunder's face as he inclined his head towards Swayu beside him. What did you just say? No one can leave? Swayu also had a faint smile on her face. It must have been obvious that with the cultivation level of the two men, they had heard the conversation within this cave. My lords, this is a private matter for me. Please also wait outside for a moment. Don't let some filth dirty your eyes. When the matter is over, I will present the heavenly puppet order with both hands. Hoover bowed slightly. In the face of a strong man that he could not defeat, it was not an expedient measure to concede defeat. Okay, we'll wait for you outside, no tricks. Lei Ting actually took 2 folding chairs from the storage space and reclined with Swayu to watch the show. Boo! There was another explosion, and countless tiny stones tumbled to the ground. It immediately caught the attention of everyone in the room. Kiri! A shrill whistle came from the crowd, shaking their eardrums. Seeing this, Hoover's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip. Seeing that there was something fishy about the spirit beast himself, he wanted to let it live. I didn't expect this evil ghost arachnid mother to be so relentless in her pursuit. Since you're touching your own brow here, it's a good idea to take it first. His surroundings were instantly surrounded by a greenish-blue aura, and even the metallic limbs of his lower half-life had dense white rays of light coursing across the surface. Qiu Yen hid in his armor and surreptitiously looked towards the surroundings. It was quite a coincidence to find that several people happened to be there, and Nina Nia was still both lying there, looking like she should have been unlucky enough to collide with Hoover. The black silhouettes on the side that moved as if they were human dolls were probably the legendary dead soldiers of the Heavenly Puppet Clan. But how come Hoover is glaring at his side so much? He was shirtless and also seemed to be built out of metal in general from the bottom of his chest. Surprisingly, it was surprisingly so similar to the Heavenly Vault Clan's handiwork of transforming spirit beasts. Bad. Qiu Yen only saw a look of hatred on Hoover's face. And with that gusto, it's definitely starting to build up to a big move. Grass. This evil ghost arachnid mother below himself is still a tiger. People are zooming in at this time. Actually do not run, but also directly towards the Hoover rushed over. You don't want to die. I want to die. Qiu Yen really had no choice. If he didn't run away, he would definitely be killed by this big move together. He could only let the cinder block wrap itself around him, reaching out with his tentacles and directly knocking the armor askew, and the whole thing rolled towards the side and fell off. Boom! Suddenly a thick pillar of light shot out from in front of Hoover, hitting the evil ghost arachnid mother directly in the face. Kiri! The hungry ghost arachnid mother's screams came to a screeching halt, and her mountain-like body collapsed with a loud bang, with all sorts of slime and blood flowing all over the place. Oh, you little fly turned out to be hiding here. How cunning. You actually fooled even me just now. Hoover laughed contemptuously, and with a single movement of his feet, he ran to Qiu Yen and reached out to strangle his neck. Qiu Yen! Qiu Yen! Honey and Nina exclaimed. It also froze Hoover in place. What's this kid's name? Choin? Spiritual energy formed a gale and blew off Qiu Yan's hood, which revealed his face. Hoover's eyes widened as he hurriedly let go of his hand and waved his hand to support Qiu Yan's figure, which was trying to fall backward, with a bolt of spiritual energy. Fruity. Sure enough, it's human. And it's the ones the humans are looking for. Hoover had always thought that he was simply unlucky today, but he didn't expect that there was actually this kind of surprise waiting for him. Those humans had definitely come to this place in order to find this Qiu Yen. Since this Qiu Yen man had been found, and then snatched back the heavenly puppet order, he would be able to send those powerful battle humans away. You can still be your own king of the earth yourself. As long as in this side of the world, whoever dares to upset him, the male will be sent to the Holy Beast battlefield as cannon fodder, and the female will be directly sold to the 10,000 clans. Qiu Yen, Thunder, and the others were instantly nonplussed. I thought it was a dog-eat-dog situation between the Heavenly Hair Clan, but why did I see that there was still the matter of Qiu Yen? The two flashed by in the blink of an eye, and Thunder kicked Hoover out of the way as his opponent crashed hard into a rock embedded in the side. Are you okay? I see you're not doing very well, so let me take care of that for you. Sui Yu's overwhelmingly beautiful face was still as cold as ice and frost, but her words were filled with concern. This time it was Qiu Yan's turn to be confused, his eyes looking straight at the two. What's this? What's the reaction? Isn't the Dragonscale squad in league with Hoover? And as a result of seeing himself, he just kicked Hoover out of the way? What are you looking at? Don't say a word. Told you you were on the back of the evil ghost arachnid mother. Why didn't you call me when I passed by just now? Thunder frowned slightly, his stubble-covered face revealing a reproachful look. No, you're not with Hoover. Qiu Yan's eyes rolled, and his eyes kept darting to the two. I just heard Hoover call both of you your lordships. Thunder's face was written with disbelief, and not caring about Qiu Yan's injuries. He directly hit Qiu Yan with a hairy chestnut that caused him to cover his head and wail. You! Why are you still hitting people? Qiu Yan's tears were coming out in pain. What for? I'm hurt. Sui Yu protected Qiu Yan behind her while she had a reproachful look on her face. Kid. You're defiling us. I'm telling you. Where do you think the current stable life came from? It wasn't those forefathers who threw their heads and blood on the holy beast battlefield and fought against that wolfish 10,000 clans. With that, Thunder shut his mouth, realizing that he had said the wrong thing. Qiu Yan is only a senior this year, so it's normal to think that he doesn't know about the 10,000 clans either, and he did go a little overboard himself. Captain Thunder, I know all about the 10,000 clans. However, I have some news here for you. Quietly, Thunder raised an eyebrow, looking a bit puzzled. What kind of talk is direct and has to be whispered? His 5'9" frame still bent down and came closer to Qiu Yan. So and so. Watching Thunder's face go from puzzled to shocked and finally to ecstatic. Sui Yu narrowed her eyes, feeling a bit speechless. This captain was reliable when it mattered, but when it came to normal times, he was as childish as a brat. Qiu Yan told Thunder all about the situation in front of him in just a few short sentences. Then he fell silent, a mysterious smile on his face as he quietly looked at Thunder. Okay. Lei Ting stood up straight and gave Qiu Yan a somewhat appreciative look. Then it looked straight at Hoover, who had just pulled his body out of the rock. His eyes held a hint of murderous intent. By killing Hoover, the Revolutionary Army can kill their way into Odin City to assume dominion. And then it would be one more reliable reinforcement for your own people? Such a heavenly thing to do, not to mention 1 or 2 Hoovers. Even if it was dozens of them, as long as it was beneficial to the others, he wouldn't hesitate to do it. Even if it costs more, even your own life. Chapter 81 The Melee. Bring the heavenly puppet order. Thunder spoke faintly, no expression visible in the dim light. At that, Hoover stood up hastily and slowly walked over to Nina, holding out a hand. You stay away. I'm telling you, I won't give you the heavenly puppet order even if I die. Nina had a look of determination on her face. The heavenly puppet order could not be included in the storage space because it contradicted certain rules of the storage space. So she could only hug herself tightly and deaden the heavenly puppet order in her arms. Oh, then I can come and get it myself. Watching Hoover take a step toward his sister, Honey's eyes glazed over. Soul, move your filthy hands. He smashed out a punch, directly breaking a large hole in the rock wall. Spiritual energy stirred around his body, and with a stomp of his feet, he rushed towards Hoover at breakneck speed. The great sword in his right hand kept breaking through the air currents and slashed at Hoover's arm in a swift manner. Clang! Everyone present heard the crunch. It's not flesh, it's like a piece of steel. With a grimace, Hoover turned around and sent Honey flying backwards with a roundhouse kick. Out of your depth! There was a hint of cruelty in his eyes, and due to the disparity in strength, he would grab Nina's wrists in both hands with just one hand. Seeing this, Nia crawled over and clutched one of Hoover's feet as well, but it was kicked away just as effortlessly. Laying down on the ground, her pretty face covered in the dust that belonged to the mines. Qiu Yan, please save us. Nina trembled as she grabbed the corner of the token, tears of despair left in her eyes, and could only watch as the token was snatched away bit by bit. Not good. At that moment, Thunder sensed that something was wrong with the situation, and almost in the blink of an eye, he arrived at Hoover's side. But it was too late. The tokens had all fallen into Hoover's hands. Thunderbolt pressed the button. Ka! The bomb around Hoover's neck detonated instantly. The fire engulfed Hoover's body directly. Snap! The dull sound of an object falling rang out. The gusts of fire dissipated and the faint odor of saltpeter filled the air. Thunder nodded. This special explosive contained the full force of a gold third-order powerhouse. And by compressing the energy into a collar-like size, it was even more powerful. It looks like Hoover should have gone straight head-to-head. Just as Thunder reached for the heavenly puppet order, a strange scene appeared. The 12 puppets, which had just been like puppets, once again regained their mobility and rushed towards Thunder. And that stance, like a well-trained squad in a fan-shaped encirclement, slowly contracted, compressing Thunder's chances of dodging to the extreme. "Captain!" Sui Yu anxiously called out to Thunder, her eyes filled with urgency. But Thunder was already too late to dodge, and could only hastily open a purple barrier as a means of defense. Boo! The 12 puppets directly collided with the barrier, erupting into a heaven-shattering roar. Not just Thunder, but everyone present couldn't believe it. "Isn't Hoover dead? Why do you continue to manipulate the golem to attack?" Lily, who was at the top of the pile, was even trembling with fear at the sight, murmuring incoherently. Thunder already seemed to be struggling to fend off these 12 puppets. With that, his afterglow caught a glimpse of Hoover's corpse. Only blood-red spells were seen rising from beneath Hoover's head and torso, and those two spells were slowly approaching each other. Looking at this bizarre scene, Thunder frowned. And which of the 10,000 races is this capable of? This Hoover is really willing to put blood money on himself. Blowing up like this actually does not die. Could it be that to this body was added the undead ability of the Abyssals? Thunder had heard something about it too. Among the last session he entered the Holy Beast battlefield, he came across the Abyssal clan. Its characteristic is that it is immortal, and even if it is beaten into crumbs, it will return to its original state. Fortunately, this creature was not too intelligent and was designed by the sages to be scorched to death with the heavenly abyss sacred flame. Otherwise, the entire Dragon Kingdom and even the entire Blue Star would be overrun by that kind of creature. It could be seen that a few strands of flesh were beginning to grow from the break in Hoover's neck and were slowly connecting with the head. "Cinder! Purple Moon!" As the crowd froze, Qiu Yen called out the two spirit beasts, first Coal Ball's tentacles, and then Purple Moon's electric lightning arrow. Hits the meaty joint and Hoover's head, respectively. Bang! Hoover's head flew backwards again. Those puppets turned their targets in a smooth manner and charged directly towards Qiu Yen. "Danger!" Thunder let out a blistering cry and didn't have time to care about Hoover anymore. Turning his head and rushing over in the direction where Qiu Yen was, Sui Yu reacted quickly, pulling Qiu Yen and retreating towards her back. Just as several people's attention was all on the puppet, Qiu Yen noticed the strange appearance of Hoover's corpse. "Captain Thunder, leave me alone. That old boy Hoover is going to run." Thunder had no time for Hoover at this point, and it was his mission that he always remembered. That is to rescue Qiu Yen. The heavenly puppet order would have been an add-on. As long as Qiu Yenshi was brought out safely, nothing else mattered. Nina looked at Hoover, whose body was reorganizing, and even though she was very scared inside herself, she still held her sister in her arms and cautiously looked at her opponent. "I can't believe I'm paying such a heavy price today." "Good. Very good." Hoover looked like he had finished recovering at this point, and his whole body stood up, sounding like a rusty chainsaw. Hatred filled his eyes. His metal legs bent slightly and he flew straight up to the ceiling. "Oh!" Lily squealed in terror, and before she could react, Hoover had her by the waist. Immediately afterward, teleportation spells permeated with white light emerged from beneath his feet. At this moment, he took out another array disc from within his storage space and threw it onto the ground. A scarlet-red light emanated from the circumference of the array disc, and it directly spread out towards the surroundings. "Bad. That old thief has set up a spell formation and blocked off this place. Moreover, the temperature here is gradually rising, obviously trying to trap us here. He's teleporting away." Nina shouted towards Qiu Yen. She put her sister down, and with her own weapon in hand, she flew towards the sky above, trying to stop the teleportation as much as possible. However, with her cultivation, she was obviously unable to cause damage to the teleportation array, and could only watch Hoover and Lily's figures from outside, slowly dissipating from before her eyes. Meanwhile, the golem's actions were suspended. "Captain, what do we do?" Go back to the Dragon Kingdom." At those words, a look of panic appeared for the first time on Sui Yu's cold as ice face. "What about the rest of the Dragon Scale squad?" "But they're still waiting for us out there." Thunder sighed. From the time everyone came in, they were ready to sacrifice. To fulfill the mission, even at the cost of a great deal. Sueyu's eyes shimmered with a layer of watery mist, as if she had seen the time she spent with the other 3 teammates. But it's not fair to them. Can't we just think of another way? We'll go out together. Thunder had already begun to start pulling those instruments out from within the storage space. I won't be able to break this formation for a while. Have you forgotten? I can only use the Thunder Split Seal once a day. They don't always die out there. Let's save Chiu Yen and go back first. 3 heads of the Revolutionary Army of the Sky Rabbit Clan. Take them back with you. Chapter 82 Dragon Listening Spring. Thunder set up the apparatus and began to communicate with the spatial rift. Because the entrance and exit of the spatial rift was here, the original location where they had descended. The originally hidden spatial cracks unfolded again under the effect of those instruments. Thunder took out a special metal whistle, summoned up all his strength, and blew it directly. A sharp and euphonious ringing sound resounded throughout the space. Moreover, the whistle was so penetrating that it passed along the layers, allowing the 3 to hear it far beyond the surface. No, the boss said for us to retreat first. Song Han Yang lay on the ground with a puzzled face, his ears pressed against the mountain rocks beneath him. Well, go. Chai Fei nodded, and after packing up all the measuring instruments and such on the ground, erasing all traces of their existence, he woke up Fuyao, who was sleeping soundly. Hey, let's go. Boss, they're in danger. Let's keep ourselves safe and turn around. At this moment, Fuyao rubbed her eyes and fixed her gaze towards the mouth of the mine. The entire mine next door seemed to be shrouded in a reddish mist. So much for not staying here in case it dragged the captain down. It would most likely get the entire squad killed. Okay. Then let's retreat. Go look for Chiu Yen by the way. Opinions were agreed upon, and the 3 of them disappeared towards the distance. Because they had seen Hoover and knew that the 10,000 races existed in this side of space, the 3 of them directly took the giant city in the distance as their destination. Okay, let's go. Thunder clamped Chiu Yen in one hand and Horny in the other, and took the brunt of the space rift and stepped into it. However, before going in, Sueyu also looked around to make sure that there was no other line of sight before similarly bringing the 2 sisters along as well, following the captain's footsteps into the spatial rift. At this time in the Dragon Kingdom, which was the other end of the spatial rift that had been calm suddenly disappeared. Team Zhou. Looks like they're coming out. The officers stationed around them tensed. There was still quite a long time before the formation expired, and if they came back early in this situation, they had either found Chiu Yen or encountered some irresistible danger. Wait, how come there are only 3 people out? Not good. There is an invasion of 10,000 races. At once, the police comrades stationed here were in chaos, each one pulling out their weapons or summoning their spirit beasts as if they were on the verge of an attack. That one seems to be a rescuer, right? So why would it come back with a vanguard? Don't be alarmed. I'm Thunder, the captain of the Special Incident Handling Team Dragon Scale Squad. Here are my papers. Thunder fumbled for his work permit, and the crowd's panic stabilized. Send for medical attention first. I'll personally report to Team Dragon about the 10,000 clans. At that moment, the paramedic squad on the side then jogged over pushing a stretcher and picked up Chiu Yen and Honey. At this moment, Sueyu also drilled out from within the spatial crack. The surrounding police comrades couldn't help but stare at the 2 young alien girls wedged under her crunchy nest. These 2 little Wan girls are too cute. What are you looking at? Go about your business. It also made the police comrades around them wake up as if from a dream and get busy again. And originally in the cordon outside the probe head some melon masses, but also by Sueyu to heckle back, can only be resentful to leave. She mumbled something like, "Little girl so fierce?" and, "See if you won't let me go." They hadn't gotten very far, though, when they were blocked by a police officer in a special ops suit. Unsurprisingly, they will be dragged to the Dragon Countermeasures Center to have their memories wiped. No way. Even with a full lockdown, there are a lot of tall steel plates blocking the area. But this road, being a major traffic thoroughfare, is also occasionally crossed quietly by the masses who want to take a shortcut. In that case, it would be more prudent to spread out the police force and keep an eye on the area with monitoring. After all, the external excuse is road maintenance. If a large number of police officers are patrolling in the vicinity, it is also easy to cause panic among the public, and rumors such as, "someone's dead," will be spread. After witnessing Chiu Yen and the others being put into the ambulance, Lei Ting also made it a point to have Sui Yu follow him into the car as well. He watched the ambulance fade away before he got into one of the command cars. The car was very spacious and laid out like a talking room. Only a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 30s was sitting in the car. His aura was very internalized, making it impossible to see his cultivation. If he wasn't sitting alone inside the command car right now, but instead walking into the crowd, it would probably be true to say that he was an ordinary office worker. Dragons! Thunder eagerly opened his mouth to continue, but was then forcibly interrupted by the man known as Team Dragon. Say, don't you know that it's a capital offense to bring the 10,000 clans into the country privately? What are you hiding? The middle-aged man opened his mouth indifferently, but his voice had a meaning of not being angry. This seemingly ordinary middle-aged man was none other than the chief captain of the Dragon Kingdom's Special Incident Handling Team Long Listening Quan. His position in the entire Dragon Kingdom was almost similar to that of the director of the National Security Bureau. It was because of the spatial cracks that had appeared in this place that he had rushed over overnight riding his diamond-level cultivation Xian Yao Tian Long to sit in this place. Thunder sighed, looked around for a moment, got close to Long Hearing Spring's ear, and began to recount the information he had received.
Duk, duk, duk.
Long Hearing Quan frowned, his nails tapping regularly on one of the armrests. It wasn't until Thunder finished his report a few minutes later that he sighed quietly, a hint of hatred in his tone. "Eh? When will you change your nature?" Obviously, Lei Tang looked even older, but he was criticized by Long Hearing Spring and lowered his head, sipping his teeth silently. Long Hearing Quan's emotions grew more and more agitated. The armrests of his chair snapped as he slapped them. What if Qiu Yan had his mind eroded by the 10,000 clans and told you false information? What if those guys were just trying to make you believe that and were deliberately putting on a show for you? To actually be so foolish as to bring the 10,000 races into the Dragon Kingdom's territory. Boo! Long Hearing Quan could no longer hold back. His palms clenched into fists and hesitated for a moment before he slammed them on the armrest in a not-so-gentle and not-so-heavy manner. If it weren't for the fact that you've won a lot of battles on the Holy Beast battlefield, I would have shot you long ago. Thunder just clenched his fists, darkly. Yeah, even if he'd been cautious enough, there's no way he could have managed to be wary of his fellow man. What's more, this compatriot was still as a high school student, as a future pillar of his country, and he believed in it without reservation. Long Hearing Quan rubbed his somewhat sore brow and spoke slowly. "Never mind, it's done. I'll interrogate them myself afterward. If it's true, credit you. If it's a fake, I'll dismiss you and obediently go into the school to teach like that senior brother of yours, Li Jianguo. You go find Staff Officer Wang and ask him to transfer dozens of experts over. It's better if you lead the team, if anything happens to the other 3 members." Long Hearing Quan still didn't say anything further, and with a cold snort he waved his hand, signaling Thunder to go back. "Aye, Team Dragon." Thunder was equally hung up on his team members in his heart, and with a standard salute towards Long Hearing Spring, he turned around and got out of the car. Chapter 83 Hoover's Underground Chamber. In the Odin City Lord's mansion, 2 figures suddenly appeared in the center of the Lord's room. Hoover staggered a few steps and hurriedly held onto the head of the bed to the side before he was able to stabilize himself. His consumption was simply too great. The teleportation spell formation and the scarlet enemy trapping formation had drained all the spiritual energy from his body. Lily stood there in silence, her eyes empty and lifeless. "It's been soul-crushing ever since I got home. Perhaps Qiu Yan and the others shouldn't have saved themselves. It took advantage of himself, but it showed him the truth of the matter. It was a little too cruel for her. She's all alone now, and there's nothing left to continue to sustain her belief that she's alive. Lily, you come with me." Hoover's hand locked around Lily's wrist like an iron vice, and he practically dragged her toward the underground chamber of the city lord's mansion. Here, even Lily had never been inside. "Father, let go." Lily tried to resist, but her strength was obviously insignificant, and she could only watch her body move backwards bit by bit. The secret passage was short, but there were many torches burning for lighting in the corridor, which contributed to the very hot temperature underground. A layer of fragrant sweat also oozed from Lily's neck. Seeing the sights around her, the further she was dragged in by her father, the more alarmed Lily felt, simply because it was full of hardened cages that housed untold numbers of young girls of the Sky Rabbit clan. Most of them were stagnant, like dolls at the mercy of others. Suddenly, a clear voice interspersed with whimpering sounds rang out. appearing mournful and incomparable, making people unable to help but feel pity. Lord Hoover, please, please let me go. I have a younger brother and an elderly mother at home. A young girl had been tortured beyond recognition. Her cheeks were covered in dried blood, and her white shirt was dirty, with a few crimson whip marks through it. Sparing her, she lay on the edge of the cage, constantly begging for the Lord's mercy. Hoover ignored it, as if he had long been accustomed to such sights, and forcibly dragged Lily to the door of the deepest room. This is his brainwashing room for young girls who want to resist. Bang! Hoover grinned and pulled Lily to a seat in the center of the room. In the process, Lily's foot accidentally touched the iron seat and made a clunk. No, father, no! Hoover took himself out a pair of handcuffs and, despite Lily's resistance, instead chained Lily to the top of the steel seat. It's okay, Lily. Soon you'll be listening to me. Look at those maidens out there. They were originally as disobedient as you are. But when they walk out, they're still doing whatever I tell them to do? He was like a different person. So strange that it made Lily break out in a cold sweat, and her old loving father had transformed into a demon who did nothing wrong. But she swallowed and forced herself to speak. Father, you're not doing this right. Good girl. It's been a while since I've seen you, so let Daddy check your health. Who is it? Who took your first time? Hoover's entire body trembled violently, as if he had been subjected to some kind of heart trauma, and he took a few steps back and fell to the ground. Immediately afterward, though, it became very violent. His own daughter's special physique, when supplemented with the specialized gong method, was simply like a natural-born furnace, and was able to greatly enhance her qualifications after intercourse. In this way, it might be possible to break through the defects in the genes of the Sky Rabbit race. The reason why his daughter is not allowed to have contact with other men is because of Hoover's obvious belief that it would be better for him, the father, rather than cheaper for an outsider. After all, he had given Lily her life, so what if he thought it was a way for Lily to repay himself? There is only one chance for this kind of physique. Peaches that are about to ripen are picked by others. How could Hoover not be furious when 20 years of planning had come to naught? Who the hell is that? A sneer crossed Lily's lips. Father, I won't tell you anything. She didn't know the cause of her father's such rage, but she could sense something far beyond father-daughter bonding from the years she had spent together. It was an unintentional deed, but now that she had made Hoover this plan fall through, her heart was very happy. It had even begun to lightly hum her favorite ditty. After tangling with Honey, it was as if she had lost something, but gained something all the same, and could feel her cultivation slowly getting stronger. She closed her eyes, and 2 lines of clear teardrops slipped from the corners of her eyes. Honey, you're right, but it's too late for that. There was almost no hope that the scarlet trapping enemy formation could be broken open by gold-level creatures, and Qiuyan's few people were already bound to die. They will die as the temperature gradually rises and their spiritual energy is gradually stripped away. Honey, you must wait for me in heaven, and I will come back to you when I have cut down Hoover, the man. Lily smiled to herself at the thought, the smell of blood from the chair filling her nostrils. Maybe, after all the bad things he did for Hoover, he'll go to hell too? Suddenly, Hoover's eyes rolled. He sensed something strange within Lily's body. It seemed as if the 2 forces were merging with each other, resulting in an entirely new power. This is the 1,000-run-breaking body and the born charming body. Quick, tell me quickly, who is it? Hoover's eyes erupted with hope. This kind of physique was once in a lifetime, and he knew that the Heavenly Vault clan had a method of blood inversion that could swap the physiques of 2 people. And you can really have that kind of physique just by periodically replacing all the parts on the other side. I won't tell you. You're dreaming. True to Hoover's expectations, Lily is not going to talk. Oh? Could it be the kid in the mine with the silver cultivation? Or that mole human? Don't worry. I'll get you talking. He smiled gently and pressed a button next to his hand. It was just a smile that looked incredibly ugly in Lily's eyes. Suddenly, the seat instantly erupted with powerful lightning, which also caused Lily to wail. The whole person was constantly trembling, and her originally beautiful face was as pale as a white sheet of paper at this moment. Her mind became a mush and her consciousness drifted away. Daughters don't listen. Just electrocute them and they'll behave. Hoover adjusted the current to a cyclical release, and himself went back outside and began to gather his forces. Now that the few black-robed men were still trapped in the mine by themselves, their strength should have weakened quite a bit in a short period of time. That is to say, it is not enough to be feared as long as troops are mobilized to put it in suppression. Nia, who came to the Dragon Kingdom, was curious about everything. Although they were now brought to the interrogation room of the Dragon Countermeasures Center to be controlled, but everything here was something they had never seen before. Ta-da-da-da-da. The sound of leather shoes rang out, and a middle-aged man walked in through the door. Chapter 84, The Extremely Cautious Long-Hearing Spring. My surname is Long, two of the Sky Rabbit clan. What do you think of my human clan? Long-Hearing Spring sat himself down and looked at the two sisters with a smile on his face. Though it seemed polite and friendly at this point, the two women, however, were secretly alarmed. The Sky Rabbit race had a natural instinct for sensing danger. The middle-aged man in front of him was by no means such a good match as he appeared to be. Little woman Nina. This is my sister Nia. See this, lord. Nina stood up from her position, owing slightly. There was just a hint of trepidation in the words. This human in front of them didn't even need to move a finger if he wanted to exterminate them. My youngest daughter believes that the human race is not as evil as the 10,000 races say. The two of us have a low level of strength, yet instead we treat the two sisters with courtesy, so I am truly terrified. Long-Hearing Spring raised an eyebrow with a hint of a smile. This Nina in front of me was dripping with speech. First, the human race was given a high hat to preserve the safety of their own well-being. Besides, the two of them were of low strength and could not pose any threat. Incidentally, he also complimented the human race, which was a way of showing that his attitude was more in favor of the human race than the 10,000 races. He then spoke again in a deep voice. Is it true what you two said earlier? But what guarantee is there that the Heavenly Rabbit race will definitely become an ally of my human race? The two of you, I'm afraid you don't represent the entire Sky Rabbit clan. Long-Listening Spring's meaning was obvious, both as a test of the two and as a test of the entire Sky Rabbit clan. Please, Mr. Long, help us get rid of Hoover. As long as Hoover is around, we will never be free from being enslaved by the nations. Although most of the clan has been brainwashed by Hoover, my revolutionary army is a force to be reckoned with. My Sky Rabbit clan is extremely fertile, and if someone really can't think of anything else to do, then my revolutionary army isn't a vegetarian either. It's a revolution. There's no such thing as a dead man. Nina's face still wore a gentle smile. It was just something that was said that made Nia, who was her sister, a little wary. As long as someone is against the human race, then kill them all? If a dozen or so are okay, what if thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of clansmen are against it? Long-Hearing Spring picked up the teapot and poured 3 cups of tea, and under the wrapping of spiritual power, the 2 cups slowly floated in front of the 2 women. He himself cupped his own cup and took a gentle sip, shaking his head with an old-fashioned sigh of good tea. Thank you, Mr. Long, for the tea. Nia both picked up their teacups and tilted their heads back to take a drink. Good. In that case, Mr. Long won't stay long. The 2 of you will stay in the human race for the next few days and explore the scenery of the human race. All it takes is for Honey to accompany us. Long-Hearing Spring stood up and greeted towards the door. Little Zhou, come. Show the 2 guests of the Heavenly Rabbit clan around. Just disguise yourself before you go out and don't cause any stir. After saying that, he took out a pass from his pocket and handed it to Zhou Bowen, while he himself went out of the gate and got into the car that was heading to the hospital. Nina looked at that solid back, and all that was left in her heart was a bitter smile. It was clear that he wanted the 2 of them to be hostages, and he even sent a silver-ranked expert to spy on them. However, while it was aggravating to be a parasite, it was better than fighting to the death and being hunted down by Hoover. Then I'll trouble Mr. Zhou. Out of the way. Mid-Ocean City Special Events Authority Infirmary. Although this place is called an infirmary, the medical instruments are more complete than those in big hospitals. Qiu Yan was currently lying on his bed, happily brushing short videos, and Lin Yuqing was quietly sitting on the side peeling an apple. The reason why Lin Yuqing did not go to the Spirit Beast cultivation base to work is that Qiu Yan used the banknote ability again. Suddenly, the door of the room was pushed open with a creak. Only Long-Hearing Quan and Wu Liang were seen walking in. Qiu Yan, you kid is really brave. That spatial rift even dared to come close. Dr. Wu gave Qiu Yan a blank look without any good reason. When he had just received a call from Lin Yuqing 2 days ago, he was worried enough. The kids still hear hemming and hawing like nobody's business. Oh, this is Mr. Long, who is also considered the immediate leader of the Dragon Scale Squad. Wu Liang politely introduced himself and secretly glared towards Qiu Yen. It's like saying, "This is a big brother, don't rush to hug his leg." Qiu Yen tried to sit up, but as a result, Long Hearing Spring waved out a spiritual power and pressed Qiu Yen down. "You're welcome. Could you two please excuse us for a moment? I have something I want to say to Qiu Yen-san." Long Hearing Quan was very polite, which also made Lin Yuqing panic for a moment, and after stuffing the apple into Qiu Yan's hand, she followed Wu Liang out of the room. "Student Qiu Yen, you've been very active with your news lately." Long Listening Spring stood aside, and at some point a stack of information had appeared in his hand. Crackling through the information, he also looked at Qiu Yen with a smile every now and then. Qiu Yen was looked at with a straight face. After all, this was the immediate leader of the Dragon Scale Squad, similar to the existence of the director of the National Security Bureau. That little secret about yourself, seriously, a little checking would have been enough. In front of Long Hearing Spring, there was basically no privacy left. One day the flame Qilin was auctioned off, and the next day Ling Wutong fell into the net. Take this money and go to the Spirit Beast breeding base and buy a few hundred Spirit Beast eggs. Letting a large number of gold-level bloodline Spirit Beasts go uncontracted in favor of contracting a bronze-level bloodline Thunder Spirit Water Snake? 2 days ago, for the sake of a little girl, he killed into the stronghold of the Heavenly Vault Church with the Wang family kid and Wu Liang, and decapitated a blood demon. Long Hearing Quan closed the information and looked at Qiu Yen with a scrutinizing expression. "Tell me, what do you think?" Qiu Yen also knew that he had such a fate sooner or later. Covering up in front of Long Hearing Spring would only increase his suspicion of himself. So much for a straight-up showdown. Dragon Bureau. This? I have a kind of unforeseen ability. I don't know if you believe it or not. Oh. Long Hearing Quan was clearly interested and hooked the corner of his mouth, signaling Qiu Yen to continue. "I seem to have had a couple dreams that were very real. I know something about what's going to happen in the future." So, Qiu Yen still understood the truth that too many words would lead to loss, and could only try to cover up as much as possible. After all, the secret of returning from rebirth, exposing it could be of no benefit to oneself. If Long Hearing Spring was the kind of person with a bad heart, perhaps he himself would have to be pulled to the lab for dissection and research studies. Long Hearing Spring nodded thoughtfully. Given this statement, it is not unreasonable. With a wave of his hand, a direct bolt of spiritual energy wrapped around Qiu Yen, and he began to check if there were any backhanders left behind by the 10,000 clans. Long Listening Spring wouldn't listen to Qiu Yan's side of the story, and he wouldn't ask about the specifics. He just wanted to make sure that Qiu Yen wasn't a threat to the entire human race. Qiu Yan's ability to be akin to an unpredictor like this was still suspicious. After checking back and forth several times, he really didn't find anything out of the ordinary, except for Qiu Yan's dampness being a bit heavy. It's a few days before the Imperial Beast exam in reverse. I see that you're also more familiar with that side, so why don't you follow Thunder and go to the Sky Rabbit clan one more time? Come back and give you extra points. After saying that, Long Hearing Spring walked out, leaving behind a confused Qiu Yen. What does that mean? A Black Iron himself, to follow Captain Thunder for another round? Chapter 8 At once on the march. Streets of Odin City. Look, what's going on here? Song Hanyang squatted on the side of the road and sipped a piece of tobacco, a specialty of the Sky Rabbit clan, and arched his elbow over Chai Fei, who was next to him. The city now looked as if a battle was coming, and every now and then a group of heavily armed soldiers would run out toward the gates. Chai Fei shook his head and didn't say anything. Seeing that Chai Fei couldn't hit a sound fart in 8 shots, Song Hanyang was self-conscious and ran to Fu Yao, who was picking out jewelry by the side of the road. At this moment, Fu Yao looked at the shiny ores on the stall, her small eyes shining straight up. Kingfisher stone, star diamond, amethyst, the rare ores of the Dragon Kingdom were surprisingly everywhere over here. Boss, this, and this. Don't. Load us up with all the rest. The stall owner was an old man of the Sky Rabbit clan, his face wrinkled and squeezed into a chrysanthemum. Looking at the little girl in front of him who was so generous, his heart was simply happy. Well. Fu Yao waved towards the side. Robert, pay up. Coming. From the distance ran a teenager, the very same inner boy that Qiu Yen had pigeonholed earlier. It's bad luck to say the least. After collecting the bounty, he ran out towards the outside of the city in high spirits, ready to find the doctor who was picking herbs in the medicine field outside to save his sister. I didn't expect to be targeted by these three long ago. As soon as he left the city, he was carried over by Song Han Yong like he was lifting a chicken cub. After all, the legend that Robert had seen a human was all over town. Robert was instantly shocked when he saw what the three were wearing. Begging Grandpa and Grandma like kneeling down, with a snotty nose and a tear saying how his sister suffered, begging to be spared. In order to appease Robert, Fuyao had no choice but to take out a packet of fudge and hand it to Robert. Robert saw this and cried even harder, kowtowing so hard that his head was swollen with a bag. After some questioning, the three were dumbfounded. Turns out Chiu Yen lied to Robert that the fudge was poison. After resolving the misunderstanding, Robert becomes the trio's junior. After furnishing the three of them with a costume of the Heavenly Hair Clan, they blended into the city, intending to look for Chiu Yen. Robert, do you know what this is for? Song Han Yong pointed at the guards running wildly through the streets with a puzzled look on their faces. I don't know. I just went to ask around and it seems like there's a problem with the mines out there. There seems to be a human presence over there as well. His lordship said to send troops immediately. Is your friend okay? Song Han Yang's face instantly grimaced. Didn't Hoover already have a bomb placed around his neck? Don't know how he got rid of the bomb, but it was definitely bad news for them. Hoover's army could wear a few of them out even if they were all cannon fodder. The situation at hand has reached a very dangerous point. Huh? Mr. Cohen? Seeing the visitor, Robert instantly stood up straight, as if he had seen some leader. Oh, there's no need to say much. Several young friends. This is not the place to talk. Please follow me? Song Han Yang's eyes cast a wave of inquiry towards Robert. Oh, let me introduce you. Officer Cohen is the immediate commander of the Yaya's escort. But he's usually very nice to us. A very good officer. The three people from the Dragon Scale squad exchanged eye contact and nodded unanimously. Just follow Cohen through the streets and alleys to a clothing store that was out of doors. Once the trio entered the clothing store, all they saw was Cohen locking eyes with the store's tailor as the doors in the back blasted shut. Mr. Cohen, what is this and what do you mean? Song Han Yang's body was agitated with spiritual energy, and a golden aura surrounded him all around. It was no exaggeration to say that should Cohen make any suspicious move, he would instantly shoot the man down. Don't do this. Robert was in a hurry. He knew that all three humans were good people and so was Chiu Yen. Officer Cohen is also a good man. If he fought, it would definitely make things difficult for him. There's no need for the three of you to be so flustered. The old man doesn't have any malicious intent. We have eyes almost all over the city, and outside of the city the old man has spotted three as humans. So I would like to ask if the three of you could recognize Chiu Yen? Almost instantly, the pupils of the three men shrunk dramatically. Fuyao inquired impatiently, and how do you know this, Mr. Cohen? He is indeed our compatriot. A look of concern was written all over Cohen's face. Just a short while ago, Mr. Chiu Yen paid a visit to our Revolutionary Army garrison. Go to the mines with our chief, Honey, and check out the situation. They haven't returned until now, and the mine seems to have set up a red formation. Lord Hoover went straight to war. Our chief and your compatriots are still inside. Song Han Yang's eyes widened with disbelief. Could it be the same mysterious people they had seen outside the mine? Were there 5 of them and they were wearing wide black robes? Yes. After receiving Cohen's affirmative reply, the 3 of the Dragon Scale squad felt bad. Then they discussed a few more details. Finally, a conclusion was reached. Chiu Yen, the captain, Sui Yu, and the 3 from the Revolutionary Army, plus a Lily, were now trapped in the mine. They must find a way to go forward and rescue it. Relying on the 3 of them was definitely not enough manpower, so they had to use the power of the Revolutionary Army. We promise. We are definitely an ally of humanity. Cohen bowed deeply toward the trio. Chai Fei finally spoke up at this point. Well, Mr. Cohen, a large number of soldiers are being sent out by Hoover at the moment. Is this not the time when the city's defenses are empty? This is a siege of Wei to save Zhao. Cohen's eyes snapped to a brilliant light. Although I don't know what the meaning of the phrase to surround Wei and save Zhao is. However, it clearly works. Odin City terrain is extremely high, obviously easy to defend and difficult to attack. This is not the time to send troops. With Honey out of the picture at the moment, we'll just have to gather our own forces for the rescue. Good. Everyone come with me. Let's go to the stronghold. Take the underpass. As it turns out, the underground had long been opened up by them, and following it all the way to the stronghold. Longhua and Exine Villa area neighborhood. Thunder stood in front of the spatial rift with more than 100 silver-ranked generals. Qiu Yen and Honey had also been healed by the healing spirit beast Spirit Star Slug. Thunder looked around the room and spoke aloud. Since everyone is ready, let's go. This battle is not just about rescuing 3 compatriots, and to go against Hoover and win the first ally for my people. When he finished speaking, the roars of the generals resounded around him. Charge! The Dragon Kingdom side is ready. Immediately, out on the road. Chapter 86 Dark Currents and a Great War. Outside the mine, countless guards clad in armor assembled here. In addition to the guards, there were countless spirit beasts of all sizes waiting on the sidelines. At this moment, a barrier that looked like a red mist was still shrouded above the mine. Hoover stood on top of one of the next hills overlooking the scene. In order to fend off those humans, he was forced to pay a considerable price, and his life-preserving cards were almost exhausted. Even if it's a fight to the death, we'll slaughter those people. Otherwise, the incident is like a needle sticking in the heart all the time. At this moment, Reese also slowly walked over from the back, wearing heavy armor and a hideous lion breastplate on his chest, rather like a general. Lord, we've already gathered most of our troops, just waiting for your order. Hoover nodded, the blue pupils of his eyes ancient, so that his subordinates could not see what they were thinking. Good. The humans in the mines should be pretty much weakened by this spell. In another half hour, we'll charge straight ahead. Receiving the order, Reyes turned away directly and commanded. Outside the city of Odin, several thousand revolutionary troops had long been assembled. But instead of rushing in with great fanfare, they used their surroundings to hide their forms. Cohen, dressed in light armor, stood with the generals. Fellow countrymen, this battle must be won. To overthrow Hoover, we must win. This time, it is also our best chance. Lord Chief is still trapped in the mines. Only then will those 3 human adults have a chance to be able to go in and rescue the chief. His voice wasn't loud, but it contained a hint of spiritual energy, causing the crowd present to hear him clearly. Whether they were in Cohen's line of sight or not, they all quietly raised their hands and made the Revolutionary Army salute. An adjutant like Sky Rabbit clan member slowly stepped forward. Our eyes are in position. Every 3 kilometers from the destination, there will be scouts on standby to ensure the fastest possible transmission of the situation back there. Just 3 kilometers away from the mine, Song Han-yong was hiding among the tall and dense bushes with a headset observing the surrounding situation. As a special incident handling team, they were fully equipped with radio communication equipment, which still worked relatively well among such a relatively backward civilized race. At the very least, to be able to communicate with each other without barriers. Because he had been seen by Hoover earlier, Chai Fei did not release the iron-armored Earth Dragon, but instead released the silver-maned Velociraptor to mix in with Hoover's Spirit Beast Square. After a while, if the situation is chaotic, also good in which to operate 1 or 2. After all, Hoover's Spirit Beast founder had hundreds of spirit beasts, large and small, not to mention many. Although Chai Fei's silver-maned Velociraptor was a platinum-level bloodline, no one would even make a point of checking. At best, he thought that the spirit beast was a bit more drawn out. A few hundred meters behind the spirit beast Fangzheng, beside Fu Yao stood a half-human tall spirit beast with 4 legs and a dragon's head. This spirit beast was called the Hidden Scale Beast, and was able to change the color of its scales according to the environment around it. Hey, can you hear me? Fu Yao lowered his voice as much as possible. Listening to what they say over there, it seems like there's still half an hour or an hour before they launch their attack. This defense array separates the inside and outside. If you want to attack, you have to disarm the array first. When the time comes, it'll be a good opportunity for us to fish in troubled waters. Hearing the response of the 2 teammates in the headset, Fu Yao then let go of her heart and ducked into the bushes next to her again. The spatial cracks opened up once again, and one after another from them, there would be strong people from the Dragon Kingdom drilling out of them. Qiu Yen was no exception, although the body of the Imperial Beastmaster was relatively weak, but with everyone escorting him, there were no accidents. He sort of found out. Previously, when the spatial passage was not stable enough, he himself was directly lost in the cracks, and it was the Wanxiang Xianshu that forcefully pulled him into this world. So naturally, it's different from the current export. But come all here, must first go to the evil ghost spider mother's nursery, to see if there is anything can be picked up. Qiu Yan was not strong enough to participate in the front battlefield in the first place, obviously. Even if they participated, it would be nothing more than a sneak attack from behind. Okay. Everyone open the shields. Not only is the temperature extremely high here, but it also absorbs spiritual energy. This shield Qiu Yan also had, it was one of the equipment that was uniformly distributed before he came. In response to this side of the environment, Thunder had specially requested some resources from the headquarters, which allowed the crowd to travel here unhindered. Captain Thunder, I want to go to the original place to have a look. I guess there's still half an hour left to forcefully break the formation, right? A few important things were left behind earlier, and I have to go get them back first. As soon as he saw Qiu Yan, Lei Ting had a headache. I also don't know what the dragon boss is up to. What's the point of bringing back a high schooler who's not even bronze level? After thinking for a long time, Lei Ting finally nodded his head and considered agreeing to Qiu Yan's request. Okay, Sui Yu, you accompany him. If anything changes, feel free to call for reinforcements. Okay, thank you, Captain Lei. Sister Sui Yu, shall we go? Qiu Yan's face was joyful as he diligently began to recall the path he had taken to get here. In order to get there earlier, Qiu Yan summoned the Flamefire Qilin. Seeing Qiu Yan's spirit beasts, Sui Yu was already not surprised. This kind of powerful spirit beast, sooner or later, it can grow to be stronger than the captain. I really don't know where this kid got his dog luck. Sister Sui Yu, are you sitting? Qiu Yan rolled over and sat up, smiling and patting himself on the back. No, I can keep up, don't mind me. Sui Yu still couldn't see his expression, and only shook his head slightly. Then, it was as if her entire being had disappeared into thin air. Qiu Yan could probably guess that her talent was of the ice attribute. Create some small ice crystals around the body, can play the role of refracting light, so as to achieve the effect of invisibility. Qiu Yan rode the Flamefire Qilin through the large and small mine tunnels. It was particularly smooth since all the previous paths had been cleared by the evil ghost Arachnid Mother. After returning here again, Qiu Yan turned the flashlight to the maximum and realized that this place was simply miserable. The floor was covered in liquid and unhatched demon spider hatchlings. This kind of spirit beast cub that had completely lost its life would not have contained much life force, so the Wanxiang Shenshu would not eat it either. Qiu Yan couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. Earlier, he had circled around with the evil ghost Arachnid Mother for a long time, destroying quite a few spider eggs, but apparently there are some left. After checking around a little to make sure there were no spirit beasts prying, he continued to start his scavenging path. The harvest from this trip was quite good, and after placing one after another into the storage space, it was also quite a sizable amount. Sui Yu was quietly watching Qiu Yan's unproductive appearance from the side, and couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. Qiu Yan, this kid is earning a lot of money. Do not know to greet yourself? There are still so many spider eggs here. Can he finish picking up? Himself is really unable to pull his face to compete with Qiu Yan for this thing. Sister Sui Yu, come and pick it up too. This is a gold-level bloodline spirit beast. It can still be sold for a considerable amount of money. That's $70,000 to $80,000 for this one. Qiu Yan saw through what Sui Yu was thinking in her mind as if she possessed mind-reading skills. Good, Sui Yu promised, although her voice was cold, but the movements of her hands were not slow at all. One by one, she peeled the surrounding spider eggs into her storage space. Chapter 87 Silver-Maned Velociraptor. Time slipped away. Hoover had a sneer on his face. It was about time. Looking at the barrier in front of him that began to gradually dissipate, the cool feeling of impending revenge spread across his heart. The highest of those few humans was only gold level, and after the weakening of the Scarlet Trap formation, their strength would definitely drop to silver. At that time, it would be difficult for them to fly even with their wings. Thinking of this, Hoover suddenly opened his arms, his dark red cloak hunting under the agitation of his spiritual power. He puffed out his spiritual energy and shouted towards the bottom. The Great War is coming. Generals, it is incumbent upon us to resist the invasion of the human race. Countless martyrs on top of the sacred beast battlefield have gone before and after, in order to wipe out such an evil race as the human race. What do you guys think we should do if they invade our Sky Rabbit clan? The 3,000 Sky Rabbit race elites in formation in the valley raised their heads at the same time, their metal armor clashing with a neat, clang sound. A roar that surged like a tidal wave came from below. Kill! 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 Avenge the dead martyrs! We will guard our homes. Seeing this, a smug smile spread across Hoover's face, and with a wave of his hand, the red mist that shrouded the entire outside of the mine instantly disappeared. All generals listen to the order. All attack. Almost just in the blink of an eye, the Sky Rabbit clan soldiers below moved, shouting and picking up their weapons, directly heading into the narrow mouth of the mine. However, the narrow mine was not meant for charging. Not to mention, this place had long been set up by the Dragon Kingdom generals. First squad. The first wave of enemy attack is coming. Strong light spells, lava spells in position. 3, 2, 1. Activated. Those Sky Rabbit race soldiers entered the mine like dumplings. Before he could see the situation around him, the entire area around the wall was flooded with the light of a complicated spell formation. This kind of spell formation was likewise the one that Thunder had brought from the Dragon Kingdom. Unlike the formation that stabilized the spatial rift, these formations were similar to Hoover's previous Scarlet Trap enemy formation, and as disposable formations, they were something that could be crafted in advance at Blue Star by a formation master and then carried around. This could be done by simply setting it up in advance and then instilling spiritual energy to activate it. Close your eyes now. It's too late. My eyes are going blind. It hurts. Extremely strong light erupted from the surrounding formations, and the entire mine tunnel suddenly lit up like day. Defenselessly, they hastily covered their eyes, but even so, the glare caused them considerable damage. They cried out in pain, standing in place and wailing continuously, their eyes as if they had been blinded by silver needles, shedding trickles of blood and tears. At the same time, a burning sensation instantly eroded their bodies. The ground directly looked as if it had been melted by the heat, and lava began to gush forth. Ah, my foot's stuck in it. So hot. These crafty humans. Countless hissing noises came from them, but gradually they stopped moving, and they were soon scorched into charcoal like corpses by the lava array. Hoover, who was outside, apparently sensed the situation within the mine, and instantly growled viciously as his temples blazed with veins. Anyone with long-range capability, blast the entrance. At these words, the soldiers present then reacted and used their own long-range means, various colors of attacks to the entrance, and indeed splashed a burst of dust and smoke. Even the generals of the Dragon Kingdom who were ambushed in the middle of the passageway could not help but feel a sense of the ground caving in and the mountains shaking. Combat Team 1. Retreat to the rear. After this attack, there will be another charge. You won't last with the few of you. Thunder and a couple of staff officers were at the bottom of the line strategizing and giving timely orders. The many devices they brought with them from the blue planet were able to detect basic enemy movements. This was a downward spiral for the Sky Rabbits. It would have been the same kind of technology that would have been available to the Sky Rabbit clan if the Sky Vault clan had been willing. It's just a shame that Hoover had a brainstorm to put all his resources into his daughter and himself. It also seriously hindered the development of the civilization of the Sky Rabbit race. Charge. The hole has widened. There are strong light spells and lava spells ahead. Be careful. A small captain like Sky Rabbit clan member shouted towards the back, and then he jumped into the mine hole first. As expected of Thunder, a second charge came. The terrain in the mine was intricate, and those Sky Rabbit race generals who had originally gathered together were forced to scatter again. The Dragon Kingdom's one-man squad hid in the darkness, and if a Sky Rabbit clan squad passed by, they would quietly follow them. In the darkness of the mine, it was only when the companions walking forward became fewer and fewer, or when there was no answer to their speeches, that the soldiers of the Sky Rabbit clan would realize that their companions had been wiped out long ago without knowing when. Hoover's brow furrowed as he watched the soldiers who kept going in, only to go in. Those guys, they're actually going to be that strong? He should have sent 400 to 500 generals into the mine before and after, but the result was like a stone falling into the abyss. Even the sound of the landing could not be heard. Spirit beasts. Let the spirit beasts with night vision go in. The delay in attacking was starting to make Hoover a little angry. After all, the few humans he thought he could easily take were gradually expanding his losses. There were also around 200 spirit beasts with night vision ability, and they were called out from the square formation by their respective Imperial Beastmasters. No one had realized that there was also a silver-maned velociraptor hidden amongst the 200 or so spirit beasts, its pupils eerily flickering with intelligence in the darkness. Go! Hoover, seeing that the heart of the army seemed to be beginning to waver a little, spoke again. Kill one of the enemy. Bestow 10,000 spirit stones. and your position will be promoted 3 levels in a row. After hearing this, the surrounding soldiers' emotions were once again mobilized, and with the spirit beasts scouting the way ahead, a large number of generals poured in. This time, the attack was unhindered, and it was surprisingly smooth and somewhat strange along the way. Captain, I have a vague feeling of something ominous. Attention, on guard, the captain-like soldier said in a deep voice. There were a large number of spirit beasts scouting the road ahead. They only needed to pay attention to whether there were any ambushes on both sides of the road on their way to action. However, a strange scene appeared. A silver-maned raptor that was at the end of the line of spirit beasts suddenly stopped in its tracks. The tip of his nose was sniffing around, as if looking for something. Captain, could there be an ambush around? Come out 10 men and follow that spirit beast. It seems to have discovered something. Just as the captain turned back to take a head count, a sudden change occurred. The silver-maned velociraptor instantly snapped, lightning-like. He scurried up to him and opened his mouth to directly bite off the captain's neck. Blood splashed out like a fountain. What? This spirit beast? Ah! The silver-maned velociraptor with night vision was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, sweeping through the soldiers of the Sky Rabbit clan. Just ask, even the silver-ranked captain with the highest cultivation level was killed in seconds. What resistance did the rest of the soldiers with bronze-level cultivation have? None of them ran towards the outside with a roll, before being bitten by the silver-maned velociraptor in the calf and dragged to the back again with despair. Chapter 88. The battle intensified. The silver-maned velociraptor that had done this was drenched in blood, almost as if it had crawled out of a mountain of corpses. Although his body was scratched with some cuts amidst the resistance of the Sky Rabbit clan soldiers, he hadn't actually suffered any injuries at all. It only takes another 5 or 6 minutes for the wound to heal and become bloodless. And instead of going in again to hunt down those spirit beasts, it stumbled towards the outside. After all, Chai Fei was also afraid that the silver-maned velociraptor would be accidentally killed by the captain and the others. Look at that. Finally, a survivor has run out. He seems to be seriously injured, and its paws kept waving and it seemed very eager to get us in. Go check it out. The 2 squads were probably only about 20 people, and once again followed the silver-maned velociraptor into the mines. The Sky Rabbit clan squad closely followed the silver-maned velociraptor that was running at full speed, and with the illumination spells, they looked at the corpses along the way, and a hint of retreat began to form in their hearts. Because those corpses seemed to have suffered some kind of spirit beast attack in their lifetime, and their deaths were extremely miserable. Before the crowd could react, a rain of silver-white arrows suddenly erupted from the back of the silver-maned velociraptor, shooting directly towards the crowd. How could the 2 unguarded squads expect that this silver-maned velociraptor would actually strike at them? In an instant, most of the squad members were blown through their bodies by that attack. Only silver-level captains and a small number of lucky ones escaped the fatal parts. The soldier who had cast the illumination spell had died a violent death, and the middle of the mine tunnel had once again become dark and murky. Quickly illuminate. The captain tried to light a torch in a hurry, but his throat was torn right out. Hurry! Run quickly. This spirit beast is an enemy spy. Ah! My leg! In less than 5 minutes, the wailing subsided, and 20 new dead bodies were added to the mine tunnel. A repeat of the stunt at this point would surely cause Hoover to speculate, so the silver-maned raptor wandered around the area, avoiding leaks to get out and deliver the message. Chai Fei suddenly thought of something. He came back to his senses once more, his eyes flickering and his spirit immediately returning to his side. This was the overbearing nature of Chai Fei's sentinel beast talent sight sharing, being able to obtain a portion of his spirit beast's field of vision. He was a rare dual royal beast talent possessor. Chai Fei's other imperial beast talent was Grade B Dragon Spirit Beast Affinity. That would make sense for his 2 sub-dragon spirit beasts. He pinched his earpiece and quietly relayed the information he had gained in the middle of the mine. Watch out. That hole has some styles that clearly don't look like the captain's setup. And Hoover's offense has been all but dismantled. Great probability that it couldn't have been done by both the captain and Sui Yu. Perhaps support from the Dragon Kingdom has arrived. Joy erupted on the faces of the other 2 who received the news. It wasn't that they looked down on the captain. It was just that Hoover had gone in before and after 1,000 soldiers and hadn't even let any deserters out. That's a bit of a shocker. What Chai Fei said is highly probable. It seemed that this would eliminate the need to worry about the battle here, and it was time to go and deliver the message to Cohen. Song Hanyang jumped down from above the canopy and directly sped towards the distance. Along the way, thanks to a few scouts unceasingly enchanting Song Hanyang with the blast wind technique, this also kept Song Hanyang's speed at its peak. After all, Song Hanyang, as a peak silver martial artist, was obviously a whole lot faster than these scouts. Qiu Yan, on the other hand, has been stealing red eyes in the nursery and stuffing everything he sees into the royal beast space. It wasn't until Thunder sent for the two of them that they came back to their senses and walked back unhappily. After all, there were not a few spider eggs in the entire space. Taking so much is kinda like keeping the loot all to yourself. But fortunately, Qiu Yan's Wanxiang Shenshu had once again advanced. The last time he was here, he went on an egg-stealing spree and had already fulfilled 1.5 levels of experience for the advancement of the Wanxiang Shenshu. Qiu Yan clearly realized that the Wanxiang Shenshu was becoming increasingly difficult to advance. Almost every advancement consumed several times the resources of the previous advancement. After returning to the base, Qiu Yan directly sat down on his knees, sinking his mind into the Imperial Beast space once again. Every time after the Wanxiang Shenshu advanced, not only could one obtain brand new abilities, even one's Imperial Beast space would undergo peculiar changes. That was something he was looking forward to. As soon as his consciousness drifted into the Imperial Beast space, he was immediately shocked. The last time he advanced was still a soccer field-sized Imperial Beast space. Now it was like some 5A attraction. Mountains, rivers, meadows, sky? What the hell is this? Qiu Yan was shocked speechless for a moment. Then, the Book of 10,000 Elements and Mysteries turned a page once again. Tian Gui Forging Body Star God Clan Technique. Description: absorb the power of starlight, forging the body and strengthening the limbs and bones. Specific practices are as follows. The words on it turned into a stream of light and flew into Qiu Yan's mind. With just a cursory glance, Qiu Yan sensed the power of this technique. However, he now also began to think about the origin of the Wanxiang Shenshu. This talent was indeed extraordinary, actually covering the unique secret techniques of various races, and even some races he had never heard of. It seems that in the future we still need to be careful, and these feats must not be leaked out again. Otherwise, if he was treated as a spy of the 10,000 races by Long Hearing Spring, he would probably die without even knowing how. When Qiu Yan opened his eyes again, he saw that several people were surrounding Thunder, discussing a battle plan. Captain Thunder, should we fight our way out? Yes. These heavenly rabbit clans are just too arrogant and extremely numerous. We can't just play defense. If they think of any tricks to undermine us, they might even wear us out here. Several of the staff officers nodded their heads in unison, and it seemed that they were all thinking the same thing. Thunder nodded, a confident gleam in his eyes. I had another team survey the terrain earlier and will be back on the ground shortly. The exits are obviously blocked by Hoover. All right, have those 200 or so spirit beasts arrived at their location? It's time to activate the Grand Formation. As expected, the wails of various spirit beasts had begun to resound in the middle of the mine tunnel. Bang! A sound of breaking stone caught the attention of the crowd. Thunder's face seemed much lighter. Squad 1, 4, 5, keep some men here, the rest of you follow me. With a big wave of his hand, he headed off to the side into the hollow. However, just as he passed by Qiu Yan, he seemed to have thought of something and tugged on Qiu Yan's clothes as well. Qiu Yan, you follow us too. Now that Hoover's over here, you like a way to get to Odin City. None of us have been there before, you're the only one who knows the way. Then, coming close to Qiu Yan's ear, he looked around and lowered his voice. That horny, I'm not comfortable with it, and neither are the dragons, so it's up to you. Most of Hoover's forces are here now. You take this over and put it inside the City Lord's mansion. Remember, there must be no slip-ups, do you understand? Lei Ting took out a palm-sized sphere from within his storage space and stuffed it into Qiu Yan's arms. Qiu Yan looked at Lei Thunder with some surprise and nodded, feeling great pressure. Chapter 89 Entering the City. Sui Yu, keep an eye on him, don't make any trouble. Only after Lei Ting went up with 30 to 40 people did Qiu Yan look at Sui Yu on the side with a bitter smile. Then let's go too. In the middle of the long underground passageway, there were quite a few compatriots stationed on the road instead. Watching the two going out, both nodded and greeted towards the two. No matter how old or young they are in the battlefield, they all share the same goal, which is to fight for their motherland. Although Qiu Yan looked like a student, he was here fighting with them at this moment. For them, Qiu Yen deserved their recognition as well. They were truly treating Qiu Yen as a comrade in arms. Qiu Yen lay on his back at the mouth of the cave probing and looking around for fear of being spotted by Hoover's soldiers. However, Suiyu seemed like she couldn't wait any longer and reached out to grab Qiu Yen, pulling him out like a carrot. Don't delay. After Qiu Yen stuffed the orb given by Thunder into the Imperial Beast's space, he summoned the Flame Qilin and ran towards Odin City with his previous memories. But on the way, he had a vague feeling as if he was about to make a breakthrough. Perhaps it was the feedback from the Wanxiangshen book at this time. He had already touched the threshold of the Black Iron Sixth Order. Although they could occasionally encounter some wild spirit beasts along the way, they all seemed to be fleeing towards the distance. Qiu Yen was at this point equivalent to going against the direction of the wild spirit beasts and rushing towards Odin City. The closer they got to Odin City, the more wild spirit beasts fled around as a result. What's going on here? Like there's some kind of danger ahead? Whatever. Let's go check it out first. And if anything goes wrong, let's just pull out, Qiu Yen said to himself towards the side. At this moment, Suiyu had already hidden her figure and followed beside Qiu Yen. Suddenly, Qiu Yen realized that there seemed to be a lot of people gathered not far ahead. Perhaps those wild spirit beasts are what they're driving away. Those people were wearing even more unusual clothes, but Qiu Yen still saw some doors. Eyeballing just a couple hundred people scattered around here. Obviously well-trained, like an army, they were lurking outside the city at this time, surely wanting to do something to the city of Odin. Is it the Revolutionary Army? Qiu Yen looked happy. If it was the Revolutionary Army, it would help him enter the city lord's mansion. One's own mission will be accomplished successfully. He did not, however, charge up immediately. Instead, he had the Flamefire Qilin slow down and quietly approach those people. A few people could still be heard whispering. Where the hell do we go from here, guys? Chief Cohen is arranging for someone to infiltrate the city's garrisons now. And Chief Cohen has ordered us to go over and draw fire. So are we going or not? Why don't we go to Lord Hoover? If we report Chief Cohen, we might be able to earn a great future among Lord Hoover's army. You're stupid. Don't you understand the importance of standing in line? What if the revolutionaries win later? Right? Let's stay put for now. If Lord Hoover takes the mine, then it's bound to go back. If by that time the Revolutionary Army hasn't come to take the city, then prepare to face Lord Hoover's wrath then. These people are talking to each other, so it seems that they are what people call wallflowers. That's good math. But surely we can't wait any longer. Might as well add to their fire. Qiu Yen sneered, then ran over with a panting look. Brothers, great. Lord Hoover couldn't resist attacking the mine for a long time. Most of the generals have fallen in the mine. A few of the revolutionary leaders were instantly alarmed. What? Is that true? No. How? The person who spoke out then remembered his identity, and then opened his mouth again to ask, Brother, is what you say true? It was only then that Qiu Yen opened his hood once again, revealing his human face. 1,000 times over. This is Lord Qiu Yen. Lord Qiu Yen has already gotten out of the trap, so won't Lord Honi also be trapped? Come on, let's get ready to fight. There are few guards in the city now, and if we don't get there, they'll be taken down by Chief Cohen for them. When the time comes, they definitely won't be able to snatch the war credit. War merit. The more war credits we have, the better life we'll get. This large group of people and rushed toward the city gates. When the guards at the entrance saw this group of people, they immediately took up a defensive stance as if they were enemies. Stand still. What man? His lordship is out on business. No one is allowed to enter the city until he returns. Before he could react, he was slashed to death by a crowd of revolutionaries who rushed up. Still, before he died, he pulled the plug. The town erupted with the sound of a woo-woo flute. There's been an invasion. Almost instantly, the city's garrison was in disarray. Many of the guards just wanted to go up to the city wall to activate the defense spell formation, but they didn't expect their partner behind them to take out a sharp knife directly and stab him in the back. Such things are commonplace in the city. Only when the entire wall was under the control of the Revolutionary Army did the gates slowly open. Qiu Yen entered the city mixed in with the Revolutionary Army. Even though his cultivation had been raised to the Black Iron 6 stage on the way here, it wasn't a safe place to be. Still mostly muddy waters. The bodies of most of the guards could be seen just abandoned on the side of the road, and the shrill screams of some of the women and children surrounded their ears. But even when there was spontaneous popular resistance, the revolutionaries did not harm their lives. All they killed were the guards who dared to raise their weapons against them. Qiu Yan didn't have time to stay too long, but instead ran straight towards the city lord's mansion. At this moment, the city lord's mansion likewise had different guards fighting each other. Cinder. Qiu Yan hid his figure on the outside, allowing the coal ball to quietly penetrate, even if Qiu Yan's current cultivation level limited the cinder block. But coal ball was originally at least a silver 7th rank cultivation. Just a few bronze or silver out of a few small caramels in the middle of the courtyard could not withstand 2 of its sneak attacks. Within almost 5 minutes, the courtyard was purged of its guards. Entering inside the city lord's mansion, Qiu Yan held the map given by Nina in his hand and headed towards the very center of the city lord's mansion. Even if the occasional guards scurried out, they were all secretly taken care of by Suiyu. It must be released in the very center of the city lord's mansion? Could this be Hoover's room? Looking at the information labeled on the map, Qiu Yan's heart flashed with a tangle. It was because Thunder had instructed him 1,000 times to place the spherical object at the very center of the city lord's mansion. And after placing it, you have to run away immediately. Maybe it's filled with bombs? But he had come here, and he really couldn't bear it if he didn't slip some treasure or something. Qiu Yan's mind was at war with heaven and earth, and he finally made up his mind. As the saying goes, thieves don't go empty. Then go ahead and search and place that whatever sphere later. Chapter 90, Breaking the Formation. After arriving at the door of Hoover's room, to be honest, Qiu Yan clearly had a sense of foreboding. The door to the room was indeed unlocked and unclosed. Suspicious. Very suspicious. It was driving like this, but Qiu Yan felt like there was an ambush anyways. After all, Hoover certainly wasn't stupid. Either there was nothing of value inside the room, or there was so much of it that Hoover had left an absolutely awesome setup that was completely unafraid of intrusion. Qiu Yan was obviously more convinced of the latter possibility. Sister Suiyu, catch a live one. A few breaths later, Suiyu grabbed one of the guards like he was carrying a chicken. A sly smile suddenly spread across Qiu Yan's face. You go in first and get me something. If I'm in a good mood, I might even let you live. The guard was obviously scared out of his wits, and with a thud, he fell to his knees, trembling uncontrollably. Lord, have mercy. Trespassing in the Lord's room is a capital offense. You are a generous man, so don't make things difficult for little one. It's better to give the little one as a fart to let go. At those words, killing intent erupted from Qiu Yan's eyes, and his words were filled with threats. Don't ing beep. Just go in if you're told to. If you're not going in, you're going to die now. Not only was he threatening, but in his hand he had even begun to take a long, shiny knife from the side and raise it high. Seeing this, the guards almost pissed themselves, shivering and nodding. They climbed up from the ground once again. Bugger off. If you can't hold your piss, I'll chop you up. Qiu Yan could now understand the Heavenly Rabbit clan too well. Usually the ones who are as gutsy as these usually don't have their asses in gear. The slightest stimulus and you're peeing and pooping, you can't pocket it at all. That guard clenched his legs, and little by little, he walked towards the inside of the room. What do you want me to take, my lord? He looked back at Qiu Yan with a cozy look on his face. Now that we've taken this step, it's definitely a swing for the fences as well. One more day is one more day. Seeing that the guards were fine, Qiu Yan raised his foot and was just about to walk in. Suddenly, a protective shield was instantly created in the middle of the room. The guard looked around with a horrified look on his face. He fell to his knees at the edge of the protective shield and kept pounding on the invisible wall, opening his mouth to say something. However, this protective shield had a soundproofing function, and Qiu Yan and his duo hadn't learned to lip sync, and immediately afterward, they saw that many blackened bugs began to emerge from within the protective shield. It was like a black mist surrounding all the guards. The bugs kept gnawing on the guard's body, and even his hard armor was pitted. Within 2 minutes, the guard was reduced to flying dust, with nothing left. It was as if it had never existed. What the is this? Qiu Yan's eyes looked to Suiyu on the side, and he had a feeling of having survived a robbery. It's a good thing he had a steady hand, or else the guard would have been his downfall. It's possible that this is the star insect clan's breeding formation, and maintaining such a formation relies on blood and flesh rather than spiritual energy. I have read it among the volumes. On top of the sacred beast battlefield many years ago, Some ancestors accidentally stepped into a trap, and as a result, they were all chewed up by the bugs in the middle of this formation, and there wasn't even a piece of fabric left on their bodies. The only way to crack it is to burn all the bugs in the big formation with super high temperature. Qiu Yan nodded and fell silent. As for superheat, he does. But it just wasn't sure if the highest temperature the flame unicorn could reach was enough or not, the highest being around 1,000 degrees. He was a little afraid to bet. Seemingly guessing what Qiu Yan had in mind, Suiyu spoke faintly. This formation would really be a big loss if it was unknown. But I have a way. It's true that the flame Qilin's temperature can't reach it right now, but I can use a secret method to boost it, and even though it's only for half a minute, it should be enough. The enhanced flame is capable of reaching over 3,000 degrees. With a lift of his hand, Qiu Yan summoned the flame Qilin. It's not a good idea to break the formation hastily. The star insect clan's breeding formation only goes in and out. After destroying the formation alone, those bugs are definitely going to scatter and flee in all directions, making it even harder to kill them then. But don't be in a hurry. It will take me some time to set up the formation. You go find someone else to experiment on. Suiyu sat cross-legged in front of the door, his spiritual energy drumming around him. Although she was an ice attribute spirit power, she was nevertheless able to set up wind attribute formations across attributes. It was just that most of the formations that were set up would only have 50% of the original effect. If it was only for the purpose of destroying the formation and trapping the swarm within it, it would be enough. Qiu Yan wasn't idle either, but instead found a few bronze-level guards who had fallen behind, and had all of them knocked out and dragged over by Cinderblock. After receiving Suiyu's authorization, Qiu Yan woke up one of the guards and was pushed into the formation under coercion. Ow! The Flamefire Qilin roared and unleashed a sea of burning flame fire, the powerful pillar of fire directly rushing over the formation. The formation was not insulated, and the temperature in it was gradually rising. The guards who had just stepped into the formation suddenly hissed in a miserable manner. Qiu Yan might also be a bit cruel in doing so, but the feet are growing on you. The city had basically fallen, not thinking about running or holding their ground to the death. Then that's what he deserves to die for. Even if Qiu Yan didn't bring him over, he would be killed by the arriving revolutionary army. However, through the transparent array, it can be clearly seen that those bugs move slower, as if the same cannot endure this high temperature in general. At this time appears to be a lot of pain. Constantly flapping his wings, he scurried about in the middle of the formation. Still other bugs had lost the ability to struggle and fell out of the air onto Hoover's silk carpet as if dead. Good chance, Qiu Yan, go on. The formation is taking shape. With a wave of Suiyu's small white hand, a green-colored spell formation shrouded the breeding grand formation. Through the green-colored formation, the temperature of the burning flame sea became even higher, and even some cracks had already appeared on the breeding grand formation. Stab! With a crunching sound, the formation shattered blatantly, and the bugs in it still wanted to scatter and flee. But Suiyu's cyan-colored spell formation was like a big net, constantly shrinking, compressing the space for the bugs to survive. It was only until a burning smell filled the air that Suiyu waved his hand, signaling the flame Qilin to stop. The green-colored formation instantly dissipated. Snap, snap, snap. The bugs had been scorched to slag and fell straight down, still smoking white. Since the road-blocking formation had been broken, Qiu Yan didn't rush in. These days, it takes a lot of heart to not get screwed. He woke up another guard and had him walk ahead of himself and the others. Suiyu had the same idea, pulling Qiu Yan's clothes with one hand, ready to take him on the run at the first sign of trouble. Chapter 91, The Sword Comes. After entering the room, Qiu Yan couldn't help but begin to marvel at Hoover's extravagance. A mediocre cup for drinking water was made from the expensive ice crystal spirit jade. Hey, you! Go help me carry all that stuff over here. Qiu Yan was still standing still, instructing that guard to do something for him. This time the guard was quite honest, and ran dutifully straight to Hoover's bed and carried the entire nightstand. He was lucky that Hoover didn't tamper with these things. Qiu Yan checked everywhere before putting his heart down and stuffing a brain into his imperial beast space. Seeing that there weren't enough people, Qiu Yan called all the other few people over to help. Special milk. I must steal the old Hoover thief's flesh today. That trash can next to it doesn't look like anything mortal either. And those pairs of panties next to it, take them all too. Why are you looking at me? I'm sure I'm not wearing it. I just throw it away and don't leave it for Hoover, remember? Not a single one. Soon, Under Chiu Yan's command, the entire room was almost emptied by them. Even Hoover's 4-piece bed set was packed away. What else is there to take? Chiu Yan looked at the room that was as empty as a rough room, frowned tightly, and fell into the middle of contemplation. Suddenly, his eyes snapped to the silk carpet on the floor. You guys, come over here and help me rip out this carpet too. The carpet was really a bit strong, and it took several people half a day's effort to tear it all off. Chiu Yan then nodded with satisfaction. Even if this thing was brought back to be a mop, it could still be sold to those idle rich people and make a small profit. On the bare ground, though, he once again noticed something was wrong. The foursquare was left gaping, like a tunnel opening. Yoo-hoo? And a surprise? There's got to be a treasure in here somewhere. Chiu Yan was instantly excited, and after asking the guards next to him to find a way to move that blocked-up stone, a hole in the basement appeared in front of him. Once again, the blackened hole exuded an ominous aura. Several of the guards shrank back and said they were afraid to go in. Chiu Yan slowly approached the entrance of the cave, probing his head and thinking of looking towards it, when he was grabbed by Sui Yu's clothes and violently yanked behind him. Almost instantly, a blackened, ghost-like clawed arm appeared right at the entrance of the tunnel and fished around where Chiu Yan had previously stood. If Sui Yu had been a bit later, Chiu Yan would have almost been dragged down there. I'm afraid. Holy, what the hell? Chiu Yan furrowed his brows. He was just about to die in an unexplained manner. I don't recognize it either. But this monster was obviously bred by Hoover. The more well-protected this room is, perhaps the more valuable what is hidden. The breeding formation in front of us is definitely serving to confuse. And what's hidden underneath this secret passage is what's really important to Hoover. Sui Yu spoke faintly, not hiding anything from the few guards next to him. These words were spoken both to Chiu Yan and to those guards, in order to try to stir up the greed in their hearts. Chiu Yan scratched his head and took a breath, then spoke in a deep voice. But what's down here doesn't seem to want to come out. Or is it afraid to come out at all? Does it mean that such things can only survive in the dark? His speculation was not an empty one. That black arm had just reached out to fish for a handful, then quickly retracted. It was clear that it could drag Chiu Yan down a little further, but it didn't do so. Chiu Yan arched a thin guard next to him. You go over there. What are you afraid of? Help us get this thing killed and the benefits will be yours. Anyway, just lean over little by little. If there's any problem, Sister Sui Yu will save you. With his life in the hands of Chiu Yan and the two of them, he was forced to follow their instructions at this point. The guard hesitated for a moment, before slowly walking towards the front again. However, the state at this moment was just like a traveler who was about to go on a long journey, taking one step and turning back 3 times, as if he couldn't bear to part with Chiu Yan. Hurry up! Don't dawdle! Chiu Yan exchanged glances with Sui Yu as he commanded. Sui Yu nodded, and the ice-blue aura around her body erupted, condensing into a crystal-clear ice crystal longsword above the entrance of the dark tunnel. Flowing with a biting cold light, the long sword hovered in the air. As long as Sui Yu's mind moved, it would instantly zap down. As expected, just as the guards were still 3 steps away from the underground passage, the black ghostly hand reached out again. Miso! Chiu Yan couldn't even see the trajectory of the ice crystal longsword's movement. Just in the gap of the blink of an eye, it directly pierced through the ghostly hand, pinning it dead outside. Before the dark blood could even drip, it had already condensed into ice in the midst of the piercing cold air. It also caused the ghostly hand to freeze out completely. Chiu Yan also got a good look at the hand at this moment. The claws were long and slender, constantly emitting a black mist outward. Through the inlet, a dark shadow could be vaguely seen struggling frantically below. Fury! The thing in the middle of the passage hissed eerily, and even Chiu Yan shivered at the sound of it. It's definitely not a good thing. After taking control, it's natural to zoom in. Sui Yu pinched a trick. An ice-blue spell formation condensed above the cave entrance, and countless ice swords the size of a finger flew out from the formation with a sharp, cold aura. Brush up on. An ice-blue flying sword looked like rain and easily disappeared into the monster's body. Only the hissing could be heard, becoming intermittent, eventually returning to silence once more. Is this settled? Chiu Yan was still not quite at ease and greeted him. The cinder block then wriggled over and slowly used its tentacles to fish out the monster that had frozen to ice below. It was only then that the crowd got a good look at the monster's original appearance. The monster was strangely shaped, with a dog's head, but its limbs were very slender like a gibbon's, and both hands had sharp claws. And it looked like it was wrapped in black mist all around it, making it mysterious and dangerous. Although the sun was setting outside right now, just as the last splash of orange light poured over the monster's corpse, the monster instantly turned into flying dust and disappeared, leaving behind only a field of ice ballast. There wasn't even a crumb left of the creature, so it must be dead through and through. The gatekeeper is dead, and it's time to go down and touch the treasure. Qiu Yen turned his head and glanced at a few guards. Without further ado, they consciously lit their torches and went down in first. Not long after, Qiu Yen heard the sound of several people landing on the ground, and only then did he put his heart down and walk down with Sui Yu. Outside the city, in front of the mine, Hoover grimaced and stared deathly into the hole. These few people had held up well, relying on a mine cave to actually be able to resist until now. However, it also wore down the last vestiges of his patience. Immediately, he decided to go in and hang those people himself. Even if Cohen blocked the information at all levels, he still couldn't avoid leaks from leaking the news out. At that moment, a short guard hurried over. "Report. My lord, a revolutionary army has invaded Odin City. Now Odin City is lost. My lord, let's go back." What? Chapter 92, The Final Battle, the beginning. Hoover was so shocked he couldn't believe his ears. Indeed. His spiritual energy burst out, and he instantly grabbed the short guard to himself and squeezed his neck, a pair of sharp eyes looking the visitor up and down. "Give me the details." The guard took a breath before he spoke again in a panic. "Ahem. Lord, a group of revolutionaries took advantage of your absence, yelling something about reforms, and stormed in, and they seem to have infiltrated early. Most of the guards were killed by the sneak attack. The entire Odin City is now blockaded. My subordinate came to report it first because I was thinking that Lord Hoover must not know about it just before the battle started." Hoover nodded, and without warning, his hand snapped the man's neck with a click. The generals all looked horrified. It's amazing that Lord Hoover is such a straw man. Just a bunch of jumpers. Hoover sneered and brought both of the long-gone soldiers in his hands to the ground before speaking again. "As long as I'm still here, this heavenly Rabbit Clan sky won't turn over. It's this kid, on the contrary, who has gone AWOL and is clearly a deserter. Damn it." His voice did not carry a trace of emotion, but it made the generals present feel like they were falling into an ice cave. Yeah, the Sky Rabbits have been at peace for too long. They had forgotten that Hoover, who looked like a benevolent monarch in front of people, was also a ruthless master in the early days. At this point, it's hammering them with the life of this guard. Both proved their own means, but also so that the generals do not dare to give birth to the idea of cowardice. They can only towards the mine in the back. Lord is right. This man deserves to die. Yeah. At the word, the generals agreed. Hoover, however, frowned for no apparent reason. This was because he had sensed that the Star Insect Clan grand formation arranged at the entrance of the room had been destroyed. "I can't believe you invaded the City Lord's mansion so quickly." Hoover almost wanted to turn around and retreat back. It's okay to come out and have your home stolen? But he had just made that speech again, so if he went back at this time, wouldn't he be slapping his own face and making himself embarrassed? At this point, Hoover's face was blue and he was in a tangle. After all, the room's secret chamber still held his biggest secret, and Lily was in it. He looked at the sky and it was getting late. In his own haste, he had left a shadow-devouring beast inside the secret room, and it would more than likely be able to hold out until the sun set. As long as the sunlight disappeared, the Shadow Eater in the darkness was a nearly invincible existence. Retreating now would be tantamount to throwing away all the previous efforts. Might as well settle those few humans as early as possible. All of you, charge with me. No one will retreat." After giving the order, Hoover brazenly jumped down the hill and rushed straight toward the cave entrance. "Kill! Charge! Avenge our compatriots! Cut down those cunning humans!" The soldiers followed Hoover's figure as if they were scattering beans, shouting and surging towards the inner mine. No one noticed that there were several human squads quietly following behind them. Thunder laughed contemptuously, which was a way of expressing his derision for these people. "I didn't realize these people were so stupid and had no ass. It's really just a rush to get in there. Go! Let's follow. But on my command, be ready to retreat at a moment's notice. Combat members of Team 145, contact your crew. Let's double-cross the cheese. Hearing their own boss play a rare stunt to liven up the atmosphere, the rest of the combat members also smiled heartily. But they were all aware that what awaited them next was a vicious battle. The kind that really kills people, even though everyone was ready to sacrifice before they arrived. However, if any of them were missing, it would be an irreparable loss for the entire Dragon Kingdom and the entire human race. However, as long as the fight was won, it would secure a reliable ally for the human race. It's not a loss to die. Taking advantage of the fact that the crowd's battle spirit was high, Thunder waved his big hand and began to attack. Dozens of Dragon Kingdom warriors dived into the mines after Thunder with the realization that they would die as if they were dead. As soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom's elite, every one of them was equipped with a pair of tactical glasses, which allowed them to observe the enemy through infrared rays even in the darkness. This is a win. They had informed their comrades who remained in the middle of the mines in advance, using guerrilla tactics and retreating as they fought. While the enemy forces were fully focused on fighting against the front, how could they not have imagined that there were dozens of Dragon Kingdom elites behind them? This is the second victory. At this time, Hoover did not know what situation he was going to face later, and still wanted to eagerly find those black-robed men and the dragon scale squad he saw. But as he continued to go deeper, even he couldn't help but feel a hint of something fishy. Why did it last so long with so few people? The soldiers that were sent out earlier all seemed to have disappeared like a stone dropped into the sea. At the moment, they were lying lifeless in the middle of the mine. Even Hoover, who was murderous in the first place, frowned. It would be a lie to say that there were no mental fluctuations at all. These can be their own guard forces. In order to train these soldiers, a lot of money is invested in the military every year. And here it is, talking about death. Just as he was thinking about it, a sharp-eyed guard spotted a bit of fire in the distance. Quick! Everyone, move back quickly. Fireball spell. No one backs down. Hoover bellowed angrily, apparently to stabilize the troops. Raising his hand, a protective shield was placed in front of the crowd. However, the fireball spells bombarded over the protective shield as if they didn't want money. This kind of flame is like a maggot attached to the bone. Once it sticks to the body, even with any kind of water, it can't be doused. Many of the Sky Rabbit race soldiers were caught in the aftermath, their bodies igniting flames, screaming and rolling on the ground, and finally ending up being burned alive. Hoover's eyes became more and more vicious, and all of a sudden the light in his hands blazed out, and the protective shield became even wider. At the same time, it was also possible to see that his face had paled a few shades. Maintaining such a skill was not without a cost. The more violent the attacks in front of him, the more spiritual energy he would consume. One could only maintain the protective shield while continuing to pound towards the front with the guards behind them. However, a sudden change occurred. Screams began to ring out from among the ranks behind them as well. Hoover, who was struggling to maintain the protective shield, was so distracted that he looked back and his pupils suddenly shrunk. Surprisingly, a hint of purple thunder was seen in the back. Immediately after that, dozens of different colored attacks appeared, devouring his guards non-stop like a harvester. Grass! What the hell is going on with these humanoids? How did they come from the back? What? There are actually so many people from the human race? Wasn't there only 5? Old Me's scarlet trapping enemy formation. Why hasn't it weakened them? Hoover couldn't think of anything else. While he went back to lead his troops, Thunder took advantage of this time to also make a trip back to the Dragon Kingdom, bringing hundreds of elites with him. Couldn't be helped. Who would have thought that Hoover's luck would be so bad that the space rift was actually hidden in the lowest level of the mine? Chapter 93: A Slash of Fury. Sure enough, you guys aren't weakened at all. And it turned out so many henchmen. Hoover is looking a little grim at this point. These people were strangling their own soldiers in the rear with abandon, and they simply didn't care about him, Hoover, anymore. Taking advantage of the opening when the fireball spell paused to build up its power, Hoover took out his Heavenly Puppet Order and began to summon the puppets of the Heavenly Puppet Clan. A Dragon Kingdom warrior at the lowest level of the mine was half crouching on the ground to overhaul the spell. In just an instant, those puppets of the Heavenly Puppet Clan moved, even though he had anticipated it and imposed a variety of prohibitions on the puppet. However, the puppet looked like it was invulnerable to all laws, breaking free in just an instant, not even giving the crowd a chance to buffer themselves. That poor Dragon Kingdom warrior happened to have his back to the golem, and was defenselessly penetrated through the chest by a palm. Blood flowed down the puppet's fingers and dripped to the ground like a manzanita leading to the river Styx. As he was dying, he used the last of his spiritual energy to lock the puppet's section of his body firmly to himself. Captain, go back and help me take care of Lin Xia and Nui Nui. Old Zhang, you want to hold on. The captain on the side reddened his eyes and used his full strength, slapping one of the puppets in front of him away with a single slap, then hurried over. The captain's name is Chen Lingyue. Old Zhang is his life brother. Since the two of them recruits company together, this comrade in arms ado is 10 years. Now that he had seen old Zhang dying in front of him, his heart trembled wildly. Don't die. Nui Nui is waiting for you at home. Chen Lingyue was trembling with anger as he blatantly struck out his sword towards the puppet. Dang it! The puppet's body unexpectedly made a metallic crunching sound. Just now, Chen Lingyue's attack had only left a few pitifully small scratches on its surface. But old Zhang, at this moment, also had his eyes darkened because he was being dragged around by the puppet. To the point of death, he was delaying the golem without letting it harm his comrades. Old Chang, you think I can't help you, don't you? Chen Lingyue's aura gradually rose to a rather terrifying level. His eyes bloodshot, like a hungry and angry beast. The surrounding comrades saw this scene and spoke eagerly. Captain, you're crazy. Our orders are for guerrilla warfare. It must not be hard. Old money. This is a ing loss of life energy. You're going to lose at least half a year of your life. So what? Old Zhang's remains. Today I must take them away. Chen Lingyue responded coldly, his hands gripping the handle of his sword, his arms like gnarled dragons with veins rippling. He looked straight at the puppet in front of him, and it looked like fire was going to spew out from within his angry eyes. I'll see if you can withstand this blade of mine. Blood God Sword, third stance, open mountain. Before his words fell, his entire body was so fast that only a stump remained. The blade, emitting a biting cold light, broke through the airflow and slashed at the puppet's shoulder with an unrelenting momentum. Bang! The puppet that even thunder and Hoover couldn't hurt actually made a click sound. Chen Lingyue's furious slash hardened the puppet's entire right arm. With a tisk sound, he bullied his way forward, cradled old Zhang's remains in his arms, and hurriedly drilled towards the passageway that had just been opened up. Brothers, let's give the captain cover. In a flash, the Dragon Kingdom's generals retreated towards the back while casting colorful skills. Although it didn't cause much damage to these puppets, it still took a lot of effort to dodge the skill as it still retained its pre-life combat experience. Among the other group, Thunder's face pulled down when he heard the conversation coming from his headset. The strangulation of the enemy also seems more wide open and explosive. Old Zhang, he also knows. I didn't expect that he, who had survived the Holy Beast battlefield, would actually die here. The world has another grieving wife and a daughter without a father. Thunder couldn't wait to turn his hand over and slap all the Sky Rabbit Clan soldiers in front of him to death. But the Sky Rabbit Clan soldiers were simply too many. So many that he couldn't kill them all. Just then, a footstep and a growl sounded behind him. The silver-maned Velociraptor and the iron-armored Dilophosaurus sped over. They were followed by Song Han Yang. Even the normally obsequious Fu Yao followed behind on her hidden spirit beast. Boss! Captain! We're here to help you. Howl! Seeing that the members of his Dragon Scale Squad were all intact, Thunder was also relieved. But with a great enemy at hand, there was no need to bother with pleasantries. Each member of the Dragon Scale Squad was an elite. Song Han Yang's speed soared to the extreme and he directly drilled into the enemy camp. Every now and then, the guards of the Sky Rabbit Clan were sent flying. The iron-armored Earth Dragon was like a city wall, compressing the stand of the Sky Rabbit race soldiers to the extreme. Immediately afterward, the back of the silver-maned Velociraptor once again flashed out a silver-white light vector, shooting sharply towards the Sky Rabbit Clan soldiers. Each attack was like cutting wheat, with large swathes of Sky Rabbit race soldiers dying. Fu Yao then jumped off the hidden scale beast and let it dive in, continuously harvesting lives. The original scorching situation has only slowly opened up to this point. And what does Hoover not know about losing soldiers? Immediately, he commanded to split the force into two halves, half of them continuing to charge towards the front, while the other half tried to break out towards the outside. After some choreography by Hoover, instead, the Dragon Nation generals were once again in a bitter fight. Seeing the Dragon Kingdom generals in front of him retreating, Hoover's expression was joyful, but apparently it was too soon to be happy. a sudden, unexplained palpitation. Immediately afterward, he felt that the devouring beast in the underground chamber of his room had lost its connection. What? Are there really that many masters among those revolutionaries? Surprisingly, he was able to break 2 of his prohibitions one after another. Hoover took a deep breath, one brow furrowed, and just walked absent-mindedly toward the front. Suddenly, he stopped violently, and the group of Sky Rabbit Clan generals behind him all looked at their house lord with puzzled faces. Hoover jerked his head up, turned around, and vanished toward the exit. Can't drag it out here any longer. Those secrets underneath yourself are vital. It was the layout of the 10,000 races for that holy beast battlefield 3 years later. If such a thing is allowed to fall into someone else's hands, let alone his. Even Lily, even the entire Sky Rabbit clan would be angered by the 10,000 clans. Although the Sky Rabbit clan was obviously not very important to him. But Hoover just needed the Heavenly Hair race. He needed to rely on the Sky Rabbit clan to gain a voice among the 10,000 clans. Leaving the Heavenly Hair clan, he was an outcast capable of being discarded by all clans at any time. It was just a gold-level mole cricket that could be found everywhere among the 10,000 races. No way. Absolutely not. Hoover's entire form turned into a stream of light, flying against the space at the top of the mine tunnel. Where do you think you're going, Hoover-sama? A figure stopped him in his tracks. It was none other than the Dragon Scale Squad leader Thunder. His entire body transformed into a purple thunderbolt, directly knocking Hoover to the ground. Off! Hoover was simply like he didn't want to die, urging his spiritual energy to the death, like a vicious tiger once again. This time he used all of his cards. Even Thunder, too, felt a great pressure. At this moment, Thunder still thought that Xiao Yen had successfully placed that bomb in the City Lord's mansion and had alerted Hoover. There must be some very important treasure in the City Lord's mansion. Therefore, Thunder appeared to be even more vigorous at this time. What strengthening potion, what vigor pill, golden kidney chi pill, Indian god oil, or whatever all greeted himself. Chapter 94, The Canary Trapped in a Cage. Just as Thunder and Hoover were fighting it out, Xiao Yen had already descended into the underground chamber. It was only until Sui Yu, who was behind the temple, landed equally lightly on the ground that Xiao Yen looked towards the surroundings with his flashlight. My lord, what is this? Is it powered by some spiritual energy? It can actually project light this far. One of the somewhat chubby guards asked with some curiosity, while the skinny guard next to him quietly pinched towards his ass. It's like saying, "Shut the up. A few more words and we'll all die here." Something like that. The chubby guard gave an extremely disgruntled twist, his eyes giving the thin man a sly look. In those few short minutes together, he had seen the nature of both humans. As long as he and the others didn't touch these two's bottom line, then they were safe for the time being. These 2 people do not kill indiscriminately. As long as they behave themselves, then at least their little lives can be saved. It was worth mentioning that this little fat guard was ghostly, taking advantage of the fact that the battle was in full swing in the middle of the courtyard, while he himself was hiding behind the rocks in the middle of the courtyard like Xiao Yen before him. But perhaps it was his physique that was the problem, and it was also his bad luck that Xiao Yen noticed the flab on his waist at a glance when he came out to arrest someone. That's what it comes down to. It's called a flashlight. Turtle. Xiao Yen did not have the heart to skim, and did not know what the hell Hoover was doing for food. All transformed like a cyberpunk by the Skydome clan. His own men act like primitives and actually don't even recognize a flashlight. Turtle? What's a turtle? Can I eat it? That little fatty wanted to pursue the question again, but was directly ignored by Xiao Yen, and with his flashlight, he walked straight towards the front. Seeing this, the little fatty wasn't annoyed and was still smiling as he circled around Xiao Yen. Xiao Yen could sort of see it. This little fatty, he's a glutton for punishment. It's here to brush off the goodwill on its own. Sui Yu grunted coldly and used her arm to separate the little fatty. Little fatty wanted to say something else, but when he saw the sight before him, he forgot to breathe for a moment. Reflected in their own eyes, all the iron cages, as if they could not be seen to the end. And inside the cages, all of them were all Sky Rabbit clan maidens with excellent posture. When they saw the arrival of the raw faces, they all turned their heads as well and looked indifferently at Xiao Yen and the others. They were treated like cargo, like dogs and cats in a pet store. Even little fatty saw his childhood friend in it. Mimi, are you and May? Why are you here? Aren't you married to the child of a dignitary? He went straight for it, picking up the bars of the cage with a death grip. Wide-eyed, He looked at the young girl's scarred body with pity in his eyes. Who the hell is it? Who on earth hurt his and Marie like this? The young girl called in May was collapsing in the middle of the cage, lifting her head feebly, her voice with a thick change of breath, looking weak. Sambo? Am I dying? Is this a hallucination? I'm so happy. I can't believe I saw you before I died. I missed you so much, Sambo. As she spoke, a few tears of blood left the corner of the beautiful young girl's eyes. Looking at her red, swollen eyes, I could tell that she wept almost every day. After draining the tears from his eyes, this led to tears of blood. No, it's not an illusion.
Sambo.
Standing right in front of you for real. Little fat Sambo had been playful earlier, but this time he was honest. Despite the stiff smile on his face, the tears betrayed him. Clear teardrops slid down his round face, wetting the lining under his armor. But Sambo seemed to think of something and raised his arm again quickly, drying his tears. Really don't want to lose face in front of May. When he was young, he himself was bullied a lot because of his size, and every time he would hide by the creek and cry secretly. That's why May always teased him for being a crybaby when she found out. But she always played the role of big sister, wielding her little fists and beating up all those kids who bullied her. But now seeing the very fragile May gave Sambo a sense of unreality. He grabbed the two black steel posts and pushed hard on the doorframe with both hands, trying to release May from inside. But even though he was red in the face and used all his strength, the steel pillar didn't move. It's no use, Sambo. You give up. It's a special cage made by Hoover. We're just like captive canaries, conditioned to be obedient and then made available for viewing. The young girl's faint voice sounded as if she was going to break in the next second. Hoover? So it's Lord Hoover? Little Fatty trembled up, and his entire body looked as if he had lost his soul. He doesn't get it. Why did the loving Lord mistreat his Anmi? Mistreat so many of the maidens of the Sky Hair clan? He clenched his fists tightly. A long sigh followed. Sangbo looked towards Chiu Yen and Sui Yu and slowly knelt down, his eyes filled with determination. I'd like to ask you two lords to help me get her. To get them out. I'd give anything to have that. Chiu Yen frowned. After all, he wasn't some saintly mother who threw herself into it by yelling about saving suffering and saving all suffering. He wasn't that stupid and had no reason to help this Sambo. Everything is about the word profit. What exactly is in it for you if you help him? As if he had made up his mind, Sambo took a deep breath before speaking again. I know the weakness of that son of a Hoover. I'm willing to use this information in exchange for the two of you to make a move. Oh, Chiu Yen raised his eyebrows, which came to be of interest. Hoover, as the big boss of the Sky Bunnies, will need to be confronted sooner or later. It's not really a bad thing to know the weaknesses ahead of time. I'm one of the members of the Yaya's Close Guard, and there are times when I stick close to Lord Hoover. So please, both of you, trust me. Chiu Yen glanced at Sui Yu with a questioning look in his eyes. Sui Yu spread his hands with an expression of, if you want to mind your own business, let it be, and then walked towards the deeper part of the city. Chiu Yen smiled to himself. Wasn't supposed to be nosy himself. In my last life, I had suffered so much and had been through so much. By all accounts, one's self in this life must have had to be hard-hearted and murderous. But since the Book of Words and Spirits has evolved into the Book of 10,000 Elements and Mysteries, his own mentality is undergoing a transformation, and many times he has a bosom of the world. Could it be that the Book of 10,000 Elements is subtly changing itself? But this was not the time for him to look into it in detail, and he nodded at once. Never mind. I'll try it first. How can I open this cage? Chiu Yen looked at the tightly sealed cages around him and couldn't help but have a bit of a headache. This is mostly an extremely hard kind of material as well, and hard hitting is definitely not going to work. At this time, there was also a hint of sadness and worry in May's eyes as she murmured again. The key is in the deepest room. But there is a polar blood wolf guarding that front, so please be careful. Chapter 95, The Polar Blood Wolf. As soon as these words came out, Chiu Yen realized that something was wrong. The innermost room, that must be where Hoover hid his treasure. It seemed that this polar blood wolf, more than likely, was also in the way of the necessary passage. Perhaps saving these young girls of the Sky Rabbit race was just a matter of raising a hand. I'm afraid. Thinking of this, Chiu Yen nodded. Good. I'll save you all if I get the chance. Without stopping too much, Qiu Yen directly followed Sui Yu with quick steps. The misery of the surrounding Sky Rabbit clan girls was shocking to the eyes. They saw the outsiders coming and reached out across the cage, not wanting to let go of even the slightest hope of escape. Sir, please help us. It hurts so much. Sir, you save me. I'll do anything. There were more and more words like that, and it even started to get rowdy like a food market back there. Qiu Yan's ears were getting calloused from listening. These young girls had been captured and tortured by Hoover, and clearly saw him as the saving grace. And the polar blood wolf in the distance heard the commotion and slowly walked over. This polar blood wolf was more than 2 meters tall, and its body was silver in color. The joints of its body were covered in blood-colored ice crystals. Qiu Yan and the two of them kept approaching, which also made it alert with a gurgling sound coming from its throat, as if warning the two of them. Hey, did Hoover ask you to guard this place? Qiu Yan directly activated the Book of Speech and Spirit ability. At this moment, not only the polar blood wolf, even Sui Yu could hardly hide her shock. This kid can actually communicate with wild spirit beasts, and with powerful spirit beasts such as the Flamefire Qilin. Most likely they were also dual-talent Imperial Beastmasters. The polar blood wolf's eyes flickered with intelligence, like it was completely unable to comprehend how this person in front of him was able to communicate with himself. It was silent for a while, before sighing. Kid, you'd better get going. Hoover knew the moment you came in. Looking at the aura on you, it should just be black iron. The little girl next to her is a bit higher ranked. It's like peak silver. There's no need to come over and get killed. The polar blood wolf was also at the gold level of strength. Even against Hoover he was not weak. On the contrary, Hoover has no business being effective at all. But its crystal core was taken out by the 10,000 clans using a secret method. Now that the crystal core was in Hoover's hands, a single thought could determine whether it lived or died. Even if they were constrained, the polar blood wolf didn't want to go looking for trouble too much. Why bother? What do you get for doing your best for Hoover? Get 2 compliments? Get 2 compliments? Everything is a request before freedom. Qiu Yan could also see that this polar blood wolf was also a collector of money and not doing anything, so he immediately became interested. This? Wolf brother, can you turn a blind eye and let us pass? After all, we don't have any grudges. Have a taste of a demonic spider egg. Qiu Yan was well versed in the human condition of the Dragon Kingdom. When you ask for a favor, it's definitely right to meet and send a wazoo. I just don't know if it works here in Spirit Beast. Looking at the spider eggs that Qiu Yan had taken out, the polar blood wolf had developed some interest. It's a demonic spider egg, gold-level bloodline. It must be quite a luxury for a polar blood wolf. After all, without any surprises, there was a hope that this demon spider with a gold-level bloodline would grow to be as strong as it was. There weren't many people who normally fed demonic spider eggs to spirit beasts. It's simply outrageous. The polar blood wolf took 2 more steps closer, crouched its head down, stuck out its tongue and rolled it, and the demonic spider egg went into its mouth. Biting down gently, the demon spider egg exploded in the middle of his mouth like a popping ball. When had the polar blood wolves ever eaten such high-end food? Chewy chewy. Obviously slightly drunk. Even his eyes were starting to get misty. Instantly, he ambled off, looking drowsy. Wolf, do you want to make a run for it? Or do you want to be free of Hoover's control? Let's split it up when we get the treasure in the back. Huh? You can't say this without getting sleepy. The polar blood wolf instantly became refreshed. But at the same time, he was wondering what kind of bad idea the man in front of him could come up with. Hey! My crystals are in Hoover's hands. If Hoover knew I was AWOL, I'm afraid he'd have to get me killed on the spot. As we all know, a crystal core is the lifeblood of a spirit beast, just like a human's heart. Qiu Yan had never heard of a spirit beast that could still live without its crystal core. In that case, something must have taken the place of the crystal core. And that thing, it must be interconnected with the crystal core in Hoover's hand. Only in this way could the purpose of controlling the polar blood wolves be achieved. So in that case, is there any way to slice and dice the connection between the two? Sui Yu was also considered half a scientific researcher within the Dragon Scale Squad, and after noticing Qiu Yan casting an inquiring look, she came close to the polar blood wolf, took out some relevant instruments and did an all-around test on the polar blood wolf. Finally, she came to a conclusion. This is the daughter crystal nucleus. It is a small piece of sub-crystal core that is separated from the original crystal core through some kind of magic. And through the subcrystal core, the so-called control of the life and death of spirit beasts is realized. It's nothing more than crushing the subcrystal core, and the whole thing becomes crippled. When the crystal core is damaged, the spirit beast will naturally die. It's true that it's not whoever has the cores, as Polar Blood Wolf said. In fact, this method of controlling spirit beasts had long been studied by the Dragon Kingdom.